As a level max Taoist, I have never exorcised ghosts. Instead, I became a rookie forensic doctor who has been interning for 2.5 years, while my colleagues rely on dissecting corpses to find the truth. I directly use hand seals and recite incantations to resurrect the dead in their original place. Writing autopsy reports is too difficult. Let the dead person write it themselves. Just 2.5 days ago, an accident occurred while I was preparing to ascend during the tribulation, and I crossed over to this blue star in the year 2008, becoming an intern forensic doctor. Before I could understand this world, my beautiful leader Qin Xinyan walked up to me and said, "The Criminal Investigation Department just sent a corpse. Go and examine it and write an autopsy report for me." I was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is this starting point? Autopsy? What the hell do I know? Although the original host studied forensic medicine, they spent 4 years in college partying and now got this job through connections. Every day at work is just passing time. The leaders and colleagues in the forensic science department all want me to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that I was unmoved, my beautiful boss said seriously, "Hurry up and write the autopsy report for me. If you can't finish it today, I will request to transfer you out of the forensic science department." But I really don't understand this autopsy thing, I weakly asked. "So, how do I perform an autopsy?" This sentence directly amused my colleagues beside me. Mockingly, one of them said, "How do you perform an autopsy? Ha ha ha, it's actually very simple. You just ask the corpse." After saying that, he laughed and walked out of the office. His words suddenly enlightened me. It makes sense. Although I don't know how to perform an autopsy, I can communicate with spirits. The deceased should know how they died, right? Soon, I arrived at the morgue. As soon as I opened the door, a strong resentment hit me, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn! Such a strong resentment. How unjust must one's death be to have such heavy resentment?" Seeing this, I immediately started reciting the incantation, "Wandering soul, where do you linger?" 3 souls descend promptly upon my request. I implore the Supreme Lord Lao Jun to act swiftly. After finishing the incantation, I was drenched in sweat. It felt as if my body had been emptied. Damn it! A simple soul summoning technique almost took my life. The spiritual energy in this place is too thin, and I can't fully utilize my spells. The next moment, the airtight morgue was filled with a gust of cold wind. The already chilly room became even colder. Suddenly, the corpse lying on the bed sat up, and then the female corpse spoke directly. "I'm alive. Ha ha ha, I can finally take revenge on that scumbag." Seeing this, I slapped the corpse hard. "You're alive my ass. I'm the one who summoned you. Why are you howling?" Scared the shit out of me. "Now, tell me clearly how you died." After saying that, I took a pen and paper, ready to record the testimony of the corpse. Little did I know that my slap completely confused the female ghost. After she regained her senses, she burst into tears and said, "Master, my name is Tsuehua. I'm from Pinyin County. My ID number is 429-004-1973. Before the female corpse finished speaking, I slapped her again. "Get to the point." This slap made the already confused female corpse even more confused. Then, Chuehua began to talk about her cause of death and what happened. 2.5 hours later, Qin Xinyan arrived at the morgue. As soon as he opened the door, he saw me writing a report. This situation surprised her. What is this kid up to today? Usually, when asked to work, he would just skip work and go fool around. I was even planning to take the opportunity to transfer him out of the forensic department. Seeing that I was really working seriously, she had no choice but to say, "Lin Feng, how is your autopsy report coming along?" At this point, I also stopped writing. "Director Qin, this is my autopsy report. I suspect it's a murder case." I reasoned out the killer's modus operandi and wrote it down on paper. Qin Xinyan took the autopsy report. The more she looked at it, the more her face turned pale. A perfectly good suicide case had been written as a lockroom murder case. It was one thing to reason out the modus operandi, but she even wrote down the physical characteristics, name, and ID number of the killer. This is something you would do to fool a kindergarten kid. Qin Xinyan directly threw the autopsy report at my face and said, "Lin Feng, I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Tomorrow, I will apply to have you transferred to the archives office." After saying that, Qin Xinyan left in big strides. "Director Qin, please listen to me. I really wrote the autopsy report seriously. No matter how I shouted, the only response I got was Qin Xinyan's cold back." A colleague next to me mocked. "Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, you're really amazing. I think you're wasting your talent in the forensic department. You might as well go directly to the criminal investigation department. Your reasoning skills can definitely help solve major cases." Ha ha ha, Who can help our criminal investigation department solve cases? At this moment, Captain Zhou Yan of the Criminal Investigation Department walked over. Although the suicide case had been closed, he still felt that something had been overlooked. That's why he came to the morgue and happened to overhear our conversation. Laughing, a colleague said, "Captain Zhou, take a look at this autopsy report written by Lin Feng. He even reasoned out the name and ID number of the killer. Isn't this a joke? What's going on?" Zhou Yan took the autopsy report and carefully read it. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became, occasionally nodding. But when he saw the name and ID number of the killer, he frowned. "Shaolin, how did you determine the name and ID number of the killer?" I quickly answered, "Captain Zhou, in a murder case, it's usually motivated by revenge, passion, or money. The victim didn't struggle before death, indicating that the victim was killed without any defense, so the killer must be familiar with the victim. The victim had a simple social relationship and no financial interests with anyone else, but she transferred a large amount of money to her boyfriend before her death. So I'm 85% sure that the killer is her boyfriend, and his information is also in the file." After hearing my words, Zhou Yan asked again, "There were no traces of anyone else in the room where the victim was found. How did you conclude that this is a locked room murder case?" I smiled and said, "Of course, the victim herself said she was murdered, but I won't say that out loud." I thought for a moment and said, "Because the room was too clean. That's why I concluded it." "Captain Zhou, I suggest you reinvestigate and bring her boyfriend in for questioning to see if my theory is correct." After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yan called his subordinates to take action. "Xiao Han, immediately take people to bring the victim's boyfriend, Zhou Song, to the office." Soon, the members of the Criminal Investigation Department brought Zhou Song back to the office. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the interrogation room, Zhou Song confessed directly. At that moment, a warm current surged into my dantian, and I felt pleasantly surprised. This is spiritual energy. Could it be that solving cases can gain spiritual energy? This spiritual energy can match the half-month of hard cultivation I usually do. After the interrogation, Zhou Yan became more and more happy when he saw me. Who said that Lin Feng, the forensic scientist, was a useless second-generation rich? Clearly, he is a great detective. It would be great if we could transfer this guy to the Criminal Investigation Department. Xiaolin, are you interested in joining our Criminal Investigation Department? If you are willing, I will talk to Director Qin to arrange it. Seeing this, I smiled and replied, "Captain Zhou, I think the forensic department is more suitable for me. If you encounter any trouble, you can tell me, and I will do my best to help you solve it." "Alright then, it's time to go off work. Let me treat you to some porridge." Just as I was about to agree, the police station's emergency call came in. "Captain Zhou, someone reported a body found in an abandoned reservoir in Poco village." Seeing this, Zhou Yan took me and the beautiful boss Qin Xingyan to the crime scene. The body had already been salvaged. Qin Xingyan put on gloves and began to examine the body. After a thorough examination, Qin Xingyan came to a conclusion. The body was female, aged between 30 and 40. The cause of death was a severe head injury. Based on the degree of decomposition, the time of death should be between 1 to 2 months ago. Moreover, the victim did not struggle before death, so it was likely that the perpetrator was an acquaintance or the attack was sudden. "Xiao Han, go and check if there have been any missing persons reported in the past few months." After arranging for Xiao Han to leave, Zhou Yan looked at me again. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" I looked puzzled and said, "What do you mean, Captain Zhou?" "I think Director Qin's conclusion is correct." Zhou Yan glared at me. "Xiaolin, why do I always feel like you're hiding something from me? Is there something you can't say?" "Captain Zhou, I really want to help solve the case, but the body wasn't examined by me. I'll tell you after I finish my autopsy, but I prefer a quiet environment when I'm doing autopsies, especially late at night." My voice sent shivers down Zhou Yan's spine. Even after all these years in the Criminal Investigation Department, autopsies late at night. What the hell is this fetish? Alright then, you do your autopsy in the middle of the night. Give me the report tomorrow morning. I'll go for interviews and investigations first. Soon, it was late at night. I sneaked into the morgue and made sure no one was there. Then I started chanting the soul summoning spell, "Wandering Soul, where do you linger?" 3 souls descend swiftly upon my request. Urgently summon the Supreme Old Lord. As per the law, just like before, the female corpse sat up from the bed after hearing my voice. After seeing her decomposed body, she screamed loudly. "What are you screaming for? Shut up!" I slapped the female corpse's head. She was stunned, not expecting that even in her current state, there was someone who wasn't afraid of her. The female corpse asked blankly. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I summoned you to tell me. Who are you? How did you die? How did I die? Suddenly, the female corpse fell into painful memories. I impatiently slapped her again. Stop dawdling. If someone finds out, I'll use my palm thunder to send you off. The female corpse hurriedly said. Sir, please don't be angry. I'll tell you now. Enough talking. I'm tired. You go write it yourself. You see the paper and pen next to you, right? I closed my eyes for a while. Behave and lie down properly when you're done. The female corpse was stunned for a moment, slowly got off the bed, and sat down at the table to prepare to write. At the same time, in the criminal investigation office, the staff were all worried and frustrated. They had been investigating and visiting all day regarding the female corpse discovered today, but there were no clues at all. There were no surveillance cameras or anything in the vicinity of the village. They didn't even know who the deceased was. Zhou Yan could only announce the adjournment and continue the individual investigations tomorrow, hoping that Lin Feng would bring him some surprises. On the other side, in the morgue, after I had closed my eyes for a while, the deceased gently woke me up. Big brother, I'm done writing. I stretched and yawned. Alright, I got it. Lie back down quickly. When I was slightly more awake, I picked up what the deceased had written and looked at it. Damn it! It turns out that this woman has been shuttling back and forth between several counties around here to engage in the flesh trade. The interesting part is the man who brought her here, who was also the murderer. He couldn't afford a hotel, so he lied and said that doing business in the wilderness would be more exciting, and he would pay her more afterwards. After it was over, the woman realized she had been deceived, so they got into a heated argument and she suffered a tragic fate. She had no knowledge of any information about the man. However, the deceased left behind a crucial clue, which was that the man who contacted her did so through QQ. The deceased also wrote down her QQ account and password. Seeing this, I opened the computer and logged into the deceased's QQ account. Soon, I found the account of the murderer. After some thought, I sent a message. Brother, I'm in a miserable situation. I need a lot of money to live down here. Can you send me some money tomorrow? Or else I'll come find you? Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, a man was sitting excitedly playing a game. Suddenly he heard the sound of a QQ message notification. After seeing the message, his whole body suddenly collapsed to the ground. He kept muttering in his mouth, "There's a ghost. What the hell are you, Ari?" The man sitting next to him slapped him on the head and said, "It's nothing." Ari was slapped awake by this slap. Looking at the blinking penguin avatar, he thought to himself, how could there be ghosts in this world? It must be man-made. Could it be that the police have already found out about me? No, that's impossible. The body was disposed of very cleanly. Not even a fingerprint was left behind. How could they find me? And even if they found out it was me, they couldn't possibly know that I didn't pay. Could there really be ghosts? Ari's back was already soaked in cold sweat. He quickly replied to the message, "Sister, I didn't mean to harm you. Don't worry. I will burn paper for you early tomorrow morning. Please don't come looking for me." The next morning, I went to the police station with panda eyes. When Zhou Yan saw me, he quickly pulled me aside and asked if I had found any clues. I thought for a moment and said, "Captain Zhou, I don't know if you believe in intuition." Seeing Zhou Yan's puzzled face, I continued, "I feel that today the killer will go to the reservoir to mourn the dead." Zhou Yan first frowned, then said seriously, "Xiaolin, because of this case, our colleagues in the criminal investigation department haven't slept all night. Don't joke with me, Captain Zhou." "I'm not joking. Let's go to Poku village together. You will believe in my intuition then." My intuition has always been accurate. The reason I made up this lie was to hide the fact that I had resurrected the dead. Now I can't just examine a corpse and find out their ID and QQ number. That would be too fake. Zhou Yan sighed. "Alright, since we still have to investigate Poku village, let's go together and take a look." Soon, everyone arrived at Poku village, and I walked alone towards the reservoir. I saw a suspicious man standing next to the reservoir. He looked around and, seeing no one, immediately knelt down and said, "Sister, I really didn't mean it. I used all the money on me to buy paper and burned it for you. Please spare me." Seeing this, I quietly approached Ari, about 2 meters away, and rushed forward, using a grappling hand to firmly press him to the ground. Then I tied his hands tightly with a rope. "You're quite cunning, you killer," I said. Ari struggled fiercely. "Let me go. I'm not the killer. You've got the wrong person. Even if you arrest me, you need evidence." Ari refused to admit it. He believed that the person behind him must be deceiving him. In this desolate place, the crime was committed at night. the police would definitely not find any evidence of him killing someone. Moreover, the stone he used to kill had already been ground into powder and sprinkled into the river. Ha! I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. I pulled Ariai up and dragged him to the place where they used to do business. There, I found a condom. Seeing this, Ariai's face became somewhat terrified. It was late at night, and he couldn't even see a ghost. How could he find this place? Could it be that the woman had dreamt and told him? Seeing this, I smiled and said, "This is yours, right? After the DNA comparison, we will know if you are the killer or not." My words once again made Ariai collapse to the ground. Then I called Captain Joe. "Captain Joe, I have captured the suspect." "What?" Zhou Yan was instantly excited. They were still nearby searching for clues, but the suspect had already been captured. "Yes, Captain Zhou, please come quickly." Soon, Zhou Yan and the others appeared at the reservoir. Zhou Yan pointed at Ariai lying on the ground and said, "This is the suspect." "Yes, Captain Zhou, specific details need to be interrogated by you." After returning to the office, Zhou Yan began to interrogate Ariai. Ariai confessed to his crimes. After Ariai's confession, I also gained a lot of spiritual energy. It seems that we need to continue solving cases. Just when I thought everything was over and greeted Zhou Yan to go home and sleep, the bureau received an urgent notice. "Zhou, we just received a request for assistance from Pingyi County. The suspect of the serial murders in Pingyi County, number 526, has fled to our county." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan became nervous. The serial murders in Pingyi County have shocked the entire province. In just half a month, the killer has killed 8 teenage girls. Moreover, the killer is very perverted, and the bodies are left openly on the streets without burial or disposal. This is a blatant challenge to the police. After 2 months of continuous investigation, we can only confirm the basic physical characteristics of the suspect, but we can't find out where they are hiding. If the killer is hiding here, there is a high possibility of causing harm to the people in our county. After reading the notice, the director couldn't help but frown. "We can't relax for a moment until we catch the killer." He immediately gave Zhou Yan an order. "Zhou Yan, I order you to form a task force to conduct a county-wide investigation. If you find any suspicious individuals, arrest them immediately." "Yes." Zhou Yan hurriedly led the team away, and the rest of the personnel followed suit. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly saw my beautiful boss, Qin Qingyan, who was about to leave work and go home. Her originally rosy face had a hint of gloom. I quickly said, "Director Qin, you look gloomy, indicating a sign of great danger. I advise you to stay in the office tonight and not go home." Qin Qingyan stopped and looked at me disdainfully. "Ha, you, a second-generation rich kid, have learned to read faces now? I want to see what will happen if I go home." She wasn't afraid at all, riding her bicycle confidently on the empty and dark streets. This brat dared to mock me in public. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson when I get the chance. She was only a few meters away from home, thinking about how to trouble me tomorrow. Little did she know that a dark figure had been following her for a long time. Suddenly, a man wearing a duckbill cap and a mask stood in front of Qin Qingyan. "Miss, where are you going?" Seeing this, Qin Qingyan quickly said, "I'm a police officer from Woha County Police Station. If you don't want to come with me for a cup of tea, leave immediately." Little did she know that the man in front of her not only wasn't afraid after hearing the word police, but even chuckled. "So you're a beautiful policewoman. That makes me even more excited." The man reached out to touch Qin Qingyan's face. Qin Qingyan slapped his hand. "You're quite bold, but that only makes me like you more." The man's words made Qin Qingyan a little scared. She was just a forensic doctor and hadn't learned any self-defense techniques. Seeing that the man in front of her was not only unafraid but also getting excited. Could it be? Qin Qingyan immediately thought of the investigation notice sent by Pingyi County. Could the man in front of her be the murderer of the serial killings in Pingyi County? Qin Qingyan secretly sent a message to Zhou Yan by reaching into her pocket. At this moment, the man reached out again and touched Qin Qingyan's face. Qin Qingyan instinctively reached out to slap him, but the man grabbed her wrist. Anxious, Qin Qingyan forced herself to calm down and said to the man, "I have already guessed your identity. The law is fair and just. I advise you to surrender early." The man chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Since you have already guessed my identity, why talk about leniency? Even if I were executed 100 times, it wouldn't be enough for what I've done." The man didn't make any further moves, just stared straight at Qin Qingyan. "I think you've finished making the call, right? You trash like you still want to catch me. It's just wishful thinking," he said. Qin Qingyan was shocked to find that her sneaky actions had been discovered by the man. She still wanted to buy time, but how could the man in front of her not know? Alright, in another 8 minutes, those useless people will be here, the man said. As he spoke, the man suddenly reached out his other hand, holding a dark towel, and covered Qin Xingyan's mouth. Oh no! Qin Xingyan had been a forensic doctor for so many years, so she knew exactly what the towel in the man's hand was for. In an instant, she felt her legs go weak and her consciousness gradually fading. Am I going to die here? Why didn't I listen to that brat's advice? I should have stayed at the office tonight. What was the point of being so stubborn and insisting on going home? Countless voices of regret filled her mind. Just as she was losing consciousness, a voice entered her ears. Where did this little brat come from? Another 8 minutes and the losers will be here. As he spoke, the man suddenly extended his other hand. That hand held an ebony black towel. In one fell swoop, it covered Qin Xingyan's mouth. Oh no! Qin Xingyan had been a forensic pathologist for so many years. Of course she knew exactly what the towel in the man's hand was for. For a moment, she felt her legs start to go soft. Consciousness was gradually dissipating. Am I going to be accounted for here? Why didn't I listen to that asshole kid? I should have stayed at the institute tonight. What's the point of trying to be brave and going home? Countless voices of remorse filled her brain. Just when she was unconscious, a voice entered her ears. Where did the little punk come from, even dare to touch the woman of the laborer? The words were arrogant, but it also made Qin Xingyan feel a lot of peace in her heart. Bastard boy, who is your woman? After secretly cursing, Qin Xingyan completely lost consciousness. The man threw Qin Xingyan on the ground like a dead dog. Then he stared dead at the direction where the sound came from. Lin Feng walked out from the shadows. In fact, right when the man stopped Qin Xingyan, Lin Feng could have stepped in to help. But he didn't. He just wanted to let the woman know what would happen if she didn't listen to him. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business, the man said in a raspy voice. Master Dao's favorite thing for me is to be nosy. Bite me if you can. Lin Feng arrogantly hooked his middle finger at the man. Since you want to die, I'll be rude. The man pulled out a dagger from his waist and charged towards Lin Feng. Just as he was about to reach Lin Feng, the man raised the dagger in his hand high, wanting to kill in one move. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the man in the chest. That's it? Lin Feng hooked his hand at the man again. Kid, I didn't expect you to have 2 moves, I was careless. The man got up from the ground. Strikes a pose. Oh, so it's still a practiced fighter. Lin Feng disdained, putting aside the Taoist arts. With his force value, he could definitely violently beat up 8 or 9 strong men at the same time. This murderer in front of him was simply not enough in his eyes. The murderer took a step forward. Who knows, turned around and ran towards Qin Xingyan again. Lin Feng also hurriedly followed. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The murderer pulled Qin Xingyan up from the ground and put a dagger against her neck. Kid, if you take another step forward, I'll kill her. Blanche, this brat really doesn't talk about martial virtues. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. It was just being tricked. You kill it. It's none of my business if this bitch dies or lives anyway. Lin Feng said and took another step forward. Anyway, there aren't 1 or 2 people who died in my hands. Then I'll kill her first. The murderer said and exerted a slight force. A trace of blood instantly flowed out of Qin Xingyan's white neck. Come on, you special meow as a grandpa. I won't move, man. Lin Feng said as he spread his hands. He really didn't dare to gamble. What if he got angry and really clicked Qin Xingyan? The murderer slowly dragged Qin Xingyan backwards. Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't dare to move and was anxious. At this time the whistling of the police came from the distance. Bunch of trash. The murderer cursed before pushing Qin Xingyan out. By the time Lin Feng rushed forward, the murderer had already gotten on a motorcycle and left. Motorcycle. This murderer was quite rich, but this money should have been robbed. Lin Feng, is Xiao Qin alright? Where's the murderer? Zhou Yan got out of the car and then hurriedly asked. The murderer ran away on a motorcycle from that direction. She should be fine, just a little scratch on her neck. Lin Feng said as he hugged Qin Xingyan. You send Xiao Qin back first, let's go after her. Zhou Yan got in his car and left with the wind in his hair. Stupid girl, really good at finding things. Qin Xingyan in her arms kept twisting her body. The aroma of her body was even transmitted into Lin Feng's nostrils in bursts. So hot. Saying this, Qin Xingyan even started to take off her own blouse. Just take this to test the cadre? Lin Feng was a bit headstrong. If there was a silver needle in his hand, he could still help Qin Xingyan relieve the toxins in her body. But there was nothing here. What can be done about this? Looking at Qin Xingyan's face getting redder and redder, Lin Feng had no choice but to carry her and walk towards her home. Fortunately, the original owner had sneakily followed Qin Xingyan here before. Otherwise it would have been even more difficult. It's so hard. Qin Xingyan kept writhing in Lin Feng's arms. This made him suffer. Entering the room, he left Qin Xingyan still on the bed. Lin Feng caught a basin of cold water and poured it over her body. The devil's figure was perfectly revealed with this basin of water. It still doesn't work. Then I'll just have to. Don't blame me when you wake up, I'm trying to save you, Lin Feng said, then took off his top and sat on the bed. Then he gradually removed Qin Xingyan's top. I didn't think that this woman was deeply hidden. Consider this as compensation for my depletion of aura. Lin Feng copied his sword fingers and dotted around the acupoints on Qin Xingyan's body. Every time he nodded, the aura in Lin Feng's body would be 1 point less. 1 hour later, the toxins in this bitch's body are finally clean. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol or because he was too tired. Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng, who was still in a beautiful dream, was woken up by a scream. Bastard! Lin Feng, who had a flabbergasted face, felt a fiery pain coming from his face. Woman, are you crazy? Lin Feng covered his face and instantly became furious. Bastard, you. Qin Xingyan pointed at Lin Feng as tears continued to fall down her face. Crazy woman. Yesterday you were poisoned. If it wasn't for me helping you with the poison, you'd still have the strength to hit me here? Take a good look yourself, did I move you? When he said this, Lin Feng felt a little weak too. Who knew if he had done anything after falling asleep? Lin Feng's words also made Qin Xingyan vaguely remember something. It was so good to think that she was still pampering herself in his arms. It was so humiliating. But he couldn't take advantage of the situation either. My innocence, so inexplicably gone, also gave a second-generation ancestor. Thinking about it, Qin Xingyan felt very aggrieved again. Tears were falling down again. Come on, you cry slowly. Anyway, I didn't take advantage of anyone and do anything to wrong you. Lin Feng got out of bed and left. He was going home to catch up on his sleep. It felt like his waist was sore, as if it had been emptied out. After Lin Feng left, Qin Xingyan checked her body while crying. After realizing that she was still finished, she suddenly laughed again. Am I not attractive to him? Qin Xingyan was a little skeptical about her body again. No, that bastard is the one who took off my blouse. Even if he did it to save me. But it wasn't to the point where it had to be taken off. He just did it on purpose. Qin Xingyan felt her teeth turn itchy. And that bastard murderer. Don't give me a chance. Or else I'll stab you 360 times in a row, and the knife still avoids the vitals. This morning, Qin Xingyan cursed Lin Feng and the murderer back and forth. Lin Feng snorted all morning. Couldn't sleep at all. He knew deep down that it must be that bitch Qin Xingyan greeting him. He had no choice but to get up and go to the institute. Team Joe, did you catch the murderer? Lin Feng asked. But after seeing a field of cigarette butts and Zhou Yan's bloodshot eyes, he knew he had asked the wrong thing. The murderer was definitely not caught. Otherwise it wouldn't have made Zhou Yan so worried. Didn't catch it. Lost him. And was teased by that son of a bitch. And, early in the morning, someone reported that the body of a young girl was found on Wang Yuan Road. Said Zhou Yan and took another hard drag on his cigarette. The murderer was too cunning. Yesterday, he was taken around the county several times by the murderer. Zhou Yan also didn't expect that the murderer would be so familiar with the route here. Moreover, every time the murderer would still give Zhou Yan the hope that they would be caught. But when it came to the critical moment, the murderer always left in style. The murderer was wrapped too tightly. Not even his real face was seen. In a moment, the people from the police station of Ping'an County will come over. Let's wait for them to come over and then make a detailed arrest plan. Throwing the cigarette to the ground, he stomped hard a few times. One could see out that Zhou Yan was having a hard time in his heart. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. There was really nothing he could do about this matter. Even if there could be a single hair, he could figure out where the murderer was hiding. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Soon, the people from the police station in Ping'an County came over. After discussing for a long while, the people from both sides finally finalized the arrest plan. Lin Feng, what do you think? Before the meeting ended, Zhou Yan asked Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng had a clear brain circuit. There might be a better way. Brigadier Zhou, who is this? The captain of the criminal investigation team of Ping'an County asked. Lin Feng was young, and he had Zhou Yan's eye, so he asked out of curiosity. This is our institute's forensic Dr. Lin, Zhou Yan said. HM? A murderer that even our criminal investigation section in Ping'an County couldn't catch. And you're asking a forensic doctor? There's no one in your Five Rivers County criminal investigation section, right? No wonder you guys are at the bottom of the list every year in the evaluation. A young man from the criminal investigation section of Ping'an County shouted at the top of his voice. Originally, he couldn't look at the people from the Five Rivers County criminal investigation section. The reason for this was that their Pinjo County criminal investigation section had been rated as advanced by the City Bureau for several years in a row, while Five Rivers County was at the bottom of the list in every year's evaluation. If the murderer hadn't escaped here this time, they definitely wouldn't have joined forces with the people from the Five Rivers County criminal investigation section. Little Fong, how do you talk? Hua Fong, the captain of the criminal investigation section of Ping'an County, chided. What's wrong with me just telling the truth? Fong Song muttered and closed his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion didn't allow it, the group of people from the Five Rivers County criminal investigation section would have swung their arms and punched him. Your criminal investigation section is so good. How did you let the murderer escape to us? Can't catch the murderer, still have the face to compare here? I don't know who gave you the courage. Jing Ru? Lin Fong, but he wasn't used to him at all. Team Joe, since they're so bullish, then let's catch the murderer separately. If you guys catch it first, from now on, we from the Wuha County Police Station will respectfully walk with you. If we catch them first, you'll see us quietly from now on. Lin Fong, don't be ridiculous. Not catching the murderer in time. This is irresponsible for the lives of the people across the board, Zhou Yan said in a deep voice, although he was also angry in his heart. But now was not the time to gamble. That's right, young people can't be reckless. The most important thing now is to make sure that we catch the murderer without fail. We can't let him continue to get away with it. Otherwise there will still be masses of people being victimized, Hua Fong said in a tone of old age. Team Joe, trust me, we can catch the murderer without this group of scallywags, Lin Fong said indifferently. Alright Lin Fong, stop talking. The plan is still according to the plan we discussed before, Zhou Yan said and dismissed the meeting. Lin Fong, I know you have anger in your heart. I also have it in my heart. But now is not the time to gamble. After leaving the meeting room, Zhou Yan comforted Lin Fong for a while. I understand what you mean. Watching Lin Fong leave, Zhou Yan sighed slightly. Let's talk to Lin Fong after we catch the murderer. After Lin Fong left the police station, he went straight to Qin Xingyan's house. Maybe Qin Xingyan was shy. She hadn't shown her head for a day hiding at home. What are you doing here? After seeing that the visitor was Lin Fong, Qin Xingyan heavily closed the door. Director Qin, I'm looking for you because it's really something urgent. It's about that murderer from yesterday. Lin Fong shouted from the doorway. It took Qin Xingyan a long time before she slowly opened the door to her room. She really didn't dare to look directly at Lin Fong right now, especially thinking that he had also looked at herself naked. If it was possible, she truthfully would never meet Lin Fong in her life. After Lin Fong entered the room, he directly walloped Qin Xingyan against the wall. What do you want? Qin Xingyan asked in panic. Could it be that he wants to do that to me? Should I resist then? I've already been seen by him anyway. Why don't I just obey him? No way. I can't be with a douchebag. But he's already finished looking at me. For a while, countless thoughts floated through Qin Xingyan's mind. Qin Xingyan was a more traditional woman. Thinking about it made her go up to her eyes. Lin Fong stared at Qin Xingyan dead on. To be precise, he was staring at Qin Xingyan's nostrils. Sure enough, a tiny fiber was found in Qin Xingyan's nostrils. That was what the murderer had sucked in after covering Qin Xingyan's nose with a towel. Lin Fong took out a pair of tweezers from his pocket. Carefully, he clamped out that fiber. Director Qin, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Could it be that you're thinking of me? Lin Fong asked playfully. Swish! Qin Xingyan's face instantly turned red. Lin Fong, you're too much. Qin Xingyan made to push Lin Fong away and ran away. Lin Fong also left in a hurry after getting what he wanted. On the way home, Lin Fong bought some vermilion sand and yellow paper and some straw. After the Taoist house, Lin Fong first drew a talisman with vermilion sand and yellow paper. Then he tied a small person with straw. Using the yellow talisman, he rolled up the fibers and stuck them on the body of the scarecrow, mouthing the spell. Soon, the straw man lying on the table sat up violently, and an image that didn't belong in his sight appeared in Lin Feng's head. However, the image was a bit blurry. The house in the image felt somewhat familiar to Lin Feng. It was a pity that there were no Dao robes. Having a Dao robe would have strengthened the effect of casting spells. At that time, not to mention the blurry picture, it would be possible to pinpoint the murderer's location. Of course, if there was tissue on the murderer's body it would also be easy to find him. Unfortunately, there was none. After thinking for half a day, Lin Feng still didn't think of where he had seen this house before. There was nothing special about this house. It was very popular. Marred. Lin Feng stretched out his sword finger and put it in front of his mouth and bit it. Then he went as far as dropping his essence blood on the straw man. Suddenly, the picture in his head became clear. It turned out to be that the place Lin Feng saw was not far from the police station, and he had been there. It was the kanji house that Zhou Yan took him to last time. This murderer is really bold. Lin Feng came out of his house and went straight to the kanji house. Dr. Lin, right, you're not going to find the murderer, but you're still here to drink kanji? Lin Feng had just rushed to the door of the kanji house when he bumped into Feng Tsong from the criminal investigation section of Pingying County. I hope this kid didn't spook the snake. None of your business? Lin Feng said and stepped straight into the kanji house. Son of a bitch, I'll give you a good time when I catch the murderer. Feng Tsong gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Feng's back. Boss, a cage of small dumplings and a bowl of bean foam. After shouting, Lin Feng sat in a corner, carefully observing the people who were drinking kanji. Soon, the man who was also sitting in a corner caught Lin Feng's attention. It should be him. Lin Feng didn't beat the bushes. Even if he caught him tightly going now, if he couldn't find any evidence, he would still have to release him. Getting up, Lin Feng walked towards the porridge house counter. There were pickles on there that the boss had pickled. Boss, your pickles taste good. Lin Feng tasted it and said, these are all pickled by my mother-in-law. If you like them, I'll bring you some when I leave. The boss said innocently. Lin Feng nodded. As he was preparing to go back, suddenly his foot slipped and the pickle tray in his hand happened to fly towards the murderer. Oops, sorry, are you alright? After stabilizing his stance, Lin Feng hurriedly took a paper and went forward, wiping the savory soup from the murderer's body. It's fine, I'll just do it myself. He had already recognized Lin Feng, the one who had fought against him last night. Even so, he was still calm. I'm really sorry for dirtying your clothes. Otherwise I'll help you wash them. You don't have to be afraid that I'll run away. I work at the police station. Lin Feng said while still wiping the man's clothes. By the way, he also had a hair that was stained on his clothes. No need, I've already eaten, just go back and I'll wash it myself. The man finished without giving Lin Feng a chance to speak and headed out. Lin Feng carefully packed that hair away. After eating and drinking, he returned home again, waiting until the evening. He used that hair to determine where the murderer was. It was in a village on the edge of the county town. Lin Feng then directly killed it. Sleeping quite heavily, Lin Feng jumped into the yard and saw the murderer huffing and puffing through the window. What an egotistical thing to do. He really dared to be sure that the police couldn't find him. Lin Feng sneakily pushed the door in. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he pushed the door, the murderer opened his eyes. Gird your loins. Lin Feng was really cheap. After walking into the house, he didn't do anything directly, but sat on a stool. He also shouted towards the murderer. Who are you? Looking for me for something? The murderer made his way up from the bed with sleepy eyes and pretended to be naive. Cuff yourself. Lin Feng took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist and threw them on the bed. Murderer. Uncle Cop, what do you mean by this? Could it be that I did something wrong? Lin Feng laughed in anger. This guy was pretending quite a bit. If Lin Feng didn't know that he was the real culprit, he could really be fooled by this guy's naive appearance. If he was allowed to act in a movie, he'd have to win a small Oscar. You're the one who did the several murders in Ping Suppression County, right? Lin Feng crossed his fingers and leaned on the sofa. Indifferently said, Uncle Cop, what are you talking about? I'm just an honest farmer. I don't know what murder case you're talking about. The murderer froze and said, Don't know, Then come back to the office with me first. Lin Feng said and picked up the handcuffs ready to cuff the murderer. Kid, I have to say you have some skills, but do you have proof that I killed someone? The murderer stopped pretending at this point and said in a cold voice. He could guarantee that even if he caught himself, the police wouldn't be able to come up with evidence to prove that he did it. You sure are conceited. Since you're so sure that we don't have evidence, then dare you come with me? Anyway, we'll have to release you if we don't find any evidence within 24 hours. Lin Feng said indifferently. Alright, no problem. The murderer rose bashfully. Team Joe, the suspect is already under my control. You guys come over and take him away. Lin Feng called Zhou Yan. Soon. Whoa. Zhou Yan then arrived. Uncle Police, I don't understand why you guys are arresting me. The murderer looked at Zhou Yan with an innocent face. Lin Feng, he's the murderer? Zhou Yan looked at the very naive murderer outside and asked suspiciously. Team Zhou, he is the murderer. It's just that he didn't confess. Need you guys to use the great memory recovery technique on him, Lin Feng said. He couldn't say that laborers counted on their fingers and he was the murderer. Xiao Han, take him back for interrogation. After the murderer was taken away, Zhou Yan brought people to search the house again. There were no tools of the trade found. Even the motorcycle used by the murderer was not found. Xiao Lin, are you mistaken? Zhou Yan asked. If that person just now was really the murderer, there was no way that no traces could be found in the house he was living in. Teen Zhou, don't worry, it feels right. You have to trust my intuition. Go back to the office first and see how the trial goes. Lin Feng patted Zhou Yan's shoulder and said. Soon, several people returned to the institute. The people from the criminal investigation section of Pinyin County had also arrived here. How's it going? Any confessions? Zhou Yan looked at Xiao Han and asked hurriedly. Teen Zhou, that guy didn't confess. And he is very naive and honest from his speech and demeanor. Not quite like a murderer. I think it's possible that medical examiner Lin got it wrong. Xiao Han said with a helpless face. Kid, are you just grabbing random people and trying to pretend to be a murderer? I've seen a lot of trash like you who are incapable and want to get credit. Feng Song was just sneering at Lin Feng. Stupid 13. Since you said he's not the murderer, why don't you hurry up and catch the real murderer? What's the point of grinding here? Lin Feng raised a middle finger at him. Teen Zhou, let me go and interrogate him. However, I need to turn off the camera. Lin Feng pointed at the surveillance screen. Little Lin, you mustn't use force. In case he's not the real culprit and turns around and complains about you, this will be troublesome, Zhou Yan said with a serious face. Turning off the camera. It wasn't that they hadn't turned it off before, but that was only after grasping a certain amount of evidence before doing that. But now, there was no evidence at all. If they used the great memory recovery technique indiscriminately, it would be easy for something to happen. Team Zhou, don't worry, I have my own measures. If I can't handle this, even if I ascend in the future, I won't have the face to meet the three clear ancestors. Alright. Zhou Yan agreed to Lin Feng's request. Turned the camera off. If I were you, I'd hurry up and confess. Or else suffer some pain for nothing. Walking into the interrogation room, Lin Feng pulled a chair and sat in front of the murderer. What? Still want to rough me up? Be careful, I'll go out and sue you so you can't even be a cop. The murderer said calmly. Stubborn. Do you know that the souls of those girls you killed, they're standing right behind you? Lin Feng said eerily in the murderer's ear. Heh, if there really were ghosts, I'm afraid I'd have died long ago. The murderer scoffed at Lin Feng's words. Heh. Lin Feng patted the murderer's shoulder. If it wasn't for the limitations of the heavenly Tao, those spirits of the victims would have gotten the murderer killed long ago. In a low voice, he chanted. The interrogation room, which was originally at a moderate temperature, suddenly became cold. The bright lights also became flickering. Lin Feng covered the murderer's eyes with both hands. Heavenly eye open. Take a look, they're right next to you. The moment Lin Feng moved his hands away, the murderer's calm face suddenly became horrified. He saw that the spirits of those girls that he had killed were standing right in front of him. It was also looking at him with vicious eyes. In the next moment, there were two spirits reaching out towards the murderer's neck. At this moment, the murderer really couldn't tense up. Don't kill me. Don't. A warm stream flowed out of the murderer's crotch. What have you done? Quickly let them go. I confess all. The murderer shouted with a sobbing voice. Scatter. Lin Feng waved his arm and those spirits disappeared. You're not human, you're a ghost. You're a ghost. The murderer looked at Lin Feng in horror. If he wasn't a ghost, how could those tragically dead souls listen to him? Don't compare, I'll have someone take your statement later. Any more uncooperative bar, I'll have them take you away. And what just happened, if you say anything to anyone else, I'll personally send you to the 18 layers of hell. Lin Feng said and walked out of the interrogation room. After all, the job of recording a confession was something he really didn't know how to do. How's it going? You didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did you? When Zhou Yan saw Lin Feng come out, he hurriedly asked. They had just heard the screams in the interrogation room. They were really afraid that Lin Feng would strike a hard blow and waste that person. Teen Zhou, the prisoner confessed, come take a statement. Confessed? Good. Zhou Yan was so excited. He hurriedly led the two into the interrogation room. Lin Feng was afraid that the murderer would make any more trouble, so he followed him in again. Later, under the threat of Lin Feng's eyes, the murderer cooperated and confessed. The place where the tools of the crime were hidden was also confessed. I have to say that he knows how to counter surveillance. Hiding those tools of the crime, surreptitiously, in an abandoned courtyard. A huge amount of aura filled Lin Feng's body, making him comfortable and almost screaming. These auras were giving too much than the previous 2 times. Could it be because there were too many victims? Lin Feng twisted his head and looked at the people from the criminal investigation section of Flat Suppression County. Comrades of Flat Suppression County, where's your dejected energy? How come it's gone? After the murderer confessed, the faces of the people in the criminal investigation section of Flat Depression County were almost pulled into donkey faces. Unexpectedly, this seemingly impossible person was really the murderer. How was that kid so lucky? Casually hoodwinking the real murderer. You have to what? Who knows, you are not a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat. Feng Song said unconvincingly. Is it really hard to admit that someone else is good? Quickly apologize to Comrade Shaolin. Hua Feng reached out and slapped Feng Song on the head. Oomph. If you want me to apologize, then wait until the detection rate of Wuhua County comes up. Feng Song grabbed the door after saying that. Feng Song is too young and doesn't know any better, so you guys shouldn't be general with him. Hua Feng had to smile and round off the conversation. I didn't expect that medical examiner Lin was young and really had a hand in solving cases. It's really a fearful young man. Since the murderer has been caught, we won't stay here much longer. Hua Feng wanted to leave after saying that, but he was yanked by Zhou Yan. Aging, don't be in a hurry to leave. The murderer has already been ambushed anyway. We haven't seen each other for so long, let's drink together. After more than 2 months of tension, Hua Feng also wanted to drink a little to relax. But his old face had already been disgraced by Feng Song. How could he still have the face to stay here? Also, did this old kid Zhou Yan really want to invite himself for a drink? He is just trying to give me an eyeful. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Old Zhou, let's wait for the next opportunity. I still have to go back and review my orders with the leader. Hua Feng said with a drawn face. Alright then, next time we have time, let's have a good drink. After sending Hua Feng away, Zhou Yan originally wanted to drag Lin Feng to go dashing, but in the twinkling of an eye, he couldn't see anyone else. This kid is a rabbit? Runs really fast. After leaving the institute, Lin Feng went to find Qin Qingyan. This chick hadn't shown her head for a day. He was really afraid that she would get agitated and not be able to do anything. After all, in this era, most women were still relatively conservative. Director Qin, are you home? Lin Feng knocked on the door and shouted softly. After waiting for a few minutes, the door to the room showed no sign of opening at all. Director Qin? Lin Feng knocked harder again. Still no one answered. I blanch. This chick can't be trying to get away. Using all his strength, he kicked the door of the room open. Lin Feng, who rushed through the door, heard the loud sound of running water in the bathroom. Without even thinking, he rushed straight in. Karma. The moment he opened the bathroom door, Lin Feng felt 2 warm streams gushing out of his nostrils. Blood spurted all over his body. Ah! A scream. It made Lin Feng instantly come back to his senses. Hastily moving his own eyes away. Yes, I'm sorry Director Qin. I didn't do it on purpose. Leaning against the wall outside the bathroom, Lin Feng stuttered and shouted. Inside the bathroom, Qin Qingyan hurriedly wrapped her body in a bath towel. Her face was full of redness, eyes filled with mist. Yesterday, she was looked at by this brat's upper body. And today it was all looked at by him. Thinking about it is so aggravating. My innocence is gone? Actually, Lin Feng is not bad looking. Although he's a bit gangly, he's not bad at all. Oops. Qin Qingyan, what are you thinking? How can such a man be good enough for you? And I'm a few years older than him. Ridiculous. Qin Qingyan shook her head vigorously. Director Qin, are you alright? Seeing that Qin Qingyan didn't say yes, Lin Feng shouted softly again. What are you looking for me for? After making 2 deep breaths, Qin Qingyan asked. Oh, nothing. It's not that I haven't seen you for a day. I was afraid that something would happen to you so I came to see you. I knocked at the door for half a day, no one responded. That's why I rushed in. Lin Feng touched the nosebleed in his nostrils. What a disgrace. And a nosebleed. As a senior old Taoist, where's your stamina? I'm fine, go away. Qin Qingyan said. She didn't dare to face Lin Feng at all right now. Alright Director Qin, then I'll leave first. But, Director Qin, you're really white. Touch. A bottle of shampoo smashed out. Get the hell out of here. Lin Feng left resentfully. Bastard. If it wasn't illegal to kill people, I'd have scraped you alive. Whether I'm white or not, I still need you to say. And Lin Feng's head was full of white flowers on this journey. The two are destined to have a sleepless night. Good morning, Director Qin. The next day when he had just entered the section, Lin Feng saw Qin Qingyan sitting on a chair reading the newspaper. Qin Xingyan heard Lin Feng's voice. Looking up, the four eyes met. Her pretty face was slightly red. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. He. Lin Feng gave a dry laugh and sat down in his seat. Director Qin, this is the breakfast I brought for you, eat it while it's hot. Han Lei placed 2 buns and eggs and a bottle of milk in front of Qin Xingyan. I've eaten, you eat by yourself. Qin Xingyan finished speaking and got up. Before leaving the office, she turned back and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. It seemed to be telling him that he wasn't allowed to say anything nonsense. Little lazy don't say brother didn't tell you. Actually, Yenner and I are already together. Don't waste your breath. Lin Feng said bitchily in front of Han Lei. You fart. How could Director Qin be with a scum like you? Han Lei instantly clenched his fists and stared at Lin Feng angrily. It was as if he was about to ruthlessly beat him up at the drop of a hat. You love to believe it or not. You find a chance to see if Yenner will blush when she sees me. Lin Feng finished speaking and then drank his own tea. The goddess he had admired for years was just gone? Also, Director Qin is in her 20s and has long since reached marriageable age. If I had confessed earlier, Director Qin would have been with me. It's all this scum's fault for striking a step ahead of me. Han Lei suddenly felt that the meat bun in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Even more so, a breath was clogging up his chest. It's not easy to not spit it out. No, this Lin Feng kid is definitely lying to me. How could Director Qin fancy him? Bastard! Han Lei bit down hard on a bun, venting all his anger on the bun. Forensic scientist Lin, is Director Qin not here? Team Zhou has asked your forensic department to come over. Just as Lin Feng was leisurely waiting for Qin Xingyan to return, Xiao Han from the criminal investigations section hurriedly ran over. Little cold, what's the matter, so hasty? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Martyr, it's only been 4 or 5 days since he wore himself in, and there's already 3 criminal cases. Could it be that he'd grammed it himself? Tell me as we walk. A comrade from the traffic police just called. Said a body was found in the pillars of the Tiannong viaduct. Team Zhou has already taken someone there. Because the body was poured into the pillar with concrete, we couldn't determine the cause of death or time of death of the deceased. That's why Team Zhou asked me to ask your forensic science section to go to the scene and take a look. Good. Lin Feng then called Qin Xingyan. Unexpectedly, Qin Xingyan had already rushed over after receiving Zhou Yan's call. By the time Xiao Han and Lin Feng, Han Lei, and the others arrived, the body had already been dug out of the concrete pillar. A living human sacrifice? Lin Feng's face became a little serious after seeing the scene. Living human sacrifice was a very vicious feng shui evil technique. Could it be that there are people in this world who know feng shui evil arts too? Soon, Lin Feng was relieved. It was normal to know feng shui. After all, there were many feng shui books for sale on the market. There were also many people who preferred to study this. Little Qin, have you found anything? Zhou Yan asked in a deep voice. If it wasn't for the fact that a heavy truck crashed into this pillar here today, it wouldn't have been possible to discover that there would be a body hidden in here. To know, the Tiannong viaduct was a landmark of their county. Who would have thought that there would be a murder case in here? Team Zhou, at the moment, we can only determine that the deceased is a male. But the exact time of death and the cause of death will have to be brought back for careful examination. Zhou Yan looked at Lin Feng. Shaolin, what do you say? This made Zhou Lei on the side unconvinced. Why ask such a two-bit asshole? Just because he stepped on shit yesterday and caught the murderer? But an autopsy requires very specialized knowledge. He doesn't know shit about it. I agree with Director Qin. Lin Feng said. You can't perform a corpse lifting for everyone on the street. Moreover, the dead person's resentment was very great. If the corpse was left here, he had a feeling that something else would happen. Soon, Zhou Yan announced the closing of the team. The corpse was also placed in the morgue. Qin Xingyan put on her white coat and carefully examined the corpse. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was watching from the side. Lin Feng, can you stop staring at me all the time? Qin Xingyan was uncomfortable by Lin Feng's gaze. Then what am I looking at? Lin Feng had an innocent look on his face. Look at what? Of course it's looking at the corpse. Qin Xingyan rolled her eyes. After coming to the institute today, she heard that Lin Feng had caught the murderer yesterday. Even though most people said that Lin Feng relied on luck. But this made Lin Feng's image in her heart slightly better. At the very least, he knew to do the right thing, wasn't he? The deceased is male, aged between 25 and 30. The deceased had edema of the larynx, facial bruising, dilated pupils, and a large amount of cement in the mouth and nasal cavity, asphyxiating death. There were no wounds outside the body surface. There was also no violent struggle. It can be concluded that the victim died while alive, directly infused with cement. The time of death should be when the pillar was infused, Qin Xingyan said while inspecting the corpse. After being infused, the entire corpse was fully enclosed. The time of death couldn't be determined based on the surface alone. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't move, Qin Xingyan immediately said in a deep voice, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and register." "Oh, okay." Lin Feng, as an afterthought, picked up the sheet on the table and started writing. "Send the autopsy report to Captain Zhou." Qin Xingyan washed her hands and took off her white coat, saying, "What? What else do you have to do?" Seeing that Lin Feng didn't move, Qin Xingyan asked somewhat sheepishly. "Nothing, just like looking at you a couple times more." Lin Feng said playfully, "Don't have a straight face, hurry up and get lost." Qin Xingyan said impatiently, "Okay." Soon Lin Feng sent the autopsy report to Zhou Yan. "Lin Feng, did you find any other clues?" "Not yet." Lin Feng spread his hands. "This doesn't give me a chance to discover clues at all. Okay. Well, I see. I've already contacted the builders of the Tiannong viaduct at the time. Let's hope we can get some clues from them." Zhou Yan knew in his heart that the viaduct had been completed for 6 years. Even if you found the constructor, it would be hard to get a clue. Even if the murderer was standing right in front of you, it still wouldn't work without evidence. Will it be another headless case? Leaving the police station, Lin Feng rushed straight to the Tiannong viaduct where the pillar where the body was found. There is still a cordon around it. Fortunately, there are no police on duty. Otherwise there would have been some trouble. Lin Feng looked over, the whole pillar was shrouded in black mist. In the black mist, there were still human faces surging. After being sacrificed, the souls of the dead could only be trapped in the pillar. It couldn't even be reincarnated. But in recent years there have been a lot of people who have died in car accidents under this pillar. This unjust soul has almost become a climate. One more person died under this pillar, it can break the shackles and come out to harm people. Luckily, I found it in time. Lin Feng walked under the pillar and patted the fearful pillar and said, "Come out and talk." At this time, the black mist surged. It directly wrapped around Lin Feng, wanting to strangle him alive. Toast to the death. Lin Feng choked with one hand and a purple arc of electricity appeared in his left palm. It directly slapped the black mist apart. An ah scream rang in Lin Feng's ears. The black mist then came towards Lin Feng once again. Touch! Lin Feng slapped it apart again. "I died with such a grudge. My child was just born when I died. I didn't even get to look at the child. Die, all of you." The black mist transformed into humanity and roared with excitement. A huge black fog surged around him. "Calm down for labor." Snap! A palm thunderclap called out on the black fog's head. The thick black chi was slapped and instantly dissipated in all directions. Ouch ouch ouch. "Big brother, I died so miserably. Can't you just express my mood?" The black mist coalesced again, but this time it didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, it opened its mouth to beg for mercy. "Lyricize you. I have no time to stay up here with you." Lin Feng didn't have the heart to say. Ever since he started participating in cases, he had never slept a day early. Luckily he didn't have a woman. Otherwise sooner or later he would have to run away with someone. "Big brother, are you a Taoist priest? Can you let me go home to see my wife and child?" Black Mist looked at Lin Feng with an expectant face. "You're so full of crap. If Master Taoist is in a good mood, he can fulfill this request." Lin Feng didn't refuse. He knew how painful it was for people who were separated by yin and yang. "Then thank you, Master Dao. I'll tell you whatever you want to know," the corpse said excitedly. "Give me your name, home address, and by whom you were killed. Tell me everything, the more detailed the better. When the case is over, I'll let you go home for a visit." Lin Feng said. Fine. Then I'll thank Master Dao first." The corpse didn't dawdle. It then began to recount what happened back then. It turned out that back then when they were working on the Tiannong viaduct, a pile foundation couldn't be driven well at all. Later, their boss invited a feng shui master to look at it. After Mr. Feng Shui finished, he offered a plan to the boss. It is a living sacrifice. The victim, Duan Haiban, was honest and loyal. The boss framed him to go to the bottom of the pile to find something. When he was not paying attention, he just let the cement truck pour it in. "Marred, strawman!" Lin Feng cursed. Suddenly, a scream broke the quiet of the night. Lin Feng immediately had a black face. He didn't expect that Qin Xingyan would come running over in the middle of the night. "Qin Xingyan, I really didn't want to come if I could." After the autopsy, Qin Xingyan always felt that she had missed something. Toss and turn cannot sleep, want to come to the scene of the crime to see. I did not expect. Just when I got here, I saw Lin Feng talking to a black mist. And that black mist was actually able to talk as well. You. He. Qin Xingyan was so shocked that she stuttered in her speech. I blanch. Careless. It's going to be exposed. Lin Feng was shocked in his heart. Why did this tiger bitch come at this time? Director Qin, how are you? Lin Feng revealed a smile that he thought was warm. Who knew that this smile was so terrifying in Qin Xingyan's eyes? Ghost. After saying that, Qin Xingyan got on her bike and flew out. I blanch, this tiger bitch. Lin Feng hurriedly chased out. Master Dao, what should I do? The black shadow wanted to follow. Nay, an invisible shackle was tugging at it. You special meow, stay in the pillar honestly and stop harming people. When Lin Feng turned back again, he could no longer see Qin Xingyan's figure. The head was big. Qin Xingyan used her flood of energy. Originally, it took 20 minutes to ride a bicycle, but she arrived in 10 minutes. As soon as she entered the police station, she shouted, Ghost! There's a ghost! Xiao Qin, what's wrong? Zhou Yan and the others rushed out from the office. Although it was late in the day. But in order to solve the case, Zhou Yan and the others fought to access the information in the office. When they heard Qin Xingyan shout, they immediately rushed out. Lin Feng he. Qin Xingyan hadn't even finished her words. Lin Feng rushed over from the front door. In the heat of the moment. As soon as he pulled Qin Xingyan. With one mouth, he kissed her. Oh! Qin Xingyan resisted violently. Qin Xingyan originally didn't have as much strength as Lin Feng. Adding to the fact that she had just been shocked, her entire body was soft and boneless. She couldn't push Lin Feng at all. TSK. It's really spicy. Don't look, hurry back to the office. Zhou Yan smacked his lips. Medical examiner Lin Kana, taking the goddess of our institute so quickly. How many gay men's hearts should be broken? Before heading back to the office, some people didn't forget to have a few words. Woo! Qin Xingyan reached out her small hand, touched Lin Feng's waist and twisted it vigorously. A huge pain made Lin Feng let go. Ghost! Qin Xingyan wanted to shout again. Lin Feng immediately blocked his mouth again. Half pulling, half dragging, he pulled Qin Xingyan to their office. Director Qin, it was just a momentary rush. Don't take offense. See if you can forget about today? Lin Feng let go of Qin Xingyan and said with an embarrassed face. The corpse next to him still wanted to get up. It was directly scared back by a look from Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is it comfortable to kiss my mouth? Qin Xingyan's pretty face was slightly red as she looked at Lin Feng angrily. This time, her innocence was really gone. Everyone in the whole office thought that she was talking to Lin Feng as a friend. Ice cold, quite comfortable. Lin Feng said directly without thinking. You! Shameless! Qin Xingyan clenched her small fists and hammered on Lin Feng's chest a few times. At once, she had some little woman posture. You can't even forget. How am I supposed to forget? Qin Xingyan rolled her eyes. Big sister, I'm not talking about the kissing thing. It's the special meow inviting ghosts. At least I've sacrificed my first kiss. Don't play dumb riddles for me. Lin Feng growled in his mind. I'm talking about. Lin Feng pointed at the corpse. How can I forget about this matter? Qin Xingyan's voice had another tremor mixed in. Director Qin, wasn't I also trying to help solve the case and return justice to the victim? If you say anything about this matter, then it's unlikely that I'll be sent to some special department tomorrow to be disemboweled and experimented on. Then how can I still help Everbright's victims catch the murderer? Lin Feng rattled on. That's what you're saying, but... Qin Xingyan still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng immediately interrupted her. Good girl, listen and forget about it. I'll forget about you. You can forget it if you've seen a ghost? Qin Xingyan, who had never blurted out foul language before, couldn't hold back any longer. In the past, she was an atheist and was not afraid of any autopsy. But now, he meowed that there really is a ghostly saying. How can she still calm down? Thinking about it, she turned her head to look at the corpse, and felt that the corpse was smiling towards her. At that moment, Qin Xingyan was scared, her legs went soft, and she fainted with two black eyes. Lin Feng, this guts aren't too big. Forget it, these things shouldn't be something you can remember. Lin Feng pointed his finger on Qin Xingyan's forehead and mouthed the forgetting spell. Sleep well, when you wake up you won't know what happened today. Lin Feng then carried Qin Xingyan and sent her back to the dormitory. Lin Feng also returned to the dormitory and huffed and puffed. Early the next morning he sent his autopsy report to Zhou Yan. Little Lin, can you tell me how you wrote this autopsy report? Is the murderer's name serious? Zhou Yan asked doubtfully. The first two autopsy reports made him feel strange. As a veteran criminal investigator for many years, how could he believe an autopsy could bring out the name of the murderer? There existed too many irrationalities. The first time there was an investigation file, it barely made sense. And this time, although he already has information about the boss who built the Tiannong viaduct back then, but Lin Feng did not know. Then where did this name come from? And also wrote the victim's home address and the family's character relationship. This was more detailed than what they had wasted a day's effort investigating. Okay. Damn. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. He had just gone through Qin Qingyan's mess last night. He had written everything up in a daze. The victim wrote it. Lin Feng vultured smoothly. It really was stirred up by Qin Qingyan the bitch. Even the words in her heart came out. What did you say? Zhou Yan's voice instantly raised a few decibels. Ahem. Teen Zhou, actually, I secretly went to investigate the case in the middle of the night yesterday. You don't know, I even ran to the victim's house to find out more. Lin Feng bragged carelessly. Oh, are you sure you were investigating the case yesterday and not taking Xiaoqin to fool around? Zhou Yan asked. They hadn't even been able to find out about the victim through DNA matching. So in one night Lin Feng knew about it? And ran away to someone's house? What's the point of fooling around? It's a coincidence. A neighbor of mine told me about it. He was involved in building the Tiannong viaduct back then. A worker did mysteriously disappear at that time. Everyone said he was victimized by the boss. But there was no evidence, and in the end, the matter was left unsettled. Lin Feng really doesn't even lie. I'll believe your ass. However, Zhou Yan didn't continue to dig deeper into this matter. Instead, he hurriedly went to summon the murderer. He wanted to verify how accurate all that Lin Feng had written was. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Why does my head hurt? And why am I back in the dormitory? Qin Qingyan woke up. She didn't remember anything from yesterday. Director Qin, you suddenly fainted yesterday during the autopsy. I was the one who sent you back to the dormitory. Lin Feng saw that Qin Qingyan had really forgotten. In his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? Qin Qingyan blinked. Really? What am I lying to you for? Lin Feng said hurriedly. Qin Qingyan nodded. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly asked, Is my mouth sweet? Sweet. Lin Feng said subconsciously. Gah! Lin Feng was flabbergasted. His own spells didn't work? I blanch. What about this? Son of a bitch. Qin Qingyan said, raising her small fist towards Lin Feng. You two youngsters are flirting early in the morning. It's good to be young. Zhou Yan, who had just left, turned back. Swish. Qin Qingyan's pretty face turned red. Teen Zhou, what are you saying? Qin Qingyan stomped her foot and left a sentence before leaving in a hurry. Shaolin, what do you think should be done if Wang Defa doesn't confess? Even though Wang Defa is a major suspect. But there was not enough evidence. It's simply not enough to convict him. You can't rely on an autopsy report to convict someone. It's too childish. Teen Zhou, it's all a small matter. If he doesn't confess, I have my own way. I'm sure I can get him to confess obediently at that time. Good. You haven't eaten yet, right? This is the breakfast I bought. I bought some extra. Take it and eat some. After giving the breakfast to Lin Feng, Zhou Yan arranged for someone to summon Wang Defa. After returning to the office, he called a female police officer. Xiaoman, I'll arrange a job for you in the next 2 days. To keep an eye on Lin Feng for me at all times. What's wrong, uncle? Did forensic Lin commit a crime? Zhou Yan had black lines on his head. This little girl's brain circuits were really strange. If Lin Feng had committed a crime, I would have arrested him long ago. Why would I need you? What do you want me to keep an eye on him for if he hasn't committed a crime? Zhou Xiaoman rolled her eyes and muttered. However, she still went to keep an eye on Lin Feng as Zhou Yan requested. Zhou Xiaoman was Zhou Yan's niece, although she graduated from the police academy. However, she was stubborn in what she did. If it wasn't for Zhou Yan's help, she would have offended the entire police station. Director Qin, you did not leave last night? Did you not rest well? Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Lin Feng had just walked to the office door when he heard Han Lei courting Qin Qingyan. Tay Miao, is the bitch that labor has internalized also something you can hook up with? Qin Qingyan nodded and gave a hum as a response. Right now her head was full of shit. This Lin Feng kid definitely had problems. No wonder that autopsy report was written so clearly before. He must have gotten it from the dead. Bastard! How dare you hide this from me? Director Qin, I heard that. Zhou Lei paused and continued. I heard that you're friends with Lin Feng? Snap. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a dummy. He already had a belly full of fire, and he was even more angry when he heard Lin Feng's name. Living hell not to mention. Her years of innocence were kind of gone. The whole institute was talking about Lin Feng kissing her last night. What a thing to call this. Oh. Han Lei returned to his seat, but his eyes kept drifting towards Qin Xingyan. All kissed in public, what's the point of pretending to be innocent? If I had known, I would have gotten my mouth on her first. A good cabbage, how can I let that pig give it away? The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Xiaoyan, this is the breakfast I bought for you, quickly eat it while it's hot. Lin Feng walked in with a smile. Lin Feng. Seeing his playful appearance, Qin Xingyan couldn't wait to go up and strangle him. Phew. Qin Xingyan sucked in a sharp breath. Lin Feng, come out with me. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and walked out. Little lazy, you don't know, that mouth of Xiaoyan's is really sweet. Before Lin Feng left, he didn't forget to fool around in front of Han Lei. Lin Feng, you dog 13 thing. I bet that in less than 2 days, Director Qin will have to break up with you. If eyes could knife a person to death, then Lin Feng had already died 1,000 times in this instant. Little lazy, it's not that brother is talking about you, even if Xiaoyan breaks up with me, it's not your turn. You don't even look at what kind of person you are. Lin Feng said and quickly followed Qin Xingyan. Xiaoyan, what's the matter with calling me? Qin Xingyan didn't answer, but walked straight with her head down. Lin Feng followed Qin Xingyan to a secluded spot. Qin Xingyan's face was already gloomy to the extreme. Inside, she was also extremely frantic. How could you be so shameless? You're still saying Xiaoyan in every breath. I really want to use a scalpel and churn his door. She tried to calm herself down. Lin Feng, let's pretend that nothing happened yesterday. I wish you wouldn't be so mouthy. Otherwise I'll tell the truth about you talking to ghosts. Also it's simply impossible between you and me, so just die of it. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but quietly looked at Qin Xingyan. After a while, he snorted and laughed. Director Qin, what did you tell out? Is it that thing about me kissing you? Lin Feng's words made Qin Xingyan's face redden to her ears. Bastard calf. What a pot calling the kettle black. What else is there to say about this? Who doesn't know about it in the entire police station compound? Take a deep breath. I need to take a deep breath. Just as Qin Xingyan took a deep breath, Lin Feng's eyes went wide. That wave of chaos is magnificent. It was wonderful. After noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Qin Xingyan wrapped her arms around the magnificent and covered it up. Lin Feng. I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking around. Come on, you dig. Lin Feng took a step forward and stretched his head forward again. Qin Xingyan was going crazy. She had never seen such a rogue person. How could a person be so cheap to such an extent? Is the face really not good? Or did you forget your face at home before leaving the house? Lin Feng, don't go too far. You know I'm talking about the thing about seeing ghosts at the Tennon Viaduct yesterday. Hearing this, Lin Feng snorted out a laugh. My Director Qin, catching a thief that dirty. You said I talked to a ghost, do you have proof? You go and say it now and see who doesn't take you for a fool. Phew. At once Qin Xingyan looked like a deflated ball. Old Iron Man. It's really numb. Did I blow up the galaxy in my last life? Before I let this Yakuza thing torment me? Lin Feng, what the hell do you want? Qin Xingyan said while stomping her feet. Stupid girl, this time you know how powerful I am. See if you still dare to throw your face in front of me in the future. But looking at Qin Xingyan's furious and unable to do anything to herself, it was really delightful. Lin Feng blinked and said somewhat dully. I didn't want to do anything just want to stay by your side like this. I can't talk to this guy anymore. If we keep chatting, we'll have to piss ourselves off. Suddenly, Qin Xingyan thought of something. Lin Feng, I'm warning you, if you keep being this faceless, I'll make you leave the forensic medicine department. Don't forget, you're still in my inspection period. Qin Xingyan was like a victorious little rooster, finally able to hold her head up. You're willing to let me leave? I'm in the forensic science department, I can help you solve very right cases. Oh. By the way, the reason why you are in Wuha County is that you were sent down by your family, right? How can you go home if you don't make some achievements? Lin Feng looked like a dead pig, causing Qin Xingyan to gnash her teeth. This asshole had mixed it up a bit before, but never dared to be poor in front of himself. Now not only is he poor, but he's also kissing himself. Quickly come a demon to take him away. I don't know. From this moment on, Qin Xingyan is no longer that high cool goddess. Look at Qin Xingyan is about to cry. Lin Feng was also too embarrassed to continue teasing. He smiled slightly. Alright, Senior Director Qin, I won't joke with you anymore. Just leave the autopsy to me in the future. You write the report, you take the credit. Qin Xingyan snorted lightly, who cares? After coaxing Qin Xingyan, Lin Feng went out. Wuha County was too poor, there weren't even any antique stores. After strolling through the entire county, he couldn't buy what he wanted. He wanted to bring Duan Haiban's soul out of the pillar, just in case he harmed people again. Otherwise, it would be hard to find it when he left there. I'll just have to buy a black umbrella first. Lin Feng casually found the kiosk and walked in. Just as he entered, Lin Feng felt something odd. The room was filled with dead air. There was also a strong smell of blood. "Boss, take an umbrella," Lin Feng shouted towards the room inside. At the sound, a thin, cloaked figure walked out. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes when he saw Lin Feng. Which one?" the woman said as she would point to the several umbrellas hanging on the wall. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The woman was covered in blood. A deadly aura surrounded her body. It should have just killed someone. But looking at her face, she wasn't some kind of vicious person. Why would she kill someone? Lin Feng looked hard at the woman twice more. It was discovered that she still had some bruises on her face. The woman looked at Lin Feng and didn't say anything. Her whole body trembled slightly and said in a trembling voice again, "Sir, may I ask which umbrella you want?" "Just this one." Lin Feng removed a black umbrella. "Boss lady, are you killing pigs at home?" After paying and before leaving, Lin Feng turned around and asked. "Yes." Seeing Lin Feng leave, the woman took a deep breath, then panicked and closed the door of the kiosk. Like a walking corpse, she returned to the inner room. Blood was flowing on the floor. A young man's body was lying on the ground. Multiple stab wounds on his body. It had been hacked beyond recognition. It was obviously cold. Next to him was an old woman making faint noises. It seemed to be begging the woman for mercy. Boom! The woman picked up the already curled blade of the kitchen knife and slashed it heavily on the old woman's head. "I'll be relieved after killing you all. Umbra, mommy will come to accompany you soon." The woman sat down helplessly on the floor, picking up a photo next to her. On the photo was a 3 or 4-year-old, cute-looking girl, just quietly looking at it. Lin Feng, who had left the door, didn't leave. Instead, he chatted with the old man and woman at the door. "Grandpa, ma'am, how's the family of the one who runs the kiosk?" Lin Feng bought a pocket of melon seeds and put it there and asked, "That family?" Grabbing a handful of melons, he shook his head. "That family, except for that daughter-in-law of theirs, are not good people." An old man continued. "I heard that a few days ago, his daughter-in-law had something to go out and left wifey Zhao at home to watch the children. I don't know what kind of madness Zhao's wife had, but she beat the child severely. How could a 3-year-old child stand that kind of beating? The child screamed so badly. Hey, old sister-in-law, didn't you go to her house that day?" The old man said, looking to the other old woman next to him and said, "I went, and old wife Zhao beat it with an iron bar. The child was beaten black and blue. If you ask me, the child's father is not a thing. Came back, didn't he say he'd take the child to the hospital, and kick the child? Just this one kick went down and directly knocked the child out. Then he kicked us out. I later heard that the child was killed and secretly buried in the middle of the night. When his daughter-in-law came back, she cried in pain and was beaten by her man again, and scolded her for not being able to give birth to a son." The crowd said one thing and another thing. Lin Feng sort of heard it. This woman was a bitter person. If the guess was right, the woman had killed that evil mother-in-law of hers with her man. AI. Lin Feng sighed. In this era, the patriarchal mindset was still very serious. But, after all, killing someone had to pay for it. Instead of choosing to call the police, you killed, so you might feel more relieved. "Thank you, grandpas and grandmas." Lin Feng walked over to the store that had already closed its doors again. Knocked on the door. No one answered. After waiting for a few minutes, Lin Feng broke down the door, walking into the inner room. The woman was sitting on the floor, looking at the photo without moving. "Still want to see your daughter again?" Lin Feng's words caused the woman with empty eyes to regain a trace of vigor. "Give me your daughter's birth date, I can see your daughter again." Scram! The woman looked at Lin Feng and growled fiercely. The daughter was already dead. How could she still be seen again? "I'm a Taoist priest, as long as you give me your daughter's birth date, I can let you see your daughter's soul." Lin Feng didn't get angry. She knew that the woman already had a death wish. The woman froze for a moment and looked at Lin with tearful eyes and said, "Really, really?" Lin Feng gently nodded. The woman hurriedly said, "My daughter was born on the 7th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar in the year of the snake at the ugly hour." Lin Feng pinched his fingers and recited. A breeze brushed by. The little girl's soul then stood in the doorway. After seeing the blood all over the floor, she was terrified. "Een, my daughter!" The woman went forward and was about to hug the little girl, but 2 arms passed through the little girl's figure. "Mommy, I'm so scared. I miss you so much," the little girl cried out. At that moment, Suddenly the souls of a man and an old woman also appeared in front of the woman. "You stinking woman, how dare you kill me and Mom? I'll kill you. Cry cry cry. You money loser, you just know how to cry," the man said before going forward to hit the little girl again. "Son of a bitch. She's your child, how could you do this to her?" Lin Feng rushed forward and dragged the man with him and gave him an explosive hammer. The purple arcs of electricity in the center of his hand were like they didn't need any money, madly smashing into his body. Don't fight. I was wrong." The male ghost was instantly scared by the beating. He didn't expect that he could still be beaten like this even though he was a ghost. Wrong? Too late. The lightning in Lin Feng's palm flourished. It directly blasted the male ghost's soul. "And you old thing, how dare you lay such a poisonous hand on your own granddaughter?" Before the old woman could speak, she was dispersed by Lin Feng. "I'll give you 10 minutes to properly talk to your daughter. After 10 minutes, turn yourself in at the police station." After saying this, Lin Feng went to the door and waited. Many honest people committed crimes because they were forced to. "Sir, thank you. Thank you for letting me see my daughter again." 10 minutes later, the woman came out from the inner room and knelt directly in front of Lin Feng. "The law is heartless, people have feelings. Go, I'll accompany you to turn yourself in. I'm sure I'll give you a lighter sentence." Lin Feng made the woman change into clean clothes, so he took her to the police station. "Lin Feng, you're finally back. Wang Defa has been playing dumb. Said that back then he didn't know how Duan Haiban disappeared either. He also said that he thanked us for finding Duan Haiban's body and that he would also pay money to compensate the deceased's family," Zhou Yan said furiously. Having been a criminal investigator for many years, a few cases in a row made him a bit frustrated. He had to seek help from Lin Feng. "Team Zhou, don't be in a hurry. He won't be released until 24 hours later anyway, let's air him out for a while." Lin Feng's emotions hadn't come out of what had just happened. He wasn't a saintly mother. Nor did he have a heart of stone. "What's wrong? Emotions so low?" Zhou Yan patted Lin Feng's shoulder and asked. "Nothing, just what just happened with Cui Wenli made me feel a little uncomfortable in my heart." Cui Wenli was the woman who had just turned herself in with him. After the woman had turned herself in, she found a reason to go to the toilet. But unexpectedly, she committed suicide in the toilet. Only a suicide note was left behind. "You have to fight so that you can bring those bad guys to justice. Don't let the public get hurt." Zhou Yan also came from this heart. "Go back and rest for a while first. Zhou Xiaoman, come here." Zhou Yan returned to his office and angrily called Zhou Xiaoman to his office. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoman asked in a dumbfounded manner. She didn't know why Zhou Yan would suddenly get so angry. "I asked you to keep an eye on Lin Feng. Where did you keep an eye on me?" "Just for a while, he went out and came back with a solved case for me." "What about you? What are you doing?" Zhou Yan was holding a fire in his heart. This Lin Feng kid was too evil. Casually leaving the house, he could break cases. Where does this make him, the chief of the criminal investigation team, lose his face? In a few days' time, the case-solving rate had almost caught up with theirs for half a year. "Uncle, you told me to keep an eye on him, you didn't say he goes out to keep an eye on him too. Did you tell me to keep an eye on him even when he goes home to sleep?" Zhou Xiaoman looked at Zhou Yan doubtfully. Phew! Zhou Yan was going to be furious. How did she graduate from the police academy? There must be shady business. Besides eating and sleeping, you keep an eye on him. "Oh, I know," Zhou Xiaoman said with a desperate pout. Lin Feng, who had returned to the dormitory, couldn't calm his heart for a long time. "Let's give them a hand in the end." Lin Feng hurried out of the police station again. He bought an altar and some joss sticks, yellow paper, a mahogany sword and a statue of the three pristine ones. He also bought some fruits and other offerings. It was a pity that there were no Taoist robes. Then he hurried back to his home. Started the altar to do magic. He wanted to transcend life for Cui Wenli and her daughter. With the memories of this life, to reincarnate again. To be mother and daughter again in the next life. After doing the spell, Lin Feng's body seemed to be emptied. He was going against the way of heaven and had wasted too much aura. Doing this, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you guys. Anyway, I'm at peace in my heart. Lin Feng returned to his room and lay on his bed, quietly waiting for it to get dark. "Lin Feng, where are you?" At this time, Qin Xingyan suddenly called. "What's wrong, little Yan, did you miss me?" Lin Feng was back to his usual shameless state. "Scram! I'm at the institute, get your ass over here to see me," Qin Xingyan said in a deep voice. "You haven't seen me for a day and you miss me so much? Wait for me, huh, little baby?" Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng mounted the 2 to 8 bar and rushed towards the institute. "Tay meow. Still have to hurry up and earn money. At the very least, buy a Santana. Lin Feng's mom and dad were out of town doing business. They left him at home. His mom and dad knew his virtues, so they gave him all the money he needed. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Lin Feng came to the office. He found Qin Xingyan looking out the window in a daze. Lin Feng, it's all you're doing. Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng with bad eyes. The words made Lin Feng a little flabbergasted. If others heard this, they would think that Lin Feng had gotten Qin Xingyan pregnant. What about me? Qin Xingyan's ironic face reddened slightly. What? Pregnant? Lin Feng said bitchily. Scram! Qin Xingyan picked up the book on the table and threw it at Lin Feng. It's going to be dark soon, I'll go back by myself scared. Saying this, Qin Xingyan's head was buried in her chest. It was all because of this asshole. Making herself timid. No, one was originally a weak woman alright. Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan with interest and said, Yo. No way. Director Qin, you're even afraid of the dark? Then how have you been practicing forensics for so many years? Besides, it's not like it's still dark, you can go back now. Qin Xingyan was instantly ashamed and angry. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. How could he not guess what the reason was? Lin Feng, you son of a bitch. Why am I scared? Don't you have any pussy in your own heart? Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan and blinked. Oh, I see. Is it because you want a chance to be alone with me? Click. Qin Xingyan broke the pencil in her hand. Bastard, it's not at all like Tinjo said something was wrong. There was still a mood to flirt with himself. Okay, you're good. Bye. After saying that, Qin Xingyan picked up her own bag and headed out. Don't be angry, I was just joking. Let's go, eat first, let me send you back again. Lin Feng followed Qin Xingyan's ass and kept saying. But Qin Xingyan ignored it. In her heart, she had already greeted Lin Feng all over. Seeing that Qin Xingyan had been ignoring himself, Lin Feng quickly walked 2 steps, came behind her, and shouted fiercely in her ear. Scared Qin Xingyan with a jolt. You're going to die. Qin Xingyan reached out and was about to slap Lin Feng's head, but he dodged it. This scene was like a man and woman in love, flirting. It was also clear to Zhou Xiaoman, who was hiding not far away and staring at Lin Feng. Really, staring at what Lin Feng, totally making me come eat dog food. Kicked the stones under his feet. Turning his head, he walked into a cake store. Eating dog food, did it smell as good as eating cake? Let's simply eat some rice here. The two of them passed by a rice noodle store and Lin Feng said, Alright, old lady will reward you with a meal. It was as if Qin Xingyan had been opened up by Lin Feng's anger. She was a bit tongue-tied in front of him. It was a far cry from the high and mighty goddess she was 2 days ago. After dinner, I'm going to run an errand, do you want to come along? Qin Xingyan sucked in a mouthful of rice noodles and asked, What kind of errand? Of course. Lin Feng paused. Say it. Qin Xingyan said impatiently. Of course it's a secret. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took a big mouthful of shivering rice noodles. Bastard. Hanging people's appetites. This guy wouldn't be going to a place like that, right? Suddenly, an alley appeared in Qin Xingyan's mind. Red lights filled the inside. Quasi no good. Anyway, wherever you go in a while, that's where I'll go. Qin Xingyan was a little upset. She didn't even know why she was suddenly upset. Are you going home, or are you following me? After finishing his meal and walking out of the rice noodle store, Lin Feng asked. Of course. Follow you. Qin Xingyan revealed a small crescent moon. Bastard. I'll follow you so that you can't do anything bad. Sure you want to follow me? Don't you regret it? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. No regrets. Lin Feng was holding back a laugh in his heart. How happy you are now, how much pain you'll cry later. Scare you to tears. Lin Feng, it's not raining, what are you doing holding an umbrella all the time? Qin Xingyan had wanted to ask a long time ago, but she had been holding back and not asking. At this time, she really couldn't help it. Acting cool? Playing handsome? Secret. Lin Feng pretended to be secretive. Cut. Without realizing it, the two of them walked to the viaduct. Lin Feng, at night, what are you doing here? Not again. Qin Xingyan brainstormed the image. Her body couldn't help but tremble a little. Let's go back, I feel a bit cold. Lin Feng laughed playfully. Scared? I told you earlier that I wouldn't let you come. Looking at Lin Feng's cheap smile, Qin Xingyan cursed in her heart. Bastard. It must have been on purpose. Knowing that I'm scared, he still brought me here. He's got a heart of gold. Elle didn't follow you to do you a favor. If I'd known you were coming here, I wouldn't have come. Qin Xingyan had to say in a gentle tone. Fear, just wait here. Lin Feng said and walked towards that heel support pillar. Qin Xingyan didn't dare to stand here alone. She felt like there was always something around her looking at her, so she hurriedly followed. Duan Haiban, come out. As Lin Feng's words fell, a hint of black mist slowly gushed out from the pillar. Qin Xinyan was scared and anxious. It always felt like a certain part of her body was tightening up. Both hands were tightly grasping Lin Feng's wrist. Her proud capital was even plastered on his arm. Lin Feng was secretly pleased. Master. The black mist transformed into a silhouette and bowed to Lin Feng congratulatively. I'll take you away. Lin Feng held the umbrella open. With one hand, he choked. Thank you, master. Duan Haiban's soul turned into a wisp of black mist and drilled into the umbrella. Go! Lin Feng patted Qin Xinyan, who was still in shock. You're not a monk, are you? Qin Xinyan asked with a puzzled face as she came back to her senses. Monk of God. I'm a heavenly master. Along the way, Qin Xinyan seemed to have opened her talkbox, chattering non-stop. Lin Feng also impatiently told him some Taoist stories. Team Zhou, did Wang Defa confess? Rushing back to the police station, Lin Feng took Qin Xinyan and went straight to Zhou Yan's office. We used a lot of methods. That guy just won't confess. He even threatened to sue us for illegal detention. Zhou Yan shook his head and said, Shaolin, are you sure he's really the murderer? Zhou Yan was a little shaken in his heart. If Wang Defa was really the murderer, it would definitely reveal the cracks. But after interrogating for most of the day, not to mention the cracks, Wang Defa didn't even have a trace of nervousness. It's him, yes. I'll go meet him. After hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Zhou Yan then didn't say anything. He took Lin Feng to the interrogation room. Team Zhou, just leave me here by myself. It's still the same as last time, turn off all the cameras. Good. Zhou Yan turned off the cameras and went out. Kid, it looks like you're a bigger official than that guy. Do you guys have evidence that I killed someone or not? If there's no words, hurry up and let me leave. Do you know, I'm well a few $1,000s up and down every minute? Delaying me to earn money, can you afford to compensate? Wang Defa's words were arrogant. Without evidence, we wouldn't have let you sit here. Lin Feng sat in front of Wang Defa and placed his umbrella on the table. Back then, when the viaduct was being built, was there someone who instructed you to use a living human sacrifice? What living human sacrifice? Why can't I understand? A hint of panic flashed in Wang Defa's eyes, which was again well hidden by him. Then he said impatiently, Kid, cut the crap. If you have evidence, just bring it out. If you don't have it, then hurry up and let me leave. Lin Feng tapped the desktop with his finger. I'll give you one more chance, confess yourself. For the sake of insurance. He didn't release Duan Haiban's soul in the first place. It was because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it and fall into a seizure. At that time, he could only step in and suppress him himself. Kid, if you guys have evidence, why are you bothering with me here? I came back from all the way back to cooperate with you guys. I know everything. But what about you? Hardly detain me here. You haven't even given me a sip of water for half a day. Wang Defa is eating up the fact that the police station has no evidence. So the more arrogant. Alright, since you won't admit it, there's nothing I can do. Lin Feng held the umbrella open. Duan Haiban's soul sprang out from it. The moment he saw Wang Defa, the entire black mist transformed into a huge palm. It grabbed towards Wang Defa's neck. Surprisingly, a ghost really exists? Wang Defa didn't seem to be panicked in the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't make a move either. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Wang Defa actually had. Just when that huge palm was about to grab Wang Defa, a golden light suddenly emanated from his neck. The black mist that Duan Haiban had condensed instantly dissipated for the most part, turning into a ghost. So what? I have Master Zhang's amulet on me. Wang Defa's aura became even more arrogant. Roar! Duan Haiban let out a roar. But he didn't dare to come any closer. That hit just now had indeed given him fear. One more time, and it was estimated that he would have to lose his soul. Calm down. You have to believe that the law won't spare any bad guys. Lin Feng said indifferently. He then got up and came to Wang Defa's side. This amulet of yours, it's not bad. That's true, this is something I spent a lot of money on and begged from Master Zhang. Wang Defa's nostrils turned to the sky. Lin Feng really wanted to give him a line. You been badass, infinitely arrogant? Snap. Lin Feng reached out and yanked the amulet off Wang Defa's neck. What are you doing? This is my personal finances, give it back to me quickly. Wang Defa instantly panicked a little. Without the amulet shining on him, he wouldn't be finished? Lin Feng played with the amulet in his hand. I didn't realize that there were such cultivators in this world. He was suddenly interested in this world. Give it back to me. Hurry up and give it back to me. Wang Defa's fat face was white. Bean-sized grains of sweat slowly slid down his cheeks. Wang Defa, if Duan Haiban wasn't killed by you, why are you so scared? Lin Feng took the talisman and waved it in front of Wang Defa, trying to break down his mental defenses a little bit. He's a ghost, can I not be scared? Wang Defa was a dead duck. Just won't admit that he harmed Duan Haiban. Alright, since you don't admit your guilt, there's nothing I can do. You can leave. Lin Feng helped Wang Defa open the shackles on the chair. Wang Defa didn't dare to move. What? Don't want to leave? Lin Feng patted Wang Defa's shoulder. After a long time, Wang Defa's pounding little heart slowly calmed down. Staring at the talisman in Lin Feng's hand, he said, that talisman is my personal belongings, shouldn't you return it to me? Mr. Wang, don't be so petty. We've known each other for a while at least. Lend me this talisman for 2 days. Don't worry, I'll return it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Feng said and put the talisman into his pocket. With an expression of what are you going to do with me, he looked at him. Sorry, I don't know you well, give me back my things. Otherwise I'll sue you. Wang Defa said in a cold voice. Mr. Wang is really high and cold. Alright, no more jokes with you. Lin Feng pulled out the talisman and gave it back to him. Roar! Duan Haiban roared unwillingly from the side. I can go then, right? Wang Defa glanced at Duan Haiban's black mist. A chill ran down his back. Fortunately, he had the foresight. Otherwise, it was going to be accounted for here. Go go go! Lin Feng waved his hand. Like a victorious rooster, Wang Defa walked out with his head held high. Don't panic, the formation in that talisman of his has been destroyed by me. You can follow him, but don't get him killed. Lin Feng explained afterward. Duan Haiban's soul cloaked its form and followed behind Wang Defa. Little Lin, why did you let him go? Zhou Yan asked hurriedly. He was still waiting for Wang Defa to be ambushed. I couldn't do anything if he didn't admit it. Lin Feng shrugged and said. Without waiting for Zhou Yan to say anything else, he left with Qin Xingyan. Teen Zhou, you don't really believe that Lin Feng is a criminal investigation expert. I see that the first 2 times he solved the case were all blindfolded by him. Besides, I don't think Mr. Wang looks like a murderer. If he didn't get it right this time, there's nothing to say. Criminal Investigation Section Shi Yon looked at Lin Feng's back and said coldly. These past few days, Lin Feng had overshadowed everyone. This made him very upset. The position of vice captain of the Criminal Investigation Section had still been vacant. It looked like Zhou Yan wanted Lin Feng to take the position. If you have the time to gossip, why don't you go and investigate the case properly? Zhou Yan left in a huff. This group of bastards had no skills. Playing with their hearts and minds was a good idea. Lin Feng, why did you let him go? Qin Xingyan was walking side by side with Lin Feng. It looked like a young couple. That kid has a tough mouth, but I have my own way. Lin Feng said with a smile. Qin Xingyan rolled her eyes and suddenly exclaimed, you won't let that ghost go follow him, right? Looking at the surrounding casting strange gazes, Lin Feng had a black line. What are you doing so loudly? Oh, Qin Xingyan shrunk her neck. Wang Defa had a car. After leaving the police station, Lin Feng couldn't see him. It was a good thing he had marked Duan Haiban's body. Squeak! Wang Defa's rapidly traveling car suddenly stopped. He saw in the rearview mirror that a dark shadow was sitting in his back seat. Wang Defa, you've gotten me into so much trouble. Give me back my life. Duan Haiban stretched out his 2 bloody hands and pinched Wang Defa's neck. Kid, I could get you killed when you were alive. Now even if you've turned into a ghost, I can still do it. Wang Defa revealed his talisman. Confidently, he looked at Duan Haiban. Roar! When Duan Haiban saw the talisman, he hastily shrunk his hand back. Ha, look at your wimpy face. If you don't dare to lay your hands on it, then hurry up and get out of here. Wang Defa laughed loudly. It turned out that bullying ghosts was so much fun. It was really a small knife pulling on his ass and opening his eyes. Suddenly, Duan Haiban thought of what Lin Feng said. That talisman of his didn't work. Master won't harm me. Duan Haiban once again pinched towards Wang Defa's neck. Come on. Wang Defa still had his eyes closed, ready to enjoy himself. The next moment, a huge choking sensation caused him to struggle violently. Why isn't my talisman working? Wang Defa panicked. Both hands kept flapping. Both feet kept kicking around as well. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'll make it up to your family. Wang Defa spat out a few words with all his might. Originally, Duan Haiban was just trying to scare him, but after hearing about his family, suddenly, he couldn't control himself. His eyes were full of hostility. The strength in his hands was even greater. Something is going to happen. Lin Feng, who was still slowly strolling with Qin Xingyan. Suddenly, he felt Duan Haiban's soul go out of control. What's wrong? Lin Feng's words made even Qin Xingyan suddenly feel nervous. It's fine, little master will take you flying. Lin Feng took the soft, boneless, tender hand. He recited words under his breath. Up! Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan's bodies suddenly rose into the air. Ah! Oh! Qin Xingyan just wanted to scream out before Lin Feng blocked her mouth. Don't shout, do you want the whole world to know that I can fly? Aha! Qin Xingyan nodded heavily. The sense of panic from just taking off was gone. What was left was nothing but excitement. Little stars were about to spew out of her eyes. Mommy, look, someone is flying. The little girl shouted. Silly child, what era is it now? You have to believe in science. Mom said without lifting her head. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng landed next to Wang Defa's car. Opening the car door, Lin Feng reached out and broke Duan Haipeng's hand. At this moment, Wang Defa's face had turned pig liver colored. If he came 1 minute later, he would have gone to the west. Mouth recited the clear heart technique. Duan Haiban gradually became calm. Master, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Duan Haiban hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Lin Feng nodded at Wang Defa's body. He slowly came back to his senses. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Wang Defa hurriedly said with a sobbing voice, Confess, I confessed everything. You quickly take him away from me. He knew that in this day and age, as long as it wasn't a huge criminal case, it was usually a death sentence. Those with good behavior can also have their sentences reduced. Even though you have to peddle a sewing machine for a few years. That's better than dying. Qin Xingyan glared at Lin Feng. This girl, a belly full of bad water. This must be his handiwork. Stay away from him in the future. Otherwise, when will she be sold and still count the money for her? Let's go back to the office. Wang Defa had a belly full of bitterness. Just now All almost scared himself to death. He had already confessed to the crime. Now he has to drive a car and drag these two back to the police station to turn himself in. It's too bullying. Is there any justice left? Wang Defa, you'd better keep your mouth shut about today. Otherwise, you'll probably not be able to see the sun. Lin Feng said grimly from the back seat. I understand. Master, don't worry. Wang Defa nodded his head hurriedly like a good boy. Lin Feng twisted his head to look at Qin Xingyan. She twisted her head away in panic. Lin Feng was happy in his heart. This chick was definitely overcome by Master Dao's charm. Actually, he thought wrong. Qin Xingyan wanted to give him an autopsy in her heart at this moment. Study to see how exactly he flew up to the sky. Xiaoyan, when you go in, just say that you convinced Wang Defa to turn himself in by showing affection and reasoning. Anything else, you can't mention it. I know. Qin Xingyan nodded her head in agreement. She knew that Lin Feng was doing it because he didn't want to expose himself. Why are you guys together? Zhou Yan watched as the three of them got down from Wang Defa's car. He asked sullenly. Still saying that this girl was a suspect, and ended up getting together? This is not nonsense. Tell Teen Zhou yourself. Qin Xingyan pushed Wang Defa. Captain Zhou, I'm turning myself in. Wang Defa said with a bitter smile on his face. He had been careful for so many years, but he had still planted himself. What? Zhou Yan froze. Turn yourself in? I said half a day, you refused to admit it. Now these two people go out to accompany you to chat. Come back to turn yourself in? The face of the laborer was really trampled on by you on the ground. Lin Feng, what the hell is going on? Zhou Yan subconsciously asked Lin Feng. He didn't notice in the slightest that he had isolated Qin Xingyan, the head of the forensic medicine department. Of course, it was only because Director Qin, used the beauty trick to convince him. God's beauty trick. Qin Xingyan glared at him angrily. I just looked for him to have a chat. Who knows, it made him directly convinced by my words. He wanted to turn himself in, he couldn't even stop me. Couldn't even stop him? Right. Director Qin's words made me doubly ashamed. Brigadier Zhou, take me into custody quickly. Wang Defa didn't want to stay here at all. Shrimp pig heart you can't even stop me. Why don't you let the ghosts stop me? Let's see if I can run. Zhou Yan is even more confused. Look at the three people singing together. I don't know what's going on. There must be something shady going on. Unfortunately, I have no evidence. At the thought that Zhou Xiaoman did not report to himself, Zhou Yan suddenly felt his teeth itchy. This little girl, really day by day the right thing not to do, even do some mess piece. It's time to give her some eye candy. Okay, then it's hard work for you guys. Come with me. Zhou Yan was very depressed and took Wang Defa away. It seems that in this institute, he will be useless. Solid old iron. Teen Zhou, Why did you bring him back again? A few people from the criminal investigation section saw that Zhou Yan brought Wang Defa into the interrogation room again and asked suspiciously. He is the murderer of the 914 case. Already turned himself in. Several cases in a row were solved by the forensic science section. I really don't know what use you guys are. Zhou Yan spread the fire in his heart on this group of little karami. Especially Shi Yong. Shi Yong, come here for a moment. Shi Yong tremblingly followed Zhou Yan into his office. Finished. It was going to be scolded again. As expected, he just entered the room. Zhou Yan was scolding him with his head. You say again that Lin Feng is blindfolded. If he can get it right every time, he doesn't have to go to work. Just go buy a lottery ticket. Shi Yong was indignant, greeting Lin Feng all over again. Why are you pouting? Not convinced, are you? Zhou Yan slapped his palm on the table in anger. Am I panting all wrong? Shi Yong spat in his heart, but didn't dare to say it. It could only endure in silence. I think you guys just have nothing to do all day long. Go find the case file of 728, and your group will investigate it again during this time. Ah, Teen Zhou, this is a case from 15 years ago. How else can we investigate it now? Shi Yong's face fell to his grandma's house. This was not intentionally picking a fight with himself. If you can't find out, go home and rest. Get lost. Shi Yong walked to the door and muttered in a low voice, 15 years ago, he couldn't even break it himself, now he's asking us to break it, he's just asking for trouble over nothing. His voice was small, but it was still heard by Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan sat powerless on the chair. Thoughts went back to 15 years ago. At that time, he had just become the captain of the criminal investigation section. For 1 month in a row, he kept receiving cases of missing children. A full 40 children had gone missing in that 1 month's time. After receiving the case, the entire police station went all out to investigate the case. After 6 months of investigating, they couldn't find a single clue. Until one rainy day when he was on duty. Someone came to report the case in a hurry. Said in the fish pond in the village of Lu Shaha found a large number of children human remains. He hurriedly followed the informant to Luxiahe village. Then he saw a tragic scene. Only to see the entire fish pond, floating a large number of children's bodies. Their corpses had become huge because of the soaking water. And the internal organs of these children all disappeared. After the salvage inspection and comparison and confirmation by loved ones, these corpses are the same children who disappeared before. This case is a national sensation. The impact is severe. The highest level ordered that the murderer must be found. But after a year of continuous visits and investigations, not a single clue was found. Another year of investigation followed, but still nothing. In the end, the case was shelved. But in the heart of Zhou Yan has always been a can't get over. He must find out the real culprit, so that those children die in peace. Teen Zhou, Wang Defa has confessed everything. This is his recorded statement. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Han walked in with the recorded confession. Don't read it, hand it over to the prosecutor's office tomorrow morning. Zhou Yan waved his hand and said, Okay, Teen Zhou. Silently lit a cigarette. If the 728 case was handed over to Lin Feng, I wonder if he would surprise himself. Zhou Yan then denied this idea. It's been 15 years. Perhaps the suspect had already changed his face and lived a new life. He asked Shi Yong's group to look into the case again. It was also to exhale that sulk in his heart. They were living too comfortably now. Director Qin, go to bed early haha. Lin Feng sent Qin Xinyan to the door of the dormitory. One couldn't say send, because their dormitories were next to each other. Lin Feng, I'm not sleepy right now, can you come in and talk with me for a while? Qin Xinyan was too embarrassed to say that she was afraid. A normal person, an atheist. How could one accept this unthinkable thing so quickly? Director Qin, it's the middle of the night, a lone man and woman sharing a room. Have you been single for a long time and have something in mind for me? Qin Xingyan's small face was slightly red. This son of a bitch really said everything. Heavenly chatting to death. You can go to hell. After saying that, Qin Xingyan overcame her heart's fear and walked into the dormitory. Director Qin, good night, good dreams haha. Lin Feng shouted cheaply. Scram! Once Lin Feng returned to his room, he released Duan Haiban from his umbrella. I'll take you home to see you tomorrow. Thank you, master, Duan Haiban said respectfully. How many years had it been waiting? Can we finally go home to have a look? I wonder if my son has grown up. I also don't know if my mother-in-law has remarried. Alright, honestly go back and stay. Lin Feng was indeed sleepy. He was a bit lazy by nature. Loved to sleep. If he didn't want to recover his strength quickly, he didn't want to be in charge of this mess. Master, do you want me to go next door and scare her? That way you'll be able to hold a beauty tonight. Duan Haipeng said with a squeeze. Fuck off, is labor a person who takes advantage of others? Lin Feng opened his umbrella and took Duan Haibin in. What that guy said seems reasonable. Lin Feng's eyes rolled. Then he sneaked out of the dormitory and squatted under Qin Qingyan's dormitory window. Stretching out his big hand, he scratched at the glass. A sharp squeaking sound was emitted. Originally, under self-hypnosis, Qin Qingyan was already fast asleep. This sound instantly made her become very awake. Hastily sitting up, she cowered in the corner and took the thin quilt and wrapped it around herself. Lin Feng, I know it's you, get the hell out. Lin Feng stifled his laughter and catapulted himself back into his room. Lin Feng, is it you or not? Qin Qingyan's voice was trembling a bit. She hadn't been scared for so many years. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Qin Qingyan shouted twice more. There was still no answer. Instantly there was a wave of cold air that ran from her feet to the top of her head. Bang bang bang. Qin Qingyan vigorously pounded the wall a few times. On the other side of the wall was Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng held back his laughter and said with a snort, Director Qin, smashing the wall so late, are you still allowed to sleep? Lin Feng, was it you who just grabbed my window? Qin Qingyan asked again. If she couldn't get an affirmative answer, then this night, she was destined to have no sleep. I'm not that idle, I'm exhausted from running all day, I went to sleep a long time ago. Don't yell at me, I want to sleep. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Qin Qingyan shouted twice more. What responded to her was Lin Feng's snoring. Son of a bitch. Heartless thing. Qin Qingyan cowered in the corner and cursed him. He, this stupid girl probably can't sleep. Lin Feng laughed that smugly. He then ran cat-like to Qin Qingyan's window. But before he could make his next move, a loud voice came over. Lin Feng, in the middle of the night, what are you doing squatting under Shao Qin's window? A bunch of grass mud horses flew by in Lin Feng's heart. This dead Zhou Yan, how did he come so timely? He had no choice but to stand up. Team Zhou, still up this late? My back hurts, moving around here. Oh, I just finished reading the dossier, that's fine, you continue to move around. Zhou Yan didn't think too much and went back to his dormitory. These few days, he had been simmering and it wasn't light. He also just wanted to hurry up and sleep, afraid that he would be sudden. Suddenly, just as Lin Feng was about to go back to his room, Qin Qingyan's room door opened. A jade lotus root-like arm stretched out. It directly dragged Lin Feng in. Son of a bitch. It's fun to scare me, isn't it? Qin Qingyan didn't care. She picked up her small fists and pounded on him. Just kidding, don't get angry. Lin Feng reached out to block Qin Qingyan's attack. I have to beat you to death today, you son of a bitch. Qin Qingyan was still pounding around. If you keep this up, I won't be polite. Lin Feng said angrily and viciously. Come on, I'll see how you're not polite. Qin Qingyan was really angry. The helplessness she felt just now hiding in the corner almost made her cry. Oh! Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Qin Qingyan's head and covered it with his mouth. Pushing couldn't push it. Qin Qingyan reached out and twisted hard on the tender flesh of Lin Feng's waist. How's that? You know you're scared. Lin Feng loosened his mouth and said, how dare you take advantage of me? This time Qin Qingyan took the initiative. Reaching out, she yanked Lin Feng's hair. It was pressed onto her face. Inside the room, it suddenly started to heat up. The two of them kissed from the door of the house to the bed. Just as Lin Feng's hand was ready for the next move, a discordant voice sounded outside. Little Lin, are you asleep? It was Zhou Yan again. You're fucking poisonous. Qin Qingyan instantly woke up and hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away. Shoo! Lin Feng made a shushing gesture. Zhou Yan didn't hear the commotion and said since ancient times, young people are so nice, falling asleep. Forget it, this ointment will be given to him tomorrow. Waiting until there was no sound outside, Lin Feng looked at Qin Qingyan and whispered, still continue? Continue my ass. It's really shameless. I'm still so active. I really want to find a crack in the ground. Qin Qingyan felt like her face could almost fry an egg. Roll, roll, roll. Lin Feng spread his hands. It's a pity. Lin, isn't it a backache? Here's a poultice for you. Zhou Yan came to Lin Feng again early in the morning. I'll really thank you, mister. Zhou. The word thank you is particularly strong. You're welcome, you're a credit to our institute. Zhou Yan put down the ointment and left. Qin Qingyan heard the commotion and walked out of the room with two panda eyes. It was really a sleepless night. One was afraid, and the other was ashamed. Good morning Xiao Yan, did you sleep well last night? Between words, Lin Feng also licked his lips with intent. It really was too cheap to be invincible. Thanks to you, I didn't sleep all night. Qin Xingyan said without a trace of anger. Originally, she thought that Lin Feng would also be too excited to sleep when he returned to the dormitory. Who knew that this heartless one was snoring before 2 minutes had passed? Ha! Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He could tell that Qin Xingyan really hadn't slept well. I'll send you a sleep aid sometime. I'm going to Qinghe village today, are you going? Things promised must be done. Especially from a ghost. Otherwise it will always follow you. Qin Xingyan knew what Lin Feng was going to do. She had heard him talk about it before. So she nodded her head in acquiescence. Go! Qinghe village was still some distance from the county town. The two of them didn't have a car. They had to make a report and drive the official car. Going to his house road, why are you so familiar with it? Seeing that Lin Feng was familiar with the road, Qin Xingyan asked in disbelief. Duan Haiban is showing me the way. Lin Feng said without thinking. These words made Qin Xingyan's body go cold. She immediately shut up and stopped talking. Soon, the two arrived at Duan Haiban's house. The villagers were seeing a police car coming. They gathered around one after another. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. He looked up. He only saw a ghost doll unexpectedly lying behind a woman in her 40s. Forensic Dr. Lin, Forensic Dr. Qin. Duan Haiban's mother hurriedly greeted Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan when she saw them. When they had confirmed the corpse earlier, this old woman had gone over with her daughter-in-law. That was why she recognized Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan. Auntie is talking, what are you staring at? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, Qin Xingyan poked him with her elbow. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Auntie, we came over to see you. Saying this, Lin Feng handed over the gift in his hand. Then he said in a deep voice, don't get excited. Duan Haiban heard his mother's voice. It kept jumping in the umbrella. If one looked closely, one would be able to see the umbrella bulging. Just come, what's the point of being polite? As she spoke, there was some wetness in the elder mother's eyes. Grandma, who are they? At this time, a 5 or 6-year-old tiger-headed little boy ran out from the house. Them. The oldest woman didn't know what to say. We're your father's friends. Lin Feng took over and said, Uncle, where's my dad? Why hasn't he come back to see me? The little boy's words revealed disappointment. Hearing this, the oldest woman couldn't control it and tears flowed down her face. And she was afraid of being seen by her grandson, hurriedly reaching out to wipe them away. She only had this one son. Who would have thought that he would be separated forever? It was the most heartbreaking thing to send off one's black hair to another. Just after walking into the house, Lin Feng released Duan Haiban. Only, Lin Feng didn't open the heavenly eyes for a few people, so it couldn't be seen. Mother, my child is unfilial. I can't fulfill my filial piety at your knees. Duan Haipeng's soul knelt on the ground and heavily kowtowed a few times. Tears streamed down his face. Tai Dan, it's Dad who's sorry. Duan Haipeng reached out and touched the little boy's head. Ugh! Lin Feng sighed in his heart. The thing he couldn't see the most was this kind. It was too damn sentimental. Master, ask where my mother-in-law went. Duan Haiban desperately wanted to know if her daughter-in-law had remarried. Even if she remarried, that was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she was still young. She couldn't just be widowed for the rest of her life. After thinking about it, Lin Feng still opened his mouth and asked, Auntie, why haven't you seen the child's mother? The eldest mother said, Guifan went to the fields. I guess I'll be back soon. Hearing that his daughter-in-law did not remarry, Duan Haiban was very excited. But it was also very difficult in his heart. She really suffered a lot. As he spoke, the door to the house opened. It was Duan Haiban's daughter-in-law who had returned. Forensic Dr. Lin, Forensic Dr. Qin. Are you guys up to something? Guifan entered the house after seeing Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan. Her face became a little low. The bits and pieces of her time with Duan Haiban kept appearing in her mind. Nothing much, just came over to see you guys. Lin Feng said. The atmosphere in the entire room was depressing. Daughter-in-law, you've lost weight and emaciated. It's all my fault for being useless. I didn't give you guys a good life even until I died. Duan Haiban reached out to hug Guifan. Suddenly, Guifan stared intently at the front and said excitedly, Haiban, is it you who's back? She can see it? Qin Xingyan asked softly in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng shook his head. If she could see it, she would have seen it long ago. It should be the mental senses of two people who loved each other. Guifan, it's me, it's me. Unfortunately, Guifan couldn't hear Duan Haiban's shouts at all. However, she could feel that Duan Haiban was around. Hot tears filled her eyes. Duan Haiban squatted on the ground, crying like a child. Wang Defa, it's all you. It's all because of you. Duan Haiban was on the verge of losing some control. Lin Feng hurriedly walked towards Gu Fen. You just came back from the field, go wipe off your sweat. Then when the crowd wasn't paying attention, a clear heart skill hit Duan Haiban. Calm down, you'll harm them this way. I'm sorry master, I was too excited. Duan Haiban, who had come to his senses, hurriedly apologized. Not long after, Gu Fen walked out from the inner room. Auntie, sister-in-law Gu Fen, come here for a moment, I have something to say to you. Lin Feng, after deep thought, still decided to let them see Duan Haiban for a moment. What is it, forensic Dr. Lin? Gu Fen asked suspiciously. There are some things that you guys might not believe if I say them, but I have to say it. I can let you guys see Seaside again, do you guys want to meet? Lin Feng said with a serious face. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the two looked at each other. Little forensic Dr. Lin, old me trusts you. Old me will kowtow to you first. With that, the elder woman was about to kneel down to Lin Feng. It didn't matter if it was true or not. She all thought it was true. Elderly lady, don't do it by any means. Lin Feng hurriedly helped the elder lady up and didn't let her kneel down. If you guys have thought about it, come with me. Just don't let the child see it. Saying this, Lin Feng walked towards an inner room. The two of them hurriedly followed. Qin Xingyan, on the other hand, took Tai Dan to play in the courtyard. You guys think it over. There's a possibility that this will leave you with a shadow for the rest of your lives. Before opening the sky for the two of them, Lin Feng asked once again. We've thought about it. The two nodded heavily. Good. With that, Lin Feng opened the heavenly eyes for the two. Mother, Gu Fen. Son. Seaside. The three of them burst into tears. Lin Feng walked out and silently closed the door. The ghosts that you were afraid of in your eyes were actually loved ones that other people thought about. Walking to the courtyard, the people outside had almost all dispersed, and the woman with the ghost doll on her back was still on the street sticking her head out to look here, the way she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Lin Feng walked straight towards that woman and asked softly, Sister-in-law, by the look of you, is there something wrong? Police, have you caught my child's murderer? The woman's eyes were filled with expectations. How she wanted to know the whereabouts of her child from Lin Feng. Murderer? Lin Feng silently glanced at the ghost doll on her back. This child had been killed? My child disappeared 15 years ago and was murdered, I reported it. Why haven't we been able to catch the murderer yet? The woman said with tears streaming down her face. The ghost doll behind her seemed to sense her mother's grief. It leaked fangs at Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I'm not too sure about the case you're talking about. Wait for me to go back and check it out. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Lin Feng shook his head and said, Okay, thank you, thank you. The woman hurriedly thanked him. Lin Feng didn't make a move against the ghost doll. He could feel that he would meet up with the woman again before too long. After returning to the courtyard, he wanted Qin Xingyan to ask, Do you know about the case of the missing and murdered child 15 years ago? The case of 15 years ago? Qin Xingyan pondered for a moment. Suddenly looking up, I remember. At that time, this case had already sensationalized the entire country. With that, Qin Xingyan told Lin Feng about the 728 case. It's been 15 years and the murderer is still at large? Lin Feng exclaimed. Then he realized that the criminal investigation techniques were too backward at the time. When I go back, I'm going to check the dossier, I'm going to catch this beast. Lin Feng was really angry. What kind of beast would do this to a child? Could it be a demonic cultivator? A normal person shouldn't be able to do this heartless thing. Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng, who was seriously thinking. I didn't expect this guy to be quite handsome when he got serious. Sure enough, serious men were the most handsome. Why hadn't I realized this before? Hey, silly near, what kind of nymphomania are you committing? The saliva is all flowing out. Lin Feng reached out and waved his hand in front of Qin Xingyan's eyes. You're a complete asshole. Qin Xingyan huffed. Go Tai Dan, stay away from this bad guy. When you grow up, don't learn from him. Tai Dan was too small and didn't quite understand Qin Xingyan's words. Tigress said, Auntie, I think uncle is quite good. See, little kids can't lie. What kind of eyes do you have? How dare you say I'm a bad guy? Lin Feng stunk up a POS. The two of them played with Tai Dan for a while longer. Gu Fen walked out of the house. Her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously she had cried a lot in the house. Medical examiner Lin, I don't even know how to thank you. Let me be able to see him again. Gu Fen's voice was slightly choked. Don't be polite, I'm just doing my small part. Are you guys done chatting? Lin Feng asked. Aha! Even if there was a million things she didn't want to let go of. But she understood. Duan Haiban couldn't keep accompanying them like this. There would be a separation after all. Good, then I'll send him away. Lin Feng wasn't an indecisive person. It was time for Duan Haiban to go where he belonged. Walking into the house, Lin Feng took out the yellow talisman he had prepared beforehand. Master, thank you. Duan Haiban bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Danyang and Guifan also followed suit and bowed. Nyang, Guifan, I'm leaving. You guys take care of yourselves. Master, please see me off. Lin Feng nodded. Reciting incantations under his breath, the yellow talisman in his hand ignited itself. Go! Lin Feng threw the yellow talisman into the air. After the yellow talisman burned out, a passageway appeared in front of Duan Haiban. Duan Haiban gritted his teeth fiercely. He walked straight in. My son, Haiban. When Duan Haiban's soul completely disappeared, they could no longer hold back their agonizing sobs. Auntie, sister-in-law, stabilize your emotions. I don't think Big Brother Seaside wants you guys to be so sad. After the two of them had eased out of their sadness, Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan then left. What? You're looking at the case file of case 728? Back at the police station, Lin Feng went straight to Zhou Yan's office. Straight away, he wanted to look at case 728. What's the problem? Lin Feng asked. There's nothing wrong. But I have a question. Where did you know about this case? Zhou Yan temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. In his opinion, no one has mentioned this case for so long. Yesterday, he had just trained Shi Yong. Today Lin Feng knew about it. Ironically, Shi Yong had gone to find trouble with Lin Feng. If Shi Yong knew what Zhou Yan had in mind at this time, he would probably be crying in the toilet. What a shitpot to put on my head. And it's also a fucking foul. I went to Lushaha village today to skulk around. Then I heard about this case. Lin Feng watched Zhou Yan's face go white and black for a while. He couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Could it be that this case was taboo in the institute? It was no wonder. A case that couldn't be solved for 15 years. If he had, he would probably have to find a pit to bury himself in. Oh, it's fine then. I'll ask Shi Yong to send the dossier. Zhou Yan said with a sigh of relief. Marred. Almost couldn't put the knife away. Team Zhou, the dossier has been sent. You don't know, I didn't sleep much overnight to study this case, Shi Yong said with dark circles under his eyes. For fear that Zhou Yan would scold him again, he purposely boiled himself up with dark circles under his eyes. Oh, then did you research any results? Zhou Yan said with some relief. The result of the Farda. If there were results, it would be my turn to sit in this position. Not yet, Shi Yong said with a yawn. Alright, you give the dossier to Lin Feng. Zhou Yan didn't get angry this time, after all, people had worked hard too. Yo, medical examiner Lin, are you changing your profession to criminal investigation? Hearing that the dossier was for Lin Feng, Shi Yong instantly came into the spirit. Well, I'll just take a casual look. In case it can help your criminal investigation section. After all, it's been 15 years since this case was solved and none of you could solve it. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Zhou Yan's heart. Where the hell are you talking so much nonsense? Get the hell out of here. Zhou Yan was spraying furiously at Shi Yong. There's nothing wrong with you, what the fuck are you doing? It's really nothing to get scolded. Lin Feng, if you can find out a trace, in the future Shi Yong, will see you go around. Even if he gets scolded. Shi Yong had to finish his sentence. He couldn't stand the sight of Lin Feng acting like a pussy. Oh, what about if I solve this case? Lin Feng looked at Shi Yong with interest. He really didn't know why he was so hostile towards himself. But since you don't like me, I won't spoil you. If you solve this case, I'll run around naked in our office. Shi Yong said without thinking. 15 years of unsolved cases. It can't be solved just by saying so. Unless he was a god. 1 lap? Too little. Lin Feng picked his nose and said. Then how many laps did you say? Shi Yong was determined, he was going to fight with Lin Feng. 10 laps. Lin Feng revealed an imperceptible cheap smile. That image, it seemed to have appeared before his eyes. Fine, 10 laps is 10 laps. If you can't solve the case, you'll run naked for 10 laps too. Shi Yong said. No problem. Lin Feng agreed with his mouth full. In order to prevent cheating, let's set a deadline. Just 1 month, how about it? Fine, fine, fine. Whatever you say. Lin Feng said and looked at Zhou Yan again. Team Zhou, you can be a witness. If I solve the case, you can supervise him running around naked in our office. Right, Team Zhou, you have to be a witness for me to prevent certain people from playing tricks. Shi Yong followed suit. Zhou Yan frowned and pondered for a while. Okay. Getting the answer he wanted, Shi Yong happily left. There will be rain when the sky is wild. Young man, let's see how crazy you'll be in the future. Not to mention running 10 laps naked in the institute, even one lap. There's no hope for promotion in the future. Lin Feng, this is a bad case. Why are you betting with him on this? Zhou Yan looked at Lin Feng and said somewhat speechlessly. He also felt that Lin Feng had gotten a bit cocky after solving a few cases. It's fine, Teen Zhou. I'm going to look at the dossier first to find out more. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, took the dossier and left. Fishy. We've checked dozens of miles around and haven't found the slightest bit of useful information. Then how did the murderer throw so many corpses into the pond? The brute also emptied the internal organs of all the children. Could there really be demonic cultivators? Since cultivators existed in this world, it made sense that there was a certain cultivator. Lin Feng quickly flipped through the identity information of the victimized children again. Then he dismissed the idea of a certain cultivator. There was nothing special about these children's birthdates. Then what exactly was the reason for the murderer to kill so many children? If it's a psychopathic murderer, then why stop after killing so many children? Unbelievable. Lin Feng all started reading up on the dossier. If you want to solve the case so badly, why don't you apply to the Criminal Investigation Department? Han Lei watched Lin Feng thinking seriously. Then he deliberately interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng looked up and gave Han Lei a meaningful look and said, Little Lei Zia, you have an attitude problem. It doesn't matter if it's the Forensic Science Department, or the Criminal Investigation Department, even if it's the general public. Apprehending the murderer and maintaining the stability of the country is a responsibility that everyone has to shoulder. Besides, the beautiful director Qin is here, how would I want to leave? I blanch. When did this grifter become so good at talking? Turned sexual? Could it be that he's possessed by a ghost? Han Lei's heart went crazy. In the past, although this kid was a jerk, but his brain was a little bit less than the number. Which is not the time to make fun of him. This time, he was almost choked to death. Right, Han Lei is not me talking about you. Don't play with Snake when you have time, learn more from Lin Feng. Qin Xinyan on the side also couldn't help but say. Han Lei was going crazy. What had happened in the past few days? Wasn't Lin Feng the one Qin Xinyan couldn't stand before? What now? I'm supposed to learn from him? Learning to pick up girls? What a fool. Can't you see he's pretending? Could it be that she's been taken by that Lin Feng guy? Bitter melon face. Come on, I'm in the way here, I'll go out and see if there's anything to do. Lin Feng was secretly happy in his heart. I didn't expect this chick to speak up for herself. It seemed to have worked out well. Lin Feng, did you find anything? Qin Xinyan asked casually. After coming back, she had already asked some old people about the case. It was really hard to break it. There's nothing special to discover. Just some basic information in the dossier. I want to take a look at the pond over there. Lin Feng closed the dossier and said slowly. I'll accompany you. Qin Xinyan put down the newspaper in her hands. Of course I'm happy to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Lin Feng laughed playfully. Can you die if you're not poor for a day? Qin Xinyan rolled her eyes. There was still some small happiness in her heart. Can. The two joked and came to the director's office. Using the bus again? You two are a bit off today, Gui Yanfeng asked. It's not that these two use the bus to go out and fall in love, right? These two in the office kiss the thing, has long been spread to his ears. Well, we want to go to Lu Shaha village to take a look. Lin Feng said. Go where for what? Case 728 had been gathering dust for a long time. Gui Yanfeng had long forgotten about it. I'm going to investigate the 728 case, to return justice to the parents of those children who died tragically. Sacrificial respect. He had seen Lin Feng's performance during this time. Go, don't force yourself if you can't find out. After all, this case has gone on for too long. Gui Yanfeng handed a car key to Lin Feng. Okay, Mr. Gua. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Shaha village. This is the pond you're looking for. Under the leadership of the village chief, Lin Feng and Qin Xinyan then arrived at the pond. This pond had been deserted for more than 10 days. The water inside had long since dried up. Village chief, that year, were there any children victimized in your village? Lin Feng looked at the dried-up pond and asked with a frown. There were. Our village had the most victimized children. 7 died, including my poor grandson. The village chief sighed. That year, there were just 7 children aged 3 or 4 in their village. All dead. If the murderer is caught, he must be killed by 1,000 cuts. Sorry for bringing back sad memories. The village chief waved his hand. After so many years, he had almost let it go. We'll contact you again if something happens. After the village chief left, Qin Xinyan asked, do you suspect that the murderer is someone from their village? Lin Feng slowly nodded and said, to get to the pond, you have to pass through their village. And this road is very narrow. It can only pass a tricycle. The case happened in the summer, it's the rainy season, and the road is even harder to travel. So I'm guessing that the murderer is most likely from this village. That's how they could not move a sound and dump so many corpses here. Listening to Lin Feng's analysis, Qin Qingyan nodded. It seemed to make so much sense. However, this village was closely scrutinized at the time. There was no one found who had the motive to commit the crime. And the entrails of those children were not found either. Qin Qingyan said. Yeah, where could so many internal organs go? Lin Feng thought hard. Suddenly, Qin Qingyan brightened up and said, Lin Feng, if you invite back the souls of those victimized children and ask them, won't you know who the murderer is? Lin Feng looked at her breathlessly. Big sister, that would have to wait until dark. You watch horror movies, how many ghosts can come out in broad daylight? Qin Qingyan beamed. How would I understand if you don't say it? Are we just going to wait here until it gets dark? I'm starving. Lin Feng had a big speechless face. Come on, let's take you to eat first. The two found a small restaurant in the village. After casually ordering 2 dishes, they sat down. Boss, did you hear about the tragedy in the pond behind your village? Lin Feng casually asked. When the boss heard this, he instantly became interested and said, such a big case, how could I not know about it? At that time, I heard that it had alarmed the highest levels. They even sent experts over to investigate the case. But in the end, nothing was found out. The man eating on the side then said, I suspect that Guosheng from the west end of the village did it. That guy was idle and disoriented all day. And, after this case, after the police came here to investigate, he disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe this case was really related to this Guosheng. Even if he wasn't the murderer, then it must be related as well. Immediately after, Lin Feng asked about Guosheng's situation. He was 26 years old, and was the village's street rat. No mother-in-law, idle all day, no work. Eating and drinking all rely on borrowing, or stealing chickens and dogs. Before the murder, he seemed to have suddenly become rich. He bought some new clothes and had meat all the time. But after the case, he became a bit crazy. After a few days, he disappeared. Lin Feng, I feel this Guosheng is highly suspicious. Highly suspicious? Could it be that he was scared and went crazy because of the crime? I don't think so. Anyone who could do this case must have been extremely twisted in their heart. He couldn't have been scared out of his wits. Something doesn't feel right. Let's wait until it gets dark. After eating and drinking, just walked out of the hotel door. Just saw more than 20 people standing outside. You guys are the police, right? We are the victim's family. Please, you must find the murderer. Every day the child dreams that he is in so much pain all over his body. Please, please, please bring the murderer to justice, said more than 20 people, straightening up and kneeling down towards the duo. The case had been shelved for over 10 years. Lin Feng Qin Qingyan's arrival had rekindled their hopes. You guys get up. We'll definitely do our best to find the murderer. Qin Qingyan rushed forward to assist these people. Tears welled up in her eyes. After comforting them for a while, the two came back to the pond. The wind was gusting. Lin Feng, why do I feel a bit cold all of a sudden? It had just started autumn. There was no way this weather would be this cold. It's normal. It's the Yin wind condensed by the grievances of those little ghosts. Lin Feng thought about it and a spell hit Qin Qingyan's body. It seems to have gotten warmer. Qin Qingyan was excited like a baby. So magical? Actually, it's even warmer in my arms. Do you want to try? Lin Feng moved towards Qin Qingyan's side. Dead open, no form all day long. Qin Qingyan pouted. What was this called? Flirting at the crime scene? Time to get down to business. The time came to 11 o'clock at night. People in the village had basically gone to sleep at this time. Lin Feng stood by the pond, opening his heavenly eyes. But there wasn't a single little kid in sight. Probably all went to find their parents or reincarnated. Strangling his hands, a gale was blowing. It almost sent Qin Qingyan flying. Soon, more than 30 souls flew over from the south and north of the sky, but never dared to approach Lin Feng. Kids, don't be afraid, I'm a good person, Lin Feng said softly as he looked at these little kids. They were 3 or 4 years old when they died, and they still remained the same as they were then. They didn't dare to come closer. There was no other way. Lin Feng could only take out some candies from his pocket that he had prepared beforehand. Candy for the underworld. But when the children saw the candy, the fear in their eyes intensified. Some of them even wandered around. Lin Feng instantly understood. These children were afraid that they had been tricked with candies and had met an untimely end afterward. He hurriedly put the candies away. The head was big. The two-time seaman had no idea how to coax a child. Are they here yet? Qin Xingyan asked weakly. Coming, but they don't dare to come near me. Lin Feng shook his head and said. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. It was a bit dumbfounded. If it was adults, coercion could get them over. But these kids. Jean, let me do it. Qin Xingyan said. Child females had a natural rarity. Except, of course, for those vicious females. They're a bit scary, they'll scare you. Lin Feng shook his head, refusing to let Qin Xingyan see them. No, it's fine, I'm not afraid. What else can I do? Qin Xingyan gathered her courage and said with a trembling voice. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Feng still helped Qin Xingyan open her heavenly eyes, although he had prepared himself mentally in advance. But after seeing the group of brats, Qin Xingyan still couldn't help but take a step back. Don't be afraid, Lin Feng said softly in her ear. No, it's fine. Qin Xingyan took a deep breath and adjusted her mind. Kids, don't be afraid, let Auntie go find you, okay? Qin Xingyan wore a smile. But this group of children had been deceived in their lifetime, not quite able to trust people so easily. As Qin Xingyan walked towards them, there were a few brats showing their green fangs, trying to scare her off. Lin Feng also thought that Qin Xingyan would retreat back in fear, but she didn't. Still summoning up all her courage, she walked over. As she walked, she said, Children, I know you've been cheated. I also know that you guys have been hurt a lot, but you have to trust Auntie. Auntie is a police officer, not a bad person. Auntie came here this time to catch the person who harmed you. This woman. Lin Feng looked at her with admiration, obviously scared. Still had to go over. After a few persuasions, a few brats floated over to Qin Xingyan. Auntie, can you really find the murderer? These few little kids followed their parents around all day. They knew how much their own parents wanted to find the murderer. Well, knowing that you guys are obedient, tell us what you know, and we'll be able to find the murderer. Qin Xingyan reached out and touched the brat head closest to her, but the hand went through his head. Qin Xingyan looked back at Lin Feng. He understood what she meant. Another spell hit her. Qin Xingyan crouched down and picked up a little girl. Come and tell me, have you seen someone who harmed you? A few little kids looked at each other. Auntie, I know, after they took me back, I heard pigs squealing. Yes, that bad man had a scar on his hand, it was especially ugly. I've seen that bad guy, but I can't remember what he looks like. Someone took the lead. The many little kid heads began to chatter. An hour later, they had almost finished saying everything they knew. After letting the group of brats disperse, the two returned to the institute and began combing through the information they had provided. However, not much useful information was gained. There were pig squeals. In the countryside, most people had pigs in their homes. These children were too scared at the time, nor could they remember what the murderer looked like. Only knew it was a man and a woman. It should be a husband and wife who committed the crime. This allowed Guoshang to rule out suspicion. Who should this murderer be? Why was Guoshang frightened and mysteriously disappeared? The case must have something to do with him. If we find him, we can find a breakthrough in the case. I think that we still need to find Guoshang first. Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan spoke at the same time. I didn't expect my Xiaoyan to be so in tune with me. Lin Feng's serious face suddenly turned playful. This son of a bitch. Really shameless all the time. Fart your ass. Sleepy, I'm going back to the dormitory. Qin Xingyan finished speaking and was about to leave. Director Qin, aren't you afraid today? Do you still want me to accompany you? Lin Feng even raised his eyebrows as he spoke. That look was as cheap as it could be. If you dare, you can come. Qin Xingyan took a pair of scissors from somewhere. Aiming at that part of Lin Feng's body was a click. Hiss. Woman, you don't want to provoke me. Qin Xingyan spat out her tongue towards Lin Feng and left. As for what ghosts and gods, she wasn't that scared anymore after coming into contact with those little ghosts. This woman. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, picking up the dossier on the table and reading it. Guoshang. This person was also mentioned in the dossier. He was also interrogated at the time. But his confession, there weren't many words. I think he was already a little crazy at that time. Difficult. Originally I thought that by recruiting those brats, I would be able to find the murderer easily. I didn't think it would work this time. Forget it, sleep first. Only when I've had enough sleep will I have the energy to do something. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, Zhou Yan pushed the door and walked in. Snapped. Zhou Yan lit up a cigarette, took a hard drag and asked, Little Lin, today's investigation for a day, are there any eyebrows? Lin Feng shook his head and said, No. It's been too long. The crime scene has long since lost all traces. Zhou Yan nodded silently. Team Zhou, do you know this person Guo Shang? Lin Feng asked. I was the one who interrogated him in the first place. This person is idle and doesn't do his job. When he really didn't have any money, he would go to a pig farm to help haul some pig manure. After finding those children's bodies in the pond, he suddenly became crazy. When interrogated, he would only giggle or say only a few words. His family has gone to the exhumation and found no clues. According to the investigation, he also had no motive to commit the crime, so he was released back. After saying that, Zhou Yan put the few remaining cigarettes in his hand into his mouth and took a sharp drag. Lin Feng pondered Zhou Yan's words and suddenly asked, have you investigated the pig farm where Guo Shang works? Zhou Yan thought about it and said, investigated, we checked the entire pig farm, as well as the owner's house. Didn't find any problems either. That boss of the pig farm is a good old man. He had a son in his old age, but the child had a strange disease. Exactly what kind of disease, we don't know. In order to pray for his child's blessing, every holiday and New Year's Eve, he would take out some pork and distribute it to the people in the 10 miles and 8 villages. I later heard that not long after the crime, his son died from the disease. Oh yeah, the owner of the pig farm you also know. It's the owner of that kanji house the last time I took you for kanji. Lin Feng slowly nodded. That boss did seem to be quite naive as a person. In that case, the current breakthrough could only be placed on Guo Shang. Team Zhou, it's getting late, time to go rest. Lin Feng said and stood up. Let's go back to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng thought left and right. It always felt like Zhou Yan's words were hiding important information, but he didn't realize what was wrong. Thinking about it, he entered dreamland. The next morning, Lin Feng had just left the house and there were many people staring at him. There were those with serious faces. There were also ones with sneers on their faces. Lin Feng, I heard that you made a bet with Shi Yong to solve the 728 tragedy? Zhou Lei gloated and asked. What? Got a problem? Lin Feng tilted his face 45 degrees and raised his eyebrows and said, no problem, it just feels like you're pretty awesome. Han Lei said as he stifled his laughter. In order to figure out what was going on, he also deliberately went to learn about the 728 tragedy. After learning about it, his heart was a free one. This idiot, he really thinks of himself as Di Renjie. Any case can be solved. Look at you, do you also think I can't solve the case? Want to make a bet with me too? Lin Feng looked at Han Lei disdainfully. That's a must. Han Lei was just waiting for Lin Feng to say this. What to bet, you tell me. Whoever loses, whoever yells out 10 times in the compound, I'm a dog. Han Lei said after thinking about it. He just wanted to make Lin Feng lose face. Okay. Lin Feng casually agreed. Xian, let's go to Lu Xiahe village again. The reason Lin Feng shouted like that was to piss off Han Lei. Sure enough, on hearing it shouted like that, Han Lei was on the verge of jumping over the wall. Of course Qin Xingyan knew that Lin Feng was shouting on purpose. After blankly glancing at him, she followed. Son of a bitch, when you can't solve the case, even run around naked plus curse yourself. I'll ruin your reputation and make you a celebrity in the whole county. Han Lei said fiercely behind Lin Feng. Soon the two came back to Lu Xiahe village. However, they learned from the village chief's mouth. There was no one left in Guo Shang's house. His parents had both died 3 years ago. Lin Feng, what should we do? Why did you just think of making a bet with them? Qin Xingyan was a little worried. Otherwise, if you can't solve the case after a month, I'll go talk to them for you. Just pass it off as a joke. Lin Feng reached out and touched Qin Xingyan's head. Not bad, you haven't even entered the door yet, you already know to think about your husband. Scram! I'm talking business to you, can you be serious? Qin Xingyan reached out and slapped on Lin Feng's hand, shouting angrily. No problem La, I can find Guo Shang. Even if he's dead, I can dig him up. Lin Feng had expected this to happen. Come on, it looks like I made a fool of myself and worried for nothing. Qin Xingyan hummed. Let's go, I'll take you home. Qin Xingyan snapped her head up. She looked at Lin Feng angrily. I'm in a hurry for you and you're making fun of me. Are you still not a person? Lin Feng smiled. What are you thinking? I brought you home for business. In your head, can you not be so nasty? Qin Xingyan, chest heaving. Hating to put this bitch on the spot. Time would pass quickly when fighting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng parked his car in front of his house. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After walking through the door, Qin Xingyan was guarding Lin Feng like a thief. Then who knows if you'll get beastly. Lin Feng was speechless. Am I that kind of person? Qin Xingyan rolled her eyes. Please remove the There was no more chatting. Lin Feng told Qin Xinyan to stand to the side. He started to raise the altar for the spell. Write Guo Shang's birthdate and 8 characters on a yellow talisman. Paste it on the straw man. He took out the compass and put it on the table. Started to perform the little 6 non-searching technique. In an instant, the pointer on the roulette wheel began to swing wildly. Lin Feng frowned slightly after the compass pointer stopped. The position where the pointer stopped meant that the person to be found was dead. Guo Shang is dead, Lin Feng said softly. Dead? It's over, it's over. The last hope is gone. Qin Xinyan paced back and forth in the courtyard anxiously. Lin Feng laughed lightly. What's the point of panicking? It's not like I'm out of options. For Lin Feng, it was simpler when people died. A soul invocation spell would be enough to recall him. Qin Xinyan reacted, her small face slightly reddened as she angrily cursed. Bitch, did you purposely watch me react? Lin Feng blinked innocently. Seeing him like this, Qin Xinyan became even more mortified. Even she didn't know why she cared so much about Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're too much of an asshole, Qin Xinyan said and went after him. He ran and she chased after him. He couldn't fly with his wings. The two of them fought playfully into the house. What are you doing? Suddenly, Lin Feng grabbed Qin Xinyan's wrist tightly. There was fire in his eyes. I'm hungry, I want to go eat something. Qin Xinyan lowered her head. A voice as thin as a mosquito said, there's something even better, do you eat it or not? The fiery emotions in Lin Feng's eyes intensified. Qin Xinyan closed her eyes full of shame. Lin Feng instantly kissed it. It was very intoxicating. The room was rapidly heating up. The two of them slowly moved to the bed. Lin Feng, would this be too fast? Qin Xinyan gasped. Not fast at all. Lin Feng said, his hands were already a bit unsteady. Don't move your hands. I didn't move. In the blink of an eye, the jacket on Qin Xinyan had fallen to the ground. She covered her eyes with her hands shyly. Just as Lin Feng was preparing his next move, a sudden thud was heard from the courtyard. Immediately followed by a miserable scream came. Ouch! Bang! Qin Xinyan suddenly opened her eyes and hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away, quickly picking up the jacket on the ground and putting it on. This set of actions was really flowing. Who is the one who spoiled Master Dao's good deed? Lin Feng was incredibly depressed. Every time at a critical moment, he was always interrupted. Go and take a look, is it a thief? Qin Xinyan lowered her voice. Lin Feng endured his hard feelings and angrily walked towards the outside of the house. Upon seeing the person on the ground, the whole person was instantly bad. Zhou Xiaoman, what are you doing over my house wall? Lin Feng shouted angrily. This uncle and niece, they were their own natural enemies, right? Some other day I have to find their 8 characters and calculate them. Are they destined to be enemies? Oh, Dr. Lin. Zhou Xiaoman let out a silly laugh. Can you help me up first? I feel like my ass has blossomed from the fall. Lin Feng had a head full of black lines. What a sinful thing to do. Hearing the conversation, Qin Xinyan also walked out. Her little face was still flushed. Director Qin, I'm not going to be the one to spoil things for you guys, am I? Zhou Xiaoman pointed at Qin Xinyan then looked at Lin Feng. I'm sorry I didn't know that you guys would do that kind of thing in broad daylight. Hearing this, Qin Xinyan hated to strangle Lin Feng alive. I also blamed myself for not having enough determination. How could you get on the bed? Zhou Xiaoman, what are you saying about tigers and wolves? I was in the room with Director Qin discussing the case. Just at the critical moment, were you interrupted, do you know that? Lin Feng said righteously. Is that oh? Zhou Xiaoman was obviously not convinced. But Lin Feng, too, didn't give her the chance to say anything more about the matter. You still haven't answered me. What's the point of going over my wall? Nothing, I just wanted to see what you two were doing, Zhou Xiaoman said as she rolled her eyes. Although her brain was a bit undercounted. But it didn't betray Zhou Yan either. How did you know we were here? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. There's a locator in the bus. I saw it from Team Zhou. Aren't you guys investigating the 728 case? I'm quite interested in it too. So I sneaked over to look for you guys. Zhou Xiaoman suddenly felt very smart. Such a perfect reason could come to her own mind. Oh, we don't want to investigate the case right now. So you'd better go. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Letting this busty thing like you follow. Then wouldn't one be stripped naked and exposed in front of everyone? Sister Xiaoyan, just let me follow you guys. Zhou Xiaoman skipped over Lin Feng and walked over to Qin Xinyan, flinging her arm and said. Qin Xinyan looked at Lin Feng. She knew what Lin Feng was worried about, so she spoke. Xiaoman, we'll call on you when we investigate the case. Right now we really have things to do. Zhou Xiaoman looked at Qin Xingyan and then glanced at Lin Feng, and suddenly realized, I see. Then I'll leave you guys alone for now. Zhou Xiaoman left with a step and 3 turns back. Lin Feng was instantly relieved. If this chick was dead set on not leaving, he really couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoman, who had walked to the door, turned around. Dr. Lin, how come there's still a practice table in this courtyard? You're not a Taoist priest, are you? Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan suddenly froze. This chick had gotten smart this time? She guessed it? Just as Lin Feng was thinking of what to explain. I see, you also love horror movies where Taoist priests catch ghosts. You're better than me, you can even set up an altar to get addicted. When there's a chance, you have to let me try. Let's go, bye. You guys hurry up and have a baby. Phew, this stupid girl is really going to scare people to death. Then let's go ahead and have a baby. Lin Feng said bitchily. Scram! Stay 3 feet away from me in the future or I'll make you splatter your blood on the spot. Qin Xingyan shouted angrily. She was obviously quite ladylike. How come she couldn't hold it in his place? Could it be that you've really been single for a long time? Lin Feng was indignant in his heart. Zhou Xiaoman, sooner or later I'll have to open your ass up. Wait until it gets dark. The two of them reappeared in the courtyard again. It's too troublesome, every time I have to invoke my soul at night. Following you to stay up all night, I feel like my skin is bad. Qin Xingyan spat a few words. Lin Feng was helpless. If he was in his heyday, not to mention invoking souls during the day, even if he invoked a soul on the sun, he could still protect it. I'll send you some skincare products when I have the chance, I'll make sure your muscles are as tender as water. Lin Feng said. Then he began to invoke the soul. As on previous days, a ghastly wind blew by. Guo Sheng's ghost appeared in the courtyard. Hey! Hey! Guo Sheng came out and kept giggling. I blanch. How is this guy still a fool after death? It shouldn't be. Even the stupidest person's mind would become clear after death. Lin Feng counted with his fingers. So it's 3 souls and 7 spirits, lost 1 soul and 1 spirit. Looks like it was lost from being scared back then. Lin Feng then picked up the bell and shook it. Soul, spirit, return. After shouting 3 times in a row, 2 clusters of light points floated in from outside. Return. Lin Feng heavily snapped the bell in his hand onto the table. The 2 masses of light points then melted into Guo Sheng's soul. Guo Sheng, whose face was dull, instantly turned lucid. His body followed suit and turned into a hangdog. What are you looking for, Ghost Master? Although his soul was incomplete, he still knew about his own death. Lin Feng intuitively ignored his words and asked, how did you die? Who am I to tell you? Guo Sheng tugged like 285,000. Lin Feng, I can tell you, but you have to burn 100 pussies for me first. Then, gold mountains and silver mountains or whatever, just burn me tens of thousands of them. Hearing this, the black lines on Lin Feng's forehead got even darker. This guy was worthy of being an extreme street sneak. Even after becoming a ghost, he was still so mixed up. I don't think you know my identity yet. Lin Feng was all pissed off. In his 2 lives of cultivation, it was still the first time he met a little ghost that dared to ask him for something. Aren't you just a Taoist priest? Since you recruited me here, it means there's something you want from me. Since you begged me for something, then it's not too much for me to ask for something, right? Guo Sheng said in a flowing manner. Even though this guy was a jerk, he wasn't stupid. He also knew that he had recruited him up here because he had something to ask him. Well, you're right. Not too much. Lin Feng nodded and said. Then he raised his hand and tore a piece of cloth from the tablecloth. He rubbed it in the palm of his hand. This cloth was under the power of his mana. It had turned into a ghost beating whip. Come, you tell me what kind of chick you want. Lin Feng made Guo Sheng come over a bit. Any air hostess, nurse sister can do. And, Guo Sheng hadn't finished his words. Lin Feng raised his hand and threw up a whip. Ah! Guo Sheng screamed in pain. What are you doing? You're still the first brat who dares to ask me for something. Of course I'm going to reward you with something. Lin Feng shook the cloth in his hand and said, Hey, we're all out here, can you be a bit more moral? You had something to ask me for, so it's fine if you don't give something away. Surprisingly, you even hit me. Guo Sheng rubbed the place where he was whipped and said angrily. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm not begging you for something. Rather, if you don't tell me, I'll make your soul fly into oblivion. Come on, then you get me killed. I'm already dead anyway. Big deal, I'll die again. Guo Sheng simply lay down directly on the ground, just waiting for Lin Feng to send him away. Blanche, how could I have met such a two-skinned face? It's really a long time ago. Seeing Lin Feng get defeated, Qin Xingyan snorted out a laugh. That look. As if she was mocking him for being useless. Exasperated. Fine, you cowhide. I won't ask anything. Just blow you up. Lin Feng reached out and received Guo Shang's soul into the bottle. Start a pot of oil. Going down to the frying pan was the heaviest punishment for the brats. It could make them suffer from pain, and they couldn't die from the frying. But at home, there wasn't a pot that big. Only frying pans. Big brother, don't scare me. Anyway, no girls, no money. It's useless for you to do anything. My old man and mother are dead, and there's no one to burn for me. There's no point in being a ghost anyway. Guo Shang's voice resounded in the bottle. Lin Feng finally understood why this guy was deadbeat. It was really barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. The netherworld was similar to the yang world. Don't be without money. Without money, it doesn't work anywhere. Okay, he meowed, you win. Lin Feng huffed. Want chicks? No. I can burn some money for you. Enough for you to be a grandpa in the netherworld. Right, I knew Big Brother was generous. Guo Shang directly changed his address. You wait here, I'll go change money for you. It didn't take long. Lin Feng returned with Qin Xingyan with a bunch of yellow paper. It took some more time to cut it into paper money and burn it to Guo Shang. Big brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. I absolutely know everything. Guo Shang was satisfied with the money Lin Feng burned to him. How did you die? Did you throw the bodies of the children in the pond in Lu Xiaha village? Did you kill them? Lin Feng went straight to the point. Big brother, you're asking a bit many questions. Which one should I answer first? Guo Shang scratched his head and said, son of a bitch. Lin Feng finally realized what it felt like to have itchy back teeth. Whichever one you want to answer first. I didn't kill those kids, I'm a jerk but I'm not that heartless. I haven't thrown any bodies in the pond either. Guo Shang said with a relaxed face. Didn't do anything? This was something that Lin Feng obviously didn't believe. Then why were you scared silly after finding the corpse? Guo Shang thought for a moment. Sometime before I found those corpses, I threw something at the pond. But I didn't expect so many children's bodies to appear there. I was already timid, and then I was scared silly. Threw something? Qin Xingyan asked hurriedly. Well, it was piglets that died of disease from the pig farm. At that time, the owner of the pig farm said that he was afraid of being known that the pigs at their place had swine fever. So he gave me a sum of money to secretly bury those pigs. How tiring it was to dig a pit, I simply threw them all in the pond. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan looked at each other. I'm afraid that the things Guo Shang threw at that time were the corpses of those children. Before throwing it, didn't you open it and take a look? Lin Feng asked. No. Originally, I wanted to get it myself and eat it at home. But the boss of the pig farm repeatedly told me that those sick and dead pigs would get sick even if I ate them. I was afraid of contracting a disease, so I didn't look at it and just threw it away. You guys aren't going to say that the ones I threw away were children's corpses, are you? Guo Shang's voice instantly raised several decibels. Is the pig farm owner Guo Haifeng? That's him. Guo Shang nodded and said. Then how did you die? Lin Feng asked again. If he went to arrest Guo Haifeng now, if he refused to confess, there was no way he could get him to confess himself. Not to mention that he was a butcher. Someone who killed a lot of people would have a very heavy aura on his body. Those little kids would also be very afraid of him when they saw him. I stupidly ran to the mountain in the middle of the night and fell to my death by myself. Lin Feng. Come on, he was thinking that Guo Shang was killed by Guo Haifeng, and then finding Guo Shang's body would make him ambush the law. Now this path was not going to work. Then how to get Guo Haifeng to confess? Big brother, if it's alright I'll go back to the netherworld in style. Next time there's this good thing, call me again. Seeing the two men in deep thought, Guo Shang opened his mouth and said, go back first. Lin Feng waved his hand. Originally, he thought that after this matter came to light, he would directly destroy this asshole. But later on, it was estimated that there was still a need to use him. Lin Feng, should we go back and summon Guo Haifeng now? Qin Xingyan asked. Lin Feng gently shook his head. Without substantial evidence, it's hard for us to make him confess. Moreover, it's also written on the dossier that Guo Haifeng didn't have a motive to kill at all. I suspect that Guo Shang is giving us wrong information. Qin Xingyan thought for a moment and said, why don't we summon Guo Haifeng for interrogation first, in case he reveals any cracks? Lin Feng thought about it and said, if the murderer is really him, this will alert the snakes. For a while, there was another deadlock. Breaks, the murderer who had been hiding for 15 years, how could he easily reveal a break? Then what should be done? Is there really no way to solve this case? Qin Xingyan covered her forehead and said, Lin Feng reached out and poked Qin Xingyan on her forehead. How can there be no way to break it? Even the tightest case will always reveal cracks. Qin Xingyan patted him. After a while, you'll be able to see someone running around naked. Lin Feng smiled. Actually, I don't need to wait for a while, I can do it now. Do you want to see it? Fuck off. Who wants to see you? Qin Xingyan instantly blushed. It's late, don't go back, just sleep here. Qin Xingyan wrapped her hands around her body and covered her capital. What do you want? Simply want you to sleep here. Lin Feng shrugged and pointed to the house next to him. There's room over there, you can sleep there. Qin Xingyan looked at him with an expression like it would be weird to believe you. I want to go back. The door is over there, go by yourself. I'm sleepy, so I won't see you off. Lin Feng pointed at the gate. Qin Xingyan walked to the gate. It was out of reach. Shrinking her feet back again. To give you face, I'll sleep here. However, if you have any ungrateful thoughts about me, I'll cut that out for you. Qin Xingyan glared viciously at Lin Feng there. Then she went into the room Lin Feng had mentioned before. Silly near. Lin Feng secretly laughed and also went to the bedroom to sleep. 2 hours later, Qin Xingyan was tossing and turning in bed. I didn't lock the door. Why didn't this guy come in? Did he lose interest in me? Distracted. The next morning, Qin Xingyan saw Lin Feng and started to put on a face. This made Lin Feng speechless. I don't know where I messed with this chick again. This look made Lin Feng feel a little weak. I didn't go to your house. Why are you looking at me like that? Humph. Qin Xingyan gave a light hum. Lin Feng. What's wrong with this? Is it because I didn't go to her last night? It can't be. Forget it, don't think about it. A woman's mind can't be guessed no matter how much you guess. Let's go to Gua Haifeng's store, have some breakfast. Qin Xingyan did not respond and walked straight out. Soon, the two arrived at Gua Haifeng's kanji house. You eat, I can't eat it. Thinking that Gua Haifeng was the murderer, Qin Xingyan didn't say anything about her appetite. Not throwing up here was already a big favor. It's okay to pretend. Lin Feng lowered his voice. He then ordered 2 bowls of kanji and a cage of buns. Boss, I heard that you're from Lower River Village and used to run a pig farm. Then do you know, the body dumping case in your village pond? As Gua Haifeng was delivering the buns, Lin Feng called him back and said. Hearing this, Gua Haifeng's face, which was originally wearing a smile, immediately became serious. I know about this case, the murderer is really too heartless. To do this to such a small child. It's been 15 years since this case, have you guys started investigating this case again? Lin Feng sighed and said, yes, the pressure is on from above. This case must be solved. After visiting and investigating for the past 2 days, there's sort of a little clue. Gua Haifeng's eyes lit up, there are clues? Then hurry up and catch the murderer. It's not that easy, there are just a few clues now. The suspect isn't quite sure yet. Lin Feng kept staring at Gua Haifeng as he spoke, wanting to find a single break in his face. Unfortunately, he was too well disguised. It was still a bit of a discovery though. Lin Feng still felt a trace of corpse chi on him. Logically speaking, just a trace of it, it should have dissipated long ago. But why did he have it on him all the time? Unless, he had been in contact with corpses. Good luck solving the case early then. You guys eat, I'll get busy first. Gua Haifeng left. If you say that, aren't you afraid he'll run away? Qin Xingyan whispered in Lin Feng's ear. I'm not afraid that he'll run, I'm afraid that he won't. Lin Feng slowly said. Eat? Seeing that Qin Xingyan wanted to say something else, Lin Feng directly interrupted him. Why did you let him run? Out of the kanji house, Qin Xingyan hurriedly asked. Not being able to ask all this time was almost suffocating her. He will only run if he has a ghost in his heart. When he is going to run, he will definitely reveal the cracks. Moreover, there's a big chance that he's hiding a corpse in his house. Ask to see where he lives first. Without waiting for Qin Xingyan to say anything, Lin Feng twisted his head and left. Zhou Yan was definitely familiar with this Gua Haifeng. You guy, can't wait for me. Soon, the two of them found Zhou Yan in the criminal investigation section. Little Lin have you found anything? Zhou Yan asked. In fact, he knew in his heart. It would be strange if there could be a discovery. Yesterday, Zhou Xiaoman came back and gave Zhou Yan what she saw. These two are using official duty as a reason to fall in love. Gua Haifeng is the most suspicious. Lin Feng picked up the teacup on Zhou Yan's table and took a sip. Gua Haifeng? Lin Feng, are you kidding? Old Gui is a very honest person. I believe you're the murderer and it won't be him. Before Zhou Yan could speak, Shi Yang on the side shouted. Shut up you! Zhou Yan angrily rebuked. Although he also thought in his heart that Gua Haifeng wouldn't be the murderer. But he didn't immediately dismiss Lin Feng's face either. Little Lin, go on, why would he be a suspect? I can't say yet, you tell me where he lives. I'll tell you when I get the chance. Lin Feng's words made sure Young Pufado laugh. Teen Zhou, just say it. This criminal investigation section of yours is really impossible to stay in, it's full of farts. Zhou Yan immediately dogpiled, Lin Feng, what did you say? You don't say, where old Guo lives. I really don't know. Zhou Yan thought about it. After all, where he lives is a private matter. After being in contact for so long, he hadn't asked himself. Let's go, if we don't leave, we'll be smoked to death. Leaving behind a sentence, Lin Feng dragged Qin Xingyan and was about to leave. Lin Feng, don't be arrogant. When you can't solve this case, even if you beg me on your knees, I'll make you run around naked. Sure, Yang's eyes were fierce. Just don't beg me on your knees when the time comes. Lin Feng went out and told Qin Xingyan to go back to the forensic science department. Instead, he went to squat at the kanji house. He wanted to find out exactly where Gua Haifeng was staying. From the morning until the evening, Gua Haifeng never came out of the kanji house. This guy can really sit still. Lin Feng had to admire Gua Haifeng's big heart. It made him have a hint of doubt as well. Could it be that Gua Haifeng really wasn't the murderer? Was Guo Shang lying to himself? At nearly 10 o'clock at night, Gua Haifeng finally came out of the kanji house. Lin Feng quietly followed behind. After walking for 10 minutes, Gua Haifeng walked into a house. Lin Feng took a look. It was discovered that a corpse aura permeated around this house. There are definitely corpses inside. There was a plan in his mind. He went back to Qin Xingyan. What for? It's the middle of the night. Qin Xingyan, dressed in loose pajamas, opened the door with her face mask on top. I've made a major discovery and need your help. Lin Feng said with some excitement. Perhaps, the case would be solved tonight. What? Found evidence? Qin Xingyan was instantly energized as well. Not yet. However, it should be soon. Lin Feng's words caused Qin Xingyan to immediately lose interest again. Something that hadn't arrived yet wasn't really obtained. Say it, let me do you a favor. Qin Xingyan's voice suddenly weakened. I want to leave my soul, you watch over my physical body. Before 5 o'clock again, if I'm not back, you have to wake me up, or I won't be able to come back. What the hell? Leaving the soul? Qin Xingyan took a few steps back in shock. Could it be true in the movies? Can normal people really leave their souls? Well, you take this talisman, if I can't come back before 5 o'clock, you use it to stick it on my forehead. If you don't want me to come back, then forget it. Lin Feng finished speaking and directly lay down on the ground. Without a moment's effort, he wasn't breathing. It was obvious that he had already left his soul. This asshole ran away really fast? The inside of my old lady's nightgown is a vacuum, and she didn't know to take a look. Qin Xingyan muttered as she sat beside Lin Feng's meat. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng's soul was condescendingly looking at her at that moment. The loose neckline. An unobstructed view. Qin Xingyan looked at the motionless flesh and even poked it with her finger. It was just like being really dead. The body heat was passing through his body. I wonder if hitting him would have a reaction. Bastard, let you bully me every day. Qin Xingyan muttered to herself. Reaching out, she slapped Lin Feng on the face. Straight away, she exclaimed. I'll cut him now, he won't feel anything, right? An evil idea manifested itself in Qin Xingyan's mind. Lin Feng, who was looking mesmerized, didn't even know what Qin Xingyan was thinking in her mind. If he knew, he would definitely return to his position and put her in her place. Can't be looking at it anymore. Lin Feng moved his gaze away in love. He went out through the wall and went straight to Gua Haifeng's house. Let me see what secrets you have in this house. Gua Haifeng's home wasn't exactly small. It was worthy of being a big pig farmer in the beginning. The decoration was still very extravagant. There were also many rooms. After looking for several rooms in a row, he finally found the room with the heaviest corpse chi. Eye blanche. He had just gone in through the wall. The scene that met his eyes made Lin Feng directly explode. Only to see a corpse lying in a huge fish tank. The entire corpse had become very huge. But there wasn't the slightest bit of decay. It was obviously soaked in formalin. Although the body has become huge. But looking at it, there was still some resemblance to Gua Haifeng. Could this be Gua Haifeng's son? Lin Feng had some doubts in his heart. Already dead, why wasn't it buried? Instead, it was placed here? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, Gua Haifeng pushed the door and walked in. He was followed by a woman with a haggard face and Buddhist beads. It should be his wife. Son, father really missed you. In 2 more months, that master will be here. By then, he will definitely have a way to revive you. Gua Haifeng walked into the fish tank. Reaching out, he caressed the glass of the fish tank. Old man, why do you still believe in that bullshit master? It was all because of him that so many children died in your hands in the first place. If his method really worked, why would our son still die? Gua Haifeng's daughter-in-law, Zheng Hohat, had a pained look on her face. No, that's not the master's fault. It's me who's to blame. Blame me for being useless. It's all because I started late and didn't let the child eat enough offal from 50 school-age children in time. The loyal and honest look on Gua Haifeng's face disappeared and was replaced by ferocity. You really are deeply sinful. Amit Ba Buddha. Zhang Hohat turned her Buddha beads and recited the sutra. I only have this one son. Even if I go to hell after death, I'll let him live. Gua Haifeng slammed his fist heavily on the fish tank. Lin Feng finally understood. Where did those internal organs go? It turned out that all of them had been eaten by his child. What a bullshit master. Should just be a charlatan. At this moment, all the doubts in Lin Feng's mind were solved. Gua Haifeng's motive for killing. And the way he did it. It was to capture the children and kill them in the pig farm. Then when the pigs were killed, the children's blood and traces of the crime were washed away with water. Because a lot of water is used when killing pigs. This is what the police overlooked in their investigation. That's why no clues were found at the pig farm. Son of a bitch. Just because of his son. So many innocent children were harmed. It's not easy for a parent to do that for the sake of their child. But his kids are kids, but other people's aren't? Lin Feng waved his hands. The curtains in the room were windless and automatic. The electric bulb on the roof also flickered on and off. Gua Haifeng, you returned my internal organs. Gua Haifeng trembled. Zhang Hohat accelerated the speed of turning the Buddha beads. The master was really right. There really is a little ghost coming for me. Gua Haifeng first had a moment of fear, then a hideous smile appeared on his face. He thought of that master's words. If there are little ghosts coming for you, take out the knife you used to kill them. When they see it, they will still be afraid of you. Little ghost, I could kill you when you were alive, and it's the same when you're dead. Gua Haifeng reached into the cabinet under the fish tank and took out a pig-killing knife. There were still spots of blood vaguely on that knife. Lin Feng didn't expect. This Gua Haifeng even hid his tools of the trade. This time he can be ambushed. Lin Feng no longer stayed. Instead, he hurried back. Lin Feng, do I look good like this? He had just worn back to Qin Xingyan's room. She was seen posing in front of her flesh. Naibai's snowy son was trembling. Holy shit, this chick really treats me like a dead man. Too bad I don't have time to mess with you right now. Or else I'd have to send you a face full of skincare products. Lin Feng returned to his physical body and directly opened his eyes. Ah! Qin Xingyan saw Lin Feng suddenly open his eyes. She was shocked and ashamed. What did you do to my physical body? Did you take advantage of me while I wasn't there? Lin Feng stifled his laughter and said in a deep voice. Qin Xingyan's head shook like a rattle. No, no. Why did you come back so quickly? Lin Feng said, I was afraid that if I came back late, my pure body would be gone. Qin Xingyan's ears turned even redder. Hastily changing the topic, who cares about your body? Hurry up and get down to business. Did you find anything? Lin Feng said, it's certain that the murderer is Gua Haifeng. I'll call Team Zhou and have him lead the team over. What? Found the murderer? Zhou Yan, who was still in a daze, instantly woke up and sat up violently from the bed. Yes, found the murderer. Lin Feng said it again. After Zhou Yan's excitement, he said in a deep voice, Little Lin don't joke with me in the middle of the night. You are really not afraid of my sudden death. What a joke to find the murderer. If you can find the murderer just by falling in love, then all the CID officers should go and fall in love. Team Zhou, I'm not lying. The murderer is Gua Haifeng. I'll give you the address, you bring someone over now. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't wait for Zhou Yan to say anything and directly hung up the phone. Hanging hair, still don't believe me. If Zhou Yan didn't believe me, Lin Feng would have done it himself. Soon, Lin Feng rushed outside Gua Haifeng's house with Qin Xingyan. You wait here for Team Zhou, I'll go in first. After Lin Feng said that, he lightly jumped in. It's a 3-meter wall, just jumped in like that. Also this guy can fly. Not rare. Lin Feng went in and breezed to the corpse hiding room. He had to get his hands on the killing knife that had committed the crime first. Things had to be well thought out. In case he didn't catch Gua Haifeng first, let him throw the pig-killing knife into the fish tank, then the incriminating evidence on it might be gone. And then a deadbeat plea, then the case cannot be solved. Sure enough, the pig knife is still in the cabinet under the fish tank. After putting the pig-killing knife into the bag, he tiptoed to the yard and jumped out. Out so soon? Qin Xingyan felt that time had only passed for so many moments. This is the tool of the crime, you take it first. I'll go catch Gua Haifeng again. After saying that, he jumped in with another flying leap. Just as he landed, he saw Gua Haifeng face to face. Medical examiner Lin, you went over my family's wall in the middle of the night, is there something you want? Gua Haifeng asked with an expressionless face. Just now, he suddenly woke up from his sleep. There was a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After looking around, he didn't find anything. Then he prepared to go to the toilet in the courtyard to drain the water. Who knew, just in time to see Lin Feng jump in. Gua Haifeng, you've been hiding for 15 years. How much longer do I have to pretend? Now come back to the office with me and confess. Lin Feng said and walked towards Gua Haifeng. Dr. Lin, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Could it be that you're saying I'm the murderer of that case 15 years ago? How could that be? Gua Haifeng said with an innocent face. Since it's not you, then you should come back to the office with me to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Feng reached out and patted Gua Haifeng on the body. Dr. Lin, don't joke around. What kind of person asks someone to go back in the middle of the night to assist in an investigation? There's also the fact that I have a heart condition. If I don't get enough sleep, I'm prone to commit an offense. Why don't you go back first, and I'll go to the institute myself to look for you in the morning. Gua Haifeng even patted his chest as he spoke, pretending to look like he was having a hard time. Just for now. The institute has heart-saving pills. It won't let anything happen to you, don't worry, said Lin Feng, grabbing Gua Haifeng's arm. Then you wait for Dr. Lin, I'll go back to the house and put on some clothes. Lin Feng nodded. I'll go with you. Gua Haifeng walked slowly in front. Lin Feng just followed closely behind. Until Gua Haifeng walked to the door of the room where the corpse was hidden. Forensic Dr. Lin, my lover is still sleeping, you can wait outside for a bit. Lin Feng nodded. It didn't reveal him. When Gua Haifeng couldn't find that pig-killing knife in a little while, that expression should be amusing. Hearing this, Gua Haifeng was obviously relieved. Walking into the house, he closed the door. Gua Haifeng hurriedly walked to the fish tank and opened the cabinet door. After realizing that the pig-killing knife was not there, his face hurriedly turned pale. But squatted on the ground. Thinking back to what had just happened, he was sure that Lin Feng had come in and taken the pig-killing knife. Why did you force me? A few minutes later, Gua Haifeng hadn't come out. There was no movement in the room either. Could it be that this guy committed suicide in fear of his crime? Lin Feng hurriedly pushed the door open. Just at this instant of pushing the door, an axe came down towards his face. I blanch. Saying it slowly was fast. Lin Feng retreated sharply and avoided the fatal blow. 1 second slower and he would have been accounted for here. Dr. Lin, I really don't want to kill anymore. Why do you have to force me? Gua Haifeng's face was twisted. Carrying an axe, he slashed at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng dodged to the side and punched Gua Haifeng's chest. The intense pain caused coughing. Lin Feng took the opportunity to snatch the axe from his hand. Gua Haifeng, it's been 15 years, it's time for you to be ambushed. Lin Feng said coldly. At this time, Zhou Yan with his men also barged into the house. Lin Feng, what happened? A look of fear instantly appeared on Lin Feng's face. Team Zhou, if you guys come a little later, I guess I'll have to explain myself here. He was going to chop me with an axe, luckily I reacted fast and snatched it. Qin Qingyan cursed in her heart, can you pretend to be more exaggerated? Old Gua, I didn't think it was really you. A trace of pain flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. There's nothing more to say. This matter, it has nothing to do with my daughter-in-law, it was all done by me alone. Gua Haifeng looked back at the room where her daughter-in-law was and raised his hands. Whether your daughter-in-law has anything to do with it, we still have to investigate. Go and call your daughter-in-law out. After Zhang Hohat came out, Zhou Yan had them brought back. The room was searched again. After seeing the corpse soaked in formalin, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. It could no longer be described with the word pervert. Shaolin, I didn't expect that the case that has been snowed under for 15 years would really be solved by you. Zhou Yan was thrilled. Luckily he believed Lin Feng and rushed over. Otherwise he should feel guilty for the rest of his life if Lin Feng really got hurt. Team Zhou, we can't be sure that Gua Haifeng is the murderer yet. We still have to go back and interrogate, in case we get it wrong. Shi Yang didn't want to or dare to admit that Gua Haifeng was the murderer. Otherwise, he would have to run naked. Why did he have such a bad taste in his mouth? He even made him beg on his knees. Alas! I hope Gua Haifeng is not a murderer. Back to the office, Zhou Yan will bring people to Gua Haifeng interrogation. Who knows? Back in the house, Gua Haifeng refused to recognize the fact that the murderer only said Lin Feng broke into his home in the middle of the night. He thought it was a thief, so he picked up the axe. There is no way. Zhou Yan had to send someone overnight to send the pig knife to the city's technical section, to help compare DNA. Lagua, I've already sent that pig-killing knife to the city's technical section. The identification results of the bloodstains on it will come out soon. I think you'd better confess from the truth. Zhou Yan did not stop interrogating Gua Haifeng. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Gua Haifeng knew he couldn't escape. He suddenly laughed maniacally. This strange laughter made Zhou Yan and several people feel puzzled. Going to act crazy? Sure enough, during the subsequent interrogation, Gua Haifeng did nothing but giggle. Zhou Yan and several people did not bother. Just waiting for Zhang Han to bring back the results. Comrade Zhang Han, right, sorry for making you wait for so long. Zhao Long, the head of the technical section of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, walked out from the inspection room with 2 dark circles under his eyes. It's fine, Section Chief Zhao looks like he hasn't slept all night. Any more big cases? Zhang Han asked casually. Missing persons. 6 people have already gone missing, all of them are wonderful girls. What do you want to test? Give me the stuff. Zhao Long wanted to hurry back to bed. In order to solve the disappearance cases, their technical section had already stayed up for a few all-nighters, but there was still no discovery. And he knew the detection rate of the Wuhua County Police Station. Big cases can't be solved, and the ones that can be solved are trivial. That's why he came out after he finished the work in hand. Case 728. 15 years ago, we caught the suspect, but he refused to confess. Here are the tools of the trade. It's still up to you to extract the DNA on it and match it with the deceased's. Zhang Han handed the pig-killing knife to Zhao Long. What? Case 728, have you caught the suspect? Zhao Long was instantly refreshed. He had participated in the detection of the 728 case in Wuhua County at first. Nay, he didn't find anything. It should be correct. Just waiting for the DNA comparison results from your side. Zhang Han said. Okay, you wait, I will immediately go to extract the comparison. Now when the comparison was done, he also reported to the City Public Security Bureau chief. Soon the Public Security Director Zhao Lidong rushed over. You're the comrade who came from Wuhua County, right? Did you catch the suspect in case 728? Zhao Lidong hurriedly asked after seeing Zhang Han. Yes, Bureau Zhao. Zhang Han was obviously a bit nervous. This Gui Yanfeng didn't even know to report to me on such a big matter. Look at his itchy skin. Zhao Lidong said with slight anger. The 728 case had haunted him. If it wasn't for this case, he would have been promoted a long time ago. But it wasn't too late to solve it now. At least it fulfills his wish before he retires. I think the director waited to identify the suspect before reporting it. Zhang Han said weakly. Come on, tell me how you found the suspect. Zhang Han then told the process. You're saying that this case was solved by Qin Qinyan and Lin Feng from your forensic medicine? It's true that heroes come out of youth since ancient times. Zhang Han knew that Lin Feng and Qin Qinyan had been getting bored together all day long in the past few days. That's why he said that the case was solved by the two of them. Zhao Long, have the results come out? Zhao Lidong asked loudly. He couldn't wait to know the results. Right away. Soon Zhao Long came out with the comparison results in a hurry. Director, the DNA extracted from the pig-killing knife matches the child victim's DNA. It can be confirmed that the murderer is him. Go to Wuhua County. Zhao Lidong waved his hand. With the crowd, he rushed to 5 Rivers County. This kid, Zhang Han, didn't answer his phone. Did the results come out or not? 5 Rivers County Police Station Criminal Investigation Section. Director Gui Yanfeng paced back and forth. Zhou Yan was also in a state of confusion. Almost the entire institute had gathered here. It wasn't that Zhang Han didn't answer the phone. Zhao Lidong does not allow, he does not dare. It is that Gui Yanfeng is anxious. This asshole didn't report such a big deal. He's just anxious there. Soon, Zhao Lidong and the others appeared at the Wuhua County Police Station. Zhang Han, not even answering the phone, are you trying to go to heaven? Just as Zhang Han walked into the office, Gui Yanfeng shouted. I think it's you who wants to go to heaven. Zhao Lidong walked in from behind. Gui Yanfeng instantly knew what was wrong when he saw Zhao Lidong. He glared fiercely at Zhang Han. Playing dumb, he asked, Bureau Chief Zhao, why are you here? Why did you say I came? Zhao Lidong said without a trace of anger. Gui Yanfeng let out a giggle. I'm not waiting for the murderer to be identified before reporting back. What if it's wrong? Zhao Lidong glared at Gui Yanfeng. The identification results are out. It can be confirmed that the murderer is the one you arrested. As soon as Zhao Lidong finished speaking, the entire criminal investigation section was excited. Only Shi Yong had an ugly face. Zhou Yan, Go and prepare the materials to send the murderer to the prosecutor's office. Then notify the victim's family. Guo Yanfeng immediately arranged it. Yes. Which one of these is Comrade Lin Feng and Qin Qingyan? Zhao Lidong looked at the faces of the people in the field. Bureau Zhao, the two of them aren't here. Should still be resting. For the sake of solving the case, they've been fighting on the front line for several nights in a row. Guo Yanfeng said. In that case, let's wait until they wake up from their sleep then. Zhao Lidong nodded and said. At this time, the sleepy Lin Feng woke up leisurely. The first thing he did was go to the criminal investigation section. He wanted to see if Guo Haifeng had confessed. On the way, he happened to run into Zhou Xiaoman. Yo, isn't this the great hero Lin? Zhou Xiaoman's words were full of sour flavor. Is this girl on the wrong medication? Or did I start too hard? Should I start again? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Zhou Xiaoman pointed at his nose and said. You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong. The deal was to solve the case and bring me along. What happened? Forgot all about me. It's true that men are no good. Lin Feng laughed. The situation was urgent, so I didn't bother to call out to you. Next time there's a case, definitely bring you. Zhou Xiaoman moved closer to Lin Feng. You said so. If you don't bring me next time, I'll have to make you look good. Okay. Did Guo Haifeng confess? Lin Feng asked. It's confirmed that he's the murderer. Now everyone is waiting for you in the criminal investigation section. Lin Feng arrived at the criminal investigation section and shouted as soon as he pushed the door, Where's Shi Yong? Isn't it time to fulfill the bet? Shi Yong's face instantly turned pig liver colored. This dog thing really wants me to get off my ass. Bureau Zhao, this is Lin Feng. Guo Yanfeng said hurriedly. Oh, Zhao Lidong looked Lin Feng up and down. Sure enough, a hero is a young man. Shi Yong, why don't you say anything? Trying to deny it, aren't you? Lin Feng didn't hear Guo Yanfeng's words and went straight to Shi Yong's side. Shi Yong hurriedly made a look. What? Something wrong with your eyes? Nothing, that doesn't stop you from running around naked. Lin Feng, stop it, this is Director Zhao of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, why don't you come over and say hello? Zhou Yan said with a dry cough. Not in the way. Comrade Lin Feng, you made a bet with this little comrade? Zhao Lidong asked with interest. Good day Bureau Zhao. We did make a small bet. Our team Zhou is a witness, let him tell you about it. Lin Feng said. Zhou Yan glared at Lin Feng. He then told the story under Zhao Lidong's pressed questions. Still young people can play, a bet and a naked run? Since you made a bet, you have to admit it. But running naked is indecent. Why don't you guys change it? Zhao Lidong's words filled Shi Yong with gratitude. Little sample. Didn't expect it. The city director even spoke for me. Let's see what you can do to me. Lin Feng gave Zhao Lidong a strange look. I didn't expect this guy to be so nosy. But so what? Tay Miao. Am I familiar with you? Using you to make decisions? Lin Feng's words caused Zhao Lidong's smile to stiffen on his face. The atmosphere on the field became awkward. Even the director dared to contradict him. He really didn't know the heights of his sky. Lin Feng, this Fate 13 will have no hope of being promoted in the future. Shi Yong was secretly happy in his heart. It's true that he's a young man. It's normal to have a temper. I don't care about young people's matters, you guys decide for yourselves. A few seconds later, Zhao Lidong broke the deadlock. Medical examiner Shaolin, I heard that you've solved several cases recently. Are you interested in coming to the city bureau to help out? Lin Feng waved his hand. The city bureau has so many excellent talents, they don't need me. Go to the city council? Only a dog would go. It's not easy to get along with Qin de Beauty. If you go to the city bureau for a few days and come back, don't run away with someone again. Zhao Lidong is embarrassed again. This young man. He's a bit of an asshole. You don't want to go, do you? But I have to let you go. Guo Yanfeng, I'm ordering you now to have your criminal investigation section and forensic science section go and help the city bureau solve the disappearance case. You must arrive at the city bureau before nightfall. Zhao Lidong immediately gave Guo Yanfeng an order. There's nothing to find out. A disappearance case can still use the forensic science section? Got a chicken feather for an arrow. Lin Feng muttered in an irritated whisper. Zhao Lindong heard it and pretended not to hear it. This young man was really a prick. Yes, director. Zhao Lidong then walked away in displeasure. In all these years, this was the first time he had encountered a prick like Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you really don't give Bureau Chief Zhao any face at all. Still too young, change your temper or it won't do you any good. Zhou Yan said to Lin Feng just for a while. From now on he was thinking about Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. It doesn't matter, he can still fire me. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, then looked at Shi Yong. "Shi Yong, isn't it time to talk about us?" Shi Yong's face reddened again and he whispered. "Lin Feng, why don't we change the bet?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Don't want to run around naked? That depends on what sincerity you have." Clenched his fingers. "Bastard calf, want to take advantage of the opportunity to extort? I'll back out. What can you do to me?" "Che, I still have things to do, so I won't bullshit with you here." Shi Yong immediately wanted to leave. Lin Feng pulled him back. "Want to renege on the debt?" "I don't want to renege. We didn't say when we were going to honor the bet at the time. Wait until I'm in a good mood one day," Shi Yong said with narrowed eyes. "Fine, then you go. Turn around and I'll publicize that you're a villain who goes back on his word. I'll see who will still play with you in the future. And if you talk to someone in the future, let's see if I'm done talking to your date." In the face of a scoundrel, you have to be more scoundrel than he is. That's how you can cure him. "Lin Feng, don't go too far." Shi Yong's face was suddenly gloomy. "Little Lin, why don't I be a peacemaker? How about you change to another condition?" Zhou Yan didn't want these two to make a scene and said hurriedly, "Okay, I'll sell Team Zhou a face. It's almost noon, you first arrange a meal for the big guys. If the sincerity is sufficient, I won't let you run around naked." Lin Feng said after thinking about it. It would have been unrealistic to let Shi Yong run naked. If he couldn't run naked, he would also have to ruthlessly pit him. "Shi Yong, what do you say?" Zhou Yan asked. "Okay, I'll admit it." At noon, Shi Yong arranged for the entire institute to go to the best restaurant in Wuhua County for a meal. One meal cost him 3 months' salary. It was killing him. "Lin Feng, I'm sincere enough. Not bad, so I won't let you run around naked." Lin Feng picked his teeth and said, "Okay, then let's forget about this." Shi Yong gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, not letting you run around naked doesn't mean I won't let you do anything else." Lin Feng dragged Shi Yong. "What else do you want?" Shi Yong suppressed the anger in his heart. "Seeing that you're so angry, wear pants and go to the institute to run 10 laps, this is over. How about that? You're tough enough. I promise." Shi Yong's face turned iron blue. "Han Lei, you kid, don't run." Lin Feng saw that Han Lei wanted to run after eating and hurriedly called out to him. "Isn't it time for you to go bark at the compound?" Han Lei smiled sarcastically. "Brother Feng, I was just joking with you last time. Don't take it seriously." "Scram, who the hell is your brother? Hurry up and go bark, or I'll beat you up." Lin Feng waved his fist. At once, a dramatic scene appeared in the compound of the Wuhua County Police Station. One person was running in his pants and one was barking. The rhythms matched quite harmoniously. After it was over, Zhou Yan led a few people to the city council. "Talk nicely when Lin Feng arrives, don't mess around anymore." On the way, after Qin Xingyan figured out why she was going to the city bureau, she couldn't help but chatter. "Xiao Yan, you've been chattering all the way." "I know, in the future, I'll definitely shut up and keep my mouth shut. I'll listen to what others say." The buzzing was comparable to the Tang monk's spell. "Che, who wants to care about you?" After arriving at the city council, someone was then in charge of telling them about the missing cases. 6 girls of a certain age had disappeared in a month. They were all from the county and district who came to the city to work. The last place they showed up was near Qingyang Mountain in the suburbs. After visiting and investigating, no clues were found. It is unknown whether these 6 young girls are alive or dead. I don't know what the director was thinking, to let the trash from Wuhua County come to help solve the case. They didn't just happen to solve case 728. Still really taking them seriously. Not far from them, a dry police officer said loudly. This was for Lin Feng and the others to hear. "The materials about this case are all in your hands, take another look for yourselves." The person who had explained it to them also walked away impatiently. "What big tales are you all pretending to be? If you guys were capable of solving it, why would you need us?" Lin Feng disliked back. He never spoiled people like this when faced with them. "Don't cause trouble." Qin Xingyan tugged at him. "Kid, you're the prick who contradicted the director, right? Quite a prick indeed. Too bad this isn't that small county of yours, Wuhua County, so you'd better settle down." The dry cop who had just spoken with his life came over and pointed at Lin Feng. The fact that he had contradicted Zhao Lidong had already spread in the city council. It was said that he had no one in his sight and was lawless. This time, he was brought here to thwart him. "What? The city council is superior? If you have the ability, go and solve the case. What are you doing here forcing the issue?" Just when the two were in a tit-for-tat, Zhao Lidong came quickly with a few people. "All enter the conference room." The crowd walked into the conference room. Zhao Lidong cleared his throat. In order to solve the 922 missing persons case as soon as possible, It is now set up by the City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team 2 and the Five Rivers County Criminal Investigation Section. Saying this, he looked at Lin Feng, and a task force consisting of the Five Rivers County Forensic Science Section. The leader of the group is Comrade Lin Feng from the Five Rivers County Forensic Science Section. I hope everyone cooperates well. If you can't solve the case in 5 days, go back to farming. What? Letting a small forensic scientist from Woha County be the team leader? Is the director crazy? Or is his brain kicked by a donkey? Who knows what the director was thinking? This kid is not the chief's illegitimate son, is he? I've never heard of him before. The people of the city's criminal investigation team 2 exploded. Lu Jioli, take your men and work well with team leader Lin. Zhao Lidong gave an explanation to Lu Jioli, the captain of City Criminal Investigation Team 2. Yes, director. Although Lu Jioli was also unconvinced in his heart, there was nothing he could do. Soldiers had to obey orders as their vocation. He wanted to see what this young little forensic scientist was capable of. Comrade Lin Feng, don't let me down. Zhao Lidong patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "What an old fox." Lin Feng cursed. How could he not know what Zhao Lidong was selling? If he could solve the case, it meant that he knew the heroes. If he couldn't solve it, then he would kill his vigor, so that he wouldn't flaunt it too much. Comrade Shaolin, it's just 5 days. If we can't finish it, the reward of 728 will be gone if the merits and demerits don't match. Zhao Lidong narrowed his eyes and said, "Old man, waiting for me here. Promise to complete the mission." Lin Feng couldn't wait to spit in his face. Zhao Lidong left in satisfaction. Lin Feng, you can do it. I didn't expect the director to think so highly of you. I thought I'd not give you any good fruit because of the backlash. Qin Xingyan said with an excited face. Worthy of being the man she looked up to, he was just capable. You know a dare. It's called cupping, get it? Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng in confusion. What was cupping? Team leader Lin, what do you arrange next? Lu Jioli asked in a muffled voice. It was very depressing. After so many years of doing criminal investigation, he had to listen to a brat's command. Team Lu, don't call me team leader. Just call me Lin Feng or Shaolin. Lin Feng didn't hold back. A title, besides you're the group leader personally recognized by the director. Group leader, whatever you want, just order me, my people, and I promise to cooperate with the work. Lu Jioli patted his chest and said, now let's go to the place where the people went missing first. Lin Feng thought about it and said, yes. Little Lin, quite the leader. Zhou Yan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He was overjoyed to have Lin Feng as the team leader. The people from the Five Rivers County Police Station finally had a face. Soon the crowd arrived at the place where the people had gone missing. It was clear from the available video. The missing person entered from the south side of the mountain road, and then went missing. Because there was also surveillance near the northward to the suburb entrance, there was no sign of the missing person. It's just one road in and out. At the time of the disappearance, there were no vehicles passing by, so concluded that the missing person is in this mountain. But the people from the city's criminal investigation department have been investigating for quite some time. With police dogs, they haven't found any clues on this mountain. Did the person just disappear into thin air? Team leader Lin, have you found anything? Lu Jioli saw Lin Feng standing there, looking around as if he was enjoying the scenery around him. Lin Feng shook his head, no. Let's go to the mountain and take a look. There was only one road from below to the mountain. Lin Feng took the lead and walked over. This kid can really act. That's right, really thinks he's a character. Still carrying his hands upside down, is that how he wants to be a leader? A few dry cops around Lin Feng's age said loudly in defiance, and Lin Feng pretended not to hear them. Fighting with this kind of hairy kid, dropping Master Dao's stature, walking and stopping along the way, Lin Feng carefully observed. If the missing person was killed in this neighborhood, if the missing person had been killed in this neighborhood, they would have left behind a body odor. But he didn't find any even when he went all the way to the top of the mountain. It's strange. Surprisingly, there was nothing. Lin Feng, is there something wrong? Qin Xingyan saw Lin Feng frowning and touched him and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. There were graves all over this mountain top. It must have all been buried by people from the neighborhood. Lin Feng walked to the other side of the mountain top. It was very rugged. There was no way anyone would be able to go down from here. There was no way. Had to come back at night. Lin Feng said darkly, come on, let's go back. What? This was to investigate a case? Or a trip to the mountains? Just take a walk and be done with it? If it wasn't for not having a camera, they'd all think Lin Feng was posing for the camera. Team leader Lin, the director can just give us 5 days. Do you want to take another good look? Lu Jioli reminded. No need, go back and run through the ideas again. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, wasting time here, it would be better to go back and get a good night's sleep. If he casts a spell at night, he'll know where they are. Alright, you're the leader of the group, you have the final say. Lu Jioli laughed in his heart. Anyway, he reminded himself, when the time comes that the case can't be solved, then all the blame will be put on him and it's done. After returning to the city council and showing his face, he returned to the arranged hotel. Shaolin just 5 days. Time is short, why do I see you not panicking at all? Is there a plan in mind? Zhou Yan asked with some anxiety. After solving the 728 case, Lin Feng could have a lot of room for promotion. But if this case couldn't be solved, this opportunity would be missed. Lin Feng shook his head, not yet. This is too fishy, I'll think about it. He wasn't a criminal investigation graduate. Apart from being able to cast spells, he really didn't know much else. He couldn't just perform a jumping god on the spot. Okay, you have to hurry up. Zhou Yan was anxious for him. When Lin Feng returned to his room, Zhou Yan called Zhou Xiaoman to his room. Do you know why I put you next to Lin Feng's room? Zhou Xiaoman nodded. I know, it's so that I can keep an eye on him at all times. Just know, go back. Lin Feng's room. Do you have any ideas? Qin Qingyan asked. Well, there's information about their identities on the dossier. I can find their location by casting a spell. Lin Feng memorized the missing person's information in his heart. Now go out with me to run some errands. Without waiting for Qin Qingyan to object, Lin Feng directly pulled her hand. While they were going out, Zhou Xiaoman followed behind them with a thieving head. I thought, what's the point of coming out? Another date. Buying a lantern, is that how you bully a single dog? Zhou Xiaoman was a bit indignant. In fact, she is not bad looking. She's not bad looking. Usually, she is big-headed, and a tiger. No man is willing to get along with him. Until now, she had never experienced what it was like to be in love. Why did you buy so many Kongming lanterns? Wishing for one is enough. Qin Qingyan asked with a slight blush on her small face. I didn't expect this bastard boy to have such a romantic side. Of course it's to find those people to use. What else can it be used for? Lin Feng returned to the hotel and first did some math. The few missing teenage girls were still alive. It was then prepared to use the Kongming lantern to find their location. Qin Qingyan rolled her eyes. It was true that she had overthought things. This guy knows shit about romance. Go, what are you gawking at? Lin Feng touched Qin Qingyan with his arm. Don't touch me. What the hell again? This woman is such a dull face, she changes whenever she says so. Lin Feng scratched his head. I really don't know what's wrong with this chick again. It was true that the old ancestors were right. A woman was a marvelous animal. Here, this is for you. Although I don't know why you're angry. But don't be angry. Lin Feng juggled and took out a bunch of sugar gourds from behind him. You want to get rid of me with one sugar gourd? I'm really eating this. Qin Qingyan took the sugar gourd and ate it beautifully. This guy wasn't that heartless. Lin Feng. Women in this era were really good at coaxing. The two quickly returned to the hotel. After the guys had a simple meal, they each went back to their rooms. Lin Feng, go by yourself at night. Following you for this period of time is killing me. Qin Qingyan said with some difficulty. How many days had it been? Not a single peaceful sleep. This tossing to circle up for the test? Alright, you take a good rest. I'll go by myself. Lin Feng said with some heartache. It wasn't just Qin Qingyan. These past few days Lin Feng also felt like his back ached, as if his body had been emptied. Well, I'm going back to sleep. Night fell. Lin Feng quietly stuck out a head from his room. Seeing no one around, he slipped out. He had just left with his front foot. Zhou Xiaoman followed. Uncle was right, this guy's going to mess things up. Where is everyone? Just as he walked out of the hotel entrance, Zhou Xiaoman realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. Hadn't he grown wings and flown away? She looked up. I blanched. He can actually fly? That's right. Lin Feng was trying to save time, going out of the doorway and looking around to see that no one was there. Then he took off directly. Uncle, wake up. It'll fly, Lin Feng, he'll fly. Zhou Xiaoman slapped Zhou Yan's room door hard. This woke up everyone in the surrounding Wuhua County. Of course, it also included Qin Qingyan. Lin Feng's secret was seen by this girl? Qin Qingyan secretly said something bad. Do what? What's all the noise in the middle of the night? Zhou Yan opened the door with a coat on. Uncle, didn't you tell me to follow Lin Feng? He just went out. I'll follow him too. But as soon as he went out, he just flew away. Zhou Xiaoman said excitedly. What the hell just flew away? I think you're just sleepy. What is this brain of yours filled with day after day? Zhou Yan didn't have the good sense to say. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't believe me? Go and take a look. Lin Feng wasn't even in the room. Zhou Xiaoman stomped her feet anxiously. Zhou Yan was helpless. He could only go and knock on the door of Lin Feng's room. See, I told you he wasn't in his room, Zhou Xiaoman said with an excited face. Then she thought about the altar that Lin Feng had placed in his house. Could he really be one of those Taoist priests who went up to heaven? Zhou Yan instantly became a little spirited as well. Could it be that this Lin Feng kid was really eccentric? Just as the two of them were thinking about each other, suddenly, the door opened next to them. What are you two doing? Do you want people to sleep? Lin Feng revealed a head and said irritably. Lin Feng, when did you come back? Zhou Xiaoman said handily. No, shouldn't your room be this? You tell me. If you have nothing to do, go to bed early. What are you stirring up? Bang! Lin Feng viewed the door heavily. Sleep your sleep. Zhou Yan glared fiercely at Zhou Xiaoman. Whose room was this next to him, need you ask? Of course it was Qin Xingyan's. Lin Feng, you're an asshole. This time, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to wash it off. Qin Xingyan gritted her teeth. Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it. The windows of his room were closed. He could only let Qin Xingyan open her rooms. Don't be angry, I'll make it up to you later. I'm leaving. Business was important. Lin Feng scattered and flew away. What a coincidence. Zhou Xiaoman was there at her room window just in time to see Lin Feng take off again. Could it be that being single for a long time really makes you blurry-eyed? Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Qingyang Mountain. There had been a disappearance case during this time. There were no clues. The residents in the neighborhood then began to speculate if it was haunted. So they didn't see many people during the day, let alone at night. Light up the lanterns. Lin Feng recited an incantation under his breath and pinched his fingers. The 6 lanterns slowly rose at the same time. Lin Feng followed closely below. 10 minutes later, the 6 lanterns landed neatly on the top of the mountain. Lin Feng frowned. These few people should be in this neighborhood. But why couldn't they be found? At this moment a pair of eyes were staring at him from a dark corner. Strange. Where could 6 people hide? Could it be in a grave? Forget it, let's look for them tomorrow. At night, he couldn't dig through hundreds of graves. Early the next morning, Lin Feng appeared at the city office. Team leader Lin, you've gathered everyone here so early, is there something you've found? A dry cop from the second team asked lazily. Sort of. Let's go to Qingyang Mountain again, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The people of the second team looked at each other. Going to Qingyang Mountain again? A walkabout? Or was this bogeyman deliberately trying to make a show of it, waiting for the time to come, so that he can find a reason to excuse himself? Alright, listen to team leader Lin's arrangement, form up and set off, Lu Jioli said as he waited for the team members to be almost done with their whining. Team leader Lin, you say how to check it. After arriving at Qingyang Mountain, the second team personnel began to swing for the fences, either getting together and chatting, or kicking rocks there. After my night of thinking, the missing person is in this neighborhood. Since we can't find them above ground, let's look underground. Examine every grave carefully. Cut. Nuts. How could a living person be in a grave? No matter how perverted the kidnappers were, they wouldn't do that, right? The crowd sighed at Lin Feng's words. Don't just stand there, team leader Lin has given the word, why don't you all get moving? Lu Jioli shouted. The second team then moved. He looked at Lin Feng. It was as if he was demonstrating with him. Lin Feng directly ignored him. After 10 minutes, the people from the second team gathered again. The laborers are quitting. What's the idea? Let's line up graves. Whoever wants to do it will do it. Lin Feng gave the man a cold look. Are you representing you personally? Or your entire criminal investigation team too? The man who spoke twisted his head to look at Lu Jioli. Lu Jioli nodded slightly. Of course it's our entire second team. This place has been checked by me countless times. It's simply impossible for a missing person to be here. Then you guys can go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Lu Jioli walked over to Lin Feng. Team leader Lin, being here is a complete waste of time. Let's go back and look for other clues first. Lin Feng nodded. Little Lin, are you sure the missing person is here? This place is a sight to behold. Zhou Yan was already searching very carefully, but nothing was found. Not even any special footprints. I'm sure it's here. Moreover, I suspect that those missing people are hiding in which grave. Lin Feng could not trust himself, but completely trust his own arts. It was a pity that his own strength was 1 in 10. Otherwise, he would be able to clearly see where the people he was looking for were. Then let's look again. Zhou Yan nodded and said. He had completely trusted Lin Feng now. Since he said it was here, there was absolutely no escape. It didn't matter if it was Gui Yanfeng or Wang Defa. Weren't they all ambushed at his insistence? Soon a long morning passed. The crowd hadn't found anything at all. Lin Feng, it's been half a day and you haven't even found a hair. Are you deliberately tossing us around? Shi Yang started to come out and jump again. Last time, under Lin Feng's coercion, he had to run laps in his pants. It had humiliated him to his grandma's house in Africa. How could he not harbor a grudge? Now he finally found a chance to vent his resentment. Lin Feng, people here are no longer checking on the city's second team. What time are you still wasting? Are you thinking that you're even better than others? There was Shi Yang leading the way. There were also others who whined. What's going on? Is there any discipline left? Letting you guys find it, Lin Feng must have his reasons. You say it's not little Lin. Zhou Yan spoke out to relieve Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled lightly, there's no reasoning. I just have a feeling that the missing person is in this area. These words made even Zhou Yan's face turn stiff. Young people were young people. You could at least find a reason to make a perfunctory statement. This is good. Sure enough, Lin Feng's words fell. Those who were a bit unconvinced in their hearts left their stalls and were about to leave. Dr. Lin has solved so many cases. There's no need for us. Those who wanted to leave were all young people. Those older ones didn't move. Leave if you want to. Lin Feng didn't spoil them either. Soon there were Qin Xingyan, Zhou Yan, Zhou Xiaoman and a few old people left on the field. Lin Feng, you really need to change this temper. Otherwise you'll suffer big losses in the future. Zhou Yan said in a serious tone. Lin Feng nodded unconcernedly. There was no other way, Zhou Yan had to ask Qin Xingyan to persuade him. But Qin Xingyan choked Zhou Yan to death with one sentence, it's fine, I'll support him no matter what he does. He can suffer? What a joke. It's just. I don't care about the young man's business. Zhou Yan sighed. Lin Feng, honestly, did you fly yesterday? Don't worry, I'll definitely help you keep it a secret. Zhou Xiaoman whispered as she ran to Lin Feng's side. If your brain is sick, go see it before it's too late. Lin Feng grunted and headed towards the back of the mountain. Asshole. I'll definitely find the evidence. Zhou Xiaoman's chest rose and fell. The back of the mountain looked rugged, but those who were familiar with it could also go down towards the side. Since there was none on the ground, could it have been hidden in some cave? And that cave just happens to lead down here? Thinking about this, Lin Feng decided to go down and take a look. You guys wait here, I'll go down and take a look. Lin Feng said to the crowd. Shaolin, don't be impulsive. The back of this mountain is too steep, if you're not careful you'll fall down. It's very possible for one person to fall without carrying anything at all, not to mention having to tie up a person to go down. Zhou Yan hurriedly stopped it. Even if this case wasn't investigated, he didn't want Lin Feng to be in any danger. It's fine, I can do it, Lin Feng said slowly. If it wasn't for so many people seeing it, he wouldn't bother climbing. Just take off and look for it directly. Uncle, you don't even have to worry about him. This guy can fly. Hearing this, Zhou Yan had a black line. It really can't be done, find an opportunity. Send her to psychiatry to have a look. Be careful with everything. Hurry up if you can't. Zhou Yan once again instructed. Lin Feng nodded and started climbing down. So chicken tired. Lin Feng descended about 50 meters. Not to mention caves. There weren't even a few birds' nests. I blanch. It's really hard for me. Can these people really be invisible? 50 meters. Without a safety rope, it's already the limit for many people. Lin Feng didn't believe that the murderer would be so cowhide and descend deeper, so he climbed back up. Well, did you find anything? Seeing Lin Feng come up, Zhou Yan hurriedly asked. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. Little Lin, is it possible that we're scouting in the wrong direction? Maybe those missing people have already been moved long ago. This was a high possibility in Zhou Yan's mind. Otherwise, how could we not find a single trace? Maybe. Lin Feng could only say this. Let's go back first. After most of the day, his stomach had rumbled long ago. He didn't want his stomach to suffer along with him. Yo, team leader Lin is back? Did you find the murderer? Lin Feng's few people returned to the city council. They were surrounded by a group of people from the city council. The thick disdain on this group of people's faces was undisguised. I couldn't find it? Can you guys find it? If I were you guys who searched for a month and didn't find the murderer, I'd be ashamed to find a crack in the ground. How can you still have the face to fool around here? Oh, so all of you from the city council are thick-skinned? Lin Feng directly disliked angrily. Lin Feng, don't be too arrogant. Which one here isn't your senior? Shay. Seniors? You guys are also worthy? Lin Feng was too lazy to bother with them. It would be better to have this time to eat properly. Only when you're full will you have the strength to flirt with Xiao Yan. Too arrogant. Don't be angry, he's just a little scum from the Wohua County Police Station. There are too many chances for us to give him small shoes in the future. The crowd got together to discuss how to fix Lin Feng in the future. Little Lin, they're from the city council. Try not to mess with them in the future, although they can't do anything to you, but it's still okay to give you nausea. Zhou Yan had been in this system for a long time after all. He still knew what kind of faces those people had. Okay Teen Zhou, I understand. Lin Feng knew that Zhou Yan was doing it for his own good. He didn't say anything more. He could still tell the difference between good and bad. Lin Feng, are you really sure the missing person is there? While eating, Qin Xingyan asked in a low voice. Well, sure. Lin Feng nodded. Qin Xingyan pondered for a while. Then do you think the murderer will dig a hole and hide those people? Hide the entrance again? Lin Feng suddenly brightened up. Excitedly, he barfed on Qin Xingyan's upper face. What are you doing? Qin Xingyan wiped her face in disgust. Fuck! Lin Feng said without even thinking. What are you doing? Qin Xingyan said in passing. Then suddenly reacted. The whole face was red like a monkey's butt. Being young is good, you can still flirt over a meal. Zhou Yan said smilingly. Zhou Xiaoman, on the other hand, was indignantly stuffing rice into her mouth. Without taking a few bites, she was full. The real thing was propped up by the dog food. Lin Feng told Zhou Yan's few people about Qin Xingyan's idea. This is too much of a stretch, isn't it? Who would have nothing to do but make holes in the mountains? Then how long should it take to beat it out? Zhou Xiaoman didn't agree with this conjecture at all. It was a mountain. How thick could there be loose soil on the ground? It was all rocky underneath, so how could a hole be punched out? I also agree with Xiao Min's words. Making a hole in the mountain is really impossible. Zhou Yan said. Lin Feng thought about it. Which guy with nothing better to do would make a hole in the mountain? It wasn't like it was a pandolin. You guys should go back to the hotel and rest in the afternoon. I'll go to Qingyang Mountain again. After dinner, Lin Feng bid farewell to a few people and went to Qingyang Mountain alone. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden on this Qingyang Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had just ascended the mountain. Zhou Xiaoman appeared at the foot of the mountain. After ascending to the top of the mountain again, Lin Feng counted with his fingers. I didn't realize that this place had a natural wealth-gathering formation in the first place. If the ancestors were buried here in the formation, it would ensure that their descendants would be rich for 100 years. Now the formation is broken. I think that someone already buried their ancestors here 100 years ago. Could it be that there would be ancient tombs down here? Lin Feng suddenly felt that his thoughts were a bit clearer. If there really was an ancient tomb, it must be that the murderer already knew the entrance to the ancient tomb, and those missing people were hidden inside it by him. I don't care about that much. Lin Feng rose up in the air. The entire mountain top was in full view, carefully observing every place. It was a pity that he didn't know the dragon-seeking skill. Otherwise, he would be able to find the tomb entrance easily. Again, flying again? Zhou Xiaoman, who had just climbed to the top of the mountain. She saw Lin Feng levitating in the air. Nima! This time I'm not seeing things or dreaming, am I? I blanch. Why is this bitch following me again? Lin Feng spotted Zhou Xiaoman. He hurriedly landed. What a shady soul. Lin Feng, finally let me catch you. I told you you could fly. Zhou Xiaoman was very excited. It turned out that people really could fly. Lin Feng's balls hurt. Right, you're right. What are you doing following over here for nothing? What if the murderer takes you captive? Zhou Xiaoman's chest puffed out. This lady knew you had a problem. That's why I followed. I'm awesome, right? Lin Feng gave a helpless thumbs up. Lin Feng, why can you fly? Lin Feng, because I grew wings. Hopelessly bored. Don't get in the way of my business here. After Zhou Xiaoman shut up, Lin Feng looked for himself again. After walking back and forth a few times, Lin Feng locked his eyes on a grave. Looking at the age. This grave had been there for a long time, but there was a spot where the soil looked a bit fresh, and the weeds on it had traces of being deliberately moved. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to find it at all. Lin Feng gently stepped on it with his foot. The piece of soil sank straight in. He used his hand to pick it up again. There was a cardboard underneath all this earth. It must have been used as a support to confuse outsiders. It also happened to cover the hole. The hole was just big enough for one person to burrow through.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Plowing someone's ancestral grave, huh? Zhou Xiaoman shouted. God damn it, digging up other people's ancestral graves.
Keep your voice down, I'm planning. I'm solving a case.
Zhou Xiaoman's eyes widened with incredulity. You're not saying that the bodies of those missing people are in this grave, are you? Lin Feng, I beg you, be quiet, can you?
Oh. Although the mouth was closed, but there were still big question marks written in his eyes.
Keep watch outside,
Lin Feng said and drilled in headfirst.
After climbing in, it was an ordinary coffin. Could it be wrong? He crawled around.
A smooth passage was found. Without thinking much, he directly drilled in. The further in he went, the more spacious it became. After descending for an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally stepped on the ground. There's not a lot of space in here. Before he could take 2 steps forward, there was a thud. Zhou Xiaoman slammed her butt on the ground.
Lin Feng, we actually found an ancient tomb yet.
There won't be zombies in here.
Lin Feng, old man Sanqing, you should take this demon away. Keep your voice down.
The murderer might be in there, don't let him get away.
Oh.
Zhou Xiaoman hurriedly shut her mouth. This crypt was ordinary. It should have been built here by an ordinary family who got guidance from a feng shui master. There was only one passageway as far as the burial chamber went inwards.
After walking for a few minutes,
Lin Feng and Zhou Xiaoman then heard whimpering sounds.
Someone.
Lin Feng hurriedly took a few quick steps. A bright light appeared in the chamber in front of them. Several young girls were seen, dressed in rags. Their hair was tousled. The entire chamber was even emitting a foul odor.
Got it. They're surprisingly not dead. Zhou Xiaoman's words made Lin Feng's balls tighten. Feelings were trying to make people die?
Just as Lin Feng was about to go and rescue these young girls, a stick came crashing straight at his face.
Lin Feng easily dodged it.
I didn't expect you guys to find your way here.
Knowing my secret, then go to hell.
A person covered in dirt who looked like a scavenger walked out from the shadows.
Lin Feng didn't have any nonsense. Rushing to him in a hurry, a punch made him faint.
Lin Feng then untied the 6 young girls. He also removed the rotten cloth that was blocking their mouths. There were cries all of a sudden. Seeing the miserable appearance of these young girls,
Zhou Xiaoman couldn't help but feel a chill all over her body. It was too miserable. What an animal.
How were you guys caught here?
Zhou Xiaoman comforted the girls and asked again.
It turned out that they all had the same encounter. All were going to apply for jobs at a factory in the suburbs.
Passing through here. Didn't get on a bus. Had to go on foot.
Halfway there, I met this scavenger who stopped me. I gave him a few dollars because I felt sorry for him. I didn't expect to be knocked out by him when I turned my head.
When I woke up, I was here.
This time suffered a lot of torture. Don't be afraid, we'll save you guys out here.
Zhou Xiaoman comforted them.
You stand guard here, I'll go call someone to get them out. Lin Feng said after tying up the murderer.
This tomb, it was easy to come in, but a bit harder to go out. Lin Feng alone, obviously couldn't take them out. Teen Zhou, come over here. Found the missing person. It's on Qingyang Mountain.
It was only when they came to land that Lin Feng's little smartphone got a signal.
Zhou, how's the investigation following that Lin Feng case going these 2 days?
Zhao Lidong called Lu Jioli to his office and asked,
Director, what do you think we can find out by following him?
Oh,
how? Zhao Lidong asked with interest. Director, how many times do you think we've checked Qingyang Mountain?
Don't have anyone else, even if the ants on the ground have given birth to several nests we can know. These things are clearly written on our files. But that Lin Feng, he kept bringing people there to look and look. And in the end, he even asked us to check the graves. Those graves look like they've been there for years, not even a single one has been refurbished. How could they be hidden there? I think he simply doesn't know anything. Lu Jioli whined a bunch. This couldn't help but make Zhao Lidong have some doubts about Lin Feng's ability, but he still smiled and said, Then let me ask you, it's been so long, have you found any missing person traces? We've checked almost all the passing vehicles and people during that time period.
Any clues found? God One asked. It left Lu Jioli instantly speechless.
I don't trust that Lin Feng anyway. Continuing to spend time in Qingyang Mountain is a waste of time. Whether you agree or not, I'll lead my own team to check it out anyway.
Lu Jioli left after saying that. Director, someone found body parts in Lulin Lake.
Just as Lu Jioli left, the captain of Criminal Investigation Team 1, Chang Haisan, hurriedly walked in.
Quickly go and take a look.
Is it from those missing persons?
Zhao Lidong hurriedly got up.
Leading the people, he rushed over.
At the same time, Zhou Yan also rushed to Qingyang Mountain with people from the Criminal Investigation section of Wohua County. Shaolin, where are the people? Zhou Yan didn't find anyone at all after scanning around. Come with me, they're under the ground.
Lin Feng finished speaking and drilled in towards the chamber again.
There are still passages here? Zhou Yan was surprised for a moment and followed him in. Little Lin, how did you find this? Arriving at the tomb chamber, Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask.
Such a hidden place.
Even if Song Si was here, he wouldn't be able to discover it, right?
It's just a coincidence. I wanted to step on the grave to rest, but who knows, I stepped on the air all of a sudden and found this place. It's not a crime to talk nonsense.
Right. This luck of yours, you really haven't slept.
Zhou Yan followed Lin Feng when he saw those young girls. The entire heart was viciously seized.
It had already been tortured by the violation. Team Zhou, have someone save them up. With the relentless efforts of the crowd, the victimized young girls were quickly rescued. Should we report this to the director? Zhou Yan asked. Let's bring them back first. Report on the egg. Didn't that old thing want to dig a hole for me? Let's see what he can still do to me.
Uncle, let me tell you, Lin Feng, he really can fly. Just during the day, I saw it with my own eyes at Qingyang Mountain. On the way back, Zhou Xiaoman said. Xiaomin, is it that this recent case has made you too stressed?
Why don't I let you have a few days off, go back and have a good rest? Zhou Yan covered his head and said with some headache. What kind of evil has this little ninny gotten into?
It had to be said that Lin Feng would fly.
Seeing that Zhou Yan didn't believe it, Zhou Xiaoman simply didn't say anything either.
Soon, the people returned to the city council. Lin Feng went to find Zhao Lidong. It was discovered that he wasn't in his office.
Bureau Zhao isn't in?
He pulled a random person and asked.
Body parts were found in Lulin Lake, suspected to be from those missing people.
The director has brought people over.
Team leader Lin, you're not still stuck at Qingyang Mountain checking for clues now, are you?
Lin Feng's story had long been spread by the second team in the city council. They were all waiting to see Lin Feng's joke.
There's no need to check. Those missing people have already been found. Well, give up on that early. What? The missing persons have been found? This dry police officer said in shock. Found? This isn't here to report to the director.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
It's just a case. What's all the fuss about?
Just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Lidong's figure appear at the end of the corridor.
Comrade Shaolin, are there any clues in the disappearance case? Zhao Lidong opened his mouth and asked after seeing Lin Feng.
Bureau Zhao, the missing person has been found.
The murderer is also under control. It's in the front yard.
After the crowd came back, Lin Feng didn't let them get off.
Because there was no telling where they could go after getting off the bus. What? Found it? In the front yard?
One sentence was higher pitched than the other.
Aha!
Soon Lin Feng appeared in the front yard with Zhao Lidong.
After seeing those missing people, Zhao Lidong obviously froze for a moment. It was too miserable.
The fact that Lin Feng had found the missing person soon spread around the bureau.
Lu Jioli's face became very ugly. How was he able to find someone? Could it really be in Qingyang Mountain? A lot of people gathered in the front yard.
I didn't expect this case to be solved by someone from Wohua County.
Who says it wasn't? I don't know what kind of luck they got to solve this case. Is it hard to admit that others are good? I think this one called Lin Feng is quite good and handsome.
For a while the crowd was split into two factions, fighting with each other.
Looking at the noisy crowd, Zhao Lidong frowned and said in a deep voice, "What are you all gathering around for? Has the identity of the corpse pieces been confirmed?" As Zhao Lidong snapped, those people dispersed.
Lin Feng the murderer will be handed over to you for interrogation.
Interrogate well, don't spare any details. When it's over, give me the interrogation report. I'll give you credit for remembering.
I'll give you a medal when we're done with this body parts case.
Zhao Lidong laughed. The interrogation fell on Zhou Yan. Lin Feng didn't bother. The aura given this time was too little compared to before. It seemed like saving these young girls wasn't very meritorious. Lin Feng, when are you going to take me flying? Let me have a good time. I want to feel like I'm going to heaven so badly. Zhou Xiaoman looked at Lin Feng with an expectant face. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? Why would I let you get high to heaven?
Lin Feng pulled Qin Qinyan and went to find Zhao Lidong. He felt that this corpse block case could bring him a lot of aura. So he wanted to participate in this case. Zhao Lidong also readily agreed. Lin Feng, you're not looking for trouble over nothing. In that case, how else are we going to get back to Wohua County?
Out of Zhao Lidong's office,
Qin Qinyan said with some irritation.
How is this called meddling? I'm trying to rid the people of evil. While the two were talking and laughing, a silhouette blocked in front of the two. Lin Feng, I heard that Bureau Zhao also got you involved in the body parts case? I lost the missing person case, but do you dare to bet with me on this one?
The person who spoke was none other than Lu Jioli. The missing person case was solved. Wherever Lu Jioli went, people talked about him behind his back.
Says he's not as good as a village coin from the countryside. How can he tolerate this?
It just so happened that he heard that Lin Feng wanted to get involved in the body parts case again, so he came straight to the door.
Bet with you? Can't raise any interest. If you're a pretty girl, I'll consider it. Immodest.
Qin Xingyan secretly spat.
Lin Feng, you don't dare, do you? Lu Jioli's face went red for a while and white for a while.
In the past, his crime-solving rate wasn't 100%.
It could also reach 80%.
That's why he had the confidence to bet with Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and shook his head. It's not like you're a little kid, you have to compare everything.
Why don't we compare first to see who pees far?
Being single for many years, he hadn't looked for 5 girls either. Naturally, he could still piss 3 feet into the wind. And Lu Jioli how to see also had more than 30. Not to mention pissing 3 feet, it was rare not to wet his shoes.
Lin Feng, you're too vulgar. Lu Jioli's vigorous punch seemed to have hit cotton. He took a deep breath and said, Say, how about it? So you dare to bet with me?
The scene of the missing case he had to find out. Plugged the mouths of those who said he was inferior to a forensic scientist from the village.
Captain Lu, you might as well check more clues if you have this time. It's been a busy day, I'm going to eat.
Lin Feng rubbed his stomach and said.
Lu Jioli was going crazy.
How much he wanted to use this case to prove that he was better than Lin Feng. Why couldn't he give himself a chance to get back his offense? Lin Feng, it's not like your character to not bet with him and pit him. After coming out, Qin Xingyan blinked and asked.
With her understanding of Lin Feng,
this guy quasi didn't hold his farts.
I didn't expect Xiao Yan to understand me so well. Or else let's find a chance to get to know each other better? Lin Feng winked as well. Scram! Putting down a sentence, Qin Xingyan quickly walked forward. This son of a bitch. Every day, he only talks fast. If you're capable of it, you know guys instead. Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan walked to the interrogation room.
The interrogation had come to an end. The scavenger was from a nearby village. He had gone in once for committing a crime. After his dad was pissed off at him alive. He then carried his dad to the mountain and prepared to bury him. Who knew that by mistake he found the ancient tomb? He who hadn't touched a pussy in hundreds of years suddenly had this plan in his mind.
Rotten people really are everywhere.
Lin Feng said after reading the censorship report. If you have hands and feet, why can you just find a job to do properly?
This time you guys did a great job with the table.
However, because of another case, there will be no commendation meeting. Your commendations will then be distributed to your police station. Zhao Lidong said after reading the review report.
Bureau Zhao, have any reports come out on those human tissues?
Lin Feng asked. Right now those body parts were in the technical section, he couldn't see them even if he wanted to.
Not yet. But one thing has been confirmed now, those human tissues aren't from one person. Instead, it involves 8 people.
Zhao Lidong's expression suddenly became serious.
8 people were murdered. Surprisingly, no one had reported it. Could it be a family reunion? Bureau Zhao, the results of the examination have come out. The DNA extracted from the human tissue was not matched successfully in the available information database.
Zhao Long hurried in with the results. Notify Pan Guoqian, Lu Jioli, and Lu Xiaodong to come over. These 3 were the captains of Criminal Investigation Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 respectively.
It's Bureau Zhao.
Zhao Long hurriedly went to call out the people. Lin Feng, tell us where we should start with this case. While waiting for the 3, Zhao Lidong suddenly asked. Bureau Zhao, I'm a forensic scientist, not a criminal investigator, how do I know where to start?
Lin Feng spread his hands and said. This little bastard is pretending here again.
Wouldn't the Criminal Investigation 728 case be solved?
Wouldn't the Criminal Investigation missing persons be found? Probably because he didn't give him a commendation meeting to throw a tantrum.
You, director. Zhao Lidong was ready to say something else. The captains of the 3 brigades walked into the room. Zhao Lidong then seriously addressed the 3 men. I think Xiao Long has already told you guys about the corpse pieces.
The matter is very serious. Lu Jioli, you take her team and go search around Lulin Lake to see if there are any other human tissues.
Pan Guoqian, you take a team and go to the nearby village platoon to see if there are any missing persons.
Lu Xiaodong, take your to pull out the surveillance videos from the last month near Lulin Lake.
Yes.
Before the 3 of them left, Lu Jioli also blared fiercely at Lin Feng. Zhou Yan, you guys follow the second team to go to Lulin Lake to line up a search as well.
Zhao Lidong said.
Yes, director.
Captain Lu, Bureau Chief Zhao asked us to follow you guys to do a sweep.
Walking to the courtyard, Zhou Yan said to Lu Jioli, "Follow if you want to. It's not like I can control you guys," Lu Jioli said without a good mood.
He was now angry when he saw the people of Wohua County.
Ha! Zhou Yan gave a sarcastic laugh. "Lin Feng, have you thought it over? Do you want to bet with me or not?"
Lu Jioli said to Lin Feng.
"Captain Lu, if you really want to make a bet, tell me your bet. See if it can satisfy me."
Lin Feng knew that this Lu Jioli would still be looking for him to make a bet. "If I lose, I'll step down from my position as captain. If you lose, don't show up at the city council in the future," Lu Jioli said without thinking. "Fine, but besides stepping down as captain, you have to treat us to a meal at the best hotel in the city if you lose," Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes.
"You. Fine, I promise."
Lu Jioli gritted his teeth and agreed. This time, he was bound to give Lin Feng a good look. Soon the crowd arrived near the Lulin pool. "Our people will line up towards the southeast, you guys go to the northwest." Lu Jioli arranged it and left with his men. "Lin Feng, our people are too few, it will take a long time to line up like this."
Zhou Yan spread his hands and said.
The few young men who left early at Qingyang Mountain, Zhou Yan arranged for them to return to Wohua County after lunch.
"Just take your time to line up,"
Lin Feng said lightly on his lips. His eyes were drifting into the distance. Where there were pieces of corpses there was bound to be corpse chi.
Sure enough, more than 100 meters away from here,
a corpse chi was drifting upwards in a continuous stream.
"Let's start in that direction."
Lin Feng pointed at the place where the corpse chi was floating and said,
"Aha!"
After a few people spent half an hour, they finally lined up the place where there was corpse chi. "Team Zhou, look, there's a woven bag here." Lin Feng pretended to pluck away the weeds and shouted.
Zhou Yan sniffed and jogged over.
Before he could open it, he smelled a foul odor.
"It's body parts."
Opening the woven bag, some high protein was gurgling and crawling. It was disgusting. "Lin Feng, I've realized, your kid is just bursting with luck.
You can get a clue as soon as you strike."
Zhou Yan repacked the body parts and put them in the car. Qin Xinyan rolled her eyes. A burst of luck? It wasn't like he thought about why he had a burst of luck every time. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Zhou Yan and the others found a total of 3 body parts. But no heads were found in these body parts.
Just some tissues from the limbs. "Lin Feng, we found 2 packages of human tissue. Did you guys find them?"
Lu Jioli asked after the 2 teams converged.
"Found 3.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
"Do you have any heads in there?"
"No." Lu Jioli shook his head.
"Then where did the head go?"
The people discussed that they would first send these human tissues back.
5 woven bags. Should be enough.
Send the body parts back to the technical section.
"Lin Feng, aren't you a forensic scientist? Piecing together the body parts, you come and help too."
Sending it there, Lin Feng was just about to leave. Zhao Long called out to him.
"Piecing together a corpse? Look at me to see if I look like a corpse piece."
Lin Feng muttered something in his heart.
"No, I'm too tired."
"How about this, let my beautiful director Qin help you guys." Lin Feng pushed the matter. It was directly dumped on Qin Xinyan. The beautiful eyes glared angrily. "Yuya, but you'll have mercy." Qin Xinyan had no choice but to go change her white coat.
These body parts were cooked and then divided. The murderer is too perverted. Qin Xinyan, after seeing the corpse pieces, couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea.
Having been a forensic pathologist for so many years, it was the first time she had seen a corpse after boiling. "Yeah, I suspect that the murderer should be a gang.
It's impossible for one person to kill 8 people without a sound,"
Zhao Long muttered.
After an afternoon of fighting, pieced together all the body parts, but it was still incomplete.
The body pieces could only be pieced together below the chest. The neck, head, and limbs were not found.
The 8 victims are 2 children, 2 women, 4 adult men. The exact identities are still unknown. In the process of piecing together,
those stewed and battered meat can't be touched at all. When touched, it falls apart.
Off the bone, to be precise.
Seeing this, there is no Bowsy is eating ribs.
Because it's too rotten. There are no obvious features found on these body parts. Can't even determine the time of victimization.
Not to mention the source of the corpses.
Pan Guoqiang is back.
He's checked the 10-mile radius around the crime scene.
No missing persons were found. Now let's hope Lu Xiaodong finds some useful information in the surveillance.
Bureau Zhao, this case is too tricky.
There's no headcanon at all so far. Lu Jioli was babbling in Zhao Lidong's office, smoking a cigarette. "Did you check those woven bags containing the body parts?" Zhao Lidong asked.
"Checked, the most ordinary woven bags that can be found all over the streets.
There isn't any code on it either. I had the technical section do a check on it and didn't find any fingerprints either. It seems the murderer's sense of counter-surveillance is very good. As soon as Lu Jioli returned, he did everything he could, but nothing was found. Ta-da! Ta-da! Ta! Zhao Lidong tapped his fingers on the desktop. 8 people dead. It already belonged to a mega case. The province has issued an order. The case must be solved within 3 days. 3 days. With the material we have, it won't be easy to solve it in 30 days. The pressure is immense. If it wasn't handled well, he wouldn't be able to retire peacefully. Have Lin Feng come see me. After thinking for half a day, Zhao Lidong suddenly said, this kid had a lot of ghost ideas, so there might be some unexpected surprises. Bureau Zhao, you don't think Lin Feng's ability to solve crimes is really strong, do you? I've seen all those cases he solved. Relying on luck. Lu Jioli said with some dissatisfaction. With so many excellent criminal investigators in the city bureau, were they still inferior to a forensic scientist from the county? Jolia, you seem to have a big prejudice against Lin Feng. Even if he relies on luck, so what? Sometimes, luck is also a strength. Zhao Lidong said indifferently. Lu Jioli silently got up and went to call out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this case is a bit tricky. Why don't we go back to Wuhua County? Don't end up with no credit and get disciplined again. Zhou Yan had been talking in Lin Feng's ear for almost a day. He especially didn't want Lin Feng to get into this muddy water. This case wouldn't be investigated by then. Someone definitely had to come out and take the blame. Lin Feng was definitely the right person. Don't worry, Team Zhou. Even the hardest case will have a breakthrough. Even if it wasn't done by a person, I can still find traces. Lin Feng indifferently bit into a large chicken leg. It was so flavorful. Team Zhou, don't worry, I know this Lin Feng kid. There shouldn't be any cases that are difficult for him. Qin Xingyan also said without a care in the world. A Taoist priest who was so cowboyish. Breaking a case was as simple as drinking cold water. Come on, young people have their own ideas. Zhou Yan stopped persuading. Mission, did he really forget? It's just that the edges have been smoothed out by the years. Lu Jioli came to the cafeteria to find Lin Feng to let him Zhao Lidong office. Leader good. Lin Feng shouted breathlessly. Is this blaming me for not giving you a commendation meeting? Zhao Lidong raised an eyebrow and said. No, how would I dare? I'm afraid that if I talk back again, you'll put any more small shoes on me. Lin Feng sat down opposite Zhao Lidong, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water, not treating himself as an outsider in the slightest. You brat! As long as within 3 days, you solve this broken body case, I'll apply for a first-class merit for you from above. How's that? Zhao Lidong laughed and scolded. LOL. Leader, this big cake of yours is about to burst for me. Zhao Lidong. What an asshole, oil and salt. Tell me, what do you think about this case? It should go how to investigate. Don't try to fool me, I know your kid has a lot of ghost ideas. Zhao Lindong said. This case, did not think much. I also don't know where to start. Lin Feng slowly said. He really didn't know where to start. If there was a complete body, he could invoke the soul. If he had the deceased's birth date, he could also invoke his soul. This is just a few pieces of rotten meat. Where was he going to invoke the soul? Zhao Lidong stared at Lin Feng for a few minutes. Finally, he said helplessly, alright, you go back. Report back to me in time if there's anything. Leader, reporting directly to you counts as overstepping your authority, if there's something you find our Team Zhou. Lin Feng finished patting his ass and walked away. Zhao Lidong was dumbfounded. This kid is pointing at me? Want me to give him a promotion? But with him solving these cases, it's not impossible to move up a notch. Lin Feng, you didn't say anything at Zhao's place, did you? He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Qin Xingyan asked with concern. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would offend Zhao Lidong to death by being a jerk. He would be suspended. He made things difficult for me? If I don't make things difficult for him, then he's burning incense in his ancestral tomb. Qin Xingyan, you meow can die without pretending? Lu Xiaodong finished lining up the video surveillance. There were no suspicious vehicles passing that way. Not even a tricycle. 5 woven bags are so heavy, how can we avoid all the surveillance and carry out a perfect dumping? For a while, the case was at an impasse. Xiao Yana, are you good at sewing? After returning to the hotel, Lin Feng came to Qin Xingyan's room and asked, what for? The clothes are broken? Qin Xingyan swept a glance over Lin Feng's body. It lingered a little longer when she saw a certain part. Can you sew those pieced together body parts together? What the hell? Sew those body pieces together? Qin Xingyan reached out and touched Lin Feng's head. It wasn't hot. Why are you talking nonsense? Those body parts are all cooked. How can they be sewn together? If you hold it slightly improperly, it'll be rotten and mushy alright. I'm not that capable. Qin Xingyan said.
Oh, forget it then. Lin Feng left thoughtfully. If those corpse pieces were put together, Lin Feng could cast a spell for them to find their body parts.
I blanch. Those corpse pieces didn't have limbs yet. Go find something, even if they're sewn together. Should we let them gobble to find their parts?
Lin Feng directly dismissed the matter of sewing up the corpses.
What should I do then?
The range of the corpse gas was only 300 meters. If it was covered, or buried underground, it would be even harder to find. At the moment, Lin Feng really couldn't think of any way. Forget it, solving the case is the business of the criminal investigation. It's none of my business as a Taoist priest.
Adjusting his mindset,
Lin Feng knocked on Qin Xingyan's room door again.
What for? Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Qin Xingyan was dressed in loose pajamas. Wet hair. A charming aroma was emanating from her body.
It was obvious that she had just taken a shower. Lin Feng inhaled deeply.
It's fine, I just wanted to come and mix a mouthful of immortal energy to renew my life. Scram. Say something, fart. Qin Xingyan didn't have the good sense to say. It's fine, it's late at night. Wanted to come and find you to do something meaningful.
Lin Feng put his arm against the door of the room.
I'm going to sleep. Qin Xingyan was startled by Lin Feng's fiery eyes.
Her body became uncomfortable. It felt like a mysterious force within her body was tickling her heart. What kind of young man sleeps so early?
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Lin Feng pouted inward with his chin.
Tired all day, if you're not sleepy, I'm still sleepy.
Saying this, Qin Xingyan let go of her body and walked inside.
Bang!
Entering the room, Lin Feng hurriedly closed the door.
Don't you always go to investigate cases at night? Qin Xingyan asked.
Lin Feng shook his head. There's not a single bit of information on the deceased right now. With my current abilities, I won't be able to find the murderer based on some shredded flesh.
I thought you were omnipotent.
Qin Xingyan picked up a pillow and blocked it to her chest.
Don't be so far away from me. Sit closer, I'm scared.
Lin Feng gestured for Qin Xingyan to sit beside him.
I don't want to. You definitely don't have any good intentions.
Qin Xingyan decisively refused. Since there's no way to check, why don't we go back to Wohua County tomorrow?
Save those people from pitting you in the end.
Lin Feng smiled and moved over to Qin Xingyan's side.
Honestly, do you like me?
Soul torture.
I'm not. Qin Xingyan's eyes dodged. Since you don't, why are you so concerned about me?
Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan's flushed face. A certain place was starting to get a little engorged.
I'm afraid that you'll lose our Wohua County.
Qin Xingyan puffed out her cheeks and said.
Is that so?
Lin Feng suddenly stretched his face in front of Qin Xingyan.
You move back. Qin Xingyan leaned her head back a bit, pulling away a little bit from Lin Feng.
However, Lin Feng pressed on step by step. You stink too much, go take a shower. Qin Xingyan said with her hand dead against Lin Feng's shoulder. I washed before I came. Lin Feng's breathing became ragged.
No way.
You quickly go take a shower.
Qin Xingyan's ears were red. Okay, don't you peek.
Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the bathroom.
Bah, who cares?
When Lin Feng walked into the bathroom, Qin Xingyan buried her head in the pillow.
Is that going to happen tonight? Would it be too fast? Would it be too casual if I let her get it easily? But it's so expected. Hearing the sound of water flowing, Qin Xingyan's face turned even redder. A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked out bare-chested and wearing a bath towel. Yikes!
Qin Xingyan hurriedly covered her eyes, then peeked through her fingers again.
This guy had a good body.
Surprisingly, he had 8-pack abs.
Don't peek. If you want to see it, do it openly. Lin Feng walked forward and broke Qin Xingyan's fingers. Who peeked at you? I'm sleepy, you go back to your house.
Qin Xingyan said and ran to the bed in a flash.
Ha! Would it be too obvious if I did this? It's too dark, I'm scared. Squeeze in here with you for the night.
Lin Feng said shamelessly. Then he laid down next to Qin Xingyan.
The quiet room.
Only the thumping heartbeats of the two people could be heard. Lin Feng, go back quickly, Qin Xingyan said as she shrunk her head under the covers.
I'm not. Lin Feng raised his hand on Qin Xingyan's body.
This caused Qin Xingyan to tremble.
Can you remove your claws? Qin Xingyan's voice became a little shaky. The entire body was taut, clearly nervous to the extreme. Are you blushing? Quickly let me see. Lin Feng violently yanked the quilt up.
Qin Xingyan blushed scarlet and hurriedly covered her face with her hands.
What are you doing? Such a good-looking face, don't block it. Lin Feng broke her hands off her face, staring straight at her. Lin Feng. I'm not ready yet. After a while, okay? Qin Xingyan said with teary eyes. Lin Feng nodded. A kiss, it's not too much, right? Qin Xingyan slowly closed her eyes. A big mouth kissed down. Suddenly, Qin Xingyan's body became stiff. Lin Feng's dishonest hands had taken over the high ground. Surprisingly, she didn't resist. Then wasn't it possible to have a follow-up? Lin Feng's heart was thrilled bad. The child's skill that laborers had been using for years was finally going to be broken. Just as Lin Feng was preparing his next step, his little smartphone suddenly rang. The sudden sound of the phone caused Qin Xingyan to instantly wake up, hurriedly pushing away Lin Feng's dishonest hands. Go answer the phone. Qin Xingyan straightened her clothes and said, I Blanche. Which son of a bitch called? If there's nothing going on, let's see if I fuck you to death or not and be done with it. Lin Feng picked up the little smartphone. The caller ID read, delivering wealthy boy. My Nima, who's this? This number is still from the predecessor's existence. Whoever. Lin Feng picked up the phone and directly said, calling this late, you better have something to do with master. There was silence on the other side of the phone for 3 seconds. A grumpy voice rang out, Bunny boy, your wings are hard, aren't they? How dare you call yourself a master in front of the laborer? You turtle grandson, let's see if I beat you to death. Lin Feng froze. This phone call, it turned out to be the predecessor of his labor. Well, at least it was considered one. That dad. I slept blindfolded. Don't be angry. Lin Feng said hurriedly. It's fine, I'll just see if your turtle grandson is dead. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up directly. Lin Feng. If it wasn't for this phone call, he would be able to report his grandson next year. Xiao Yan, let's continue. Lin Feng climbed into bed at super light speed, just about ready to carry it out. His broken phone rang again. You nai a bear. Lin Feng was furious. Qin Xingyan covered her mouth and snickered. She picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She decisively refused to answer it. Little lady, I'm coming. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together. That expression was as obscene as it could be. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Mamapi, I didn't read the yellow calendar today. It's still the same number. I refused again, but it rang again. No way. Lin Feng had to answer the phone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get through today. Lin Feng, you kid kana, how dare you refuse to answer so many of my calls? Zhao Lidong's leathery voice came from inside. Is something wrong? Hang up if there's nothing, I'm busy here. Lin Feng said in a good-natured manner. Is heaven doomed? Just don't want me to break my body? Limit you 10 minutes, rush to the City Council North 3rd floor conference room for a meeting. If you don't arrive, collectively receive disciplinary action. Zhao Lidong said in a deep voice. You. Asterisk. Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng cursed as hard as he could. Ti meow. I'm not the captain and I'm not leading the team. Notify me to fuck off. I'll let you off this time. Next time, even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Lin Feng held his fire and put on his clothes. It didn't matter to him, but if he let others follow and carry the punishment, that would be too selfish. Alright, don't be angry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Xingyan comforted. I'll go shout at the others, you clean up first. The big night doesn't let people live in peace. Lin Feng got dressed and went to yell for Zhou Yan first. Let Zhou Yan go and shout the others. After all, Zhou Yan was the captain. If he went to inform people, his name wasn't right, his words weren't right. In an upset mood, Lin Feng's few people arrived at the conference room. There was a crowd of people. It was estimated that the entire city council's peoples were here. Lin Feng, do you think there's going to be a commendation meeting for you? Zhou Xiaoman said with a yawn. You tiger, there's no such thing as a commendation meeting in the middle of the night. Lin Feng didn't have the good sense to say. In his heart, he was holding a bellyful of evil fire. It was unpleasant to look at. Soon Zhao Lidong walked up to the podium with a beautiful woman in a police uniform. At the sight of the woman's visage, Qin Xingyan's expression flashed with a hint of stiffness. Comrades! In order to solve the 931 broken body case as soon as possible, the provincial office has specially assigned Comrade Guoru to assist us. Comrade Guoru is the provincial department's capable crime solver. Don't look at her as young, but she has already solved dozens of amazing cases. Now we have Comrade Guoru to speak, everyone warmly welcome. Zhao Lidong was the first to applaud. This bitch is not bad looking. Lin Feng muttered. Suddenly, a murderous aura attacked. He turned his head to look. Qin Xingyan was looking at him with icy eyes.
This woman is not bad, but compared to our Xiaoyan that's much worse. Lin Feng hurriedly said with a snort.
Humph. Qin Xingyan's expression eased a little. Nima almost died on the spot.
He didn't remember what Guo Ru said at the end. Anyway, just follow the applause.
Soon, the meeting ended.
Lin Feng was angry and cursed. His grandmother, just this bit of shit,
interrupting my good deed.
On the way back, he was chattering non-stop.
But Qin Xingyan's mood seemed a bit low.
After returning to the hotel, she directly closed the door and slept.
Early the next morning,
the crowd was pulled into another meeting. Now I'm asking you all to conduct a sweep throughout the entire downtown area, especially the kind of stores that haven't been open for a long time, or those with no one at home. All of them should be recorded.
Guo Ru emphasized in the assembly. This would make Lin Feng doze off straight away. For the last row, the second male comrade on the left, do you remember what I said?
Guo Ru stared at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice. The crowd's eyes instantly focused on him.
Zhou Yan created him with his elbow.
No. Lin Feng shook his head.
Dismissed,
Guo Ru said as she glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, her gaze went to Qin Xingyan next to Lin Feng. The icy gaze suddenly lit up. After the meeting was adjourned, she walked straight towards Qin Xingyan. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect us to meet here.
Aren't you practicing medicine in a small county? Why did you come to the city council?
It seemed that Guo Ru was familiar with Qin Xingyan.
Where I am has something to do with you?
Qin Xingyan said impatiently.
Still hating me? Let's go over there and talk.
Guo Ru tried to pull Qin Xingyan's hand, but she dodged away.
My daughter-in-law isn't interested in talking to you,
Lin Feng said as he pulled Qin Xingyan's hand.
Got a boyfriend?
Looks like this little boyfriend of yours cares about you quite a bit.
Guo Ru looked Lin Feng up and down and added, but you really don't have a high vision, finding one so wasted.
Before Qin Xingyan could say anything, Lin Feng directly spoke. Who gave you the courage to have such a superiority complex?
With your second-class crippled raisin? Or the height of a third-class cripple? Lin Feng, go. Qin Xingyan stiffly pulled Lin Feng away.
Guo Ru looked at the back of the two leaving thoughtfully.
That bitch has a grudge against you?
Lin Feng asked. It's nothing, I'll tell you about it later when I have the chance,
Qin Xingyan said. Qin Xingyan didn't want to say.
Lin Feng didn't ask much either.
Lin Feng, can you help me solve this case?
On their way back, Qin Xingyan suddenly looked up and said,
No problem. As long as it's what you want, I'll fulfill you even if I have to put my life on the line,
Lin Feng said with firm eyes.
Thanks. Qin Xingyan was so polite.
Lin Feng knew that she definitely had something very heavy on her mind. Silly girl, there's no need to be so polite to me. Reaching out, he rubbed Qin Xingyan's head.
After a day of visiting and investigating, there were still no clues. The rest of those torsos were not found either. Captain Guo, what do you think should be done about this case? Although Guo Ru was not as high as Zhao Lidong's position,
but people were from the provincial department after all, so she was treated politely.
Let's continue the lineup tomorrow. Post a co-check notice in the city. Unless the person who died doesn't live in the city. Otherwise there will definitely be clues,
Guo Ru said confidently. There wouldn't be a murderer who traveled all the way from the county to the city to dump the body, right?
All at your disposal.
Zhao Lidong nodded.
Lin Feng, how is it? Any ideas?
After returning to the hotel, Qin Xingyan said with a heavy heart.
There is, but we have to wait until it's late at night,
Lin Feng said after thinking about it.
One could only use that method. However, it would consume a lot of aura. Okay, I'll accompany you then.
Thanks. Qin Xingyan gave Lin Feng a kiss on the cheek, sort of a reward for him.
It was quiet in the dead of night. Lin Feng took Qin Xingyan and sneaked to the technical section.
Lin Feng, you have to be careful.
There are cameras everywhere on this side of the city council, Qin Xingyan reminded. It's fine, let's just steal the body parts.
What?
Steal the body parts? What's the point of stealing that?
Besides, there are so many corpse pieces, the two of us can't steal them.
Qin Xingyan was a bit confused.
Didn't know why Lin Feng wanted to steal the corpse pieces.
No problem, I can take care of it myself without you.
Lin Feng stood at the entrance to the technical section,
thinking about how to get in.
In just the time it took to turn around, the door to the room was opened.
What are you waiting for? Go.
Qin Xingyan lowered her voice.
How did you open it?
Lin Feng's eyes widened.
Could it be that this chick was still an expert at unlocking the door? A divine thief?
This door wasn't locked, I just gently pushed it and it opened.
Lin Feng. Nima, causing labor to think of a way out.
Lin Feng, what about those monitors?
Qin Xingyan pointed to the surveillance at the four corners and said, It's fine, I've already solved it.
Lin Feng had already interfered with the surveillance with his spiritual power as early as when he stepped into the city hall. Oh! Lin Feng stood in front of these broken pieces of meat. He was just about to recite a resolution. Qin Xingyan came over with several oversized plastic bags. Quickly fill them. Don't let them find out. Lin Feng. There's no need to load them, just watch from the sidelines. Finished speaking, Lin Feng brought a red-headed brush from somewhere, drawing talismans in the void. Those talismans emitted bursts of golden light drilling into the broken meat, only to see that the broken meat seemed to have a life. They glued themselves together. Qin Xingyan looked dumbfounded at the side. Lin Feng was like a god in her eyes. He drew some more talismans and punched them into the broken corpses. A person who died unjustly has incomplete limbs. Find the whole corpse, the murderer is ambushed. Lin Feng's flower fell. The 8 broken corpses lying on the boards trembled. Rise! Lin Feng quickly drew a few more talismans in the air and punched them in. The broken corpses flew up out of thin air. They crashed through the glass and flew towards the outside. The shattered flesh that had aura attached to it would search for its own tissue on its own. A feeling of weakness struck. This nigga needs to eat dozens of cashews to make up for it? Lin Feng picked up Qin Xingyan on his back and flew out. After the broken bodies floated out from the city hall, floating in each of the 8 different directions. Nima, this murderer is really good at messing things up. Lin Feng couldn't also split in half to chase them. Lin Feng, why did they split up? Qin Xingyan asked. The rest of them were thrown in different places. Let's follow any one of them. Lin Feng, what do you keep shaking up and down for? The strange feeling made Qin Xingyan blush. Reaching out, she slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Just wasted my huge stamina. The stamina is a bit exhausted. Lin Feng's voice was filled with exhaustion. Then do you want to take a rest first? Qin Xingyan said with some heartache. If she hadn't asked him to solve the case, he wouldn't have fought so hard. A slow sense of guilt rose up. It's fine, let's just do it, otherwise we'll waste this opportunity. Lin Feng's voice became even more tired. It was shaking up and down more frequently. Concern hung in Qin Xingyan's eyes. If she could see Lin Feng's expression of enjoyment, I guess she would have the heart to strangle him. After floating for 20 minutes or so, the corpse landed on a desolate hill. If they were looking for it purely by manpower, they wouldn't be able to find it even if they searched for 10 days and half a month. Lin Feng landed with Qin Xingyan. Sure enough, there was a head near the mutilated corpse. The head had been severely whitened. There were traces of gnawing on it. It should have been bitten by the wild dogs on this barren mountain. Lin Feng cast another spell to mount the head on the mutilated corpse. Continue to float, continue to follow. At almost dawn, Lin Feng finally found all 8 heads and limbs. The limbs of these 8 corpses were thrown in all directions, more than 10 kilometers apart. It looked like the murderer was really damn idle. Hurry back, or we should be exposed. At the same time, the technical section of the city council had blown up. The crowd was gathered there. They were all going crazy. 8 mutilated corpses just disappeared? Not a trace. Coincidentally, the surveillance is down? Could it be the murderer? Stealing the bodies in the middle of the night to hide his crime? Shaoshan, how are you on duty? You didn't even know the body was gone? Zhao Lidong shouted in exasperation. Bureau, Director, I did hear a little movement last night, but I was just about to get up to check it out, and I don't know how I suddenly fell asleep. I woke up and realized that the body was gone. Xin Yue lowered his head and said carefully, how could he not have imagined that someone would come to steal the corpse in the middle of the night? If he had known, he wouldn't have sneaked out to meet his girlfriend last night. Incomplete thingy. Go write me a review. Zhao Lidong anxiously paced back and forth in the room. If such a big deal was known by the higher-ups, it would definitely result in disciplinary action. Don't all be idle, it's not that easy to take away 8 corpses. There will definitely be traces left behind. Everyone scout for me. Zhao Lidong gave an order. The technical section instantly became quiet. Son of a bitch, this is a naked provocation to the police. Don't let me catch you guys. Zhao Lidong punched heavily on the windowsill. Lin Feng, what are you guys doing removing their heads and limbs? Not far from the city hall where no one was, Lin Feng landed. Unloading on Hao's head and limbs. A head and limbs appearing out of thin air after a night's absence. It mustn't scare people to death. Lin Feng said helplessly. He realized that this woman was getting more and more brainless. Otherwise, a woman in love was a bit brainless. In Qin Xingyan's heart she had already taken Lin Feng as her backbone, so she didn't want to use her brain at all. Oh, let's go, it's getting light. Lin Feng first let the broken bodies float up. He was just about to get up. A voice rang out behind them.
What are you guys doing? A sudden voice. It made Lin Feng's asshole tighten. This Nima, should it be so scary? What do you care what I do?
Lin Feng didn't have the good sense to say.
Luckily, his heart was great. Otherwise, it would have to be GA here. It's Medical Examiner Lin.
The person who spoke was Gao Song from Criminal Investigation Team 1, and he said as he approached.
It's still light. What are you guys doing sneaking around here? The corpse from the technical section is gone.
I thought you guys were corpse-stealing murderers. The two men looked at each other.
That's right. We are the body thieves. I blanch.
Suddenly Lin Feng realized something.
Those broken corpses were still flying towards the technical section.
If they're seen, they'll be on national news. It mustn't make the national news.
It's fine, we can't sleep and we're just strolling around. The bodies are gone? Let's head that way and help find it too.
After saying that, Lin Feng pulled Qin Xinyan and was about to leave.
Medical Examiner Lin, what is that thing you're carrying in your hand? Gao Song asked suspiciously. Walking around with an oversized handbag before dawn? What's the point of fooling around? It's a secret, can't say. Go find the body, it's hard to find it if you go far away.
Lin Feng urged.
If he delayed a bit longer, the mutilated corpse would be floating to the technical section. Alright, Gao Song left.
In the meantime, Zhao Lidong stood there at the window, looking into the distance. It was as if several corpses were slowly floating towards him. Hastily, he rubbed his eyes.
When he opened his eyes again, those corpses floating towards him were gone. Old. Eyes are all blurry. Zhao Lidong sighed and left the technical section.
The more he stayed here, the more upset he became.
Simply go straight to the gate and wait for news. So close. Almost exposed.
Lin Feng looked at the 8 mutilated corpses in front of him and said with palpitations.
What now? It's going to be dawn. We can't just keep letting these corpses float in the sky.
Qin Xinyan was also a little anxious. There were already people passing by one after another on the ground now.
In case one looks up, wouldn't it be exposed? Wait for me on the ground for a few minutes. I'll go to the technical section to check the situation.
Lin Feng carried Qin Xinyan to the ground. Then he frantically ran towards the city council.
Lin Feng, what are you running so fast for? Just after arriving at the city council gate,
Lin Feng was blocked there by Zhao Lidong. With a twinkle in his eye, Bureau Zhao, I found those victims' limbs.
It's in this bag. Let me see. Zhao Lidong asked Lin Feng to put the bag down. After seeing those heads and limbs,
Zhao Lidong patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I finally realized why you solved strange cases repeatedly. So it's always sneaking around to investigate cases. Lin Feng gave a dry laugh. Unfortunately, those 8 corpses from the technical section have already been stolen.
You can send these to the technical section first. Zhao Lidong sighed. If those corpses hadn't been lost, it would have been better to investigate with these limbs, right?
Okay, leader.
Lin Feng scattered and ran. This brat.
Arriving at the technical section, Lin Feng looked back and forth between the several houses.
After realizing there was no one, locked the door to the room,
hurriedly pinched his fingers and recited. Those corpse pieces quickly floated towards the window of the technical section.
One by one. You're all grandpas.
8 corpses crowded outside the window. Lin Feng was pulling them one by one in a raw manner. After placing these corpses in place, he breathed a deep sigh of relief.
It's too damn tiring.
I swear to old man Sanqing that I'll never do this again. Leaving the forensic department, Lin Feng went straight to the main gate of the city council.
Sure enough, Zhao Lidong was still there, just like a bamboo pole.
Bureau Zhao, when I just went up, those bodies were in the technical section.
It's not lost.
In terms of acting, if Lin Feng said second, no one would dare to say first.
This puzzled look and expression was just right. Lin Feng, I don't have time to joke with you right now. Zhao Lidong was a bit angry. This brat didn't even look at the occasion when he was joking.
It seemed like he still hadn't suffered the beatings of society.
Find a chance to make him learn a good lesson. Director why would I lie to you about such a big thing? No, come with me to take a look. If not, I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Lin Feng tugged on Zhao Lidong's cuffs.
Fine, I'll go with you. If there isn't, you'll write me a 100,000-word review. Zhao Lidong laughed in anger.
So many pairs of eyes saw the missing body early in the morning. Where did he get the courage to say this to me?
I'd like to see what he's up to. Soon, the two walked to the door of the technical section. Push open the door.
Zhao Lidong was petrified on the spot.
Nima.
8 corpses were lying there quietly, rubbing his eyes vigorously.
Still there. Lin Feng. The bodies were here when you came?
After so many years of doing criminal investigation, Zhao Lidong had never panicked. This time, he was truly flustered.
Seeing ghosts in the daytime? 8 corpses disappearing and appearing out of thin air? Lin Feng nodded.
Yeah, when I came in, the bodies were right here. Zhao Lidong hurriedly ran to the windowsill there.
Looked at the sky outside. Looked at the broken window again.
There were traces of rubbing. There was a trace of flesh on the broken glass.
Could it be that the corpse was let in through the window here again?
Zhao Lidong shook his head,
negating this idea.
This was the 4th floor. What kind of person could get rid of the corpse and leave it here unharmed? It was as if it hadn't moved.
Could it be that the corpse I saw floating in the morning was real? It's too unbelievable.
Bureau Zhao, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng saw Zhao Lidong staring at the window, fearing that he would notice some unprocessed details, so he hurriedly shouted.
Lin Feng, do you believe that there are supernatural phenomena happening in this world?
Zhao Lidong asked with a serious face.
Bureau Zhao, what nonsense are you talking about? After the founding of the country, it's not allowed for animals to become fertilized. How could a supernatural phenomenon happen?
Lin Feng was obviously a little weak when he said this. He couldn't say that there was. Let me show you a corpse raising technique?
Forget it.
Zhao Lidong waved his hand. There was no further dwelling on this matter.
As long as the corpse was safe and sound, it was fine. Soon, Zhao Lidong gathered everyone back.
Zhao Lidong said to the crowd that the corpse was retrieved by Lin Feng. The crowd closed their mouths in doubt.
Zhao Long, the corpse is now complete. Whether or not we can rely on this to find the source of the corpse depends on you.
Zhao Lidong explained 2 sentences and then left.
Phew! Forgot about that stupid girl.
Lin Feng slapped his head.
That girl wouldn't still be there waiting for me.
Lin Feng hurriedly left and went to find Qin Xingyan. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Qin Xingyan talking to Guo Ru about something. Her expression was agitated.
Guo Ru, let me tell you. I'm going to solve the case this time.
Don't think I don't know how you snatched that index from the provincial department from my hands in the first place. But I also have to thank you. If I don't go to Wuhua County, maybe I won't be able to recognize Lin Feng. Qin Shengyan clenched her fists and said, Xiao Yan, I really didn't mean to rob your quota in the first place.
There's also the fact that that brat Lin Feng doesn't deserve you at all. Don't forget what your status is. Do you think your parents would let Lin Feng be their son-in-law?
Guo Ru's words were like a sharp knife point sticking in Qin Xingyan's heart. Her face turned pale. Fine sweat broke out on her forehead. There's no need for you to worry about my affairs. Let's just compete to see who solves the case first. After saying that, Qin Xingyan left. Guo Ru was just about to leave when Lin Feng appeared in front of her and said in a deep voice, It seems like Xiaoyan doesn't like you, so it's best if you don't appear in front of her in the future. Otherwise, you'll have bad luck. Guo Ru glanced at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, what kind of stinky shrimp and rotten fish dares to talk tough in front of me? I've just been by Xiaoyan's side. What can you do to me?
I can't do anything to you, but I feel like you're about to have bad luck.
Lin Feng said smilingly. Just as Guo Ru turned to leave, Lin Feng hit her with a bad luck spell.
Agu. The flat pavement, Guo Ru suddenly crooked.
This bad luck of Lin Feng's wouldn't make her have big bad luck, but small bad luck kept coming for 3 days. Xiaoyan, the corpses are all together. At night we'll be able to get information about the deceased. At that time, the murderer's situation should become clear. Lin Feng found Qin Xingyan on the bench in the backyard of the city office and sat beside her, saying,
Thank you Lin Feng.
Qin Xingyan leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder.
Time quickly came to night.
Lin Feng sneaked out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaoman secretly followed him again.
In order to leave evidence.
She had ruthlessly spent 3 months' salary on a cell phone that could take pictures. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the technical section. This time the door was locked tightly.
He too, Grandpa, this is for my defense. Cursed. Unlocking the door he didn't know how.
Then he couldn't smash the door down.
Not very realistic.
Suddenly, Lin Feng thought that he could go in through the window.
How could he be so stupid? Just say it and do it.
Lin Feng climbed out of the window in the building.
And then took off. I blanched. This window was also sealed?
Lin Feng floated outside the window dumbfounded.
Zhao Lidong must have done it. He's afraid the body will go missing again. There's no way out.
Lin Feng had no choice but to fly back to the building.
Suddenly, 4 eyes met. Zhou Xiaoman couldn't see Lin Feng when she got to the 4th floor and was looking around for him.
Unexpectedly, he appeared outside the window.
Ka-ching! Zhou Xiaoman picked up her cell phone and took a picture.
This bitch, why is she so shady? Lin Feng hurriedly climbed in through the window. Darting over to Zhou Xiaoman's side, he snatched her cell phone.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Xiaoman grabbed Lin Feng's wrist in a death grip. Who let you film me? This is paparazzi behavior, you know.
Lin Feng wanted to delete the photos from his phone. He hadn't thought that the bitch had locked the screen.
The password he didn't know. Lin Feng, you can't open my phone. This time I have proof you can fly.
Zhou Xiaoman excitedly spread her hands.
This time, let's see what else Zhou Yan says. What the hell are you doing?
Lin Feng was in tears.
Never seen such a shady woman before. I cannot tell anyone else, but you have to take me up to the sky to see.
The more Zhou Xiaoman talked, the more excited she became.
The hands danced around. Big sister, what are we doing here? Investigating a case. When the case is over, I'll take you flying, okay? At that time, fly wherever you want.
Lin Feng was anxious. It was true that the only one who could defeat him was Zhou Xiaoman, who knew magic.
Alright, it's a deal.
If you dare to lie to me at that time, I'll post the picture on the forum. Zhou Xiaoman shook the cell phone in her hand.
Bastard. When there's a chance I'll have to steal the cell phone and drop it on you. Okay, no problem, you go. I'm going to investigate the case.
Lin Feng said with a deep face.
Okay. Bye-bye Yulu. Zhou Xiaoman left with satisfaction.
Lin Feng was in trouble again. If he couldn't get into the technical section, he had no way to invoke the soul. He had no choice but to dial Zhao Lidong's phone.
Lin Feng, what are you looking for me for at night? Zhao Lidong gasped. Bureau Zhao, you're really old and strong.
I didn't expect to still be active at this hour. Lin Feng's voice carried a smile that he couldn't hide.
Don't be a poor talker, say something and fart.
Zhao Lidong said viciously.
Tay Miao, how did you disturb the good things of the laborer? One phone call and you're in a hurry? I'm going to the technical section to inspect the corpse. Why don't you have someone open the door for me?
Lin Feng said.
There's someone on duty in the technical section, just knock on the door.
For this shit, you're calling me, aren't you Tiger? After saying that, Zhao Lidong directly hung up the phone.
I blanch? There's someone in here? Then the conversation I just had with that bitch won't be overheard, right?
Lin Feng's worry was superfluous. The technical section duty room was in the innermost room, unless one knocked hard on the door.
Otherwise one couldn't hear the movement outside.
He knocked on the door and there was no response. Knocked again, and it was still quiet inside. He could only call Zhao Lidong again.
What again? Zhao Lidong didn't have the good sense to say.
That phone call just now had softened him up.
It was not easy to branch out.
It was interrupted by Lin Feng again. I knocked on the door and no one opened.
You call and shout.
Lin Feng said helplessly.
Got it.
Zhao Lidong held his fire and hung up.
It wasn't long before the door to the technical section opened.
The person inside had a sad face when he saw Lin Feng. Dude, the matter of opening a door, do you have to call the director?
It's not like I'm off duty, I'm about to be scolded as a grandson.
Lin Feng smiled sarcastically. Sorry, just knocked on the door and didn't respond. I had no choice before I called him.
The man waved his hand. You check, I'm going to bed.
I'm dying of exhaustion these days. Lin Feng pulled him back. Dude, as an apology, I'll take your shift, you go back and get some rest.
It's the same wherever I live anyway.
No need, I'll stay here so I don't get scolded again.
Qin Shou wanted to go back to the house after saying that. Lin Feng couldn't let him be here.
What if he sees him invoking the soul and accidentally gives a scare to death?
It's fine, don't worry. I'm a forensic undergraduate. I know all the jobs here too. You go back and sleep well. Just come early tomorrow.
Lin Feng was afraid that he wouldn't go back. He reached out and took out another $100.
Go have a late night snack.
Qin Shou took the money. Dude, I didn't expect you to be quite righteous.
Then I'll go back first. You can be on duty. If the body is gone again, we all have to roll home.
After saying that, Qin Shou happily left. These days, his monthly salary was only a few $100s.
After Qin Shou left,
Lin Feng reached out and unlocked the door. Looking at the 8 corpses, he wouldn't be stupid enough to recruit the souls of all 8 back.
Well, just recruit an older one.
Soon, under Lin Feng's maneuvering,
the man who was a bit older sat up. Broken flesh fell all over his body. Nima. Forgot about this. Who are you? What happened to my family? The man's emotions were running high.
After his soul left his body after his death, seeing all his family members brutalized, Lin Feng reached out and pointed. They're all dead. The man was seeing other corpses. The emotions became more agitated. Sharp nails grew violently on his fingers. It had obviously blackened. I want them all dead. All die, the man said, and the departing soul left his physical body to seek revenge on the murderer. There was no help. Lin Feng only had to suppress it with purple thunder. Be quiet. I'll help you avenge yourselves. The man was terrified of the purple thunder in Lin Feng's hands,
curled up in the corner of the ceiling. You're a Taoist priest?
I'm a forensic scientist, specializing in catching murderers. Tell me who the murderers are and I'll bring them to justice, Lin Feng persuaded.
The man was silent for a few minutes. I believe you. I don't know who the murderers are.
There were about 5 or 6 of them, all wearing masks. That day was my father's birthday. We were all at home. They came in over the wall and slaughtered us. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. I didn't expect there to be 5 or 6 murderers.
And it wasn't clear who the other party was. Vengeance killings? Lin Feng asked.
No, our family are all honest people. The relationship with the neighbors is good. We've never offended anyone.
In the man's words,
Lin Feng learned that their family was from out of town, came to Jianghe City to do building materials business, catching up with the construction windfall, earned a lot of money in the past 2 years, picked up his parents, daughter-in-law, brother, sister-in-law, and 2 children from his hometown to help. He guessed that since it was not a vendetta, this group of people should be for wealth.
I understand the general situation. Leave your home address. I'll recruit you back after the murderer is apprehended. After leaving the address,
Lin Feng then sent the man's soul away.
City District 3, No. 98, Zhongwang Street. Lin Feng wrote down the address and went to bed.
The next day, Qin Shou came, so Lin Feng went back to the hotel and called out to Qin Xingyan.
Xiaoyan, there's a clue. Call last week's team and the others, let's go over.
Qin Xingyan's eyes were a little swollen.
It should have been a big cry. Who bullied you? Lin Feng asked hurriedly after seeing Qin Xingyan's appearance. It's nothing, I just miss my parents too much.
Qin Xingyan hurriedly shook her head. Let's go find Team Zhou. Soon, Lin Feng gathered the few of them.
No.
98, Zhongwang Street in the 3rd district of the city was where the victim lived.
Let's go over there and check if there are any clues.
On the way, Lin Feng said to Zhou Yan.
Lin Feng, how did you find this address? The city council provided it? Zhou Yan asked suspiciously.
It seemed that every time Lin Feng's information was so accurate, but every time he was asked, he always answered vaguely. Team Zhou, I have special detective techniques.
It's not convenient to disclose.
Lin Feng shook his head and said.
Zhou Xiaoman looked at Lin Feng with an I understand expression. Little skinny bitch.
When there's a chance, I'll make you cry, ha dad.
Zhou Yan looked at Zhou Xiaoman's expression and nodded silently. This girl definitely knows something.
Wait to go back and ask her properly. Soon several people arrived at the victim's house. It was a single yard. The main door was locked tightly. The people broke down the door and entered. The yard was very clean, with a crocus floor on the ground.
There wasn't found any bloodstains or footprints. Lin Feng, are you sure this is the place? Zhou Yan asked doubtfully. This courtyard was obviously cleaned by someone. Aha!
Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the living room. The living room was cleaned up very well too.
Could it be that the murderer lived here after killing someone?
No, even if he lived here, he wouldn't have tidied up the room so clean.
Everyone split up and take a look.
The scene was cleaned up, make sure not to spare any details. For these old criminal detectives, of course they wouldn't spare any clues. But after 2 hours of lining up, not a single trace of blood was found in the entire courtyard and rooms. Those valuables were not lost either. If this is the first scene, even if it is cleaned again,
it wouldn't have left any traces. Could it be that Lin Feng was mistaken? Little Lin, there aren't any clues found here.
Zhou Yan said to Lin Feng after a few people combined some things.
Look again.
Lin Feng's face was serious. I didn't expect these few people to have such strong counter-surveillance skills.
Erased all the traces? So professional? Suddenly, Team Zhou, there's something over here. An old criminal police officer shouted. Hearing the sound, several people hurried over.
Team Zhou, there are dark brown sprayed bloodstains on this wall.
Zhou Yan looked closer. This wall should have been repainted. Only the paint was shallow and didn't cover the piece.
Lin Feng, let's get the technical section of the city council to come.
Extracting DNA on the wall is something only they can do. Zhou Yan asked Lin Feng.
When these clues were found in Wohua County, they would have the city bureau send people over to support them.
Yes. Zhou Yan made a call to Zhao Lidong. What? Found the first scene of the crime? I'll bring someone over right away.
Zhao Lidong excitedly jumped up from his chair.
Captain Gua, Lin Feng, and the others have found the first scene. Should we go take a look?
Before leaving, Zhao Lidong didn't forget to give Gui Ru a call.
It seemed like he was showing off how strong his people were. Good. Gua Ru lightly replied back. How did you guys find out? Zhao Lidong asked hurriedly when he got there.
This place had already been lined up for the past 2 days. However, there was no discovery. Zhou Yan wanted to speak, but Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted him. We came here by canvassing this neighborhood. Seeing that this household was empty, I came in to take a look. I didn't expect to really find something wrong. But we're still not sure if this is the first scene of the crime. Lin Feng was afraid that Zhou Yan would slip up. Zhao Long, immediately extract the DNA from the bloodstains on the walls for comparison.
The faster the better. Zhao Lidong shouted.
Pan Guoqian, Lu Jiuli, Lu Xiaodong, take your men to properly exhaust this house.
Yes.
Lin Feng spread his hands. This was out of their business chanting. An hour later, Zhao Long came back with the comparison results.
Bureau Zhao, this bloodstain does match the DNA of one of the victims.
It can be determined that this is the first scene of the crime.
Good. Zhao Lidong said 3 good things in a row.
One could tell how excited he was right now.
How's your search going? Did you find anything? Zhao Lidong looked at the 3 of them. No.
At this time, Guo Ru suddenly spoke. The kitchen sewer might be able to find some traces.
Go check.
Soon, the 3 of them came with the news that they had vented blood in the kitchen sewer, and there were some small amounts of human tissue.
Not bad for coming down from the provincial office.
Those corpses were cooked. Why didn't we think of such a crucial place as the kitchen sewer?
However, so what?
It could only be determined that this was the first scene of the crime.
But still, no clues about the murderer could be found. Fingerprints and footprints have all been processed.
Not even a single strand of hair was found.
What are you guys doing here? Just as the people were discussing the next step in the detection plan,
an old man close to his prime walked in.
Grandpa, are you familiar with this household? Guo Ru went forward and asked. I live next door. They've all gone back home and asked me to watch the house. My old partner and I come to clean it every day.
The old man said.
Back home? Did the people in this house tell you that themselves? Guo Ru asked.
No, it was a distant cousin of theirs who told me. Said that something happened in their old home and they were in a hurry to go back. Then gave me some money to help look after the house. I've also been keeping an eye on it here since the renovation some time ago. The old man said without thinking. The distant cousin in this Moncler outlet store's mouth.
Could it be the murderer?
Lin Feng secretly thought.
Have you spent all the money he gave you, Moncler? Lin Feng asked.
No, with such a familiar relationship, how could I possibly ask for someone's money? I was waiting for old Pan to come back, then I'll return it to him.
It's you guys, what are you doing in someone's yard for no reason?
Lin Feng had nothing to hide, their family was murdered.
What? They were murdered? Impossible. Old Pan's family is so nice, how could they have been murdered?
The old man shook his head and said. It simply did not believe that the family had been victimized.
We're police officers, we can't lie to you. A dry police officer said. Really dead?
The old man's expression suddenly became sad. It seemed that the victim was still well liked in this neighborhood. Old comrade, the money that man gave you, can you take our technicians to take a look?
That money is likely to be a strong clue to finding the murderer. Zhao Lidong said. That money should have the suspect's fingerprints on it. If it could be successfully extracted and compared in the database, the suspect could be found. Fine, no problem. You guys come with me.
The old man said and turned around. Probably also wanted the police to solve the case early and catch the murderer. Zhao Long followed along.
Soon after, a pile of money was brought back in a transparent plastic bag. Director, I'm going back to take fingerprints first.
Aha! Zhao Lidong nodded. Soon, the crowd began to report back. Other than the bloodstains of the deceased, no other useful clues were found at the scene.
Is there any surveillance in this area? Go check. Guo Ru walked to the front door and looked back and forth.
Looked at it, there's a surveillance that's still broken.
Pan Guoqiang said. Then let's wait for feedback from the technical section. Guo Ru nodded. I'm going to take a look outside.
Lin Feng walked outside and went around the entire outside of the house to take a closer look. The murderer had jumped over the wall to get in. It was possible to leave clues outside. There were houses on both sides of the victim. There was no road in the middle. The murderer should have climbed over the wall from the front door area. The wall isn't too high, just over 2 meters. However, there was some broken glass stuck to the eaves of the wall. Lin Feng walked to the yard. Found a ladder.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Don't move anything in here.
It'll cause damage to the scene.
Just as Lin Feng was moving the ladder, Guo Ru snapped. Lin Feng froze. Bro, does this scene even need to be protected?
You.
Guo Ru looked down at her chest. Irritated. It's not just a little smaller. Why is it a brother? Oh yeah, you haven't had a lot of bad luck in the past 2 days, have you?
Coldly said as Lin Feng turned around.
Son of a bitch. Crow's mouth. Guo Ru cursed. These 2 days she was walking and breaking her feet, choking on water, even choking on a piece of candy. Lin Feng climbed up the ladder. From the eaves of the wall, he carefully looked at the glass slag at each place. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw an opening. The glass there had been cleaned. Lin Feng, we're going back. Do you guys want to join us? Zhao Lidong shouted from below. A cordon had been drawn outside the house. You guys go back. Lin Feng shook his head and climbed down the ladder, moving the ladder to a position with an opening. Alright, report back to me in time if there are any more clues. Zhao Lidong casually said. The scene had almost been dug up. Wanting to find any more clues here was simply unlikely. Okay Bureau Zhao, I'll report back to you in the evening. I hope I won't disturb your good deed. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Feng's serious face. A scowl was directed at Zhao Lidong. Fuck off. Zhao Lidong remembered last night's incident. That was really a fire. It had been months, and it was not easy to get a little excited. It was all stirred up by this calf thing. Bureau Zhao, I'll prescribe you some medicine when I have the chance. Guarantee you'll be alive and kicking night after night. Zhao Lidong, who was descending the steps, heard this. He almost rolled down. Turning his head, he glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Even if you have this medicine, give it to me privately. Guo Ru had already guessed what it meant from both of their mouths and expressions. Shameless. Spat and followed Zhao Lidong away. Lin Feng was carefully observing on the exclusion. Suddenly, a flash of purple-red was found on a super small piece of broken glass. It looked like blood. Excited heart, trembling hands. Cheyenne, pass me a pair of rubber gloves and a specimen bag. Lin Feng shouted. Good. Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng's expression. There must be a big discovery. Hurriedly, she brought over something from the toolbox. Lin Feng carefully put the small broken piece of glass into the specimen bag. Lin Feng, is there something to discover? Qin Xingyan looked at him with an expectant face. Well, I found a piece of glass that should have the murderer's blood on it. Lin Feng said. Then let's quickly send it to the technical section for them to examine it. Lin Feng shook his head. No need, I can find the owner of this bloodstain. Qin Xingyan suddenly realized. How could he forget about his ability in a hurry? Teen Zhou, let's go back. Lin Feng called Zhou Yan and the others over. Lin Feng, did you find something? Zhou Yan looked at the specimen bag in Lin Feng's hand and asked. It's hard to say right now, I'll tell you guys when there's a result. Lin Feng's words didn't dare to say too much. He wasn't sure if the blood was the suspect's or not. Maybe it was accidentally left by the workers when they were working. After returning to the hotel, Lin Feng went out again, bought some yellow paper and vermilion sand, also found some straw. After preparing everything, Lin Feng pasted the blood-stained glass on the straw man, wrapped the straw man with a talisman, put the compass on the side. He recited a spell under his breath. As the spell was recited, the compass pointer next to him began to rotate frantically. A picture also appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It was in a KTV luxury box. He was embraced by the left and the right. Looking at it, Lin Feng was a bit envious. He accelerated the speed of his recitation. After seeing a room number, the practice stopped. Lin Feng took the compass and flew downstairs. He drove the car and headed in the direction of the compass pointer. Unfortunately, it wasn't nighttime. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have taken off again. Imperial KVT. Lin Feng stopped at the door. The needle on the compass had already homed in. Obviously the person he was looking for was here. Sorry, sir, we're not open here yet. Please come back at night. Lin Feng had just walked into the KTV when he was stopped by a couple of gangster-looking young men. I'm here to find someone. Lin Feng looked at the few people and said indifferently. Looking for who? One person asked. The person in box 888. Lin Feng reported the room number he saw. A few people looked at each other. Sorry, we don't have box 888 here. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly knocked one down with a punch. Blow the whistle. With a whistle sound, people holding steel pipes rushed out from inside. Yo, this is meeting social people. Looking at the dozens of people, Lin Feng turned his neck and moved his muscles. Fuck him. As the voice fell, the crowd surrounded Lin Feng and the steel pipes in their hands slammed towards him. City Council, Technical Section. Zhao Lidong and the others surrounded the place. Director, there are too many fingerprints on the banknotes. It's a bit difficult to extract them. Zhao Long's face was a little difficult. These were old banknotes with too many fingerprints on them. With their current technology they couldn't do the separation one by one. I think in the future, you guys shouldn't call it the technology section and change it to the waste section. Guo Ru's words caused the faces of everyone present to turn ugly. including Zhao Lidong. But they didn't dare to say anything. Overcome all difficulties and extract the fingerprints. If we really can't extract them, let's trouble Captain Gui to ask the provincial office for a skilled person to come over. Zhao Lidong said to Zhao Long. I've already applied, the technician will arrive early tomorrow morning. Guo Ru swept over the crowd and said indifferently. Zhao Lidong's face was on fire. It was as if he was being choked and slapped a dozen times hard. Guo Ru looked at the faces of the crowd and knew that they were upset. But, what could that do? Today, Qin Qingyan and the girls found the first scene. There is no guarantee that they will step on some kind of luck and find clues to the murderer again. In that case, she would have lost. Lose to Qin Qingyan? That's impossible. It was like this a few years ago, and it still has to be like this now. When the technicians are in place tomorrow, the suspect will be identified. The case will be solved. Qin Qingyan, let's see what you can compare me with. Relying on that loser Lin Feng? Then thank you, MS. Guo Ru. Leaving behind a sentence, Zhao Lidong directly left. A hallowed city public security director, when had he ever suffered this dumb loss? Imperial Palace KTV. Facing the siege of dozens of people, Lin Feng sweated freely and put them down. Not enough to fight. Not enough to fight at all. Bang! A foot kicked open the door of box 888. Who are you? Xiao Chao, someone is kicking in the door of the laborer. What are you guys doing? The man in the room was going up and down on a beautiful woman. The sudden voice immediately made his brother shrivel up. Are you shouting at them? Lin Feng took a wrong step. There was a field of people lying behind him. Luo Zhao's pupils contracted. He knew that the man in front of him wasn't to be messed with. I don't know which road, brother. What is it that you are looking for me for? Luo Xiao changed his arrogant attitude and said, the death of Pan Xingyin's family on Jiangwang Street, is it related to you? Lin Feng opened the door and said directly, brother, what are you talking about? It's a lawful society now, how could I kill someone? And the people you're talking about I don't know with. It's even more impossible to kill their family. Luo Xiao shook his head and said, he was completely sure that Lin Feng was stumping him. The scene was handled very cleanly. Not even a single hair was left behind. Even if there was a little detail that wasn't taken care of. With the skills of those idiots at the city council, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Lin Feng originally wasn't sure if the man in front of him was the murderer, but now he was sure. Because Lin Feng didn't say anything about Pan Xingyin's family at all. And the man in front of him said it. Brother, if there's a need for words, I can ask for you. Brother, I still have some power in the river. It's easy to get some cats and dogs. Luo Xiao said indifferently as he drank a glass of wine. Are you threatening me? How could Lin Feng not hear the implication? Brother, look at you, your hands are not bad. Why don't you come and follow me? I'll make sure you eat good food and drink good food. Luo Xiao didn't take Lin Feng's words and said to himself, you're a bandit, I'm a cop, let me follow you? Lin Feng walked up to Luo Xiao and looked at him condescendingly. How much money can you earn in a month? As long as you follow your brother, you're guaranteed $10,000 a month. Luo Xiao boldly pulled out a bunch of money from his purse and threw it on the table. It was important to know that in this day and age, most people only made $1,000 a month. And he was offering tens of thousands of dollars right out of the gate. How could he still not be able to take him? Ha! Lin Feng sneered. Brother, don't people live for money and women? Listen to brother, take off your uniform and drink with me. Luo Xiao poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Lin Feng. Squat down by yourself with your hands on your head, don't let me make a move. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brother, I'm kindly bringing you to earn money. This is how you treat brother? Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with viciousness. His hand reached under the coffee table. Snap! Before Luo Xiao could react, Lin Feng kicked him in the face with a leg sweep. The woman beside Luo Xiao also suffered. They were knocked to the ground by him. Kid, pretty ruthless. Luo Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands. Lin Feng coldly said again. Squat your ass. Luo Xiao said viciously. Come on, you arrest me. Let's see if you have any evidence. Luo Xiao didn't resist anymore and sat on his butt, putting his hands out. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he directly brought him under the hotel. Xiao Yan, he should be one of the murderers. I'll escort you to the city bureau. Lin Feng let Qin Qingyan drive while he watched Luo Xiao from behind. Shoo! I didn't realize there was such a beautiful policewoman. Luo Xiao's eyes went straight as he looked at her and whistled and said, Want to follow brother? Brother can buy you minks in bags. Snap! You special meow give labor honestly. Lin Feng reached out and gave him a big pussy bucket. Luo Xiao pointed at Lin Feng's face and looked at him fiercely. No one has ever dared to hit Labor's face. You not only kicked it today, you also hit it. When I come out, I'll make sure I don't let you live it up. Snap. Lin Feng rewarded him with another big pussy bucket. Come on, let me see how you won't let me have a good time. Luo Xiao's arms were bruised. After a dozen seconds or so they let go again. A gentleman's revenge is not to be fought over night and day. Wait for Labor to come out and get you killed. Soon after, Qin Qingyan drove her car into the city bureau. Bureau Zhao, I caught a suspected murderer. In the front yard, Qin Qingyan made a call to Zhao Lidong. Within a few minutes, Zhao Lidong came running over in a flurry of wind. He's the suspect? Zhao Lidong looked at Luo Xiao and said, Yes, Bureau Zhao. Qin Qingyan said, Alright, then I'll leave the interrogation to you guys. Tell me directly how you need to cooperate. Zhao Lidong said happily. Bureau Zhao, this was found on the eaves of Pan Xingyin's house. There are bloodstains on it, please also find someone to compare it with. Qin Qingyan handed the specimen bag to Zhao Lidong. Good. Zhao Lidong rushed to the technical section with the specimen bag. Luo Xiao's face turned pale when he saw the bloodied glass. He had indeed been scraped by the glass when he was going over the wall, but it had already been dealt with at that time. Had it not been dealt with? Suddenly, Luo Xiao thought of something. The tense look stretched out. I am a thief. Stealing things over the wall. Killing someone or something, what does it have to do with me? Interrogation room. No matter how Qin Qingyan interrogated him, Luo Xiao kept his mouth shut. He was at the result of the blood on that piece of glass. Lin Feng, why don't we have Team Zhou come over for interrogation? This piece of interrogating prisoners, I really don't know how. Qin Qingyan had a bit of a headache. This was her first time interrogating, she didn't have any experience at all. There's no rush, wait for the news to come back from the technical section and see what else he has to say. Lin Feng pinched Qin Qingyan's hand and told her to stay calm. Creak. The door to the interrogation room opened. Guo Ru walked in. Xiaoyan, I heard that you guys caught a suspect? How is it, did the interrogation come out with any results? Qin Qingyan was muffled. Too lazy to bother with her. Lin Feng didn't say anything either. It looks like nothing came out of the interrogation. Guo Ru approached and took a look at the interrogation transcript. It was white on top. What's it to you? If you have nothing to do, go arrest other prisoners. Qin Qingyan took out a piece of paper to cover the interrogation transcript. I've already applied to Bureau Zhao, if you can't interrogate anything, let me do it. Guo Ru didn't care about Qin Qingyan's face and sat at the interrogation table. Looking at Luo Xiao, she asked, What's your name? Luo Xiao raised his eyelids and didn't speak. Don't think you can escape the law by not speaking. We already have a lot of evidence of your crimes. Confess truthfully now and you can get a reduced sentence. Guo Ru got up and walked to Luo Xiao's side and said in a deep voice. Luo Xiao looked at Guo Ru and said disdainfully, Just sentence me directly if you have evidence. What's the point of wasting words? After saying that, no matter what Guo Ru said again, Luo Xiao old god closed his eyes and rested his mind. It seems that the experts of the provincial hall are nothing more than that. Lin Feng said playfully, I'll naturally have a way to make him confess. Guo Ru coldly snorted and walked out of the interrogation room in large strides. Soon, the technical section fed back information. The DNA on the glass matched Luo Xiao's perfectly. Tell me, why did Pan Shengyin leave your blood on the wall of his house? In the interrogation room, Zhao Lidong personally took the stand. Luo Xiaoyan and said, Sir, can you give me a cigarette? I'm suffocating. Zhao Lidong slapped the table. Kid, I advise you not to play any tricks. Your blood is the strongest evidence. Luo Xiao shrugged, Sir, I won't say anything if I'm not allowed to smoke anyway. Xiao Lu give him a cigarette. Zhao Lindong waved his hand and said, Shoo. Luo Xiao took a big puff. The entire interrogation room became smoky. Speak. Guo Lidong said once again. There's nothing to say. The moment I say this, I get angry. About 2 or 3 months ago, I passed by there and saw that their house was built quite well, so I climbed the wall to go in and wanted to steal some money. Who knows, take grandma, just turned up a few $100s in cash, and cut my own arm. How many days can you get for stealing a few $100s? Luo Xiao, I want you to confess and be lenient. I'm asking you about the murder of Pan Xingyin's family. Zhao Lidong said with an ironic face. The investigation into the social relations of Pan Xingyin's family. There was no intersection with this Luo Xiao at all. It could be said that he was a complete stranger. So there was no strong evidence found to prove that the murder was related to him. Sir, I've said everything that needs to be said. What murder case? I don't know at all. I'm so timid, how could I possibly kill someone? Luo Xiao said with an innocent face. Luo Xiao, you run a KTV with a decent turnover. You would still climb over the wall and steal money? Are you fooling the ghost?
Zhao Lidong said as he looked at the information. Sir, I have a previous conviction for stealing. This is the old business. Even though I opened a KTV to earn money, sometimes my hands get itchy.
Luo Xiao bit out that it was stealing.
This made Zhao Lidong several people helpless. Because they couldn't get any other strong evidence, they could only imprison Luo Xiao for stealing first.
This guy is an old fart. It's not easy to do. Check his social relations.
See if he's been in contact with any special people over this period of time. Zhao Lidong instructed a few captains.
Yes.
The several first captains left. Miss Guoru, use your provincial department's methods and interrogate them.
It's also good for me to learn more. Zhao Lidong was still angry about what happened at the technical section. Aren't the people from the provincial office bullish? Let's see how bullish.
Duro Zhao, then I'll try again. Guoru of course heard the implication outside of Zhao Lidong's words.
However, as someone sent down from the provincial department,
she didn't want to lose her face here.
After another 2 hours of interrogation, Guoru still hadn't asked anything. It seems that the people from the provincial office are no different from us.
It's all 2 eyes and 1 mouth, Zhao Lidong said smilingly. It made this Guoru's face turn ironic.
Duro Zhao, your words are wrong. How can we compare to others from the provincial department? Other people's technology is much more powerful than ours.
Lin Feng said cooperatively. He had already thought of a way to interrogate Luo Xiao, but these people were taking turns interrogating him. They didn't give him a chance at all.
Lin Feng, where are you allowed to speak?
If you're capable, go interrogate.
Guoru didn't dare Zhao Lidong to say anything unpleasant.
But to Lin Feng he could.
Not a bit of ability, just know how to mix food and drink here.
Lin Feng looked Guoru up and down. Although you're barely good looking.
Concave where it should be convex, flat where it should be pouting.
But it can also be used to warm the comforter. Do you dare to bet that if I interrogate you, you'll go and be my bed warming maid for a month?
Guoru's face became gloomy. Anger was about to spew out of her eyes. Qin Qingyan also glared at Lin Feng.
But she knew that Lin Feng was taking it out on her.
Lin Feng, you're a complete asshole.
Flat chest, small buttocks was her eternal wound. This guy not only scratched the scars open for her, but he also fucking rubbed salt in it.
Angry, huh? If I lose, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Do you dare?
Lin Feng unobstructedly looked at Guoru from top to bottom again,
shaking his head as he looked. Son of a bitch. Fine, I'll bet with you. If you can't scrutinize it, just wait and see. Guoru was already on the verge of going berserk.
She had never seen such a shameless guy. Which man didn't meet her with poise and courtesy?
It's done, Duro Zhao, you can witness it for us then.
Lin Feng clapped his hands and said,
let's go, arraign Luo Xiao.
Lin Feng tugged on Qin Qingyan's hand.
Lin Feng, haven't we all been interrogated?
That guy's mouth is so tough, why did you still bet with her?
I know you're doing it to take the heat off of me. But by the time you can't get out of the trial, what if she gives you a hard time?
Qin Qingyan had a worried look on her face. Her palms were sweating with nervousness.
Guoru wasn't that easy to mess with. It's fine, I have my own way to make him talk. What again? Luo Xiao was speechless.
Damn it, the arraignment has been back and forth a few times this day.
Is it ever going to end? Do you just want to use this method to break down my psychological defense?
Then this technique is also trash. Handsome man, beautiful woman, don't interrogate me.
I'm just a thief, that's all you can do. Sitting in the interrogation room, Luo Xiao had a bitter face. He just wanted to stay quietly in the guard room. Come and have a cigarette first.
Lin Feng handed Luo Xiao a cigarette.
Understood Anon. Luo Xiao took the cigarette and took a satisfied drag.
I thought he could use some method to get the suspect to talk.
Turns out it's just thinking about bribery. Guoru watched Lin Feng's every move in the surveillance room.
There was disdain for what he was doing.
Suspects should be treated with serious interrogation. One couldn't think of speculative bribes.
There was nothing interesting about it, so she left the surveillance room.
I've explained everything that should be explained.
Even if you whole bottle of Maozi with me, it's still this much.
Luo Xiao said faintly after finishing her cigarette. It's fine, there's no rush.
Lin Feng picked up a disposable cup and poured some water. Then he walked to the dead corner of the surveillance and put the pre-prepared truth talisman into the cup.
It melted when it met the water. The color looked just like tea. Here, drink a cup of water, moisten your throat.
Lin Feng handed the water to Luo Xiao.
He looked at the color of the water, it was a bit yellow. Kid, what kind of water is this? Luo Xiao asked with some caution. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would use some kind of damaging trick on him, making him drink some kind of disorienting drug. This is tea. What? Still afraid that I'll poison you? Lin Feng said and took the water from Luo Zhao's hands again. He gulped it down himself. I didn't say I wouldn't drink it. Luo Zhao was anxious. It had been a day and he hadn't had a sip of water. His throat was almost smoking. Aren't you afraid to drink? Lin Feng even burped on purpose. Drink, drink, drink. You quickly pour me another cup. Luo Zhao said hurriedly. Lin Feng did as he was told. Luckily, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he really couldn't muddle through. Drink! Luo Zhao was very dry and drained a cup of water in one gulp. After he finished drinking, Lin Feng whispered a secret in his mouth. Luo Zhao's eyes started to become mesmerized. The opportunity was ripe. Lin Feng sat down at the interrogation table and said to Qin Xingyan, prepare to make a statement. Qin Xingyan hurriedly picked up her pen. Why did you kill Pan Xingyin's family? Who were the people involved in this incident? Lin Feng's words fell. A trace of struggle appeared on Luo Zhao's face. It was Guo Delan, the owner of the Shanghai Group, who hired us. Because Pan Shengyin is honest and loyal, many construction bosses go to order building materials from them. After robbing Guo Delan's business, he paid us to take out Pan Shengyin. As he said this, a trace of a struggling expression appeared on Luo Zhao's face again. He was fully conscious, but he just couldn't control it. Who are the people involved in this case? Where are those people now? Lin Feng asked. Apart from me, there's also Biao, Tiger, Fatty, Xiaohao, and Doghead. They all followed me around. They should all be at their homes. However, I've been arrested now, so they might have run away. Luo Zhao said honestly. Where did you throw the tools of the crime? How did the dumping take place? Lin Feng picked his fingers and asked. The tools of the crime were thrown by us and buried in the Lulin pool. After we killed them, we decomposed the bodies and cooked them. The heads and limbs were thrown in different directions by several of my people. Those limb fragments we bagged and gave to an old rag picker. Gave him a sum of money and told him to throw it anywhere. Luo Zhao hated to strangle herself. What was with this mouth? Why does it just not listen to the call of duty? Why does it say everything? What the hell did you give me to drink? Lin Feng nodded. No wonder the surveillance didn't check it out. No one would have thought that those body parts would have been thrown by an old man on a broken tricycle picking up rags. Aren't you guys afraid that he'll open the bag and look at it and turn you in? Lin Feng asked. These people were too bold. No, we told him it was stinking rotten meat inside. If you're too lazy to throw it yourself, you'll give him money to throw it. Even if he opens it, he won't know that it will be human meat inside. Luo Zhao shook his head and said. So far the whole case was clear. Did you write it all down? Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan and asked. Written down. Lin Feng nodded and snapped his fingers. Son of a bitch, what did you do to me? Luo Zhao, who had come to her senses, roared angrily. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Feng didn't say much, because this surveillance was all on. Feel free to yell as much as Luo Zhao wanted. No one would believe what he said now anyway. Bureau Zhao, Luo Zhao confessed. Qin Xingyan handed the interrogation transcript to Zhao Lidong. Confessed? Zhao Lidong hurriedly picked up the report and read it. Then he picked up the landline and called Pan Guoqiang, Lu Jiuli, and Lu Xiaodong over. Teams 1 and 2, according to the address on this, arrest the culprits with all due haste. Team 3, you guys go to Lulin Lake to salvage the tools of the crime. Speed. Go. With Zhao Lidong's command, the entire compound out car alarm went off. All of this was done by that Lin Feng kid, right? Although it was Qin Xingyan who sent the transcript. But Zhao Lidong knew in his heart that it was definitely this Lin Feng kid who did it. He felt that this Lin Feng kid was a bit evil. Yes, Bureau Zhao. Qin Xingyan nodded and said in response. I know, you go, and get busy first. After Qin Xingyan left, Zhao Lidong went to the interrogation room's surveillance room at a rapid pace. He wanted to access the surveillance. See what method Lin Feng used to make this dead duck open his mouth. Repeatedly watching it, Zhao Lidong didn't find a trace of something suspicious. Did he figure it out just because he smoked a cigarette and drank a glass of water? Numb. Completely numb. If I had known it was that simple, I would have offered you a good cigarette and tea. Lin Feng, you've made another big achievement. Zhao Lidong said happily as he found Lin Feng. I didn't realize that I had let this kid come to the city council to frustrate him for a moment's gamble. It was really the right thing for him to do. Want to consider staying at the city bureau? Don't worry, as long as you want, I'll do the mobilization procedures for you. And raise you a captain, how about that? Zhao Lidong played a small game and threw an olive branch to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I thank you. The city council water is too deep. I'd better go back to my small temple. Zhao Lidong. Lin Feng, this is a promotion opportunity for you. Why don't you agree? Qin Xingyan whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Because I'll be wherever you are. Lin Feng's words made Qin Xingyan's heart completely fall. Before Qin Shengyan could reply, Lin Feng saw Guo Ru walking from the distance and shouted. That Miss O, I've solved the case. Isn't it time for you to warm my bed? Guo Ru had a black line. God's special meow Miss O. Please, can you be a human being? Guo Ru pretended not to hear, took a sharp turn and headed to the side. Captain Guo Ru, don't go. Come on, let's have a chat. Lin Feng wouldn't let her run away. Directly on the name. Guo Ru secretly gritted her teeth. Son of a bitch. Sooner or later, I'm going to get back today's scene. She had no choice but to walk towards Lin Feng and the others. Captain Guo, the case is almost done. When do you think you'll honor the bet? Guo Ru looked at Lin Feng's eyes that were scanning up and down. He really wanted to gouge them out for him. What are you looking at? Isn't it the old lady concave? Lin Feng, has the case been closed? Guo Ru asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Since it's not closed, it proves that the case isn't over. Besides, who knows if Luo Zhao's confession is true? Also, I think you bribed the suspect. I think we should ask the Discipline Inspection Commission to look into it. Guo Ru said a whole lot of small blah blah blah. It was nothing more than trying to tell Lin Feng. You're in trouble. I have ways to clean you up. If you want to renege on the debt, just say so. Don't take off your pants and fart, it's redundant. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Feng, let's forget about the bed warming thing. She doesn't have anything to warm up for you after all. Qin Xingyan suddenly came at this time with a divine assist. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect that she would still be able to say this. Qin, Xing, Yan, please watch your words. In the future, I advise you to stay away from this dilettante. It's all been taught to you. Guo Ru was on the verge of crying with anger. It was even if Lin Feng said her. I didn't expect Qin Xingyan to say the same thing about her. They were the closest of girlfriends years ago. No, staying by Lin Feng's side makes me happy. I've already given you the opportunity. Go back and think about it and see what you can use to offset the bed warming. Qin Xingyan said indifferently. Okay. When the case is over, I'll honor my bet. Guo Ru gritted her teeth and said, didn't you want to upset me? Then I'll go warm Lin Feng's bed and make you upset too. Very upset. In the blink of an eye, Guo Ru was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng, tell me, what method was used to make Luo Zhao confess? Zhao Lidong really couldn't figure it out. It was entirely possible to get that dead duck to open his mouth with a cigarette and a glass of water alone. Duro Zhao, what other methods could be used? Of course it's my charisma. After saying that, Lin Feng pulled Qin Xingyan away as well. Charisma? Labor is that good at swindling? Zhao Lidong fell into deep thought. The images of the interrogation flashed in his mind. Could it be that the glass of water Luo Zhao drank was problematic? Zhao Lidong hurried towards the interrogation room. From the trash can, he found the cup. Then it was sent back to the technical section. Zhao Long, analyze this water for me to see if there are any other substances in it. Zhao Lidong was now thinking in his mind that if Lin Feng really used drugs, what should be done about it then? This was not allowed by law. Under Zhao Lidong's urging, Zhao Long analyzed the water composition. Duro Zhao, no special ingredients were found in it. Zhao Long looked at the report and said, good. Zhao Lidong nodded. Soon several teams would all come. The fugitives were all accounted for as well. It had to be said that these people were really strong mentally. After committing such a big case, they didn't run. They're just having fun at home. The tools of the crime were also found in the silt in the center of Lulin Lake. Through the technical section identification, the DNA of the victim was matched with the tool. And the murderer's fingerprints are still on it. Guo Delin was also arrested in accordance with the law. After a few days of struggle, the case was considered closed. MS. Oh, the case is closed. What do you think we should do? Lin Feng brought Qin Xingyan to find Guo Ru. He didn't want Guo Ru to warm up the room either. He just wanted to use this opportunity to make her admit her mistake and bow her head in front of Qin Xingyan. Don't worry, I'll honor the bet. It's not just warming your bed. I'm not afraid. Guo Ru looked at Qin Xingyan provocatively. What the hell? Lin Feng froze. Why didn't this follow the plot? Shouldn't there be a reason to change the bet? Big sister, you're from the provincial office. Where's your condescension? What? You want to back out? Guo Ru directly backhanded him. Lin Feng, since she wants to warm your bed, let her. I think it's because I've been single for more than 20 years and can't find a boyfriend. I'm lonely. Qin Xingyan directly disliked her. She knew that this was Guo Ru playing a lustful trick. Ha! Can women be so generous now?
Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan in confusion.
Qin Xingyan made a look. Lin Feng understood in seconds. In that case, when we return to Wuhua County, let's return together. Lin Feng said. No problem. Guo Ru said and left.
Lin Feng, call Shang Zhouyan to come to the conference room.
Zhao Lidong called Lin Feng. Doing what? Don't tell me there's another mission. Ti Miao.
I still want to go back to Wuhua County earlier, playing with my Shaoyan lovebirds.
A commendation meeting for you.
The crowd soon arrived at the conference room. Zhao Lidong simply said a few words. Then the awards began.
Lin Feng received an individual second-class merit. The Wuhua County Police Station received the collective first-class merit. Captain Lu, what do we say about this bet?
After the meeting broke up, Lin Feng intercepted Lu Jioli. Lu Jioli looked at Lin Feng with responsible eyes. He didn't expect this little forensic scientist to really solve this case.
Don't worry, I'll do what I say. In a moment, I'll go write a report and ask Bureau Zhao to unload the captain on me. At night, I'll treat you to dinner at the Hillwood Hotel.
Lu Jioli had lost his arrogance.
This time, he had been awakened.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Just have this heart, don't remove the captaincy, and there's no need for you to buy dinner. We'll just go back. If Lu Jioli wanted to renege on his debt, then he naturally wouldn't let it go. But now that Lu Jioli was so forthcoming, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to screw him over.
It's just a book. Look at the excitement for you guys. On the way back to Wuhua County, Zhou Yan and a few others couldn't help but grin straight.
The honor of a first-class merit, although it was collective, but they hadn't even thought about it.
Lin Feng, when can you do what you promised me? Zhou Xiaoman suddenly said. The people in the car suddenly looked at Lin Feng. They didn't know what else these two had promised.
Qin Xingyan was also puzzled. Guo Ru, on the other hand, looked like she was waiting for a good show.
Cough cough, I'll definitely do what I say. Lin Feng really wanted to strangle this twat. This talking was really evocative. Oh, then when are you free? I'll wait for you at night. Swish.
Lin Feng felt goosebumps on his back. An icy cold murderous aura hovered behind him.
This little boyfriend of yours isn't being honest. Guo Ru really didn't mind and deliberately said in Qin Xingyan's ear.
Lin Feng was speechless.
It wasn't like there was any way to explain with so many people. You guys can come back. Someone reported a crime today.
A newlywed couple is missing.
Guo Yanfeng was relieved to see Zhou Yan and the others back. Shouldn't we be greeted with a celebration banquet? How come it's a case again? With so many people in the institute, can't a single missing case be solved? The smile on Lin Feng's face instantly stiffened. Since Guo Yanfeng can sit in the position of director, he must have some skill in reading people. He came in front of Lin Feng.
Xiaolin, you did very well this time.
Let's set the celebration banquet for the evening. Now how about going to look at that case first? Guo Yanfeng had obviously put Lin Feng on top priority. Even Zhou Yan, the first captain, had to come in second. Director, solving the case that's the criminal investigation section's business. What does it have to do with me? Just let Team Zhou go.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
A Sesame Point disappearance case, why do you need me? Why don't you just let me take care of the entire police station? Rotten mud can't help the wall. Guo Ru muttered from behind. You really take yourself seriously?
Yes, Xiaolin has been exhausted these past few days.
Let's take a look at this case first. If it's really tricky, then we'll let Xiaolin take a look at it.
Seeing that Guo Yanfeng was a bit upset when he heard Lin Feng's words,
Zhou Yan hurriedly said.
I'm here, there's no need for him.
Guo Ru stood out. A small disappearance case, wasn't it a handful? This one is? Guo Yanfeng looked at Guo Ru suspiciously. I'm Guo Ru from the Criminal Investigation Team, one of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Introducing himself. Leader, hello. Guo Yanfeng suddenly became very enthusiastic. Tell me about this case. I'll help you guys crack it. You can't be like some people, receiving a salary and not doing anything.
Between words, Guo Ru also glanced at Lin Feng.
Cough.
Lin Feng coughed dryly and looked at Guo Ru and raised an eyebrow. Your current status is just my bed warmer, girl. Now I'm going back to sleep. Go back with me to warm the bed.
Other than Qin Xingyan, the entire room was confused. Bed warmer? What era is this? Is it serious? Guo Ru came along, they knew. But they didn't know that it was to warm Lin Feng's bed. Is there some kind of secret in there? Isn't he friends with Qin Xingyan? How did he get involved with Guo Ru again? Lin Feng. Guo Ru blushed scarlet. This dog even said this in public, when really, he didn't know why flowers were so red. If you want to back out, you can leave at any time.
I'll never stop. Lin Feng just wanted to force this tiger bitch to leave.
It always felt like something would happen if he let her be here. Alright, that director, I'll go warm Lin Feng's bed first. When I'm done, I'll come back and help you guys.
The red color faded from Guoru's face and she said faintly. Anyway, it was already known by everyone, might as well play a little bigger.
Just don't believe it, this bastard boy really dares me to warm his bed. Just like he wants to.
Qin Xinyan is not willing to do it either. Qin Xinyan reached out and twisted her hand on Lin Feng's waist. With her eyes, she told him that it was all done.
Lin Feng's head was big. This bitch, why is it so difficult? Really more shameless than me. She's just trying to stir up trouble by doing this, right? Mr. Gua, let's talk about this case. I'm suddenly interested.
Lin Feng asked on the wrong topic.
Guoru revealed a triumphant expression. Little bastard, I still can't rule you?
According to the people who reported the case, their son and daughter-in-law disappeared on the second day of their wedding. Originally thought the young couple had just gotten married, tired of tossing and turning at night, and sleeping,
but in the afternoon did not see the two out. So I went to the courtyard to call out to them.
Shouted half a day no one should, they pushed open the door to go in to see.
Then they didn't find anyone. I thought they had gone out to play.
But they didn't come back for several days in a row, so they came to report it.
Did you send someone to look at the scene? Guoru asked. Gua Yanfeng nodded and said, I brought someone to look at it.
The room is very neatly arranged. The doors and windows are intact and there are no traces of vandalism. There are no traces of fighting either.
Zhou Xiaoman's eyes rolled.
Then is it possible that they found a place to spend their honeymoon?
Isn't that what young people like to do when they get married nowadays? Gua Yanfeng shook his head. Zhou Yan also glared at her without any good humor. Honeymoon. Wouldn't you have told your family before you left home?
Besides, going out for several days without hearing anything at all would be abnormal.
Lin Feng, what do you think? Gua Yanfeng asked.
Obviously he had already taken Lin Feng as the backbone of the police station.
What do you think? Give me your birth date. Master Dao will figure out where it is for you in minutes.
Of course, he didn't dare to say that.
Let's go to the scene again. Maybe there's something new to discover. Good. Let's go now. Gua Yanfeng asked Zhou Yan and a few others to accompany Lin Feng to Xieha village. Police, any news about our son?
Just after arriving at the scene, an old woman asked with red eyes.
They could only have one son. It was not easy for them to get him a daughter-in-law. He can't be lost just like that. Don't worry, we are already investigating. I believe there will be news soon. Zhou Yan looked at the old woman and said, Thank you.
Lin Feng led the way into the wedding house.
The entire house was joyous from the inside out. It was also very cleanly organized.
There was no problem to be seen.
But then again, something didn't feel right. This room is so clean? It doesn't even look like someone has been there.
Zhou Xiaoman said as she swept around.
A word woke up the dreamer.
The room was too tidy. Even if someone moved a little, it wouldn't be this clean.
Auntie, have you cleaned this room? Lin Feng asked. Cleaned it.
That was cleaned on the first day of my son's wedding.
We haven't touched it since then.
The old woman trembled and said,
On the day of the wedding, didn't you have a banquet in this courtyard? Your son and daughter-in-law haven't entered this courtyard either? Lin Feng asked again.
The old woman shook her head. No, the banquet was set up in our old courtyard. My son drank at noon, slept until the evening, ate, and only returned to this courtyard with his daughter-in-law.
Then say this.
His son and daughter-in-law never came back at night at all.
Otherwise there wouldn't be no trace of life. Could it be that they were killed halfway? Guoru also thought of this and asked, Auntie, where is your house? How many roads are there from here to your yard?
The old woman said, There is one big road, and there are two smaller roads that both go to our yard.
There are two roads separating this courtyard from that courtyard.
Take us there,
Lin Feng said.
With that, a few people lined up all three paths that could go here. There weren't any traces of a fight to be found.
Could it be that they didn't go home? Instead, they had gone out to play? Cell phones weren't too common at this time. Sometimes, it was normal to go out for days at a time and not be able to find anyone. Ma'am, did they go out to play?
The old woman shook her head. My son has a slight limp in one leg. He doesn't go out when he's fine. The old woman said and wiped her tears. His son accidentally broke his leg when he was working. From that time onwards, he became autistic.
Always staying at home and not going out. A few people nodded. So what exactly caused them to not come home late at night? Could they have gone back to the bride's house? Guoru asked.
The old woman shook her head again once more.
The bride's family is from out of town. It wasn't a string of relatives. Then what else could be important enough to keep them up at night? Do they have anything valuable on them? Guo-ru suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Yes, the bride has some gold and silver jewelry on her. It was bought for her before the wedding. If you don't buy these, people won't agree to get married. The old woman said. Then could it have been robbed? Zhou Yan said after thinking about it. Plotting for money. There was a great possibility. Otherwise, how could they disappear for no reason? Was it premeditated? Or was it a temporary act? Shaolin, shall we start with the residents in the neighborhood first? Ask if there were any witnesses that night. Zhou Yan said after some thought. Nothing was found at the scene. One could only go for eyewitnesses. You guys go first. I'll take another look. Lin Feng didn't want to do all this useless work. If it wasn't for the pretense, he didn't even want to come. Okay. Zhou Yan split his men into 3 teams and went through the house by house. That night we vaguely heard the 2 of them arguing. It's normal for 2 families to quarrel, so we didn't care. However, that sound was getting farther and farther away. A man said as he lined up the family not far from the new house. Yes, the noise is fierce. I vaguely also heard Gu Yongliang say that if he didn't give him something, he would kill his wife. The man's wife also walked forward and said, Kill? Could it be that the groom had victimized his bride? And then absconded? The voices were getting farther and farther away, indicating that the 2 men were heading outside, not home. After checking all the households behind them again, they all said they heard the 2 arguing that night. Because it was so late in the day, they didn't get up to see. Now there are 3 suspicions. One is, the bride took something important from the groom that made him say he was going to kill her. 2, even if they argued, why didn't they go home, but walked further and further away? 3, whether they were killed by him or the groom killed the bride and absconded. After summarizing the information of the row, Zhou Yan said to the crowd, could it be because the groom wanted to kill the bride, that's why she's running away? Zhang Han said as he tapped the register with his pen. Guo-ru shook her head. If she was afraid of being victimized, why didn't she go to her mother-in-law's house but ran outside the village? Zhang Han added, could it be that because the bride felt that the groom was leggy and couldn't catch up with her, that's why she didn't go back to her mother-in-law's house but ran outside? Guo-ru let out a light laugh. The bride is an outsider and is not familiar with the place. The only ones that count as familiar are her in-laws. If it's you when you're in harm's way, wouldn't it be time to go to the people you know well? And it's still a ways from the county seat. She wouldn't want to walk from here to the county town and then take a bus back to her hometown, would she? Zhou Yan nodded. What you all said is possible. However, you guys overlooked one point. Gu Yongliang is crippled on one leg. If the bride really wants to run, it's impossible for him to catch up. If he couldn't catch up, why didn't he come back? Zhang Han said, Team Zhou, could it be that the bride killed him, and then ran away? Or maybe the young couple finished their fight and were intercepted on their way back? It's also possible. Zhou Yan nodded. Let's continue to expand the lineup and see if we can find witnesses. Lin Feng, have you found anything? Zhou Yan looked at Lin Feng. What could he have found? He's been sitting here laboring away while you guys went to line up. Just like an old Taoist monk, not moving a muscle. Guo-ru said disdainfully. She had originally followed Lin Feng with the intention of seeing what special methods he had for investigating cases. It turned out to be nothing. Could it be that those cases were all solved by Qin Xingyan? Zhou Yan's face was a bit embarrassed. This kid. If you don't want to investigate the case, at least you can pretend a bit. Well, I don't think they were victimized. Lin Feng said indifferently. With his current recovery, he could tell if someone was alive or dead with his fingers. Not victimized? Why didn't they come back if they weren't victimized? Or is there any evidence to prove it? I think you're just blinded by nonsense. Guo-ru said indignantly. If you have nothing to do, go back and warm my bed. Don't forget what your status is now. Lin Feng looked Guo-ru up and down a few times with an aggressive gaze. You bastard calf. It was because Qin Xingyan wasn't here that he dared to be so dejected, right? Little Lin, if you're tired, go back and rest first. It's getting late anyway. This case won't be solved in a day either. We'll go back even if we line up some more. Zhou Yan said helplessly. He was seeing it. This Lin Feng kid really didn't want to move. Relying on him, this case probably won't be solved in a month. Guo-ru caught the opportunity to say a few words about Lin Feng. Good, then I'll take her back first. Alas, I've grown up so much, I haven't experienced the taste of a bed-warming girl yet. We'll have to experience it today. Lin Feng said and pulled Guo-ru into the car. Guo-ru shook her arm twice, but she didn't throw Lin Feng's arm down. This guy is as skinny as ribs, I didn't expect to have so much strength. Guoru couldn't shake it off so she stopped. Little Lin, come here for a moment. Zhou Yan suddenly shouted. What is it? Lin Feng let go of Guoru's arm and walked to Zhou Yan and said, Little Lin you have to pay attention to your lifestyle. Otherwise this will be a stumbling block on your path to promotion. Zhou Yan whispered in his ear. With Qin Xingyan having to mess with this Guoru, there was also the words his niece Zhou Xiaoman said on the way. It was also hard to avoid misunderstandings. He was trying to have his foot in several boats. Team Zhou, don't worry. I don't have any problems with my lifestyle. Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. Do I look like a playboy? Zhou Yan, please remove the word like. Lin Feng brought Guoru back home. Qin Xingyan had been waiting here for a long time. Lin Feng, good job. I didn't expect you to really bring her home. Qin Xingyan had a jealous look on her face. In her heart, she greeted Lin Feng all over. There was also Guoru. After not seeing her for a few years, she really didn't want any face at all. Still really want to warm someone's bed. Brother Lin Feng, which bed is yours? I'm going to warm it for you. I'll warm it up for you. Guoru had a green tea voice that directly made Lin Feng's body filled with goosebumps. I blanch. Big sister, do you want to play me like this? Lin Feng sneaked a glance at Qin Xingyan. Sure enough, she was already on the verge of going berserk. Lin Feng Potpourri, why don't you say anything anymore? On the way back, didn't you say that I smelled good? Let me warm the comforter for you and you'll sleep soundly? Guoru was still too small for her own good. She even pulled up Lin Feng's arm and shook it. I blanch. Auntie, you're really ruthless. Qin Xingyan's eyes were cold to the core. She couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng apart. Could it be that when they went to investigate the case today, something happened between these two? She felt that she still knew Guoru better. With her past character she wouldn't be like this at all. Unless, Lin Feng had filled her with ecstasy. You shut up. Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan's cannibalistic eyes and said angrily to Guoru. Brother Lin Feng, why are you being mean to people? You weren't like this on the way back. I see, is it because you're afraid that Sister Shayan will get angry? Guoru put on a pitiful look. Did I bring back an ancestor? Do you want to play with me like this? Lin Feng, you're excellent. Surprisingly, I was able to take Guoru down. Qin Xingyan put down a sentence, turned around and left. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had waited here for him for half a day. To come back unexpectedly like this. Xiao Yan, listen to me. I really have nothing with her. She's just trying to deliberately sow discord. Lin Feng hurriedly chased after her and pulled Qin Xingyan's hand. Let go. Lin Feng, let me tell you, we never had anything to do with each other. Who you want to chase and who you want to be with, that's your freedom. Qin Xingyan pushed Lin Feng's hand away as hard as she could, trying to keep her tears from falling out. Xiao Yan, you have to believe me. When I made the bet with her, it wasn't just to relieve you of your anger. Who knew that this bitch doesn't follow the norm at all? Besides, if she has no boobs and no ass, how could I look at her? Lin Feng anxiously explained. As a single dog in two lives, he didn't know how to coax women at all. Ha! So it's just boobs and ass that you fancy me, right? Qin Xingyan couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears swished down. Me! Lin Feng was speechless. What the hell is this? This confused relationship between the two of us should be dispersed. From now on, we're just ordinary co-workers. Let go of me. Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng as if she was looking at a stranger. Lin Feng had no choice but to let go. Just like that, he watched Qin Xingyan leave. Bastard! Didn't know to chase me for a bit? Or does he have that bitch Guoru in his heart now? Why? She wants to steal everything from me. Qin Xingyan took one step and turned back 3 times. She just didn't see Lin Feng chasing after her. Bastard! Why should I go? If she, Guoru, can warm me, I can't? Saying that, Qin Xingyan turned around and walked back again. Yo, angry? Guoru looked at Lin Feng, whose face was blue, and said smugly. You, now, get out of here immediately. Lin Feng pointed at Guoru's nose and cursed. Hee, you want me to leave? I'm not leaving. Didn't you ask me to warm your bed? Guoru sat on the sofa with a deadpan face. It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. With me here, I'm definitely going to stir you up for Qin Xingyan. Numb. Completely numb. When a woman is shameless, there's nothing for a man to do. And cannot hit a woman. You're not afraid that I'll take you that? Lin Feng said and rubbed his hands together. Took a few steps towards Guoru. Come on, I'm still afraid of you? If you want to cut off your children and grandchildren, just come. Guoru also hooked her finger towards Lin Feng. In the provincial hall her fighting stance could be ranked in the top few. Not to mention in this tiny county.
She simply didn't believe that Lin Feng could beat her.
Mama Pai, it seemed like she had really met her match this time. That's what you said. Lin Feng violently pounced towards Guoru.
It had to be said that Guoru's hands weren't bad.
A dashing maneuver avoided Lin Feng's flying pounce. What else can you do with these 3 or 2 moves? Guoru said disdainfully.
Ha! Lin Feng was on fire. He had to rub this bitch on the ground. Lin Feng scurried to Guoru's side in an arrow step.
Guoru hadn't reacted yet.
Lin Feng had already pressed her hands behind her back onto the sofa.
Splat! A heavy slap went down. There's no need to thank me. This will make your body perfect. Slap!
Son of a bitch, I'll kill you.
It was so humiliating.
No one had ever dared to treat her like this.
Come show me how you're going to kill me.
Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped a few more times.
Son of a bitch, let go of me. Let's see if I beat you to death.
The intense pain and shame made Guoru's face flushed.
Lin Feng, you asshole. Qin Xingyan entered the door just in time to see Lin Feng laying hands on Guoru.
Tears instantly flowed down her face and she shouted,
Brother Lin Feng, come again. After hearing Qin Xingyan's voice,
Guoru clipped her throat and shouted. Lin Feng had a black line on his head.
Piece of shit.
Why was this getting darker and darker?
Xiaoyan, it's not what you think.
It's because I was just too angry, that's why I shot out to teach her a lesson. Lin Feng hurriedly let go of Guoru and ran to Qin Xingyan and said,
Brother Lin Feng, why are you scared when you see Xiaoyan?
Don't worry, I don't mind the 3 of us living together.
You shut up.
Lin Feng turned around and shouted angrily.
You don't want face, I still want face. Guoru, I didn't expect you to become like this. And you Lin Feng, I was wrong about you. Qin Xingyan's heart really died this time. No wonder she didn't come out to chase me.
Turns out it was flirting with her here.
Ha! I'm such a joke.
I should have known that he's just a philanderer.
Xiaoyan, listen to me. That's really not what happened. Lin Feng gabbled in Qin Xingyan's ear.
He swore that after coaxing Qin Xingyan,
this plague must be sent away. Lin Feng, although we've never established a relationship, but I have one more thing to say to you. Let's break up.
Qin Xingyan said expressionlessly.
Xiaoyan, I really have nothing with that woman. Can't you really not see that she deliberately provoked our relationship? I'll let her go now, okay?
Lin Feng was saying anxiously.
It has nothing to do with me anymore. It's good that you're happy. Qin Xingyan walked forward like a walking corpse.
The scene between Lin Feng and Guoru on the sofa kept appearing in her mind.
It couldn't be waved away. Phew!
Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief.
You be quiet and quiet, I'm going to stay at the institute. No matter what, I am definitely not doing anything to wrong you. The fire was so big. Distracted. It's better to go investigate the case. It's much easier than getting along with women. After Qin Xingyan disappeared from sight,
Lin Feng took out the compass from his arms.
He started looking for Gu Yongliang's location.
Oh little Lin, the wine, meat and rice are ready. Why don't you come over with Xiao Qin and the leaders of the provincial department?
Gui Yinfeng called and said, Mr. Gua, you inform the 2 of them, I have something to do and I won't be going.
Lin Feng hung up after saying that.
He didn't have any mood to go drinking. Gui Yinfeng looked at the short message that was hung up and froze a bit. Is this blaming me for not arranging a celebration banquet for him in the first place? Forget it. Young people nowadays, their tempers aren't all like this.
After he consoled himself, he called Qin Xingyan. As a result, there was no need to think that she wouldn't go. Lin Feng took out his compass and started looking for Gu Yongliang's whereabouts.
The compass pointer wavered.
It was clearly beyond the search range.
Strange. Could it be that he followed his daughter-in-law back to his mother's house?
Lin Feng muttered. Within a radius of 300 kilometers, the direction was pointed out on the compass, but now, it was clearly beyond that range.
Team Zhou, do you know where Duan Yanlian's daughter-in-law is from?
After thinking about it, Lin Feng still dialed Zhouyan.
Chiang Province, Dongbi City, Huanghua County people. Zhouyan thought about it and said, this is what Duan Yanliang's mother said, but I don't know if it's true or not. Because of her name and identity information, we can't find this person in our system. Zhou Yan continued. Okay Team Zhou, I know. Hanging up the phone.
A thought sprang up in Lin Feng's mind.
Could it be a fraudulent marriage? But if it was a fraudulent marriage, then why would Duan Yongliang follow? Could it be that he was kidnapped? That's not right. If it's a fraudulent marriage, you wouldn't take a man with you. Then why would she provide false identity information? Looks like we need to find that matchmaker first. Making up his mind,
Lin Feng casually found a stall and ate a bowl of noodles.
Went back to Xiehe village. Found Gu Yongliang's mother. Ma'am, who is the matchmaker who told your son about his daughter-in-law? Do you know where she lives? That matchmaker is from Donghe village next door. Gu Yongliang's mother, Zhao Haimei, said. Young man, you're looking for her to matchmake for you? If you go to Donghe village and ask around to any random person, you'll know where she is. Everyone in the 8 villages in 10 miles knows her. Lin Feng gave a dry laugh. I'm so handsome, why do I need a matchmaker? Just tick my finger, wouldn't those women pounce on me? Okay ma'am, you rest early. When we have news about your son, we'll inform you first. Saying goodbye to Zhao Haimei, Lin Feng arrived at Donghe village. Sure enough, he asked a random person. Then he found the matchmaker's house. Are you matchmaker Wang? Lin Feng asked after seeing the matchmaker. Yes, that's me. Young man, which girl are you looking at? Matchmaker Wang looked at Lin Feng for a few moments. Not bad looking. Just doesn't know any better. You want to ask me to matchmaking, and you don't even know to bring something? I'm a cop. Lin Feng pulled out his forensic license and flashed it. Ha? A cop? I haven't committed any crimes. Matchmaker Wan was visibly nervous and her body took a few steps back. Don't be nervous, you should know why I came to find you, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. Judging from Matchmaker Wan's expression, she definitely knew that she had done something wrong. How do I know what you're looking for me for? I'm a good law-abiding citizen, so I'll help talk about coal. Matchmaker Wang nervously snapped her fingers. Gu Yongliang and his wife from Xiehe village have disappeared, you know that, don't you? His daughter-in-law is the one you're talking about, isn't she? How do you know her? Lin Feng said. Looking at Matchmaker Wang there, she stammered. Lin Feng said in a deep voice again, tell the truth. Otherwise you'll be taken back as an accomplice. Don't arrest me. I'll say it. Matchmaker Wang's face suddenly turned pale. It was that woman who found me. Asked me to find her an in-law here. Found one and gave me $50. And she's not picky about men, as long as she can give a bride price of $6,000 and buy some gold and silver jewelry. As soon as I heard about this good thing, I introduced her to Gu Yongliang. After it was done, she really did give me $50. Matchmaker Wang said word for word. Comrade policeman, I really didn't do anything illegal. Lin Feng nodded lightly. 9 times out of 10, it was a fraudulent marriage. But why did he still take Gu Yongliang away? Then do you know where she's from? Lin Feng asked. No idea. I think I heard that she's from Dongbi City, Huanhua County. Matchmaker Wang trembled and said, could it be his daughter-in-law, who killed him? Lin Feng shook his head. I understand the situation. During this time, don't go out. Be prepared to cooperate with us at any time. Leaving towards the matchmaker's house, Lin Feng didn't know where to go for a while. There really was a home he couldn't go back to. Why don't we go to Dongbi City and take a look? Dongbi City was over 1,000 kilometers away. If you fly, it'll take 5 or 6 hours. Why don't we take the train? Lin Feng was calculating in his mind. Let's just take the train, just think of it as going out for some air. Making up his mind, Lin Feng arrived at the door of Qin Xingyan's house. Xiaoyan, are you there? Tapped on the door. Scram! Qin Xingyan responded with a single word. Bastard calf. Getting high with that stinky woman at home, right? Only coming to me now? I'm going to Dongbi City to investigate a case, to tell you about it. Don't miss me while I'm away for a few days. Unless I die, I won't miss you. Qin Xingyan said full of resentment. Fine. Then I'll leave. Right, when you see that bitch Guoru, tell her to go. Lin Feng finished speaking and stood motionless at the door, seeing if Qin Xingyan would open the door. It was a full minute of waiting. No door was opened. He then directly left. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xingyan had been watching him through the cat's eye. Son of a bitch. Qin Xingyan actually didn't have much atmosphere left in her heart. After coming back, she seriously thought about the matter. It also felt that it was Guoru who was up to no good. However, since she was already angry, then let's just continue to act. Save this son of a bitch from thinking that old lady is easy to coax. Lin Feng caught the last bus to the city. It was a safe journey. When he arrived in the city, he hurriedly bought a train to Dongbi City. Green car. Clunking. There were not many people riding the train at this point. There were many empty seats in the carriages. Lin Feng casually found a place to sit down. Handsome guy? Where are you going? Just as Lin Feng was resting with his eyes closed, a woman in a sexy dress whispered in his ear. East Wall City. Lin Feng said indifferently. This bitch didn't look like a good person at first glance. He wanted to see what to get up to. What a coincidence, I'm also going to Dongbi City. I'll sit next to you, so I can be a companion at least. Without waiting for Lin Feng to agree, the woman directly sat next to Lin Feng. She kept chattering away. Lin Feng really wanted to take a big band-aid and plug her mouth. After 10 minutes or so, a burly-looking man sat across from Lin Feng. "Bro, is this your girlfriend?" Before Lin Feng could shake his head, the woman directly hugged his arm and said, "Of course, this is my husband." Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just wanted to quietly watch what show these two were preparing. The strong man let out a laugh. "Brother, I really envy you for having such a beautiful girlfriend." Lin Feng smiled back, revealing a dilettante look. "It can't be helped, who made me handsome." As he spoke, his arm even moved. It was soft. It felt very good. "Dog thing, how dare you eat my tofu? There's a good look for you." The woman cursed in her heart. "Where are you guys going?" The strong man took out cigarettes and handed one to Lin Feng. "I don't smoke." Lin Feng decisively refused. Who knew if there was any spice in this cigarette? "We're going to Dongbi City." "What about you?" The woman replied. "Such a coincidence, I'm also going to Dongbi City. It's still a day and a night to get there. It won't be so boring with you guys to talk to." The strong man said happily. "Yeah, I think so. It would be boring otherwise." The woman was in tune with the burly man. "I'm going to the restroom," the woman said and got up to leave. "Brothers, what are you guys doing in Dongbi City?" The burly man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "This was to poke around? I want to go there to work or do a small business. I heard that you can make a lot of money there. Just want to go and try." Lin Feng had fire in his eyes. It seemed like he had waited until Dongbi City to break into the world. "Yes, Dongbi City can really make a lot of money. I've also been doing business in Dongbi City for the past few years. It's not much to earn, just $1 million or $800,000. The strong man said and also stretched out his arm, revealing the large gold watch on his wrist. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze that was filled with envy, he was very pleased. This was the effect that was wanted. "Then I'll do a good job when I get to Dongbi City as well, and in a few years I'll be like Big Brother and bring a big gold watch with me," Lin Feng said excitedly. It was as if the big gold watch was already on his wrist. "Brother, doing business requires capital. How much have you prepared?" the burly man asked with narrowed eyes. This guy looked stupid. Definitely good to cheat. "I prepared." Halfway through his words, Lin Feng suddenly closed his mouth, tightly wrapping the bag in his arms. "My dad said that wealth doesn't show." Lin Feng really showed the two idiots to the fullest. Looking at the bulging bag, there shouldn't be a lot of money in it. This was going to catch the big fish. When the two people were chatting hot, the woman came back. The strong man gave her a look. After sitting in the seat, has not said anything. An hour later, the woman yawned and stretched her arms, took out a deck of poker from her bag. "It's so boring, why don't we play some cards?" "Sure, I feel bored too." The burly man, who was originally fast asleep, instantly came to life. "I won't." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Numbnuts, so you're waiting for me here?" Thinking with his toes, he knew this was an attempt to screw him out of his money. "Hubby, I will don't worry, I will help you," the woman said and rubbed her legs together, and whispered in Lin Feng's ear as she exhaled hot air. "Look at this guy across the street, big and thick, surely at first glance he's a money-losing name. Let's win his money and split it equally, how about it?" "Okay." Lin Feng licked his lips. There was longing in his eyes. "It's no fun if it's small, let's just flip $5 hard." The woman shuffled her cards and said, "Fighting the landlord, $5 for a hard flip, it didn't seem like much, but when it comes to losing, it's fast." Okay. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and said. The woman made a look with the strong man. The meaning was saying that this stupid kid had taken the bait. Soon, the card game started. The first few hands, Lin Feng won an over the top. Every hand had at least 2 bombs. "Brothers, are you two ganging up on me? Just a little while ago, I've lost $1,000. The strong man lost another hand. Somewhat angrily, he threw his cards on the table. No, it's your bad hand, isn't it? Or else, let's not play." Lin Feng seemed to be frightened by the burly man's fierce appearance. Speaking was a bit shaky. "That can't be. Brother isn't someone who can't afford to play. Since you have such a good hand, why don't we play for $20? The burly man said as he took out a bunch of money from his bag. "Hubby, let's play with him," the woman said excitedly. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. "Lousy will play with you guys." Soon, the three of them resumed. It seemed that Lin Feng's hand luck was gone. After playing a few hands, he didn't win. Before long, he had lost several thousand. This was all he had. "Stop playing, I don't have any money." Lin Feng took out his wallet, which was empty. The strong man pointed at Lin Feng's handbag. Brother, don't you have more in there? Go on, look at me, I had a bad hand at first. Now it's not good. Maybe if you keep playing, your luck will get better. Seeing that Lin Feng was hesitant, the woman shook Lin Feng's arm and said, That's right. We've lost so much, how can we get it back? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and his face became a bit grim. The money there can't be moved. Why don't you lend me some first, big brother? I'll pay you back when I win. Take it from the bag when you lose. The burly man's face showed difficulty. Brother, borrowing money on the gambling table will affect my fortune. But I can lend it to you too. But you have to pay me interest. Lin Feng patted his handbag. Don't worry, big brother. I have tens of thousands of dollars in here. It's never going to be as bad as your money. In fact, there was no money in the handbag. It was all yellow talismans. This is a necessary material for Taoist priests to go out. Okay. I see that my brother is also an honest man. I'll lend you 10,000, and add 2,000 interest when I return it, how about it? The burly man boldly slapped $10,000 in front of Lin Feng. Okay. The card game continued. Not long after, Lin Feng returned the principal and interest to the strong man. After another while, Lin Feng had already won tens of thousands from the strong man. The woman kept giving the strong man a look. I'm going to the toilet. The strong man got up and left. The woman followed right after. What's going on? The woman asked in a deep voice. Sister Yen, this kid is a bit strange. I've clearly put my hands on him, but this kid takes a good hand every time. He's not a cheat, is he? The burly man said accusingly. Asshole, it turns out to be a piggybacker. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. A hint of hostility flashed in the woman's eyes. The strong man knew that the little white man was going to be in bad luck. Happy to have won so much money. Don't forget, we agreed to split it 50-50. Let's both find a place to split the money when we get to Dongbi City. The woman came back alone and sat next to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng smiled slightly. I won this money, none of your business? You. The woman glared at Lin Feng angrily. Forget it, I don't care about that little money anyway. When we get off the bus, you treat me to a meal, that's always fine. Lin Feng smiled slightly. A meal, I guess I can't treat you. Letting you drink soy milk, it's still possible. The woman was infuriated and laughed, pointing at Lin Feng's nose. Fine, fine, you're so playful, aren't you? There'll be a time for you to cry. Then he got up and sat on the opposite side. The intention was obvious. It was because he was afraid that Lin Feng would get off halfway. Along the way, the strong man came a few times. Lin Feng took out his compass from time to time. See if the pointer on it reacted. Sure enough, he had just entered the Red Sun province not long ago. The needle on the compass reacted. It was pointing in the same direction as her traveling in. Finally, after a long journey, the train stopped at Dongbi City Station. Kid, now hand over all the money and this will be over. Otherwise you'll have good fruit to eat. While getting off the train, the woman came to Lin Feng's side and said viciously. Miss, I'm a person who likes to eat softly but not hard. You're threatening me so much. I'm not really afraid anymore. Lin Feng said with a smile. There wasn't too much of a rush to find Gu Yongliang anyway. He didn't mind spending some time to exterminate this pitiful gang. Alright, I'll see if you can still laugh later. The woman and the strong man followed Lin Feng one after the other. They had just walked out of the train station. A van appeared in front of Lin Feng. Hula! 5 or 6 strong men came down from the van. Kid, I heard you're crazy. Come with me. Several people surrounded Lin Feng. Don't do it, I'll go with you guys. Lin Feng's voice instantly trembled. I thought it was some tough guy. Turns out it's just a softie. A few people laughed out loud. Getting into the car, Lin Feng was blindfolded. Sister Yen, there's no money in this kid's bag at all. It's all yellow paper. In the van, a burly man opened Lin Feng's handbag. Hurtingly, he realized that it was full of yellow paper. Kid, so you've been fooling us all along. Chen Yan's face was instantly gloomy. Fishing for such kaiju. Still the first one to fool her. Fuck him. A few strong men were punching and kicking at Lin Feng. Tay Miao, can you not hit the face of the laborer? At once Lin Feng became bruised and swollen. Soon, the van stopped at an abandoned factory. Get off! Several people dragged Lin Feng and dragged him into the factory building. Just after entering the factory building, the sound of so many children crying could be heard. There were also the sounds of adults screaming. One person took Lin Feng's mask off. Where's that calf strength from your train? Why don't you say anything? The woman reached out and slapped Lin Feng on the face. Lin Feng scanned the weak. His face turned ironic.
The factory was 70 to 80 square meters. Inside, there were at least 40 to 50 children tied up.
This was a base for child trafficking?
No, those children were all disabled. They were dressed up like beggars. It looks like they're abducting these kids and turning them into cripples. Then let them go begging on the streets to earn money for them.
Just as Lin Feng was pondering, a miserable scream rang out.
A 5 or 6-year-old boy had his leg knocked off by a strong man.
I'm telling you guys, each of you has broken a leg or an arm.
If you can't get your money back, I'll rip out your hearts and feed them to the dogs. A burly man said coldly.
Are you still human beings?
To poison such a young child. Lin Feng was really angry. This group of beastly things. They had to go to the 18 layers of hell when they died. Yo, I didn't expect you to be a righteous young man. Think about whether you can get out of here alive first.
The woman hooked Lin Feng's chin. Not bad looking.
Pity.
Just with you rotten shrimps and stinky fish? What else can you do to me?
Lin Feng slightly exerted himself. He instantly broke free of the two burly men.
Snap. A slap on Chen Yan's face. Good people, you don't want to be, you have to be animals. A few people hadn't reacted yet.
Lin Feng slapped almost on Chen Yan's face again.
What are you still waiting for? Hit him for me.
Chen Yan shouted as she rubbed her numb face.
I just spent a few $1,000s on my nose. It's just this crooked?
Say, which one of you just hit the laborer in the face? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice as he distanced himself from a few burly men.
Grandpa hit.
Now not only do I have to hit you in the face, but I also have to karma down your balls.
A burly man shouted. All of you come over. Waste this kid for me. Chen Yan shouted.
More than 20 people surrounded towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng moved.
First he charged towards the one who hit him in the face,
punching his fists to the flesh. A scream of misery followed. Seeing Lin Feng strike so hard,
more than 20 people, no one dared to go first.
What are you guys afraid of? Copy and fuck him.
Chen Yan shouted after running a few steps and distancing herself from Lin Feng.
The crowd reacted.
One after another, they took out machetes from various nooks and crannies. Bunch of losers, even if I gave you the golden rod, you wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Feng wasn't the least bit afraid of the 20 or so strong men holding knives.
Waste him for me. Chen Yan waved his hand.
The crowd rushed towards Lin Feng.
After a fierce battle, 24 people were lying on the ground moaning in pain.
Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't forget to fix his hair.
You, come here.
Lin Feng pointed at Chen Yan.
Kid, I advise you to leave now.
Let's just pretend that nothing happened.
Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death.
Chen Yan said as he stood in the distance. On seeing Lin Feng so capable of fighting, she had long ago secretly sent a message to her boss.
Cut the crap, any more crap and I'll waste you first. Now get your ass over here. Lin Feng hooked his finger towards Chen Yan. This warehouse didn't have a back door. Chen Yan couldn't run away even if he wanted to.
He could only obey and came to Lin Feng's side.
Snap.
Reward you with a slap for being so obedient.
You go and tie them up. Chen Yan covered her face. Slowly, she picked up a rope from the ground, tied up the group of strong men one by one.
Lin Feng was just about to dial the police. A large group of people with knives rushed in. The leader was a man with a spray gun in his hand and sunglasses.
Big brother, this kid hit me. Look, it's broken my nose. Seeing his big brother, Chen Yan cried out and pounced over.
It was fortunate that her fake boobs hadn't been smashed. Otherwise, half of her hard-earned money would have been spent in vain.
Kid, where do you mix?
Morning Biao held the spray at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice. He didn't let his little brother make a rash move.
So capable of fighting.
I'm afraid he has a big force behind him.
When you came out to hang out, you were all seeking money.
Being careful was the only way to make a boat for 10,000 years. You guys are now surrounded.
Where do you think I'm mixed up?
Lin Feng grabbed a strong man to block himself. He wasn't at the point where his flesh blocked bullets.
Police? Morning Biao's face suddenly became gloomy.
Why would any police find this place?
For every gathering point, he wouldn't let anyone be here for more than 3 days.
And every time he captured someone, he would understand them thoroughly.
Only then would they be brought here as prey.
Who brought this kid here?
Morning Biao said in a cold voice. Big brother. I met him on the train. Looks pretty stupid. Didn't think he would be a cop. Chen Yan shivered and said. Big brother, don't worry. I've been keeping an eye on this kid, and I didn't even have the chance to call someone over. Even if he's a cop, so what? Morning Biao glanced at Chen Yan.
He took a few steps towards Lin Feng with his men.
Kid, good hands. How about we make friends?
As long as you pretend that nothing happened here.
I'll give you $500,000, how about it? Lin Feng shook his head. $500,000 is too little. Morning Biao's gloomy face relaxed a little. Too little meant there was talk. Brother, make a price then. If it's about the same, you're a friend brother will make.
Morning Biao handed the spray to the little brother beside him. Lin Feng raised a finger.
100 million.
Morning Biao's face suddenly became ugly again.
Kid, I sincerely want to make you a friend. Looks like you're not giving brother face.
Morning Biao took the spray from his little brother again. I never make friends with livestock. Lin Feng looked at Morning Biao warily. His mind flew to how he could get these kids behind him out. There's a road in heaven you don't take, there's no door in hell you have to break through. Brothers, fuck him. Let him see why the flowers are so red. Morning Biao waved his big hand. 110 people launched an attack towards Lin Feng. So many people surrounded him. There was no fear that Funeral Biao could hit him with a spray. Let go of the strong man in front of him. Charged towards the crowd. Left hook. Right kick. In 3 or 2 hits, he flew away from one person. Big brother, this kid is too capable of fighting. I'm afraid our men won't be able to do it. Chen Yan said in Morning Biao's ear. Well, this kid does have some skills. Morning Biao walked over to the group of kids without panicking. Kids, stop. Aren't you noble? If you move one more time, I'll get one dead. Morning Biao disliked one of the kids on the side of his head with his spray and shouted. Blanche! Lin Feng cursed, only stopping his hand. Well, it sure is noble. Brothers, chop him. Morning Biao said with satisfaction. Uncle, don't mind us. You have to knock down all the bad guys. A 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly shouted. Shut up. Chen Yan walked up and gave the girl a big mouthful. What sensible children. Why make them suffer so much at an innocent age? Bunch of sons of bitches. Lin Feng clenched his hands tightly. Kids, do you like magic? Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted. The many children looked at each other. Most of the children didn't understand what magic was. Uncle, I like magic. Do you want to use magic to beat up bad guys? The little girl who had just been beaten said again. Right answer. In order to keep this group of children from being jeopardized, he could only use this trick. Lin Feng clenched his hands together. He chanted the ghost invoking technique under his breath. What are you guys waiting for? Fuck him for me. Morning Biao always felt that something wasn't right. He hurriedly urged those minions to attack Lin Feng. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the warehouse. The clear sky became cloudy. Spirits and demons report quickly. Lin Feng raised his foot and stomped hard. The temperature of the warehouse instantly dropped several degrees. Several black shadows appeared behind Lin Feng. He then maneuvered these little ghosts and attacked towards the group. Kid, are you dancing around? Morning Biao said disdainfully. Lin Feng smiled coldly, heavenly eye open. He opened the celestial eye for the crowd. The little ghost with 7 bleeding holes floating in the air appeared in front of them. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Many people were directly paralyzed when they saw this scene. A foul odor filled the sky. What are you afraid of? Where are there any ghosts? If there were ghosts, we would have been gotten killed long ago. I think it's all because this kid is pretending to be a ghost. Morning Biao shouted, although his legs were also involuntarily trembling. But in order to stabilize the situation, he had to restrain the fear in his heart. Lin Feng glanced at Morning Biao. Suddenly, Morning Biao's neck was pinched by a little kid. It was difficult to breathe. Help, help me. Morning Biao raised his hand towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan's pants were soaked. How could she care about her? You go tie them all up. Lin Feng pointed at Chen Yan and said, Grandpa. My legs are weak, I can't stand up. Chen Yan cried out. Too damn scary. Are there really ghosts in this world? No wonder he had yellow paper in his bag. It turned out to be a nasty Taoist priest. Lin Feng looked at Chen Yan who was scared shitless. He cursed the trash. A few little ghosts and you're scared like this? You guys, tie them all up. Or die. Lin Feng said as he pointed at a few strong men in front of him. No, don't kill us. We'll go now. A few people panicked and looked for ropes from everywhere. Then they tied up the group. It wasn't that they didn't resist. They've invited the ghosts to come. What's the point of resisting? In a few minutes, more than 100 people were tied up and thrown in the middle of the warehouse. Master, we've tied ourselves up. Are you ready to let them go? A few strong men tied each other all up. One then pointed at the little ghosts floating in the air and said, Scatter! Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The little ghosts disappeared without a trace. The temperature of the warehouse also rose. Uncle, this isn't magic, it's magic, a kid said excitedly. Lin Feng looked at the group of children who were crippled. A face of heartache. Children, look into my eyes. You're all sleepy, get a good night's sleep. The group of kids all felt so sleepy after seeing Lin Feng's eyes. They fell to the ground and slept. Then Lin Feng cast a massive oblivion spell. It made the group of kids forget everything that had just happened. What are you doing? Don't come over, you're the devil. Morning Biao watched as Lin Feng walked towards him angrily. Frightened, he tried to move back, but he couldn't move at all. Bastard! Lin Feng copied a steel pipe from the ground. Let's give you a taste of disability as well. Bang! The heavy stick hit Morning Biao's leg. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking. It made Morning Biao howl in pain. Does it hurt? Did you ever think you'd have such a day when you let them waste the children? Lin Feng said and broke Morning Biao's other leg. I was wrong. Please, don't hit. Morning Biao begged bitterly. What did you do when those kids begged? Lin Feng lifted the steel pipe and swung it on his arm again. Ah! The pain of broken bones made him black out and faint. Just fainted like this? Lin Feng found a bottle of mineral water and splashed Morning Biao to wake him up. Call the police. Lin Feng fished the phone out of Morning Biao's pocket. Uncle Police, I'm a human trafficker. I'm turning myself in, you guys come and arrest me. Dongbi City Public Security Bureau, operator. A face of confusion. Couldn't believe what he heard. So asked, Sir, what did you say? Is someone threatening you? Morning Biao endured the severe pain and said, Sister Police Officer. No one threatened me. I changed my ways in pain. Come and arrest me. The address is at Warehouse 207 on the outskirts of Sichuan. After saying that, Funeral Biao hurriedly hung up the phone. The pain all over his body was too much for him to bear. Big brother, I behaved pretty well, didn't I? Not bad. Here's a reward for you. Lin Feng dropped another stick on Morning Biao's only remaining intact arm. Miao, such a good reward, can you not? Ow. Morning Biao let out a miserable scream and fainted with both eyes. Grand Master, we all know we're wrong. Let us go. Chen Yan shouted with a sobbing voice. It was too damn scary. Morning Biao, that ruthless man, couldn't even stand it. Let alone us. I'm not that heartless. Lin Feng said to Chen Yan with what he thought was a kind smile. Chen Yan looked at his oozing smile and trembled. Thank you, Grandpa. Master, why don't you take me away? I'll do any job, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, I'll think about it. Afterwards, Lin Feng walked towards those little brothers again. There was nothing else. Just simply wanted to waste their limbs. Soon, there was a lot of wailing in the warehouse. Rubbish. None of them could survive until the end. The group of people all fainted. Lin Feng threw the steel pipe on the ground. He untied Chen Yan again. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Yan was so excited that she really wanted to hug Lin Feng and kiss him furiously. Don't get excited. Show me a job first. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, Here? Not good, right? Chen Yan looked around and said with some embarrassment. Snap. Lin Feng slapped her almost on the face and said in a bad mood. Aren't you good at everything? Do 20 backflips in a row for me? Ha? Chen Yan was dumbfounded. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The job I'm talking about, is this it? Grandpa. Backflip, I don't know. Chen Yan showed a dead face. Splat. Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped again. How dare you lie to me? He copied the steel pipe from the ground again and swung it directly onto Chen Yan's leg. The sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the warehouse. Chen Yan, you damn well want to waste me, why find so many reasons? Seeing as you're a woman, I'll go easy on you. Just waste your 3 limbs. Bang bang. 2 sticks went down and Chen Yan fainted. At this time, an alarm sounded outside the warehouse. The Dongbi City Public Security Bureau had come. Lin Feng hesitated. Should he leave? In the end, he waited for the people from the Dongbi City Public Security Bureau to come in. Not a moment later, a large group of police walked in. The scene in front of them shocked them. A large group of people were lying on the ground tied up, wailing. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands. Senior Captain Chen Hao pointed his gun at Lin Feng and said, I'm one of our own. Lin Feng pulled out his ID and threw it to Chen Hao. A forensic doctor from the 5 Rivers County Police Station? Chen Hao looked at Lin Feng's ID. What's going on here? Chen Hao asked his team members to put their guns away and walked over to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng told the story of how he got here. You wasted so many people? Chen Hao said somewhat incredulously. They attacked me, of course I had to defend myself. Lin Feng had already thought of something to say. Seeing how skinny you are, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's a real talent to work as a forensic doctor.
Chen Hao didn't doubt Lin Feng's words, because he was the only one standing in the room. I'll also trouble you to come back to the station with me to take a statement.
Chen Hao had his team members carry Morning Biao's group to the car. A few more vehicles were sent to pick up the children.
No problem.
Lin Feng went back to the bureau with Chen Hao and made a rough statement, then he was done. I really thank you for eradicating such a big tumor for our Dongbi city. Chen Hao shook Lin Feng's hand and thanked him. The Morning Biao gang, they had also been paying attention for quite a while, but the other party was too cunning and hadn't been able to catch any evidence.
You're welcome, it's all what I should do.
I still have things to do, so I'll leave first.
Leaving the Public Security Bureau,
Lin Feng went all the way to the bus stop.
The needle on the compass didn't move here. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going,
Lin Feng had some egg pains.
So many people, how should I find Gu Yongliang?
Suddenly, a person lying on the ground begging caught Lin Feng's attention.
The figure was very similar to Gu Yongliang's. However, this person was limping on both legs.
Lin Feng walked towards him.
Gu Yongliang?
Lin Feng shouted softly.
The man instantly raised his head.
The expression was a bit excited, but upon seeing Lin Feng, he didn't recognize him at all.
You are? Gu Yongliang asked. I'm from the Wuha County Police Station. Your mother was reported missing. I'm here to find you.
Lin Feng flashed his credentials.
Comrade policeman. Gu Yongliang's eyes were moist. The night of the wedding. On the way home,
her wife, Huang Guifan, was carrying a bag and without saying a word, she suddenly turned around and walked towards the road in the opposite direction of her home.
Gu Yongliang felt something was wrong.
So he pulled Huang Guifan to ask for an explanation. Unexpectedly, Huang Guifan directly cursed at him. She pushed him down again. Then she walked towards the village.
Gu Yongliang hurriedly followed.
At the entrance of the village, Gu Yongliang caught up with Huang Guifan. Suddenly, a van stopped beside the two.
From inside, two men came down and stuffed Gu Yongliang into the van. Huang Guifan also got into the car. I don't know how long it ran. The two men broke Gu Yongliang's other leg and threw it on the outskirts of Dongbi City.
Gu Yongliang begged and crawled all the way to the bus station.
Just wanted to take a bus home. Comrade policeman, you must help me find that woman.
The money given to her for the bride price was all borrowed by my parents.
If we can't recover it, how are they going to live?
Gu Yongliang choked as he tugged on Lin Feng's pants leg. You have to trust the police, they won't spare any bad guys. Lin Feng bought him a wheelchair.
I'll find a place for you to stay first, then have someone pick you up and take you back.
Lin Feng thought about it and said,
the road was a long way.
If he let him go by himself, he was afraid that something would happen halfway.
Thank you. When they arrived at the hotel, they settled Duan Yongliang. Lin Feng went to the Dongbi City Public Security Bureau. He wanted to use their power to investigate the van. After all, right now there was no information about the woman who cheated on her husband. There wasn't even a picture. At first, Huang Guifan said that she was afraid of wasting money and wouldn't allow wedding photos to be taken. The Gu Yongliang family was touched.
Now think about it, it turns out to be afraid to leave their own information. Arrived at the Public Security Bureau, explained the purpose of the visit. Chen Hao then sent someone to investigate.
Medical examiner Lin, why did all those people you arrested say they saw ghosts? After hesitating for half a day, Chen Hao finally asked. Captain Chen, you're the people's police. You believe in this kind of nonsense? Lin Feng's expression didn't change in the slightest.
This situation, he had already thought of it in advance. Chen Hao pondered for a moment and said with a strange expression on his face, it's just a matter of one person saying it. If more than 100 people present say that, then there's a bit of a problem.
Could it be that they conspired beforehand?
Lin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth.
Not big brother, it's fine, what are you focusing on this for? Shouldn't you go and properly interrogate the culprits? Or go solve a case? It's probably because I'm too capable of fighting, making them get the wrong impression.
Lin Feng said a very far-fetched reason.
Team Chen, when will there be news?
Lin Feng was afraid that Chen Hao would continue on this issue. He hurriedly changed the topic.
There are too few cameras over in the suburbs. That van you mentioned isn't easy to find. Chen Hao said. What are you looking for that van for? Is there a case?
Lin Feng told him about the marriage scam.
You can ask Morning Biao. He has a lot of power over here. There's a good chance that he'll be able to help you. Chen Hao said after thinking about it.
The biggest gang in Dongbi City was Morning Biao and the others.
One didn't know until they were tried.
One trial was a shock.
They were involved in too many crimes. Not only child abduction and trafficking,
robbery, murder, selling human organs. Children who were abducted and disobeyed were sold for their internal organs.
That's enough to shoot them hundreds of times. This time, if Chen Yan hadn't provided inaccurate information, Morning Biao wouldn't have fallen into the net so easily.
Lin Feng glanced at Chen Hao in surprise. I didn't expect that naive batch to have such a powerful side.
Where is he being held?
I'll go meet him.
Lin Feng asked. Locked up? You beat them up like that, how could they be locked up? They're all lying in the hospital. Chen Hao blanked out.
For the sake of this group of people escaping, their public security bureau had to assign police forces to guard them in the hospital.
Ha, no way. I'm doing it for self-preservation.
Lin Feng scratched his head. If it wasn't for the fact that murder was against the law, he was itching to chop this group of mongrels into mincemeat.
Let's go, I'll accompany you, Chen Hao said. Soon, the two arrived at the first hospital of Dongbi City. Bone Section 3, Ward 16.
Lin Feng had just walked into the ward when Morning Biao saw him. He was so excited that he almost jumped up from the hospital bed.
Ah, don't come over. Police, come save me. Lin Feng.
Chen Hao glanced at Lin Feng.
Look at how you've scared this kid. Don't let him come over, you guys stop him.
Morning Biao watched as Lin Feng approached him step by step. If he could move his legs and feet, he would have already climbed the bed and jumped out.
Take it easy, I'm not a bad person. Lin Feng tried to calm Morning Biao down. Uncle Police, you guys stop him. Morning Biao cried.
It hurt to cry more than a half-year-old child who didn't have night to eat.
Greatly embarrassed. Lin Feng, why don't you go out first? Let me ask? Chen Hao really couldn't look at it anymore. If he didn't know Lin Feng's identity,
he would have suspected if Lin Feng was a murderer.
Fine.
Lin Feng spread his hands.
How dare you be a big brother with that kind of guts? Go play in the mud. Son of a bitch, it's been 2 days and you didn't know to call me even once. When you come back, let's see if my mom will take care of you. Qin Xingyan didn't think about food for the past few days. Every day she sat in the office and fretted, just waiting for Lin Feng to come back. Yo, is this thinking about men? Guo Ru playfully sat down opposite Qin Xingyan.
In the past 2 days, Qin Xingyan had already told her countless times to let her go. Who knows, the bitch is just dead set on staying here. She also took a month's annual vacation.
Guo Ru, what the hell do you want? Do you really want to grab everything I see?
Qin Xingyan stared at her angrily.
Guo Ru sighed slightly and said with an innocent face, I've never robbed you of anything, do you believe me?
Qin Xingyan sneered, you didn't rob, then why am I here?
Just as the two were about to go toe-to-toe, Zhou Yan walked in and looked at the two, his gaze finally resting on Qin Xingyan.
Little Qin, Lin Feng has found Gu Yongliang, we're going to Dongbi City to pick him up.
Are you going? I'll go. Before Qin Xingyan could say anything, Guo Ru spoke first. I'll go too. Qin Xingyan glared at Guo Ru. That Miss Guo Ru, the funds for going out this time aren't quite enough, there's no way to buy you a ticket. Zhou Yan looked at Guo Ru with a difficult face and said.
In his eyes, Lin Feng and Qin Xingyan were the perfect couple. What are you, this girl, coaxing blindly?
It's fine, I'll pay for it myself. Not bad. Hurry up and go, I haven't seen him for a few days, I miss him. Guo Ru got up and pulled Zhou Yan to go out. Vixen. Qin Xingyan was frantic in her heart.
Soon, Zhou Yan took the 2 people from the criminal investigation team, as well as the 2 people from Qin Xingyan Guo Ru towards Dongbi City.
I asked. There are 3 gangs in Dongbi City that do marriage cheating.
Bald Head Strong, Scar Lu, and Crow.
Chen Hao said with an ironic face. He did not expect that in the seemingly peaceful Dongbi City,
surprisingly, there would be the existence of so many illegal gangs.
Where are they located? Lin Feng asked. I've asked Morning Biao to make an appointment with them. At night, Xing Chiyu Bar, Chen Hao said. Lin Feng nodded. At night, I'll arrange for people to be around. When we see them, we'll make an arrest.
What Chen Hao meant was that there was no need for Lin Feng to go there personally. It wouldn't be too late to wait until they were captured before asking.
It's fine, I'll follow along at night.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
It was idle anyway. Back at the hotel, Lin Feng bought Gu Yongliang a meal. What did that woman look like, do you still remember?
Lin Feng asked indifferently.
Remember.
I can recognize her even if she turns into ashes.
Gu Yongliang gritted his teeth and said. Lin Feng, what a braggart.
I can't recognize her even if she turns into ashes.
You can? After we catch them, we'll still have to let you recognize them. Aha! Thank you, Officer Lin. Gu Yongliang's gratitude flowed. 8:30 in the evening.
Lin Feng was already having a small drink at the Xing Chiyu Bar.
Handsome guy, do you mind buying me a drink?
A woman dressed in a wow factor sat next to Lin Feng.
You smell too much of fox odor. I mind.
Lin Feng reached out and waved his hand in front of his nose.
You're afraid you're a bogeyman. The woman picked up her bag and left. Soon, 3 men wearing gold chains and carrying large purses walked in.
Attention all teams, the suspects have entered the bar. Wait for them to sit in the card seats before making an arrest,
Chen Hao whispered from a corner. Suddenly,
a woman shouted, "There's a ghost." The 3 of them, Bald Chang, Scar Lu, and Crow, turned around and ran.
After them,
Lin Feng put down his glass of wine and followed them out as well.
At once, the entire bar was a mess.
There were quite a few people who also rushed out.
Why was it exposed? Chen Hao frowned. In order to capture these 3 people, the people in these action teams were all hand-picked by him. Could there be a mole? Impossible. If there was a mole, these 3 people wouldn't have appeared at all. Which part of the process went wrong? Chen Hao and the others went out. Those 3 had already disappeared.
"Captain, those 3 have run off in a car." The person who was monitoring outside shouted.
"Did they follow?" Chen Hao asked.
Following, the 3 of them ran off in separate directions.
"We're currently only following 2 cars.
The team member said back.
"Report the location and have the traffic police set up an interception."
Chen Hao and the others followed in their cars.
"These 3 guys, they're quite cunning."
Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. "They really ran faster than a rabbit."
"Big brother, it's him. He said I have a fox odor." Just when Lin Feng didn't know which direction to chase, the woman who had just left angrily came back with a few people.
Lin Feng took a look at the person leading the group.
He was instantly stunned.
This person was actually Bald Headstrong.
I blanched.
This kid played the tiger quite well.
"It's you kid, you said my sister has a fox odor?"
Baldhead glared at Lin Feng with fierce eyes.
Right, it's me,"
Lin Feng said with a smile. "I didn't expect it to be quite refreshing."
"Since you're brisk, then I'll be brisk too. Put down 30,000 and you can go."
The bald guy looked Lin Feng up and down. Seeing that he was skinny and bony, he didn't take him seriously at all.
30,000 ah. Come on, it's in my pocket.
Lin Feng pointed to his jacket pocket.
"What the fuck are you fooling around with? Just that little pocket can hold 30,000?
The bald guy wasn't stupid either. Getting a few people behind him, he surrounded Lin Feng front and back.
"Now call and have your family send the money. Otherwise you'll have a good time."
Bald Chang cursed and said.
"Morning Biao called you, right?"
Lin Feng suddenly said.
You're Biao's man?"
Bald Chang froze.
Morning Biao wasn't someone he could mess with. The business he was doing was just a small business for Biao. He didn't even look at it.
"I'm his big brother," Lin Feng said lightly.
"What? You're Biao's big brother? I haven't heard of you?"
The bald guy touched his bright head.
"However, no one should dare to pretend to be Morning Biao's big brother, right?
Unless it was because they felt they were tired of living.
Come over here and tell you."
Lin Feng hooked his hand towards Bald Chang.
Bald Chang took a few steps forward.
Lin Feng raised his hand. He slapped Bald Chang on the face.
2 large front teeth instantly took off. "Agu, I blanch."
Bald Chang covered half of his face. Seeing his big brother being hit, Bald Chang's little brother hurriedly punched towards Lin Feng.
"Stop!"
Bald Chang hurriedly shouted to stop.
Just now he was a bit skeptical about Lin Feng's identity. Now he didn't doubt it at all.
"Big brother, I'm sorry, just now it was all my fault for not recognizing him to
tie with my eyes."
Bald Chang hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Brother Chang, why are you so polite to him?
Who cares who he is, just fuck him and be done with it."
The woman said with some anger.
"I asked you to come and avenge me, and now you're talking down to someone? Snap! Scram!"
Bald Headstrong backhanded a slap. "Big brother, there were just cops.
And we ran out. Where is brother Biao now?"
Baldy Chang licked his smiling face and said, "Something came up with Biao, I told him to leave first. Where's your car?"
"I'll take you guys to find out Biao,"
Lin Feng said indifferently.
"The car is right there. I'll take you there."
Baldy Chang hurriedly led the way.
Walking up to a new Santana. "You're doing pretty well now."
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said,
"It's all thanks to you and brother Biao."
Bald Chang said hurriedly,
"Do you know the rules?
Blindfold yourself." Lin Feng didn't know where he felt out 2 pieces of black cloth and threw them to Baldy Chang.
"Alright, big brother."
After sitting on the car, Bald Chang blindfolded himself.
"Big brother, are we almost there?"
There was some uneasiness in Baldy Chang's heart.
If Lin Feng was big brother big, how come he didn't even drive for him? Could it be that this guy was a liar? It wasn't right either. Who would dare to impersonate Biao's big brother? "Here we are, you can take off the blindfold."
Stopping the car, Lin Feng said. Baldy took off his blindfold and was instantly dumbfounded.
"How the hell did we get to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau? I blanch, kid, how dare you trick me? Bold Chang perceived it and hurriedly got out of the car and ran. That running speed, with his obese body, is out of place. Bang! Lin Feng, from the back, kicked Bold Chang to the ground. Let's go, I'll treat you to some tea. Over 200 pounds, Lin Feng easily picked him up. Don't I didn't make a mistake. Comrade cop, just now I was just joking with you. Baldy shook from side to side. But Lin Feng grabbed him just like he was grabbing a chicken. He wouldn't let go. Let's talk about it inside later. Lin Feng incidentally took out his cell phone with his left hand and called Chen Hao. Things were going well on his side as well. Both Scar Lu and Crow were intercepted and captured. Confess your people and locations. There's still a chance that you'll be dealt with leniently. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the most severe trial. The interrogation room. Chen Hao and the others interrogated the three separately. Nay, the three were dead set on denying it. Just don't admit that you organized the fraud. Stop pretending. Morning Biao has already told us everything about you. Why don't we have him come over and identify himself? Chen Hao walked over to Baldy Chang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This asshole got caught? And then called to set us up? Damn it, I'll have to kill him when I see him." Bald Chang immediately lost the flames of arrogance, but still firmly said, "I really did not commit a crime. Morning Biao is deliberately pouring dirty water on us. Comrade police officer, words are not evidence. Do you guys have evidence that I committed a crime?" Chen Hao had a bit of a headache. With the information they had now, there really wasn't enough evidence to convict them. Alright, don't be a dead duck. Lu Zhongming has confessed everything. Him and you and Fan Minghui, the three of you specialize in marriage fraud. Now I'll give you another chance. Confess truthfully. Chen Hao said as he looked at the blank confession registration form in front of him. This asshole. Something he really sells. Bald Chan cursed darkly. Baldy Chang then gave an account of his crimes, as well as his own base. Taking Baldy Chang's confession, he also smoothly made Lu Zhongming and Fan Minghui confess to their crimes. Under the leadership of the three, their gang members were quickly apprehended. However, there were still some people who were practicing deception in the field who were not caught. In here, is there the woman who cheated you? Lin Feng brought Gu Yongliang to the detention center and asked him to look for the woman who cheated him. No. Gu Yongliang shook his head. There wasn't? Could it be in the group of people who hadn't been captured yet? There's no need to rush. The person who cheated you out of your money will definitely be captured. Lin Feng comforted Gu Yongliang. Well, I believe you, Officer Lin. Gu Yongliang nodded and said. A day passed in a flash. Zhou Yan's few people had also arrived in Dongbi City. Lin Feng, why didn't you give me a single call in these few days? Qin Qingyan had a grumpy face. It was as if she was a complaining woman. Because it's too busy. Lin Feng said indifferently. Didn't he want to? Actually thought about it. But from the moment Qin Qingyan didn't listen to his explanations, he didn't believe in it. In his heart, he put down a lot of Qin Qingyan. Master Dao can still hang on a tree? Don't you have anything else to say to me? Qin Qingyan felt that Lin Feng was a bit cold. She was very aggravated all of a sudden. Well, I've arranged a hotel for you guys. There are still some fraudsters who haven't been brought to justice. Gu Yongliang can't go back yet. Lin Feng's gaze skipped over Qin Qingyan to look at Zhou Yan. Good. Then let's go to the hotel. Zhou Yan saw something and urged the few people to go to the hotel to rest. Shaolin Zi, haven't seen a few days to change his temper? Being so cold to Xiaoyan, you've moved on, haven't you? Did you meet another girl here? Guo Ru walked to Lin Feng's side and whispered. Scram! Lin Feng faintly spat out a word. Another day passed quickly. This day Lin Feng didn't meet up with Zhou Yan and the others. Instead, he rested in the hotel. During this time, Qin Qingyan had called a few times to meet with Lin Feng. It was rejected by him. If you want a woman to completely die to you, then stay away from her when you've licked it to a certain level of fire. Lin Feng, all the people involved have all arrived. Why don't you bring the victims over again? Chen Hao called Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng took Gu Yongliang to the detention center again. The three gangs were quite a few in number. There were more than 300 people. It's better to go through them one by one. Chen Hao told those involved to stand in several rows. Lin Feng pushed Gu Yongliang as if he was a leader making his rounds. Walking past the group of people. Half an hour. Gu Yongliang shook his head. There's no her in this group. Not yet? Chen Hao called out Baldy Chang, Crow, and Scar Lu again. Recognized all of them. It was determined that all of them were present. Could it be that they were looking for the wrong people? Lin Feng was a bit depressed. If Baldy Chang, Crow, and Scar Lu knew, then they would probably vomit blood. Tai Miao, What an unmitigated disaster. Then look again. Lin Feng patted Gu Yongliang's shoulder. Then he found the three bald guys again and asked, "Do you guys know of any other gangs that also do this?" Bald Shang thought about it and said, "The three of us do the most in this camp. But there are also some who work alone by themselves." Crow continued. "In Debao County Raid Village is specialized in this. At first, I was cheated by them. That's why I started doing this." "Ha? What the hell? There's another village that specializes in this? Why is there no news at all?" Chen Hao was a bit dumbfounded. He always felt that there were districts and counties in Dongbi City that had very low crime rates. He didn't expect to harbor so many criminals. "Where is Debao County?" Lin Feng looked at Chen Hao and asked. "It's in the southeast direction. I'll bring someone to go with you," Chen Hao said without thinking. "Good." On the way to Debao County, Lin Feng sent Gu Yongliang back to his hotel. It seemed that Lin Feng wouldn't rest until Gu Yongliang had recovered the $10,000 he had been cheated of. "Team Chen, are you kidding me? How could we have a village specializing in cheating in Debao County?" Debao County Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Detachment, Captain Ma Guoqiang said. "I would joke about such a serious matter?" Chen Hao's eyes stared. He felt that this brigadier general was very problematic. If he truly did not know about this matter, after hearing the news, he would definitely have gotten someone to investigate and verify the information, instead of not having it as soon as he opened his mouth. "That's not true. It's just that we rarely have this kind of case in Debao County anymore," Ma Guoqiang said thoughtfully. "Captain Ma, come with us to take a look." Chen Hao was afraid that Ma Guoqiang would ventilate the case in advance. He directly pulled him into the car. Raid Village was a mountain village. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, there was only one road. In the middle of this road, a toll point had been set up by the people of Ratizi village. For fear of being exposed in advance, they used no police car, but a private car that was temporarily rented. "What are you guys doing?" An old man walked out of the house of the toll point. Chen Hao wrinkled his eyebrows. "How dare you charge privately for a road that the state had built?" Without moving, he dropped the window on Ma's side. "Ma!" The old man was just about to call out Captain Ma. He was hastily stopped by a look from Ma Guoqiang. "Damn, I'm not asking you guys?" The old man's reaction was really fast. Immediately changed his words. "Inside is the leader of the City Public Security Bureau, coming to your village to investigate something. Also, who told you to set up a toll point here?" Ma Guoqiang said angrily. "Leader, when this road was first built, our entire village contributed. For each car, we'll charge 10 cents, that's not too much, right?" The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Not even a dime. Quick to get out of the way." Ma Guoqiang angrily rebuked with his mouth. In his heart, he also praised the old man. The brain is still quite smart. A dime of road toll was certainly nothing. Fine, fine. The old man moved the barricade out of the way. "Get in the car and come with us to the village." Chen Hao pointed at the old man and said. This Ma Guoqiang was so obviously delivering a message. If he couldn't see it, he didn't deserve to be a criminal investigator. "Leader, I still have to watch the road here," the old man said hurriedly. If he followed along and got into the car, how else could he deliver the message? "Don't want to get on the car? Private roadblock charges, I'll send someone to arrest you back right now," Chen Hao said in a deep voice. "Fine, I'll get on." The old man sighed and had no choice but to get on. "Team Chen, can you return my cell phone to me?" Ma Guoqiang didn't expect Chen Hao to do things in such a watertight manner. Just thinking about getting his cell phone back and sending a message out. "Team Ma, I'll give it back to you when we get out of the village. Look at my people, their cell phones are all here as well," Chen Hao said indifferently. "Fine, I'll cooperate with you." Ma Guoqiang was helpless. Soon the car arrived at the village entrance. "Who are you looking for?" There was also a guard post at the village entrance. If one didn't know, they would think this was some kind of military heavy ground. "Asshole, can't you see Captain Ma?" Chen Hao shook Ma's glass down once again. He angrily rebuked. "Sorry, Captain Ma, I didn't know it was you." Ma Baoguo heard this. His face turned pale. "How did you find such a brainless thing to watch the door?" Lin Feng stifled a laugh. "So naive, how did they survive until now?" "Little Guo, long time no see. Why are you here?" Ma Guoqiang really wanted to clear his name. As he spoke, he even blinked madly between blinks. Let's hope this bean batch understands what he means. "Captain Ma, is there something wrong with your eyes?" "I'll give you that. If you have a disease, go and treat it early, or it will get worse," Guo Song said with a serious face. Ma Guoqiang. "Tay Miao, where's my gun? I'm going to beat this naive batch of shit to death." "Okay, I know. Manhwaechiang said powerlessly. It's over. He was definitely exposed.
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Manhwaechiang's eyes.
Since it was exposed, then don't blame me for not being polite. Where is village chief he? I'm looking for him for something. Showdown, no more pretending. He said directly. Uncle, he is at home.
You can just go directly to him,
Guotsong said, moving the barricade out of the way. Captain Ma, it seems like you're familiar with this village. Lin Feng asked from the back seat. Not bad. When I was building the road, I've dealt with it a few times. Manhwaechiang was calculating in his mind. If they really found something, how to get rid of this group of people without God realizing it. In a mountain village, it was normal to get a few people killed, right?
Soon, 3 cars stopped in front of Hishi's door.
This is the village chief. You guys can ask him directly if you have anything to ask.
Manhwaechiang got out of the car, and Hishi was already at the door to greet him.
Team Ma, what are you guys? Hishi had already become an adult. As soon as he saw so many people, he was alert. These are the leaders of the city bureau, wanting to find you to understand something. You can treat them well.
Manhwaechiang said with a calm face.
Hishi nodded and immediately greeted them. Leaders, inside please. Just at the door, looking for you to understand something. Chen Hao said. Leaders, I don't know what you want to know. As long as it's something I know, I'll absolutely tell you everything.
Hishi said very cooperatively. I heard that there are a lot of young men in your village who go out and engage in fraudulent marriages.
Is there such a thing? Chen Hao said indifferently. Cheating marriages? How is that possible?
Our villagers are all honest and simple, how could we possibly do those things? Leader, are you guys mistaken?
Hishi hurriedly waved his hand and said, then it seems that we are mistaken.
Along the way, I found that your folk are simple and unassuming, and you don't look like those who commit crimes.
Chen Hao said expressionlessly.
The moment he saw that something was wrong with Manhwaechiang,
he had a plan in mind. Manhwaechiang was definitely a knower.
Or was also a participant. Otherwise, such a large village was engaged in fraud. How could there be no news at all? If they tore their faces off now, it would be hard for them to get out of this mountain village.
Yes, what you said is exactly right. How tiring it is to stand and talk. Let's go inside.
I'll pour you guys some water to drink.
Hishi squinted and said, we won't go in.
What we should understand, we also understand.
There are still things to do, so I'll go back first. Chen Hao said and got into the car.
The others also followed and got into the car.
Ma team, are you staying here to catch up with the village? Or are you going back with us?
Chen Hao returned Ma's cell phone to him.
Go back with you guys.
Manhwaechiang had some doubts in his heart.
Leaving so easily? There must be something fishy. He had to follow. Then get in the car.
The 3 cars then left again towards the outside of the village. This time, Lin Feng wasn't in a car with Chen Hao and the others.
Instead, he was in the one at the very back.
He jumped out of the car when they were traveling halfway.
I'm in the village. You guys come and meet me anytime.
Lin Feng sent a message to Chen Hao and muted his phone. Lin Feng found a nook or cranny to hide in.
When it was late at night, he directly took off into the sky,
flying towards Hishi's house.
Team Ma, did they get any clues? Why did they suddenly come to our village?
Hishi was on the phone with Manhwaechiang.
There should be no evidence.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to investigate, but would have just sent people to arrest them.
Manhwaechiang said after some thought.
Halfway there, he had also asked Chen Hao. Why did he suspect that this village was engaged in fraud? Chen Hao directly told him that he had received a report from the public.
Instruct your people to never strike within our city limits. Once we drop evidence, we're done for.
Don't worry, the ones I told them to go to are outside the province, Hishi said without thinking.
Okay, first, I'll keep you informed if there's any news. Don't let that second idiot at the village entrance be there.
I was almost all exposed by him today,
Manhwaechiang said without a good breath. Got it.
Hanging up the phone, Hishi then called Guotsong at the door over.
Be smart in the future.
When you see Manhwaechiang, pretend not to recognize him if there are other people around him. Hishi let him go after a few words of admonishment in the courtyard. Village chief, hello. Suddenly, Lin Feng emerged from the courtyard. It startled Hishi, who was about to go back to the house. Who are you? Hishi covered his heart and said in a deep voice. Luckily, he didn't have any major problems with his heart. Otherwise it would have to be scared to death.
The person who wants to arrest you,
Lin Feng said indifferently.
You're from the City Public Security Bureau?
Hishi said as he got a good look at Lin Feng's face.
Good memory. Tell me, what did you do with Manhwaechiang?
Lin Feng walked up to Hishi and said.
What are you talking about? I can't understand.
When we were building the road,
Captain Ma helped us. That's why we're familiar with each other. She played dumb. His own people were all out there practicing deception. The movements were crisp and clean, leaving no incriminating evidence at all. In all these years, there would never be a single person who could find this place. I don't want to meddle in your affairs. Don't bother either. But your people lied to my head. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lin Feng's voice was a bit icy. It seemed to be very angry. She looked at Lin Feng, his face was cloudy. In his heart, he guessed what exactly Lin Feng's words actually meant. Was he really fooled by himself? Or was he trying to lure him? I don't understand what you're talking about. How could someone from our village cheat you? After a series of thought struggles, she still didn't admit it. I was tricked in Woha County, and then chased all the way here. Still want to deny it? Lin Feng feigned slight anger. This matter has made me unable to raise my head in our institute. As long as you hand over the person who cheated me, I won't care about the rest. She was silent. 5 Rivers County? It seemed like there was a douchebag who fell for it a few days ago. Could it be him? How to do the job? How did it get to the police? She is very angry. If this matter was not handled well, their village would be in trouble. Little brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? This kind of person shouldn't exist in our village. She said with a faint smile on his face. You mean I'm messing around? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was as if he was going to make a move the next second he couldn't talk. Then do you know the name of the person who lied to you and her picture? Let me recognize if it's from our village. Lin Feng shook his head. Tay Miao. If Laozi had this information, why would he need you? You all don't have it, so what makes you say it's from our village? She had expected this. Tay Miao. This old man. So shrewd. Lin Feng was speechless. It's late, little brother, why don't you sleep here with me for the night? I'll send you away in the morning. She saw that Lin Feng had stopped talking, so he spoke. All right. Lin Feng had to agree first. She arranged Lin Feng's room on the 3rd floor. He was on the 2nd floor. If you wanted to go downstairs, you had to go through him. As long as there was any movement from Lin Feng, he would notice. As for jumping from the 3rd floor window, that wasn't possible at all. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. When there was no sound downstairs, Lin Feng unlocked the door, opened the window and flew out. The target was clear. It was the guard post at the entrance to the village. Falling from the sky, he stood in front of the guard post. Brother, asleep? Lin Feng knocked on the door and shouted. Who is it? Guozong's voice rang out from inside. Uncle, he asked me to come for my shift. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered. Shift change? Guozong gave Lin Feng a puzzled look. Why haven't I seen you before? Haven't you seen you today? Lin Feng said and moved closer to Guozong. Wait, let me call Uncle He to confirm. Guozong just picked up the phone. Lin Feng directly slashed over with a machete hand. Directly fucked Guozong unconscious. Tied him up. Then picked him up on his shoulders and flew away. He didn't land until he flew out of the mountain road. Come pick me up. It's on the mountain road to Raid Village. Lin Feng called Chen Hao. It didn't take long for Chen Hao to drive over. Lin Feng, what are you? Looking at Lin Feng, there was a person lying beside him, motionless. Chen Hao's heart tightened. Wouldn't have wasted someone again, right? Caught someone, going back to interrogate them. Should be able to spit something out of his mouth? Lin Feng said, opening the trunk and stuffing Guozong in. Oh, Chen Hao sighed in relief. As long as the person wasn't wasted, it was fine. Soon, the two of them returned to the hotel where they had landed. What are you guys doing? The front desk boss's wife watched the two carry a person in. She hurriedly asked. My friend drank too much. Lin Feng said. Drunk? The boss's wife walked up and sniffed. There's no smell of alcohol. Chen Hao directly flashed his ID. Police on the case. The boss's wife took Chen Hao's ID and looked at it carefully. Only then did she let them go up. Team Chen, go fix me some food, I'm starving to death. In order to sidetrack Chen Hao, Lin Feng deliberately said. Didn't say so earlier, on the way back by the way I'll buy you some food. Now where to go to get you whole food? Chen Hao said. Just take a look at what's downstairs. I carried this guy to the main road, really tired me out. Lin Feng sat on the poor bed and gasped. Okay, I'll go downstairs and take a look. Chen Hao went out without much thought, waiting for Chen Hao to leave. Lin Feng picked up a cup and poured a glass of water. Then he stuffed the truth talisman in it. Then he slapped Guozong awake, poured it in. After doing all this, Chen Hao happened to come back. There's bread and ham downstairs. I'll go make you some hot water. Chen Hao threw the food onto the bed. What do you want? Song looked at Lin Feng nervously. Where was this? How did it come to be here?
There's no need to make hot water, anyway, this guy's awake, you can interrogate him first. Lin Feng picked up bread and nibbled on it.
Okay.
Chen Hao sat in front of Song.
What's your name? Song. Song didn't want to answer, but his own mouth just wouldn't listen. What is Manhwaresumen's relationship with your village chief?
I don't know what the relationship is, but once a month, he looks for the village chief.
Song answered truthfully. Are there marriage cheats in your village? Are there many? Most people in our village do this.
Song hated to give himself two big mouths. Although his brain was a little bit off, he knew that this was something he couldn't say.
But how did it come out?
Chen Hao was also a bit surprised.
This kid understands things.
Quite cooperative. Who was behind all of this?
Chen Hao continued to ask.
It's the village chief, Uncle He. Whoever comes back after scamming the money will have to report to Uncle He.
Song went crazy. How is my mouth not my own?
So does she have any ledgers or anything like that?
I'm not sure. Song shook his head.
Lin Feng burped and said.
He's just a little karami. It's futile to ask again.
It's now confirmed that old man she is the mastermind behind this. Let's kill them in their village now and search his house before he reacts. It should be possible to find clues.
Chen Hao nodded, agreeing with Lin Feng's proposal.
Go! Soon the three vehicles killed their way towards Raid Village. The old man in the middle blocking the road was directly tied up.
Bang bang bang!
Chen Hao slapped hard on the door of Hishi's house.
Who is it? In the middle of the night.
Hishi impatiently opened the door.
Take it! Before Hishi could react, he was controlled by the two men. What are you doing?
Hishi shouted in panic.
Damn it, why are there so many police? How did He Zhang and Song watch the door? They didn't even know that so many cops were coming in? You two keep an eye on him. The rest of you follow me to search.
Chen Hao waved his hand.
Do you guys have a search warrant?
Just search my house.
Is this how you guys bully ordinary people?
Hishi shouted.
Come on people, the police are beating people up.
Hishi's shout instantly attracted many people, holding hoes and shovels. They looked at the two policemen guarding Hishi with unfavorable faces.
Let go of our village chief. Let go of Uncle He.
The two policemen dragged Hishi back into the courtyard. The police are on the case, you guys don't obstruct official duties, or else I'll make you all sit in jail. But these villagers were not afraid in the slightest.
Surrounded the two policemen,
wanting to save Hishi from them. Let go of Uncle He, or I'll let you all walk out of this village. A strong man walked out from the crowd.
He angrily looked at the two policemen. You unruly people, how dare you threaten the police?
Lin Feng had long thought, by arresting Hishi, he would be mobbed by the villagers. So after hearing Hishi yell, he then walked out from the house. Release our village chief or stay in our village forever. The strong man said with a grim face. If Hishi wasn't in the hands of the police, I'm afraid this group of people would have already made their move.
You unruly people are truly lawless. Who on earth gave you the guts?
Lin Feng stood on the steps and looked down at the crowd. The two policemen escorted Hishi to the side of Lin Feng. You guys don't even look at where this is. This is Raid Village, it's our world.
For the last time, let go of our village chief. Otherwise, we'll do it.
The burly man shouted again.
A few minutes of time.
More than 100 households in Raid Village, more than 500 people had gathered here. There were those with hoes and pickaxes. Meow, there were even those with shotguns. Your village chief is right here, come and save if you can. Lin Feng said and even popped a brain on Hishi's head.
Blanche, you kid is dead.
A cerebral melon instantly set the crowd on fire.
Folks, leave me alone.
If I die, let He Zicheng lead you all to continue getting rich. Never let this group of bandits walk out of the village.
A hint of determination appeared on Hishi's face.
Village chief,
uncle.
Hishi's words caused the crowd's anger to reach its peak.
Snap.
Lin Feng wasn't the least bit spoiled.
He directly slapped Hishi on the head.
Little old man, you special me out to be quiet. Lin Feng's maneuver directly made the two policemen beside him break out in a cold sweat.
This is playing with fire. Maybe they wouldn't be able to leave this village. Bastard, I'm going to kill you.
The burly man in the lead, He Zicheng, shouted.
Shut up. If you really want to get me killed, come here.
Don't push your luck here.
Big brother, can you stop fanning the flames?
If it wasn't for the fact that both hands were used to escort Hishi, these two policemen would have gagged Lin Feng long ago.
Uncle, after you die, we'll definitely give you a nice funeral.
After He Zicheng finished speaking, he led the way and approached towards Lin Feng and the others. The corner of Hishi's mouth twitched.
That's all I said. How dare you take it seriously? Don't move. She hurriedly stopped the crowd that was moving forward. Uncle, are there any last words to explain? Ziqiang has long been looking forward to a day of power. Who wouldn't want to hold a huge amount of money in their hands? It was just the right time to take this opportunity to karma this old man. Bastard boy, do you want me to die so badly? She was furious. If he wasn't being escorted, he really wanted to rush up and give Ziqiang two big mouths. Uncle, weren't you the one who said you would sacrifice for our village? Don't worry, I will definitely lead everyone to continue to make money. Ziqiang was already a bit impatient. The once-in-a-century opportunity had to be grasped. Okay. You kid has made a name for yourself. She also saw it. This kid just wants to get to the top. The wolf is ambitious. He didn't have any children and brought up this nephew as his own son. But he didn't expect to want to die himself. Fathers and mothers, do it. If we let these bandits out of the village, we're all doomed. Fuck them. With a shout from Ziqiang. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Luckily, Lin Feng reacted quickly, pulling the two policemen to hide in the house. Otherwise, a few more holes would have to appear in their bodies. Lock the door. These bastards really dare to shoot, a police officer said with a palpitating heart. Hearing the gunshots, Chen Hao and the others hurriedly ran down from upstairs. What's the situation? Chen Hao asked in a deep voice. The cacophony downstairs was something he could hear from upstairs. But, Lin Feng had explained that he would take care of things downstairs. He was told to look for evidence upstairs at ease. That's why he didn't come down in time. This had just found Shi's bookkeeping book. The sound of gunshots rang out below. Those bastards have shotguns in their hands. Luckily, Forensic Lin reacted quickly and pulled us in. Otherwise we'd be accounted for here. Chen Hao's face became very ugly. It was unexpected that this group of people would be so bold. He pulled his sidearm from his waist. Everyone load their bullets. Prepare for battle. Ka! Click! The sound of bullets being loaded rang through the house. Cuff him to the stair railing. After handcuffing Shi, the two policemen were also ready to fight. Bang! The people outside fired towards the door of the house. Listen to the people outside, put down your weapons now. At most, they will be sentenced to a few years. If you resist, what awaits you will be death. Chen Hao hid under the window and shouted. However, what responded to him was a gunshot and the sound of breaking glass. Captain, let's counterattack. A team member shouted. Fuck them. Chen Hao stretched out his hand and let off a shot through the window to the outside. A miserable scream rang out. There were people all over the outside. A random shot could hit the target. Keiko, what do we do now? There are too many of us. They can hit our people with any random shot. Retreat first. Surround the courtyard. Ziqiang didn't hesitate and let the people withdraw from the courtyard. Go get those incendiary bottles we built. Burn these bastards to death inside. Ziqiang said to one person. Captain, they withdrew, but surrounded the entire courtyard. What's with the fight out? In their group, there were only 10 people, counting Lin Feng 11. It was a bit difficult to raid out. I've already called, I'm sure the reinforcements will arrive soon. Chen Hao told them to stay calm. It was dark and windy now. They were not too familiar with the terrain, and a strong assault would cause unnecessary casualties. Chang Zi, if we use the flamethrower, our village chief really won't survive. A few people came back with the incendiary bottles and said to Ziqiang, Uncle Erwi, they must have already called for reinforcements. We have to get rid of them quickly and clean up the traces. Otherwise we'll all be finished. Chang took a flask and threw it directly into the room without thinking. Instantly, the room was ablaze. Son of a bitch, are you trying to burn the laborers to death? She cursed. This was not wanting to give him a way to live. Damn, I didn't expect them to have this. Chen Hao immediately had someone bring water to put out the fire. But with a few more incendiary bottles thrown in, the fire in the room could no longer be controlled. Captain, let's rush out. Otherwise we'll all have to be accounted for here. A team member shouted eagerly. There was still hope of survival if we rushed out now. Otherwise, we will all burn to death here. First take care of those people in the courtyard. Then go out. Brothers, remember, quickly find cover when you get out. Chen Hao said, firing a few shots, taking out the few people monitoring them in the courtyard. Then he rushed to the courtyard with Shi in tow. Chang, you son of a bitch, you really didn't want to leave me alive. He didn't want to die. The reason he had spoken so loudly and righteously before was that he wanted these villagers to find a way to save him. But he didn't expect it. That nephew of his, he even used a flamethrower. This is not wanting him to die with those police. Look at you, how you are mixed up. Your nephew and those villagers all want to get you killed. If you turn to be a tainted witness, I can keep you from dying. You are fraud, and have not killed anyone, no more than a few years in jail. It's a shame not to die now, Lin Feng said next to He. He's heart was a little shaken, thinking that Lin Feng's words were right. It was better to die than to live. Getting caught was nothing more than staying in prison for a few years. Now there was nothing if you died. While He was thinking, a few people were about to rush in through the gate. Fortunately, Chen Hao's men reacted quickly and directly shot down the few people who showed their heads. Then a few more Molotov cocktails smashed in front of He. It was that close to having him buried in flames. Fine, as long as I get out alive. I'll be your witness. He immediately agreed. Everyone, hide at the base of the wall over by the gate. Chen Hao told the crowd to hide under the root of the wall. That way, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be hit by the incendiary bottles. Can you convince them now? Chen Hao said in a deep voice. If they could be convinced, some casualties could be avoided. I'll try. He shook his head. He wasn't sure if he could still convince them. Chang, you guys stop. I've made a deal with these cops. As long as we share some money with them every month, they won't arrest us. She shouted. Xiangzi, the village chief shouted. Already convinced those people. Are we still going to do it? A few people who were slightly older and held flamethrowers in their hands asked. Uncle Ping, I don't think that's possible. It feels more like my eldest uncle is lying to us. He's most likely already been bribed by that group of cops. Chang said immediately. Who cares if he had reached an agreement or not? The police had to die, and she had to die as well. What then? We can't really let the village chief die. Some people were already starting to have objections. If they don't die, we have to die. There's no turning back, we've already done it. If those cops take us back, the minimum is death. Chang said. Listen to me, continue the attack. Throw in all the Molotov cocktails, I don't believe we can't burn them. Chang convinced these people. Then he started throwing the flamethrowers inside again. It seems like people already treat you like a dead person. Lin Feng laughed and said. Team Chen, you guys protect him. I'll go out and subdue these unruly people. With that, Lin Feng was about to walk out. Lin Feng, this isn't the time to be brave. There are so many people outside, you can't do it alone at all. Chen Hao said hurriedly. He was afraid that he would get carried away and lose his life. Don't worry, this group of unruly people can't help me yet. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the gate by sticking to the root of the wall. Brother, be careful with everything. Chen Hao shouted. Captain, Lin Feng will definitely die if he goes out like this. Why don't we rush out together? A police officer said. It's not that I don't want to rush out, but I can't. Chen Hao said through gritted teeth. He had to keep He safe. It was necessary to wait until the rescuers arrived. Keiko, there's no movement inside. Is it already dead? After throwing the 20 or so Molotov cocktails in their hands, one person couldn't help but ask. No way. Chang's words had just fallen. The few people blocking the doorway directly flew backwards. How dare they come out, fuck them. A group of people rushed towards the doorway. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god of war. The people who approached him were all sent flying. All get out of the way. Chang shouted with his shotgun. The people immediately dodged out of the way. Bang! The bullet grazed Lin Feng's ear. Damn it! If you were more accurate, I'd have to go see the 3 Qing ancestors. Lin Feng took a step forward. He rushed into the crowd. Turn on bloodthirsty mode. Wherever his fist went, one person would fall. Get out of the way. Chang shouted again. Bang! However, Lin Feng grabbed a person to block himself this time. The person in front of him hiccuped in response. My son! An old man in his 60s shouted. Folks, not him, just him. Each of us can drown him with a mouthful of spittle. Chang saw some people start to retreat. Immediately, he shouted. Shooting your own people with a gun, you're really something. Lin Feng said in a cold voice. If you hadn't blocked the gun with Jie, would he have died? Chang immediately retorted. Lin Feng laughed lightly and said loudly. You guys listen, if you tie your hands now at most you'll live in jail for a few years. If you resist again, shoot on the spot. Is it a few years of rehabilitation in prison? Or do you want to die immediately? Even if you leave us here today, there will be a large police force coming tomorrow. By then, you'll all have to be shot. Think about it all. Lin Feng's words caused the people present to fall into deep thought. Some of the timid ones had already sneakily put down their weapons, demonizing and shooting you all. We can hide in the back of the mountain. Or we can run out. You can catch us? Chang saw that some people were a bit shaken and immediately shouted. The net of the law is wide open. As long as you commit a crime, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can all be captured. Lin Feng said decisively. Folks, don't listen to his nonsense. Do it directly. He Chang threw the shotgun aside. He took a pickaxe from the hands of the people around him and smashed it towards Lin Feng's head. The crowd saw He Chang strike. They also launched another attack towards Lin Feng. Stubborn. The corpse in Lin Feng's hand was thrown towards He Chang. Another melee started. Captain, let's go out. I'm afraid Lin Feng will be killed by that group. Inside the courtyard, a few policemen were anxious. Sixth son, you watch him here. The others follow me out. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. When they walked to the front door, they were a bit dumbfounded. They only saw Lin Feng put down one with a punch and one with a kick. This fighting strength, it was outrageous. Captain, is he still human? If he's not human, he could still be a ghost. Brothers, go up and help. The 7 people also joined the fight. Soon, a patch of people had already laid down on the entrance road. Bang! He Chang picked up the shotgun again at some point. He fired a shot towards a policeman. Ah! Tiger! Chen Hao shouted in grief. This shot directly hit Guo Hu's heart. He fell to the ground and convulsed a few times, losing his voice. Brothers, avenge Tiger. Just as several people were about to draw their guns and shoot. Suddenly, a police car roared in. A large number of police officers got down from the cars, holding guns, and surrounded the crowd. Now you guys are surrounded. There's no way to run away. Put down your weapons now and you can still live. The big situation was over. Many people threw the hoes and pickaxes in their hands on the ground. Sorry, we're late. Dabao County Public Security Director Wang Haiqing saw Chen Hao hugging a police officer and crying in pain. He hurriedly said in a deep voice. Chen Hao looked up. His eyes turned red. Deadly staring at He Chang. Because of discipline, he could no longer make a move. Tiger had just gotten married last year, and there was a child at home who hadn't even turned a month old. At this moment, how he wanted the person lying on the ground to be him. Ah! Chen Hao roared angrily. He Chang was still looking at Chen Hao with a provocative expression. Son of a bitch! Chen Hao suppressed himself. Lin Feng could see what Chen Hao was trying to do. He then stepped forward, grabbed He Chang's collar and yanked him up. How dare you hit me? He Chang looked at Lin Feng with disdain. He knew that cops couldn't just hit people. Bastard! Lin Feng raised his fist towards He Chang's face and punched him hard. The bridge of his nose was directly knocked askew. The police are hitting people. He Chang shouted, covering his nose. Hit you? I still want to get you killed. Lin Feng slammed his knee into the small of his back. He Chang arched his back and lay on the ground. Dog! Lin Feng raised his foot and ruthlessly stepped on He Chang's ankle. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking. Lin Feng, stop it. You're violating records. You'll be held accountable. Chen Hao awoke from his grief. He hurriedly went forward and hugged Lin Feng, fearing that he would make another irreparable mistake. Team Chen, even if I take off this police uniform, I'll still waste him. Lin Feng broke free from Chen Hao's restraints. Another kick went down and broke He Chang's other ankle. Lin Feng, Tiger can't come back anymore. You can't make another mistake. Chen Hao's group came forward and hugged Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I'm sorry, if I hadn't pursued this, Tiger wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Lin Feng said heavily. It's our duty to maintain the people's peace and the stability of the country. The moment we put on the police uniform, we are ready to sacrifice. Chen Hao heavily patted Lin Feng's shoulder. What a lovely group of people. Sacrificing respect. Lin Feng couldn't just watch Guo Hu die like this. Time hadn't passed for long, so he should be able to catch up. He walked alone to an unoccupied corner. Life and death had a destiny. But people who practiced cultivation never believed in fate. Lin Feng clenched his fingers with both hands and recited a spell. His eyes flashed with a faint golden light. Guo Hu's soul appeared before his eyes. Brother, I'll resurrect you. You have to help me keep it a secret. Guo Hu froze when he heard Lin Feng speak. What was this situation? It seemed like he had just seen the ghost gate. Then a gust of wind blew himself back. Lin Feng, what's going on? Could it be that one didn't die? Guo Hu asked, somewhat confused. You died, but I won't let you die. But you have to help me keep my secret. Lin Feng pointed at Guo Hu's corpse and said, I understand, I'll definitely help you keep your secret. Lin Feng made him lie back down in his physical body. Then he recited a quick chant under his breath. Hum. A cold humming sound exploded in Lin Feng's ears. It instantly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Dog Yama, even if you don't want to, what can you do? Lin Feng used the spewed essence blood to draw a talisman in the void.
It struck Guohu's flesh and sealed his spirit within his flesh.
Captain, Tiger. Tiger is breathing.
Quickly come to the car and take Tiger to the hospital. A police officer guarding Guohu suddenly shouted. Soon, Guohu was lifted into a car and taken to the hospital.
Lin Feng walked out from the dark corner.
His face was pale.
The soul locking technique had consumed a huge amount of his essence, blood and aura. Regret? Of course not.
With the cooperation of a large number of police forces, everyone from Raid Village was escorted to the Public Security Bureau. Again, with Hishi's cooperation, all of them confessed to the crime.
Ma Guoqian was also arrested and imprisoned. Hishi, where are the people who went to Wuhua County to commit crimes?
Lin Feng found Hishi alone and asked. It was he Xiaofang and his two brothers.
Lin Feng nodded. Tin Chen, how is Tiger?
After asking everything, Lin Feng rushed to the hospital.
The surgery was successful, the bullet was taken out.
The doctors are praising him for his life. Being penetrated by a bullet through the heart and still surviving, Chen Hao said with some excitement.
That's good. Then I'll go back to the city first and have Gu Yongliang come over to recognize the suspect. Soon, Lin Feng rushed over with Gu Yongliang. Is it her?
Lin Feng brought Gu Yongliang directly to Hishayan.
Gu Yongliang took a closer look.
In the end, he shook his head.
I blanch. Still not? Te Miao. Lin Feng was a bit headstrong. How could it be so difficult to find someone?
In order to find the person who conned Gu Yongliang, this had taken out 4 gangs.
Still couldn't find them? Hishi, is there any way to help me find someone?
Helpless, Lin Feng went to Hishi again.
What person?
Hishi was a bit stunned.
He was in prison, how could he help you find someone? I wasn't cheated.
Including you, I found 4 gangs.
But I still haven't found them. So, is there any way you can find them?
Lin Feng said with some embarrassment.
What? In order to find one person, you've killed 4 gangs? Mother Fasterus Kerr. Which one of those inhuman shitheads had messed with him?
She suddenly realized. The gangs that were killed were so wronged.
Give me the names of the people who were tricked into it, and their addresses. Give me my cell phone as well. We have an internal communication penguin group. She now knew.
When they find the person who caused them so much misery,
she must be killed.
This matter should also be told to the other 3 gangs.
What a dog. They're just a pain in the ass.
You guys are very advanced.
In 04, many people didn't know what penguin was. Those who knew were mostly young people.
I didn't realize that Hishi, who was nearly 60 years old, still had a group.
Soon, in Hishi's inquiry, the person who cheated Gu Yongliang was found.
This operation also exposed the other small gangs.
The entire Dongbi city was ushered in a major purge. It was you guys who went to 5 Rivers County to swindle? Son of a bitch, just because of a few of you, caused us all to come in. The few people who defrauded Gu Yongliang had just entered the prison.
They were surrounded by the crowd.
A bunch of fat beatings, beating the shit out of it.
The case was over and it was time for Lin Feng to go back to Wuhua County.
Before leaving, he went to see Guohu. Guohu told him that he would definitely keep the secret.
Lin Feng, on the other hand, was looking at him like a fool.
Tin Chen, look at how stupid Tiger is. Saying something about me pulling him back from the gates of hell.
Lin Feng pulled out Chen Hao, who was eavesdropping from the side.
Guohu was dumbfounded. Could it really be that he had a dream? Lin Feng, when are you going to pay attention to me? Getting on the train.
Lin Feng was sandwiched between Guoru and Qin Xingyan. Qin Xingyan looked at Lin Feng with some aggression. She also said that when she came to Dongbi City, she would be able to work with him properly. Who knew that after 2 days of coming, they had met twice?
Once to pick them up and once to leave together. Did he really fall in love with someone else? Or do you like Guoru, this pussy? I'm not ignoring you.
Lin Feng's voice was cold. It was like talking to a stranger.
Still angry? Don't be angry, okay?
Qin Xingyan said as she shook Lin Feng's arm. The corner of Guoru's mouth twitched.
Qin Xingyan, aren't you so high and mighty? Why did you become like this now? Does this man really have any charm? Or do you like to eat young grass? I'm not angry.
Lin Feng pulled his hand out.
Lin Feng. Qin Xingyan's eyes reddened. Swish.
Lin Feng suddenly stood up. He walked straight towards the plainly dressed middle-aged man.
You. Qin Xingyan thought that Lin Feng was deliberately trying to avoid her. Tears involuntarily flowed out.
Xiaoyan, I suspect Lin Feng has moved on.
What's so good about him?
Let's go back to the provincial city. How about Sis introduces you to some big handsome guys?
Guoru moved to Qin Xingyan's side and pulled up her hand and said, I don't care. It's not because of you.
Qin Xingyan shook off Guoru's hand.
Alas!
Guoru sighed in her heart. It seemed that when she returned to the provincial city,
it was time to talk to Qin Xingyan's family about this. It was also time to transfer Qin Xingyan back to the provincial city. Old villager, what are you packing in this suitcase? Lin Feng asked as he walked up to the man. It's filled with clothes, of course. The man replied. Listening to the accent, you're from River City, right? Lin Feng sat down in the seat opposite the man. Yes, you're also from Jianghe City? The man was instantly energized. When an old hometowner saw an old hometowner, he had 2 tears in his eyes. Lin Feng looked at the man's expression. There was nothing abnormal. In looking at the suitcase, the corpse aura emanating from it was also real. Or was he hiding it too deeply? Homie, where did you buy your suitcase from? Lin Feng got up on the luggage rack and patted the man's suitcase. This. The man's face was slightly embarrassed. What's wrong? Is there anything else you can't say? Lin Feng saw that the man was embarrassed to say. Suspicion rose in his heart. There's nothing I can't say. This box was picked up on the hills behind our village. I saw that the box was not bad, it was a pity to throw it away, it just so happened that I was going to come out to work, so I picked it up and used it at home. The man answered truthfully. Picked it up? When you picked up the box, was there anything inside? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. This box must have contained corpses. Otherwise it wouldn't have such a heavy corpse aura. And it shouldn't have been too long. Well, when I found this box, there was some minced meat inside. But it all stinks, and there are some maggots. I guess it's someone's meat that wasn't eaten and thrown away. So I dumped out that meat and took the box back to wash it. The man said thoughtfully. Then how long have you been out working? Lin Feng continued to ask. If the man picked up the box and came out to work, then a long time should have passed. The corpse gas shouldn't be this thick. Harm, don't mention it. Didn't do any work. I just got here and my mother-in-law called, saying my mother had fallen and broken her bones. I didn't just buy a return ticket again. The man was somewhat helpless. His mother-in-law was not wanting to serve his old lady at all. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, shining his documents out. He still had to determine what exactly was in this suitcase. Older brother, I'm a police officer. Can you open your suitcase a bit and take a look? A police officer? The man looked nervous for a moment. Comrade policeman, just picking up a suitcase, it's not a crime, right? Lin Feng smiled slightly, not really. However, I have a feeling that those crumbs you're talking about should be human tissue. Ha? What is human tissue? The man froze a bit. It's the meat on a person's body. Lin Feng had to explain it like this. Swish. The man suddenly stood up and removed the suitcase. You're saying that this suitcase is filled with human flesh? Lin Feng nodded lightly, it's possible. The man hurriedly opened the suitcase. A few simple pieces of clothing were placed inside. I don't want this suitcase then. The man took out his clothes. Lin Feng saw some dark brown marks inside. It should be bloodstains. But the suitcase had been cleaned and the marks on it had been destroyed long ago. Dude, where do you live? Can you show me when we get to Dongbi City? Lin Feng took the suitcase. My home is in Ningwu County, Luangshan Village. The man was a little flustered. Probably because he was scared of finding this suitcase filled with dead flesh. Good. You rest here first. I'll come find you when we're almost at the station. Lin Feng took the suitcase away. Finding Zhou Yan, he explained the situation. Just based on such a suitcase, you know there's a murder in here? There's also the fact that we can't go directly to Ningwu County to investigate the case. We can transfer this case to their county's public security bureau. Zhou Yan said after thinking about it. The case didn't happen in their county either. It was a bit inappropriate to go directly to another county to investigate the case. Well, looking at the dark brown traces, I suspect it's bloodstains. Wait until the station can the technical section of the city council, let them confirm it. Lin Feng opened the suitcase and let Zhou Yan take a look. That's fine, let's go and take a look together then. Soon, the train stopped at the Jianghe City platform. Along the way, Lin Feng had a word that he didn't answer Qin Xingyan's words. Section Chief Xiao. Lin Feng and Zhou Yan walked into the technical section with a few people. Everyone greeted him familiarly. After those 2 big cases at the city council, Lin Feng had already made a name for himself here. Lin Feng, long time no see. What brings you here? Zhao Long came to greet him. I suspect this suitcase has contained human tissue. There are also what appears to be blood stain marks on it. I need you guys to make sure. Lin Feng handed the suitcase to Zhao Long. Brother Lin, you're not afraid of destroying the traces on it if you hold it like this. Zhao Long didn't take it in the first place. Only after putting on gloves did he take it. This box was cleaned, even if it's been there for a long time, it's long gone. Lin Feng said helplessly. Okay, you wait, this test result is fast.
Zhao Long took out some professional tools, collected some samples and went to test it. 10 minutes later, Zhao Long came out in a hurry. It's certain that the traces inside are blood stains.
Lin Feng nodded. Zhou Yan slowly said, let's notify the Ningwu County Public Security Bureau. Let them work on this case.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I'll go and make a report to the chief.
I'm going to go to Ningwu County to solve the case.
Lin Feng, it's not appropriate for you to do that. The case happened in Ningwu County, so we should leave it to others to investigate.
Zhou Yan pulled Lin Feng down with a hand.
Why? Lin Feng asked, slightly stunned. Zhou Yan smiled faintly and said in his heart, this guy was really a rash person.
Ningwu County, there are people's public security bureaus.
If you go to investigate the case like this, it's equivalent to slapping someone's face.
As if the people in other people's public security bureaus are so stupid.
Eh? Lin Feng was a bit speechless for a moment.
People in the system just thought a lot.
They just want to investigate a case.
How can there be so many things? Or is the water too deep? Why don't I go back to the countryside?
Teen Zhou, you're thinking too much. Besides, I'm the one who found this case. It's okay for me to look into it, right?
Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, did you go to Ningwu County to investigate the case to avoid me?
Qin Xingyan had a grumpy face.
Did she really make Lin Feng hate her? Men were really big pig's hooves. After playing around, they didn't want to be responsible? You're overthinking it.
I just want to go investigate the case, Lin Feng said indifferently. Now that he was facing Qin Xingyan, he couldn't say what he felt. At first, he saw that this chick was pretty. Later on, they worked on cases together and so many things happened. The relationship between the two became very close. Now just because of a mistrust, it made Lin Feng feel some sense of rejection towards her in his heart.
If two people were together, shouldn't they trust each other a lot?
I don't care, anyway, wherever you go, I'll go. Qin Xingyan didn't care if Lin Feng agreed or not. She grabbed his hand.
Lin Feng, think about what I said. If you really want to investigate the case, let Bureau Zhao get you a task force. That way it's also justified. Zhou Yan said after thinking about it. He knew that Lin Feng's temper was sometimes stubborn. No one would stop him when he wanted to do something. Lin Feng, Zhou Yan is right. It's better if you ask Bureau Zhao to get you an investigation team.
Zhao Long followed up on Zhou Yan's words.
Okay, I know. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that these people were doing it for his good. What have you been following me for?
Lin Feng was going to find Zhao Lidong.
Qin Xingyan had been following behind him.
I told you, wherever you go, I'll go. Qin Xingyan pouted her little mouth.
The expression was adorable. Alright, then you can follow.
Lin Feng took big steps forward.
Qin Xingyan followed along at a trot. Xiaoyan, the silly ninny really fell in love? Looks like I have to go back.
Guo Ru looked at the backs of the two, her mind not knowing what she was thinking.
Found a murder case? In Ningwu County? Zhao Lidong looked at Lin Feng with a flickering expression. On the train, just by seeing a suitcase, he concluded that there was a murder inside?
Even he wouldn't think that much after seeing a suitcase on a back train.
And then linking it to that last extermination case.
At that time, there were no clues to prove that Luo Xiao was the murderer.
How did he find it and catch it? Could it be that this guy really has some special ability?
Bureau Zhao, I'm going to investigate a case in Ningwu County. I want you to help me get a task force. Lin Feng watched as the look on Zhao Lidong's face kept changing and hurriedly said.
Lin Feng, I've realized that wherever you guys are, there's a case. Since you want to go, then go. I'll have the office put out a document later. Let's assign a few more people for you to bring along.
After saying that, Zhao Lidong picked up the landline and made the call out. Soon, Lu Jioli came to the office.
Lin Feng is going to Ningwu County to investigate the case. I've set up a task force for him. You bring a few people to follow Lin Feng.
As soon as Lu Jioli heard that he could follow Lin Feng to investigate the case, instantly, his eyes lit up. Ever since Lin Feng solved the tragic murder case last time,
I've been thinking about going with him to learn and study.
Now the opportunity had finally come. Without hesitation, Lu Jioli immediately nodded his head in agreement.
Lin Feng, when are you going to leave? Have the office task force documents sent to you. Zhao Lidong said. This matter is sooner rather than later. I want to set off now.
Lin Feng said after some thought.
Okay. Then you guys go.
Lin Feng took the red-headed document with him. Together with Lu Jioli and a few other people, they traveled to Ningwu County.
Of course, Qin Xingyan wouldn't be missing from these few people.
Guo Ru, on the other hand, had returned to the provincial capital.
Lin Feng, should we go to the Public Security Bureau first? After arriving at Ningwu County, Lu Jioli asked.
Go.
Let's first go and see if they've reported any missing here recently, Lin Feng said. Soon, 2 police cars appeared at the Namewell County Public Security Bureau. We're from the City Public Security Bureau. We are now asking for your assistance in investigating a case. Upon hearing that they were from the City Bureau, a person got up and immediately went to call out their leader. Soon the captain of their criminal investigation brigade hurried over. Leader, what are the instructions? Wang Haitao asked. We'd like to ask if there have been any recent reports of missing persons? Lin Feng asked as he took the red-headed document and showed it to Wang Haitao. No one has reported a missing person case recently, Wang Haitao said after some thought. Alright, if there's anything we need, we'll be in touch with you. Leaving the Public Security Bureau, a few people quickly arrived at Langshan Village. It was a village halfway up the mountain. Ma'am, may I ask where Fan Haicheng's family lives? When they entered Langshan Village, Lin Feng got out of the car and asked an old woman sitting on the side of the road. Little Chengxia, go ahead, cross another road, turn left and the 3rd household is there. The old woman pointed to the road in front of her and said, Thanks, elder lady. Following the path pointed out by the older woman, Lin Feng's few people arrived at Fan Haicheng's house. Is Big Brother Fan here? At the door, Lin Feng shouted. Comrade policeman, you're here. Fan Haicheng hurriedly came out from inside. After returning home, he had been waiting for Lin Feng to arrive. Brother Fan, if you're okay now, take us to the place where you picked up the box. Fine. Under Fan Haicheng's leadership, the few people came to a place next to their village on another small mountain peak. This is it. The broken meat is still there. Fan Haicheng pointed under a large tree. Lin Feng went up and indeed found quite a lot of shredded meat. However, it had completely rotted. You could smell the stench from a big distance. These are human flesh? Lu Jioli said with some uncertainty. If it wasn't tested, it couldn't be seen at all. It was chopped up just like mincemeat. Moreover, there wasn't even a bone next to it. It is indeed human meat. But I didn't expect it to be chopped into such pieces. Lin Feng frowned. Right now, it was impossible to tell if the deceased was a man or a woman. Not to mention finding the source of the corpse. Just how much of a grudge did one have to commit such a murder? Have the Namewell County Public Security Bureau send someone over. Have them help line up the neighborhood. Lin Feng said after thinking about it. When meat was chopped up, it would rot faster. The victim should have died within a week. Good. Lu Jioli called Wang Haitao. Half an hour later, he arrived here with his men. These are human tissues? Wang Haitao and the others looked at the crushed meat in front of them with some disbelief. This meat was too crumbly. Could it have been twisted with a meat grinder? Then how sick should the murderer be? Or maybe these were simply pork that had been thrown away because it had gone bad. If someone was really victimized, why would no one come to report it? Could it be that the deceased wasn't from their Namewell County? Team leader Lin, have these minced meat been checked? Is it really human tissue? Wang Haitao asked. It hasn't been examined yet, but with my years of experience, these are human tissues without a doubt. Lin Feng picked up a wooden stick from the ground and picked at the crushed meat and said indifferently. Wang Haitao nodded lightly, but the few young cops behind him covered their mouths and snickered. How old are you? Just say years of experience. Did you start solving cases in your mother's womb? How hilarious. To become a team leader at such a young age, it must be by virtue of connections. Team leader Lin, let's see if we should take these minced meat back to be checked first, before we say whether we should line up or not. A young policeman said. Yeah, I don't think this minced meat looks human. Is it possible that someone's meat was left for a long time and rotted, so they threw it away? Obviously, these young policemen from Ningwu County didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. Lin Feng laughed lightly. Your family's meat would be thrown into the mountains when it's rotten? Since you guys want to bring it back for inspection, then bring back this broken meat first. We'll talk about it after we check it out. Captain Wang, what do you say? Wang Haitao's face was a little embarrassed. These young people really don't know the sky. People are so young to be a team leader. Whether it's connections or ability, there must be a certain level. What's the point of messing with people properly? All shut up, we must cooperate with the leader's work. Wang Haitao trained the several young policemen behind him. In that case, it's going to be hard for you guys in a while. After saying this, Lin Feng took a sample bag and filled it with the minced meat. Brother Fan, has there been anyone in your village who hasn't shown up lately for no reason? Lin Feng looked at Fan Haicheng and said slowly. To be able to throw these minced meat here, the murderer should be someone from the neighborhood. Fan Haicheng pondered for a while, shook his head. This small mountain village of theirs didn't have a large population to begin with. As long as there was a bit of anything in anyone's house, they would know about it. Lin Feng nodded silently.
Captain Wang, send someone to check if there's any camera surveillance or something nearby. If there is, see if any suspicious people have passed this way in 7 days.
Good. Wang Haitao nodded in agreement and immediately sent someone to check. Team leader, what are we told to do?
Lu Jioli listened for half a day, but surprisingly, there was nothing for him to do.
So he asked, don't be anxious, there will be something for you guys in a while. Between words several people went down the mountain. Now there are 2 things that need to be done.
The first is to start a sweep of the nearby villages to see if there are any missing persons.
The second is to look around the nearby mountains again to see if there are any other human tissues or bones.
Lin Feng said to Lu Jioli and the others, as well as Wang Haitao.
Good, we'll go and line up now.
Soon the crowd started to move from the beginning.
Lin Feng, are you really not going to care about me?
Qin Xingyan really couldn't stand Lin Feng's indifference a little bit anymore. No matter how much he spoke on this journey, he ignored it.
Xiaoyan, I really don't know what to say to you right now. Let's just investigate the case properly, okay?
Lin Feng said with a sigh. Whether it was in his previous life or now, there was no chance to get in touch with other women before, so he didn't know how to fall in love at all.
Okay, as long as you're happy.
Qin Xingyan said calmly. She looked calm on the surface at this moment, but her heart was dripping blood. How could Lin Feng not be her first love? I don't want to stay here anymore, I'll go back to Wuhua County by myself.
Without waiting for Lin Feng to reply, Qin Xingyan turned around and left.
She was afraid that if she left a step late, she would cry in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Qin Xingyan's back and shook his head helplessly.
Maybe they weren't all the way together at all. After a day's investigation, no clues were found. Team leader Lin, do you think we have to continue the lineup? Wang Haitao was also a bit skeptical in his mind. Are those crumbs really human tissue? Lin Feng looked at Lu Jioli and said, have you found anything?
Lu Jioli shook his head.
Said, we carefully lined up all the neighborhood and didn't find any other human tissue. Lin Feng pondered. Relying on such a little bit of shredded meat, one couldn't use spells to find other human tissue. What should be the next step?
It was then that Lin Feng suddenly realized.
Sometimes Dao magic wasn't everything.
Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. After the case in Dongbi City, he had gained a lot more aura. It should be possible to find it that way now. Everyone has worked hard all day, let's all go back and rest first. Lin Feng said to the crowd.
Good. Wang Haitao took the people away first. Team leader, can we go back to the city at night? Lu Jioli asked. Brother Julie, don't yell group leader, okay? Are you going back to the city? It will take an hour to go back, aren't you guys tired? How nice to rest directly here.
Lin Feng asked with a bit of uncertainty.
Of course you don't understand as a single dog. Of course we're going back to accompany our wives and children. Lu Jioli said smilingly. What's wrong with a single dog? Am I proud of it? Okay, then you guys go back. Come back tomorrow after you guys are busy with yourselves.
After Lin Feng surreptitiously took out some minced meat, he told them to bring the rest back so that Zhao Long could help test it.
Waving goodbye. Finding a random hotel to stay in. Still have to go buy yellow paper. Tee-hee, such a small salary every month isn't enough to buy yellow paper.
Lin Feng suddenly thought. The yellow paper he prepared earlier. He had thrown it all away in Dongbi City. He went to the street and bought some yellow paper, and casually ate a few bites of rice.
Returned to the hotel and took out a piece of yellow paper. Wrote down the runes.
Then folded it into a paper crane. From the specimen bag, took out some minced meat.
Placed it on the paper crane.
Use blood and flesh as a medium, the crane as a guide. Lin Feng clenched his fingers with both hands and recited under his breath. A ray of golden light hit the paper crane. Suddenly, it was as if the paper crane had a life. It spread its wings and flew outwards. Lin Feng followed closely behind.
After flying for 10 minutes,
the paper crane slowly fell down. Lin Feng followed and stopped outside a dog park.
Woof woof woof. A bark rang out. Could it be that the other body tissues are in this dog farm? Suddenly, a creepy thought popped up in Lin Feng's mind. Could it be that all the other organizations were fed to the dogs? Secretly memorizing the location of the dog farm,
Lin Feng retrieved the paper crane and returned to the hotel.
Early the next morning, Lu Jioli returned with the test results. The shredded meat component is human tissue, and it's also from 2 people, a man and a woman. No one reported it. Could it be because the deceased was a husband and wife and there was no one else at home? Lu Jioli speculated. Lin Feng nodded, feeling that there was this possibility. I went to make another round after you guys yesterday. Found a dog park that's a bit suspicious. Let's focus on going in to line up today.
Lin Feng said.
Good. Do we still need to notify the people of Minwu County? Lu Jioli asked. No need, let's go and take a look first. Soon under Lin Feng's guidance, they arrived at the dog farm. May I ask what's the matter with you guys? A worker at the dog farm asked. We're from the city's Public Security Bureau, we're here to investigate a murder case. I hope you can cooperate. Lu Jioli flashed his credentials. You guys wait, I'll go call our boss. The worker said and went to call their boss? You guys are investigating a murder case, what does it have to do with us? Do you guys have a search warrant? Wang Tian, the owner of the dog farm, asked. Lu Jioli looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. Looking at the boss's demeanor, it seemed like there was something wrong here. Brotherly, call Wang Haitao and ask him to bring a search warrant over. The more they didn't let in the door, the more it meant there was something wrong inside. Good. Lu Jioli took out his phone and called. Lin Feng's few people were waiting outside the dog farm. Lin Feng, I feel like there's something wrong with this boss. Lu Jioli looked at Wang Tian for a few moments and said, there's a big problem. Lin Feng felt that this boss was the murderer. But why didn't he have a corpse aura on him? Could it be that there was someone else? Soon Wang Haitao arrived with a search warrant. Can we go in now? Lin Feng looked at Wang Haitao and said, go in. Wang Tian looked at the search warrant even though he was very reluctant. Walking into the dog farm, Lin Feng's eyes looked over all the dogs. Blanche. Suddenly, Lin Feng's face changed dramatically. There were a few dogs that gave off a gust of corpse aura. Sure enough, this group of dogs had eaten the rest of the tissue. How could the dogs be taken away for examination? How many people are in your family? Is it convenient to let everyone else out for a moment? Lin Feng said as he looked at Wang Tian. Wang Tian didn't have a corpse aura on him. That proved that the murderer was most likely his family. There's still my father, mother and daughter-in-law at home. But they all went out of town and aren't at home. Wang Tian's eyes were a bit evasive. Look at this expression on his face. Lin Feng was solid in his heart. The murderer was his family. When did they go out? Where did they go, do you know? Lin Feng asked as he surveyed the surroundings. When traveling, I don't know when they'll be back. Wang Tian said casually. Good. Lin Feng let the others go in and search around. You guys raise dogs, do you usually kill them? Lin Feng looked at some hammers and knives and such in the yard. According to customer demand. If they want to kill, we'll kill. Wang Tian said and walked over to those tools. Oldly, look at how dirty it is all over. Quickly take it and wash it. Later, Lin Feng shouted. These tools, I want to take them back and inspect them. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Comrade policeman, do you suspect me of being a murderer? Why don't you just take me away directly? Wang Tian suddenly became a little agitated. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before I take you away. Lin Feng said without thinking. Even if Wang Tian wasn't a murderer, then he was probably an accomplice. Fine, you guys can arrest me. But if there's no evidence to prove that I killed someone, I'll sue you guys. As Wang Tian spoke, picked up the hammer and machete and threw them into the water basin. There are no clues found. Lu Jioli checked from the inside out. No clues like bloodstains were found. Well, do you eat dog meat? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Team leader, are you trying to buy a dog and treat us? Lu Jioli licked his lips. He had heard that dog meat was flavorful, but he had never eaten it. After all, dogs were loyal friends of humans. Then buy one. Boss, grab these 2 dogs for us. Lin Feng pointed at the 2 dogs with the heaviest corpse chi on them and said, not for sale. Wang Tian replied dryly. You who are open for business, why don't you sell? Lu Jioli said with some anger. It's not easy to have a chance to taste the legendary food. You special meow even didn't sell it. I'll sell it if I want to. If you don't want to sell it, you don't care about me? Wang Tian tilted his head and said, forget it if you don't sell. Take the hammer and the machete back for inspection. See if there are any problems on it. If you block it, you're obstructing official duties and we have the right to detain you. As Lin Feng spoke, Wang Tian wanted to take the hammer and machete away. It was stopped by Lin Feng. Fine, you guys can take them away if you want. I'd like to see if you guys can check anything out. Wang Tian threw the hammer and machete at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng, I feel like that boss has a big problem. On the way back, the more Lu Jioli thought about it, the more wrong it became. If it was a normal person, he wouldn't have obstructed a normal investigation so much. I feel that he has a problem too. But we don't have any evidence now. When we go back, ask Zhao Long to help check the implements. Lin Feng said after thinking about it. If he could, he really wanted the group to get those dogs back. But then, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Good. Then we're going straight back to the city council now? Or is there some other arrangement? Lu Jioli asked. It was just now noon. If we go back at this time, it would be too late to come back in the afternoon. It's fine, you guys go back. I'll contact you if there's any emergencies. Lin Feng said. Good. After Lu Jioli took away and left, Lin Feng then casually turned around in the county town. Suddenly, he saw a plainly dressed old woman with a thick corpse aura. But this woman looked like a typical rural woman. Could she be the murderer? Auntie, hello. Lin Feng blocked in front of the old woman. What's the matter with you? Being suddenly stopped in her way, the old woman tensed up. Auntie, there's a death on your side, do you know? As he spoke, Lin Feng stared at the old woman's expression dead on. Sure enough, her pupils contracted violently when she heard this. I didn't hear about it? Where did someone die? The old woman tried to restrain her voice from trembling as she spoke. That's what I heard. I heard a man and a woman died, and had the flesh strung up. Auntie, you don't have to be afraid. But I heard that the police already have clues. The murderer will be arrested soon. Lin Feng paid attention to the old woman's expression with every word he said. The old woman's expression flickered, her hands clasping involuntarily. It would be really great to catch the murderer as soon as possible. Otherwise it makes people panic. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. The old woman wanted to leave after saying that. Lin Feng nodded, then quietly followed behind her. The old woman walked in front, looking back from time to time, realizing that no one was following her. Turning around 7 times, she walked into a house. Lin Feng made a mark outside this house. Then he left to go back to the hotel. In the afternoon, Lu Jioli called. That hammer and machete, there was no human blood or anything related extracted from them. Lin Feng scratched his head. It seemed that the traces on the hammer and machete had been completely washed away. Now it was just a matter of waiting until night to steal the dog. Time quickly came to night. Lin Feng took advantage of the night to sneak outside the dog farm. Before he could climb over the wall and go in, the dogs started barking like crazy. Hey, those dogs' noses are pretty good. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to steal a dog silently, the gate to the dog farm suddenly opened. Lin Feng took off in place and hid in the sky. Wang Tian walked out of the dog farm. Taking a flashlight, he strolled around the dog farm. Not finding anything unusual, he turned around and went back. The kid is quite alert. More proof that he has a problem. Lin Feng watched Wang Tian's every move from the sky. How should I steal the dog now? Suddenly Lin Feng had a solution in his mind. He slowly descended. It landed directly in the courtyard. Those dogs kept starting to bark again. Wang Tian once again came out of the house. Lin Feng ducked into the sky again, repeatedly lifting and lowering 7 or 8 times. Wang Tian couldn't take it anymore. What the fuck is barking? Is anyone there? He copied the stick and beat the dogs. The dogs instantly settled down quite a bit. After Wang Tian entered the house again, Lin Feng descended again. The dogs started barking again. After Lin Feng flew into the sky, he realized that Wang Tian didn't come out again. Then he quickly went down and took out the sack he had first prepared. He put a dog in it. Then he quickly flew away. He didn't stop but flew all the way to the Zhenghe City Public Security Bureau. Lin Feng pushed open the door of the technical section and walked in, saw that Zhao Long was still working overtime, so he said, "Section Chief Zhao, please dissect this dog. I suspect it has human tissue in its stomach." Zhao Long looked up and saw that the visitor was Lin Feng. There was some difference on his face. "Lin Feng, aren't you in Mingwu County? How did you come back in the middle of the night?" Lin Feng carried the bag and walked over to Zhao Long. "It's not that I found a little clue. I suspect that the murderer fed human tissue to these dogs. So it was a rush to take a taxi back." Zhao Long put down the tools in his hands and looked at the woven bag. "I still have some things left to deal with right now. Aren't you also a forensic scientist? How about you do it yourself?" Lin Feng had a black line on his head. "Miao, why would I fly all the way back if I would do it myself? It's fine, I can wait until you're done. It's been a long time since I dissected, my hands are rusty." Lin Feng made up a random excuse. "Alright then, wait a bit, when I'm done with this, I'll take a look for you." Zhao Long then started messing around with his things. After about half an hour of time had passed, Zhao Long finally got busy with his things. Feeding human flesh to dogs? That's unlikely, isn't it? Zhao Long placed the dog on the operating table. Then he began to dissect it. Ow! A knife went down and the dog directly screamed miserably. It startled Zhao Long. The scalpel all flew out of his hand. "Nima! The dog didn't die?" Lin Feng seemed to sense Zhao Long's resentment.
Smiling sarcastically, he said, "I'm sorry, I just knocked it out and didn't kill him. Luckily my heart is fine, otherwise I'd have to die of fright," Zhao Long said in a good-natured manner. Picking up the scalpel, he took another shot of anesthetic and hit the dog's body. Then he started to do the dissection again. He quickly pulled out some undigested broken bones from the dog's stomach. Then Zhao Long sewed up the dog's stomach again. Lin Feng, could these be human bones? Zhao Long put those broken bones in front of his eyes and looked at them carefully. There's a big chance that they are. Lin Feng nodded and said. Zhao Long then examined all these broken bones. It confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. The DNA of these broken bones and the broken meat that was retrieved yesterday matched perfectly. Lin Feng, how did you think that the murderer would feed these bones to the dog? Zhao Long was puzzled. From the looks of it, there was nothing different about these dogs. Could it be based on feelings again? Then his feelings were too outrageous. Feelings. Zhao Long almost fainted when he heard this. Goddamn feeling. Why don't you go buy a lottery ticket if you have such a good feeling? Section Chief Xiao, take a good rest, I have something to do and I'm leaving. Lin Feng was afraid that Zhao Long would continue to ask something. Finding a reason, he directly buggered off. Early the next morning, Lin Feng called Lu Jioli. He asked him to bring people to gather at the Public Security Bureau. Lin Feng, how did you get back? I found something new yesterday, so I took a cab back overnight. Lin Feng said without thinking. What new situation? Is it finding the murderer? Lu Jioli asked. I caught a dog at that dog farm yesterday. Some undigested human bones were found in the dog's stomach. The DNA of the bones matched the DNA of one of those shredded meat. Lin Feng took out the forensic report and said, I'm going. How did you think there would be human tissue in a dog's stomach? Lu Jioli's eyes widened. It was very curious. Miao, just half a day's worth of work wasn't there, and he discovered it? Or did he take advantage of his absence and use some trick? Actually, I was blindly blinded. I just had a feeling there was something wrong with the owner of that dog farm. Since I didn't find any clues at the dog farm, I guessed it would be in the dog's stomach. So I stole a dog in the middle of the night yesterday, then rushed back overnight and had Zhao Long check it out for me. In the course of the night, Lin Feng thought of something to say. Bull. Lu Jioli gave a thumbs up. Don't waste time. Let's grab some time to go to Mingwu County now. I'm afraid that if we go late, Wang Tian will escape. Lin Feng urged the few people to hurry up and set off. With alarms all the way, they arrived at the dog farm in a little over half an hour. Wang Tian, this is an arrest warrant for you. Arrest me? What crime have I committed? Wang Tian was resistant. When you follow us to the Public Security Bureau, you will naturally know. What crime did I commit? The interrogation room. Wang Tian looked at Lin Feng's men defiantly. Lin Feng took out a specimen bag and stared coldly at Wang Tian. Inside this are human broken bones, found from your dog's stomach. Tell me, why are there human bones inside? Wang Tian's face suddenly turned white, and his emotions were a bit agitated. What? How is it possible? I don't know what's going on at all. You guys can't accuse me wrongly. Lin Feng got up and walked over to Wang Tian. The bone was in your dog's stomach, can you not know? Confession is lenient, resistance is strict. If you refuse to cooperate, then we'll have to use some special methods. Wang Tian trembled. Comrade police officer, I really don't know. My dogs have been kept loose in the kennel, it's impossible for them to run out and eat people. Isn't that a mistake? Lin Feng coldly looked at Wang Tian. He didn't feel a trace of corpse chi from him. Could it be that this case of broken corpses really didn't have the slightest thing to do with him? Then why was he so excited to see us? That day we went to the dog park to check. Why were you so agitated when you saw us? Definitely if you have a ghost in your heart. Wang Tian's lips trembled a little. Comrade police officer, I won't hide it from you. 2 days ago I just collected a few sick and dead dogs, and then sold them to those dog dealers. I thought that's what happened, that's why I was scared. As for why there were human bones in the dog's stomach, I really don't know anything about it. Lin Feng walked back and forth a few times in the interrogation room. Looking at Wang Tian's expression, it didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that he really had the wrong person? Where is your home? Take us there. Lin Feng said after thinking about it. Let's see if we can find any useful information at his home. Under Wang Tian's guidance, the group quickly arrived at a courtyard. Lu Jioli had led the people to search the entire house front and back, inside and out. There weren't any clues found. Lin Feng had also looked before and after, and hadn't found anything with corpse gas on it. The first scene of the murder wasn't here. Could it be that this case really has nothing to do with Wang Tian? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the old woman he ran into yesterday. Just stay at the dog farm, don't go anywhere and cooperate with us.
We'll still summon you if there's anything. Lin Feng, how can you just let him go? What if he runs away? Lu Jioli asked with some confusion.
Nowadays with this technology, if a person really wanted to run, it would definitely be hard to find them again. I feel like he really has nothing to do with this case. Those human tissues, they were thrown in by people from outside the wall to feed the dogs. Lin Feng said indifferently.
Come with me to the next place.
Sun Yufeng brought Lu Jioli to the house where the old woman lived.
Knocking on the door, no one responded. Break down the door, let's go in.
After Lin Feng and the others walked to the inner room, they found that the old woman had hanged herself. On the table in front of him was a pig-killing knife with blood on it.
Next to it was a meat grinder. Lin Feng, she's not a murderer, is she? Lu Jioli asked with some doubt.
Lin Feng nodded a little uncertainly.
Relying on this one old woman alone,
killing two people and then dismembering and dumping their bodies was a bit unlikely. There must be other murderers.
Captain, look, there's a suicide note here. An officer found a suicide note in the old woman's pocket.
On it was written the process of how he killed the two men and the reason why he killed them. It turned out that the deceased male was her husband and there was a woman who was unknown. The reason was that she found out her husband was having an affair outside. In a fit of anger, she poisoned the two men.
After poisoning them to death, they were dismembered and split up.
Lin Feng, it looks like she committed suicide to avoid the crime.
Lu Jioli sighed and said.
Lin Feng shook his head. No, the murderer wasn't the only one. She's probably around 55 years old. With her physical strength it's impossible that she would, with such a big suitcase, throw the minced meat over at Langshan village. Also, with her strength, it's not enough to throw human bones into a dog farm with such a high fence. Lu Jioli nodded silently, acknowledging Lin Feng's guess. Ask the nearby villagers about her family. Lin Feng said after some thought.
Good. After visiting and investigating the nearby villagers,
the old woman had come over to rent a room 3 days ago. It wasn't someone from their own village, and hadn't seen anyone else enter or leave the house.
Lin Feng frowned.
In this way, the identity of the victim as well as the old woman could not be confirmed.
Looks like we have to invoke the spirits again.
Lin Feng cursed MMP in his heart.
Is the counter-surveillance sense of these criminals that high? Making it seem like I'm stupid. Captain Lu, can you determine the identity information of this old woman through her remains? Lin Feng asked. It can be compared at the ID information database. However, there are many people whose information isn't uploaded to the information database. Lu Jioli said.
The information bank was also only available in the last 1 or 2 years.
Those who had gotten ID cards before would rarely appear in the information database. Then let's bring the body back to the morgue first.
Lin Feng thought about it and said.
Lin Feng, this case, are you still continuing to investigate?
Lu Jioli suddenly asked. This old woman had already admitted that she was the murderer.
This case could be completely closed.
Investigate, we must find the real murderer. I suspect that this old woman committed suicide in order to cover up the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of coming out to rent a room. Lin Feng said with a sullen face. There was no way he was going to let the real murderer get away with it.
The body was sent to the morgue of the Neimu County Public Security Bureau.
Leader,
are there any clues in the murder case? Wang Haitao asked hurriedly when he saw the crowd bring back another body.
There is, but it needs your help. Wash out the photo of this old woman. Line up your people to visit and investigate, find out her identity information and home address. Lin Feng said to Wang Haitao.
Roger that. Wang Haitao hurriedly led his people to do so.
Team Lu, why don't you bring someone to send the murder weapon to the city bureau and let Section Chief Zhao help test it? Lin Feng looked at Lu Jioli and said. At this moment, Lin Feng really felt like he was strategizing a bit.
Good. Lu Jioli also led people away.
Now in the morgue, Lin Feng was left for a moment. Boss lady, who exactly are you trying to help cover up for? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was possible to make a famous old woman willingly go to her death. Then the only possibility, the murderer must be her child. As long as he felt out her family information, everything would be revealed.
Time quickly came to night.
Wang Haitao rushed back with his men.
This afternoon, they had already checked several villages in the county.
But no one recognized this old woman.
Let's continue to increase the lineup. It's really hard on you guys.
Lin Feng pondered for a moment.
Serving the people is not hard work. Wang Haitao took the people to rest.
Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The old woman wasn't even afraid of death. Even if he recruited her soul up, he probably wouldn't be able to ask for any useful information. However, Lin Feng was still going to try. He clenched his hands and mouthed the words.
A cloudy wind suddenly blew through the morgue. The corpse on the bed suddenly opened its eyes. Me, why am I not dead? The old lady sat up, a nervous expression on her face as she saw Lin Feng standing next to her. Boss lady, you're actually dead. I'm the one who recruited your soul up. Lin Feng's voice was a little heavy. I'm already dead? It's good to be dead, it's good to be dead. The old woman's voice turned calm. Auntie, can you tell me who that dead woman is? Lin Feng didn't ask positively who she killed herself for. Young man, don't ask me. It was me who killed them. It was just too hard in my heart. It was too much to bear, so I killed myself. The old lady said with a pained face. Okay, I won't ask. But auntie, can you tell me what other family members you have? I'll have them come and collect your corpse. Lin Feng sat down beside the old woman and said softly. I don't need anyone to collect my body, just throw me into a random graveyard. Seeing that he couldn't get any words out, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Without the support of Taoism, he was a scum in criminal investigation. But she was already dead. The truth talisman wasn't much use to her either. Difficult to get. Oh, auntie, I know if you don't say it, you did all this to protect your son. Those two people were actually killed by your son, right? Lin Feng just had to blindly blindfold it. If he blindfolded correctly, he would be able to psychologically put some pressure on the old woman. No, those two people were killed by me. The old woman shook her head. There was no mention of her son. Now it messed with Lin Feng and he didn't know how to proceed. Auntie, why are you doing this? Your son made a mistake and should be punished by the law. Lin Feng said a lot to the old woman in a bitter manner. But the old woman kept her mouth shut. Helpless, Lin Feng sent her away. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Jioli brought over the test results. There are indeed traces of the deceased's blood in the pig-killing knife and meat grinder. The surface fingerprints are only this old woman's. Furthermore, rat poison was tested in the residual blood. Lin Feng slowly nodded. What do we do now? Should we close the case, or continue to investigate? Lu Jioli asked again once more. If it was him, he would have closed the case after grasping this evidence. Line up the investigation for a few more days. Lin Feng said directly. Closing the case hastily would only allow the murderer to get away with it. Then where should we direct our investigation below? Lu Jioli asked. Continue to visit and confirm the identity of this old woman. Lin Feng was a bit headstrong. Even if he knew this old woman's birthdate, he could figure out where she lived. But there wasn't even a hairline. Good. Another day of elimination. After checking all the villages around the county, still no one knew this old woman. Could it be that she wasn't from Namwu County at all? Did someone drag her here to dump her body and then let her rent a room here? It's very possible. Lin Feng told Lu Jioli about his thoughts. What then? Have Bureau Zhao put out a coordinated notice to all the counties? Lu Jioli felt that what Lin Feng said was reasonable. Well, have each county look to see if there have been any recent reports of missing persons. Decide what to do next. Lin Feng followed Lu Jioli and a few others back to the city bureau. Bureau Zhao, please place a concordance notice to the counties and districts. See if anyone has reported a missing person case recently. After returning to the city bureau, Lin Feng hoofed it to Zhao Lidong's office. What's going on? I heard from Lu Jioli, didn't the murderer already commit suicide in fear of punishment? Why do you still need to send out a concordance notice to the counties? Zhao Lidong asked as he leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. The murderer won't be alone. Just tell me if you're sending it or not. Lin Feng, this little grump. He really wanted to go up and give him 2 slaps. Special meow. Laughing my ass off. You kid, what's the hurry? I've already asked the people in the office to do it. Come on, have a cup of tea to get rid of the fire. Zhao Lidong didn't get angry. Instead, he told Lin Feng to be at ease. Lin Feng, there's something I've been considering for a long time. You like solving crimes so much. I want to set up a task force for you. Give you all the headless cases in the districts, counties and cities over the years. How about letting you re-investigate them? Zhao Lidong said slowly. This idea had been there after Lin Feng had solved the 728 case last time. It's fine. Wait until this case is over. Lin Feng directly agreed. This wasn't giving himself experience. Okay. Zhao Lidong chatted with Lin Feng for a while longer. The head of the office came over to report that he had already issued a notice of concurrence to the public security bureaus of the counties and districts. Director, news from the Helan County Public Security Bureau. A missing case was received yesterday. Lin Feng directly got up. Calling out to Lu Jioli, he ran towards Helan County. Helan County was close to Mingwu County. Soon, Lin Feng's few people arrived at the Helan County Public Security Bureau. What kind of person reported a missing person case? Is there any information on missing persons? Lin Feng asked the person who received them.
Missing person, named Chen Lan, female, 23 years old, a native of Python Ox Village.
Went out 7 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Zhang Feng said. Let's go to Python Ox Village to find out what's going on.
Lin Feng let pick up Zhang Feng to lead the way to Python Ox Village. Soon, it came to Chen Lan's house.
According to the inquiry,
Chen Lan had talked about her boyfriend, called Zhang Ming, a person from Gulu village. His family sells pork.
7 days ago Chen Lan went out with him and has not returned. Chen Lan's mother went to find Zhang Ming,
but Zhang Ming said that after eating together that day, he sent Chen Lan to the entrance of their village.
Are the two of them on good terms on weekdays? Lin Feng asked. They are okay in their relationship and are preparing to get married just this year.
But who knows, my daughter won't come back after this trip.
Chen Lan's mother said with a choked voice. Auntie, don't be anxious. Maybe your daughter went to play with a friend's house.
We'll help you look for her as soon as possible, and we'll inform you as soon as we have news. Before leaving, Lin Feng collected a hair from Chen Lan's mother. Then he had a cadre of police officers sent on fire to find Zhao Long.
Confirmed that Chen Lan was the murdered woman.
At the same time, he went to Gulu village with Lu Jioli to look for Zhang Ming. After seeing Zhang Ming, Lin Feng was stunned. This was because there wasn't a single trace of corpse qi found on Zhang Ming's body.
Could it be wrong again? Zhang Ming, right? Do you recognize this person?
Lin Feng took out the photo of the old woman. After seeing the photo of the old woman, the expression on Zhang Ming's face visibly stiffened.
This is my mother. What happened to her?
Zhang Ming's voice trembled a little. Lin Feng looked at him deeply for a few moments and said, your mother committed suicide.
Committed suicide? Zhang Ming's eyes widened, obviously unable to believe it.
Then his eyes reddened. He flung himself to his knees and fell to the ground. This is not the time for you to be sad. Get up first, I still have something to ask you. Lin Feng pulled Zhang Ming up.
My mother is dead. What else do you have to ask me? Where are her remains? Can you take me to see it?
Zhang Ming tugged on Lin Feng's arm, looking a little agitated. Your mother is suspected of a murder case. There are still some questions I need to ask you. Lin Feng signaled Zhang Ming to go to the house. How could my mother be suspected of a murder case? She's just a very honest rural woman. Walking into the house, Zhang Ming grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said. It was as if he really didn't know about this matter. Lin Feng looked at him with some doubts in his eyes.
Did the deceased really have nothing to do with him? What about your father?
Lin Feng suddenly asked.
My father? Zhang Ming's expression struggled a little.
He eventually shook his head and said with a sobbing voice, I don't know, a few days ago, he went out with my mother.
Could it be that my father is also dead? This is your mother's suicide note, read it first.
Lin Feng gave the old woman's suicide note to Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming's tears kept dripping onto the suicide note.
Mother! Zhang Ming could no longer control his emotions and lost his voice. Lin Feng, seeing as he really didn't know, his mother killed someone. Lu Jioli whispered in Lin Feng's ear. If he knew, then his acting skills were too bombastic. Search his place first.
If there are no clues, then go to his home.
Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't found any corpse qi in this pork store either.
Could it be that the direction of his scouting was wrong again? Was the murderer really just that old woman?
Lin Feng lifted the curtains of the inner room. There were so many Buddha statues enshrined inside. Or was it a Buddhist believer? After taking a closer look, he went back to the house where the meat was sold.
Suddenly, he noticed that the meat grinder was new.
After taking a closer look, it should have been bought not long ago. As a matter of common sense, the meat grinder in a pork store would not be changed at all. Unless it had been used for a few years, it would not be replaced until it was broken beyond repair.
There was a problem. Zhang Ming, when did you buy this meat grinder? Where's the old one?
Lin Feng asked as he patted Zhang Ming, who was still kneeling on the ground crying.
Police, my mom and dad are dead and you're asking me this? Do you have any conscience left?
Zhang Ming yelled with red eyes.
I'm sorry, your parents' departure is not something we want to see either.
However, in order to investigate the truth of the matter, please also cooperate with us. As long as we find out the truth early, you'll be able to bury your mother properly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Zhang Ming looked at Lin Feng angrily. The meat grinder was replaced by me a few days ago. The old one broke down and I sold it to a scrap collector.
Sold it to which scrap collector? Lin Feng asked again.
I don't know, it's the one that rides a three-wheeled scrap collector.
Zhang Ming choked. Riding a three-wheeled junk collector? Not a bad reason at all.
It was unlikely that they would be able to find the old meat grinder now.
Do the two of your parents usually fight? Do you know what caused your mother to murder your father? Lin Feng asked again. The two weren't on good terms. My father loved to drink and would beat my mother when he was drunk. Zhang Ming's words didn't seem fake. Then your father has someone outside, do you know? Lin Feng asked.
Suddenly, Lin Feng acutely realized that his fist subconsciously clenched when he said that his dad had someone outside.
I don't know.
Zhang Ming shook his head and said.
This sentence was lying. He definitely knew about his dad having someone outside. Moreover, it still angered him. Team Lu, take your men to the neighborhood to find out what's going on.
Lin Feng didn't continue to ask Zhang Ming, but said to Lu Jiuli. He wanted to know if Zhang Ming's pork store had closed down for business in the last few days.
Soon under Lu Jiuli's investigation,
a nearby resident said that about 5 or 6 days ago, Lu Jiuli's pork store closed its doors for 2 days. Said it was rectification.
Also cleaned the entire store inside and out. Even the ground washed with water.
You have to know that at that time, the ground was almost always paved with bricks and mud. They wouldn't have been flushed with water at all.
Rather, it was sprinkled with some water to sweep it.
This means that he was most likely eliminating the traces of murder.
But why was there no corpse aura on him?
Lin Feng was a bit puzzled.
Let's bring him back to the station for interrogation first. If it's not possible, give him a truth charm to drink.
Zhang Ming, you're now suspected of an intentional murder case. We need you to come to the bureau and cooperate with our investigation. Lin Feng signaled 2 policemen to escort Zhang Ming to the car.
Why are you arresting me? I didn't kill anyone.
Zhang Ming resisted violently.
If you didn't kill anyone, after 24 hours, we'll release you.
Lin Feng said indifferently. He was very sure in his heart that the murder was definitely related to him. It was only that the corpse aura had been covered up for some unknown reason.
Suddenly,
Lin Feng thought of the Buddha statue in the inner room.
Zhang Ming, you believe in Buddhism?
Zhang Ming was silent. However, looking at his expression, Lin Feng had an answer in his heart.
Maybe it was because he worshipped Buddha every day that the corpse chi in his body disappeared.
Look at those Buddha statues, they were all new too. They must have been bought after he killed someone. After bringing Zhang Ming back to the police station, the person who was sent back by Lu Jiuli for Zhao Long to check on him came back with news. It was determined that the female victim was Chen Lan. Lin Feng was pacing back and forth outside the interrogation room.
The entire crime sequence was showing up in his mind. Zhang Ming's girlfriend, Chen Lan, was his father's date.
The father had slept with his girlfriend.
In a fit of anger, Zhang Ming poisoned the two,
and then proceeded to split and dump the bodies. And his mother was an accomplice in this case. The reason why she confessed to suicide is to protect his son from being punished by the law.
Yes, this should be the case. Walking into the interrogation room,
Lin Feng spoke about his reasoning.
Zhang Ming, is this how the whole case went through?
You fart. How could I have killed my father and my girlfriend? All of what you said is just your guess. There is no evidence at all.
After hearing this, Zhang Ming's entire body fell into a frenzy.
He knew that his mother's was to protect herself. Therefore, one could not admit that he was a murderer. Otherwise, it would fail his mother's hard work. I have to say, you have a strong sense of counter-surveillance. There are only your mother's fingerprints on all the murder weapons.
But you overlooked one thing.
Your mother simply couldn't have done it by dropping that big box of mincemeat on the mountain. Couldn't have done it, either, throwing those broken bones into a dog park. I think those bones, you chopped them up with a bone chopper before throwing them to the dog farm.
Zhang Ming's expression was grim. Calling me a murderer? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Lin Feng bowed his head in deep thought. It was true that there was no direct evidence right now to prove that Zhang Ming was the murderer.
It seemed like it was still necessary to have a truth talisman. Lin Feng walked out of the interrogation room. He walked into a random office. He brought out a cup of hot water,
and fished out a truth talisman from his pocket and put it in.
Be at ease, drink a cup of water first.
Lin Feng placed the water in front of Zhang Ming. Perhaps he had said too much. Zhang Ming picked up the cup of water and drank it straight down without even looking at it.
Zhang Ming, let me ask you. Your father as well as your girlfriend Chen Lan, did you poison them? Lu Jiuli didn't know why Lin Feng suddenly asked these again.
Just now, he had clearly asked.
It was impossible to ask anything at all.
Zhang Ming shook his head. No.
It wasn't me who killed them. Lin Feng's eyes stared. He wasn't the murderer? Then how did your father and Chen Lan die? Zhang Ming's expression suddenly became painful.
He was resisting himself, but his mouth still spoke without listening. It was my mother who poisoned them with rat poison during dinner. Lin Feng's brows knitted together.
The murderer was his mother and he was an accomplice? Why did your mother poison them? Zhang Ming raised his arm and slammed it hard on the interrogation chair. Because that bitch seduced my father. My father had sex with her. Got angry when he found out. Was saying angry words to kill him. My mother was afraid that I would do something stupid, so she poisoned them first. The more Zhang Ming said, the more pained his expression became. Then how was the body crushed and dumped? Lin Feng continued to ask. After they died, I was afraid that my mother would go to jail. So I dragged their bodies to a pork store and used a bone chopper and meat mincer to break them down. Then I hired another car and threw those minced meat in Ningwu County and those bones in a dog farm. I had my mother rent a house there and told the public that she and my father had gone on a trip. Zhang Ming told the process of this case. Why aren't your fingerprints on the bone chopping knife that decomposed them and the meat grinder? Lin Feng asked again. I don't know, maybe my mother erased it. Zhang Ming shook his head. The entire case was solved. Zhang Ming was sentenced to life imprisonment. Lin Feng, why did he suddenly admit it? On the way back, Lu Jioli was curious. I don't know, maybe he suddenly figured it out. Lin Feng played dumb. How else to explain it? Could it be that I know spells? Back at the Zhenghe City Public Security Bureau, Zhao Lindong already knew in advance that they were back, had a general meeting. After communicating with Gui Yinfeng, Lin Feng officially joined the Zhenghe City Public Security Bureau, and set up a stale case task force to specialize in investigating the headless cases of that year. Lu Jioli also strongly requested to join in. I'll go back to Wohua County to pack up some things before I come back. When he went to Dongbi City, he brought 2 sets of clothes with him. It had long since been almost whitewashed. Shaolin, congratulations on your high promotion. After returning to Wohua County, he first went to the police station. Zhou Yan was happy to see him. He knew that Lin Feng would leave here sooner or later. There's nothing to congratulate. It's all about serving the people wherever you are. Lin Feng smiled. He was going to continue ascending one day when his body was full of aura. All he was doing now was for his early ascension. There's one thing I have to tell you. Shao Qin, she was transferred to the provincial city. Zhou Yan's voice suddenly became a bit heavy. Now Lin Feng was also leaving. Then they really had no talent left in the forensic medicine section of Wohua County. That Han lay alone? The guy with the high eye. Can't support it at all. She transferred? Lin Feng looked stunned. Then he was relieved. Each to their own. Going to the provincial capital was probably better for her. He exchanged pleasantries with his old colleagues from Wohua County for a while. Lin Feng went home, packed up some things and returned to the City Public Security Bureau. Team Lin, I've organized all the headless cases over the years. Take a look. Lu Jioli held a bunch of files and placed them in Lin Feng's office. He willingly gave Lin Feng a second-in-command. Lin Feng picked up a file and looked at it. Case 1999. 1210. The victim, Chen Shui, was a young woman who was murdered on a snowy night. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. The murderer killed first and then pointed. After that, the body was disassembled from all joints. The means were very cruel. Later a snowman was built from these limb parts. After being discovered, no clues were left at the scene. After visiting and investigating, the victim had simple social relations. Is an elementary school teacher. The day she was killed was on her way back home after her shift at school. Okay, I know. Wait for me to take a look and we'll talk about which case to investigate first. After reading this file, Lin Feng said indifferently. Okay, if there's anything, you can call me again. Lu Jioli left. Just wait for the victim to be recruited back at night. Lin Feng put down the file and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He was thinking about whether to give Qin Xinyan a call over. Thinking about it. It was better to forget about it. People who cultivated the Tao had a free heart. It was really devilish. Lin Feng smiled. Once he sat down until the evening. The personnel outside had all gone home. After realizing that no one was there, Lin Feng began to invoke his soul. Soon, Chen Shui's soul floated in. Who are you? Looking for me for what? Chen Shui's voice was ethereal and sounded very nice. Even as a soul, one could tell that she had a stunningly beautiful face in life. No wonder the murderer would tip the corpse. I am a Taoist priest. I'm looking for you to find out what you were victimized by back then. Lin Feng said indifferently as he leaned back in his chair. Who was I victimized by? Chen Shui fell into deep thought. After so many years in the past, she had almost forgotten that she was victimized. The person who victimized me is Chen Pang. Chen Shui suddenly said excitedly. Chen Pang? Why did he harm you? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Chen Shui's face revealed a trace of pained look. He was originally my boyfriend, teaching at a school with me.
But one day, I suddenly realized that he actually molested children.
That night, we had a heated argument.
I persuaded him to turn himself in. He refused. Later, after my shift, on my way back, I was blocked by him.
He begged me not to go to the police.
When I refused, he picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it on my head.
Then I died. Chen Shui's entire soul trembled up and down as she spoke. It was evident how angry she was.
This beast, how dare he lay hands on a child? Lin Feng also felt injustice for more than just Chen Shui's death. What a good person, it was a shame to die like this.
I know, I'll arrest him and bring him to justice.
Thanks. Lin Feng was just about to send Chen Shui back. It suddenly occurred to him. The case had been shelved for so long.
Even if he now knew that Chen Shui's murderer was her ex-boyfriend Chen Peng, what could he do? How should he find the brick that killed Chen Shui?
It's been 5 years, that brick has probably been buried deep in the ground long ago.
Chen Shui, do you know where Chen Peng hid the brick he used to kill you?
Lin Feng rubbed his eyebrows and asked.
I don't know. Chen Shui shook her head. After I died, my soul was directly sucked away by a force. There's no way to know what happened behind it.
That's so. Lin Feng rubbed his temples again. In his mind, he kept thinking about how to find that brick. But, so much time had passed.
Could that brick still have Chen Peng's fingerprints on it?
Liang Long. Lin Feng raised his head again and looked at Chen Shui and said in a deep voice. Chen Shui, in order to find the murder weapon that killed you, I'm casting a spell on you now.
Don't resist in any way.
After casting the spell, your soul will float towards the murder weapon.
You should not put up any resistance.
Good. Chen Shui nodded her head in agreement. Lin Feng pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket. He bit his finger and drew a talisman with his own essence blood. Bastard! Labor crossed into this world to pay off debts. To waste aura like this, when will I be able to ascend again? During the process of drawing the talisman, Lin Feng cursed in his heart.
The talisman was drawn.
Lin Feng started chanting under his breath. Immediately afterward, the yellow talisman flew up from the table and stuck on Chen Shui's body.
Follow that force. Chen Shui nodded,
letting her soul go through the wall. Lin Feng hurriedly ran out the door and followed Chen Shui's soul.
Floating and floating, walking and walking. After walking for over an hour, Chen Shui's soul floated into a house.
Afterwards, Lin Feng pinched his hands and Chen Shui floated out of the yard again.
Feel where the murder weapon that harmed you is?
Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Chen Shui looked down and thought and said, it's in this courtyard, but I don't know exactly where it is.
Then go back in and look for it. The brick that harmed you will make you feel scared.
You go in and look carefully. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he signaled Chen Shui to go into the courtyard again to look. About half an hour had passed. Chen Shui floated out from the courtyard. I didn't find that brick, but I saw a knife. That knife, after I saw it, I couldn't help but tremble and chill all over. Chen Shui said with a palpitating heart. At the sight of that knife, she felt like her soul almost dissipated.
Knife?
Lin Feng was first a bit puzzled,
and then immediately realized. That knife should be the one used to disintegrate Chen Shui's limbs. Where was the knife found?
Lin Feng hurriedly asked.
It was in the water well in the yard. Chen Shui said. Good. Is this Chen Peng's house? If not wrong, this household should be Chen Peng's house. Chen Shui nodded.
Lin Feng gave Chen Shui a word and prepared to send her away.
Wait. I've had a diary before, and on it, I wrote about Chen Peng molesting a child. It might be useful to you. I just don't know if I can find it now.
Before leaving, Chen Shui said. Lin Feng nodded and sent her away. He called Lu Jioli and the others over again.
Captain, was there something found?
Lu Jioli asked with some excitement.
It hadn't even been a day and there was a clue to a headless case.
Well, I went over the case file a few times and found that Chen Shui's previous boyfriend is highly suspicious. I also investigated her boyfriend at first, but nothing was found.
Moreover, Chen Peng was acting very agitated about Chen Shui's death,
because they were about to get married at that time.
Lu Jioli said after thinking about it.
He was the one who led the investigation of this case back then.
Go take another look. Perhaps, there are new discoveries.
Lin Feng didn't deny Lu Jioli's statement.
It's all about human feelings. Knock on the door.
Since Lin Feng said it, he did as he was told. Right now, he was unconditionally trusting Lin Feng's feelings.
Soon, amidst the intense knocking on the door, Chen Peng opened the door.
Comrade police officers, is there something you guys are doing at this big night? Chen Peng was originally still a little sleepy. Upon seeing that the visitors were police officers, he instantly sobered up quite a bit. We want to investigate the case of Chen Shui's murder 5 years ago. We hope you can cooperate.
Lu Jioli said. Comrade Police, do you have any clues? But we must catch the murderer and give Chen Shui justice. Chen Pang was very emotional. If Lin Feng didn't know the inside story, it was likely that he would have been moved by his deep emotion. Yes, there is that little clue, Lin Feng said indifferently. If there's anything I need, I'll definitely cooperate. However, my wife and child are sleeping, you guys have to be gentle. Chen Pang let Lu Jioli and the others into the courtyard, signaling them to keep their voices down. Team Lin, where do we start checking? Lu Jioli looked at Lin Feng. The water well, Lin Feng said indifferently. This time in 04, there were already very few water wells in the city. The water well in Chen Peng's house had been sealed with a millstone, and it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time either. When he heard about checking water wells, Chen Peng instantly had a jolt. Hurriedly said, Comrade Police Officer, our family's water well hasn't been used for years. Besides, what does Chen Shui's death have to do with my family's water well? Lin Feng stared at Chen Peng and walked over to him, then whispered, Chen Shui gave me a dream, saying that you caused him to die. The murder weapon is in the water well. Mr. Policeman, you are a servant of the people, you cannot believe in superstitions. Chen Peng said hurriedly. The corner of Lu Jioli's mouth pulled when he heard Lin Feng's words. Miao, dreaming can be a whole thing. It's too much of a stretch. What are you panicking about? I'm just asking for confirmation. Lin Feng said casually. At this time, the other cadres had already moved the mill on the wellhead. Team Lin, it's too dark now, or we can go down the well tomorrow? It was dark now, and it wouldn't be easy to find something if they went down. If there was still water down the well, they would still need to wear water suits. Lin Feng thought about it and said, no, I'll go down. This little thing, how hard could it be for him? Team Lin, this isn't right. You're from forensics, you haven't had any special training. Going down the well in the dark like this, it's easy for something to happen. Lu Jioli immediately rejected Lin Feng's proposal. It's fine, don't worry. I started swimming when I was born. Going down a well, it's hard to beat me. Lin Feng said with a smile. Under Lin Feng's repeated insistence, Lu Jioli tied a safety rope around him before letting him go down. Dark, dark indeed. Couldn't see a finger. Bite the flashlight in his mouth. Shining down. The water down the well was just below Lin Feng's waist. Team Lin, how's it going? Lu Jioli shouted from above. Safe. There was very little space inside the well, Lin Feng couldn't bend down to look. He also didn't dare to stomp around with his feet, in case he destroyed the clues on the murder weapon, it would be troublesome. Pull me up. Lin Feng shouted. Soon Lu Jioli and the others pulled Lin Feng up. Chen Peng didn't move and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Feng coming out empty-handed. Luckily nothing was found. Before Lu Jioli could say anything, Lin Feng said, I have to go down once more, this time I'm going to go head first. Soon, Lin Feng drilled head first. Chen Peng's face became very ugly at this time. Should he run? The mind was torn. Wouldn't running now be the same as not fighting? What if he went down and couldn't find the knife? Just as Chen Peng was torn, Lin Feng had already reached the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well was full of silt. It wasn't easy to find it all. Lin Feng carefully ruffled the silt. Suddenly, the corner of a plastic bag was found. After a lot of effort, he yanked the entire plastic bag out of the silt. There was indeed a rusty knife inside. Lin Feng hooked the rope with his foot. Lu Jioli's few people hurriedly pulled Lin Feng up. Grab Chen Peng. Just as he reached the well, Lin Feng shouted. Lu Jioli's few people also reacted quickly. In a split second, they had Chen Peng under control. Catch me for what? Chen Peng said hurriedly. Lin Feng placed the rusty knife in front of Chen Peng. Do you recognize this knife? Chen Peng's face turned white and he hurriedly said, I don't recognize it. I don't know why there's a knife at the bottom of my well. Ha! Dead to the world and still stubborn. Lin Feng had Lu Jioli escort Chen Peng back to the Public Security Bureau. Then he sent the kitchen knife to the technical section again. This knife has been at the bottom of the well for 5 years, can you still find fingerprints and blood on it? Lin Feng asked. It's hard to say. Let me check it first and see. Zhao Long put on gloves, carefully placed the knife on the inspection table. It was carefully inspected. An hour later, the results came out. Lin Feng, the DNA lifted from this knife matches Chen Shui's, but no valid fingerprints were taken from the knife. Only half of the fingerprints are usable. Lin Feng thought about it, half of the fingerprints are enough. Take fingerprints for Chen Peng's 10 fingers and send them to the technical section. Soon, Lu Jioli rushed over with Chen Peng's fingerprints. After another long comparison, the half fingerprints on the knife were finally matched with the fingerprints on Chen Peng's right little thumb. It's a perfect match. It could be used as valid evidence. It's okay. Lin Feng's few people walked into the interrogation room with gusto. Chen Pang, can you confess now? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. I confess to what? Comrade police officer, I really was wrongly accused. Chen Peng's emotions became very agitated. He didn't know if there was evidence of his murder found on that knife or not. Chen Pang, the fingerprints taken from this knife match your fingerprints perfectly. You still don't admit it? Lin Feng threw the knife he used to decompose Chen Shui in front of Chen Pang. Comrade police officer, I'm really innocent. I remember, this knife is my family's kitchen knife. One day it suddenly couldn't be found. I don't know what caused it to fall into the well. Ah. Chen Pang cried out in injustice. Ha! Chen Pang, you wouldn't have thought that Chen Shui's DNA was extracted from this knife. You better confess honestly. What made you brutally murder Chen Shui? This time, without Lin Feng opening his mouth, Lu Jioli asked in a cold voice. Ha! Still discovered? Chen Peng's expression suddenly became calm. Killing is killing. She deserves to die. After saying that, no matter how much Lu Jioli asked him, he shut his mouth. Alright, the case can be closed. Lin Feng walked out of the interrogation room. After tossing and turning for almost a night, he was already sleepy. Sure enough, being a police officer was a high-risk profession. Not only would you be victimized by bad people, you would also often stay up late and damage your body. This sleep in the dark. It was a full day and night sleep. Soothing. Lin Feng stretched out. Another beautiful meal. Only then did he go to the office. Team Lin, which case are we investigating today? Although it had only been a day and a night, Lu Jioli felt like ages had passed. He couldn't wait to follow Lin Feng to solve the case. It was like yesterday's incident. The victim told him in a dream? Ghosts believe it. He must have some extraordinary means. It's a shame I didn't follow him. This time, 24 hours, I have to follow him front and back. I'll take a look first. There are dozens of unsolved cases. Flip to whichever one counts. Pulled out a random dossier and read it. 1998, 822 incineration case. Location, Dumo Village, Hatsai County, the deceased is female, name unknown, time of death unknown. The cause of death was blood loss from cutting the carotid artery with a sharp instrument. When she was found, her whole body was burnt. The face was completely disfigured. No footprints or clues were found around the scene. There was no information about the deceased. After a citywide search, the deceased could not be identified. It most likely belonged to someone from another urban area. Old Lu, where is the body in this case? Lin Feng called Lu Jioli over. It should still be at the local funeral parlor. Lu Jioli said after thinking about it. Cases like this one that hadn't been solved and the body hadn't been claimed would usually be thrown in the funeral parlor for a few years. Good. Let's go to the funeral parlor in Hikai County to take a look. Making up his mind, Lin Feng followed Lu Jioli and a few people quickly arrived at the Hikai County funeral parlor. After going through a series of formalities, Lin Feng saw the body that had been burned into a dry corpse. All over the body, it was dried up and tanned. Which team was out at the scene? Lin Feng asked. It was the team I led. Lu Jioli scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Nothing was found at the scene? Lu Jioli nodded. Just this corpse was found. Because there was a heavy rain at the time. The footprints and such at the scene were destroyed a long time ago. The location should be the scene of the body dumping, not the first scene. Lu Jioli said. At that time, we launched a sweep of 10 kilometers on the side. Also did not get the slightest clue. At that time, a notice of concurrence was also posted in the city. There was no one to report and provide clues. Lin Feng stroked his chin. It's really hard to figure out. Yeah, so much time has passed, the murderer would have long since gotten away with it somewhere. Lu Jioli also lamented. Alright, let's go back first. I'll study this case and decide what to do next. Lin Feng said after thinking about it. There wasn't much else to do. There was only to invoke the soul and raise the corpse while there was no one else to do it. Okay. After going back, Lu Jioli had been following Lin Feng backwards and forwards, just to see what methods to use to work on the case. Old Lu, are you alright? Lin Feng was numb. There's a follower in front of him and behind him. Even when he goes to the toilet, Lu Jioli goes with him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? Old Lu, what the hell do you want? Lin Feng was a bit mad. Why did this guy suddenly feel so much like Zhou Xiaoman? She's annoying. Ha, it's nothing. Lu Jioli smiled awkwardly. It's fine, what are you following me all the time for? I'm telling you, my orientation is pretty normal. Lin Feng said with disgust. Lin Feng, don't think too much. I'm following you because I want to steal lessons from the same. Want to know how you solved the case? Lu Jiuli was afraid that Lin Feng would think he was a pervert and hurriedly said, stealing a master, what's there to steal? You can't learn from the way I handle cases. Lin Feng laughed in his heart. Unless you can also make corpses talk. For what? Team Lin, don't be so petty. With your ability, sooner or later you'll be valued by the leaders of the provincial department. When you're gone, the safety of the 20 million people in Jianghe City will depend on me. So teach me. Lu Jiuli looked at Lin Feng with a longing face. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I really don't have the means to hand it over. Fine, as long as you don't follow me. If I really have to leave one day, I'll teach you. Lin Feng coped first. As for going to the provincial hall, he wouldn't have thought about it. Alright, don't forget when the time comes, otherwise I'll follow you all the time. Lu Jiuli was as happy as a 420-month-old baby. This guy, why is he so naive? Lin Feng was a bit ridiculous. These people were really kind of cute. Finally getting rid of Lu Jiuli, Lin Feng took a taxi by himself and went to the Yikai County funeral parlor. Little dry corpse, I'm coming. Lin Feng sneaked into the funeral parlor, wanting to go and talk to the corpse. Who knows, the doors were locked. He couldn't get in at all. What the hell? He hadn't realized that he didn't know how to unlock the door. Snap! Just as Lin Feng was pondering how to get in, a palm suddenly slapped on Lin Feng's shoulder. Oh, exempt! Lin Feng jumped in fright. This big night, do you want to scare someone to death? Lin Feng turned around and was about to see which bastard was scaring him. A voice entered his ears. Team Lin, I knew you weren't honest. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, sneaking around by yourself to investigate a case. The person who came was no one else but Lu Jiuli. Old Lu, your damn big night not go home to accompany his wife and children, follow me to do wool. A big word of convince appeared on Lin Feng's head. This world is too crazy. How come the people I met are so stubborn one by two? How am I supposed to invoke souls and raise corpses? In order to save a little bit of aura, is it easy for him to take a taxi in the middle of the night and run this far? And he's still following me. What am I supposed to do? It's fine, I'm fine to go home for 10 days and a half months for the sake of the case. My wife won't mind. Lu Jiuli laughed. Bah! Your wife doesn't mind, but I do. Please be a human being. Old Lu, you can't do this. All 30-something old men, can't you pay attention to your body? Staying up all night ages you. Hurry up and get back to bed. Lin Feng said in a good-natured manner. I've come all the way here, it's not that bad for one night. Besides, you still have the nerve to say that staying up all night makes people age. Who was it that gripped me up in the middle of the night yesterday? The more Lin Feng said this, the more Lu Jiuli felt that he must have some secret to hide from himself. He followed it himself. Okay, you're good. You're bullish, I'm convinced. Since you're here, then contact the people from the funeral parlor. Let's bring the body back. Bring it back to our city council for a proper inspection. Lin Feng was really going to collapse. Had I known this, wouldn't he smell good if he honestly slept under the covers? Team Lin, who are you asking me to contact in the middle of the night? To transport the body back, we'll have to wait until after dawn. Lu Jiuli took out his cell phone and suddenly thought that it was the middle of the night. It's not appropriate to contact anyone. Alright, then let's wait here until dawn. Lin Feng sat on his butt. Lu Jiuli was a bit embarrassed. Big brother, are you serious about waiting here until dawn? The temperature in the funeral parlor was always a few degrees lower than outside. It's autumn again now. Want to freeze me to death? Or do you want to feed the mosquitoes? Team Lin, why don't I go find a hotel and get a room? Get a room? Are you a woman? And open a room. Lin Feng turned his back and ignored him. Seeing this, Lu Jiuli also stopped talking. Squatting next to Lin Feng, he barred his cigarette. Team Lin, so many mosquitoes, can you sleep here? Let's go to a hotel. Squatting for half an hour. Lu Jiuli's exposed flesh and not exposed flesh has been bitten by more than 20 big bags. He was really somewhat unable to stand it. But what responded to him was Lin Feng's snoring. At dawn, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Glancing at Lu Jiuli, he realized that his face was almost impossible to look at. It was full of lumps. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to say, what a waste of a night. Otherwise, he would probably be on his way to catch the murderer by now. Old Lu, wake up, the sun is on your ass. Lin Feng shook Lu Jiuli. Lu Jiuli struggled to open his eyes. It wasn't his fault, yesterday was a night of catching mosquitoes. In the end, he was so sleepy that he barely managed to fall asleep. It's dawn, time to work. Lin Feng got up and moved his muscles. Good. Lu Jiuli said with some hysteria. Soon after,
people from the funeral parlor and the Hikai County Public Security Bureau came. After a series of formalities to confirm, the staff of the funeral parlor sent this dry body to the city council morgue.
Another murder case?
The oldest man guarding the morgue asked with a grave expression. No, this is a case from 6 years ago.
Pull it back and examine it properly again, Lin Feng said. Oh. The boss nodded without saying anything else. Team Lin, where do we start inspecting now? Lu Jioli desperately wanted to know what Lin Feng would do next.
I'll take a look first. Lin Feng pretended to walk around the dry corpse a few times. Every now and then, he fiddled with his hand.
Alright, go back first. Too sleepy, I need to catch up on my sleep. Lin Feng couldn't pretend anymore. Catch up on sleep? You're still sleepy?
I slept like a dead pig last night.
Rather, it's true that I have to catch up on my sleep.
Lu Jioli spat in his heart. This guy must be trying to lure himself away.
Forget it. Since he really doesn't want to teach me, then he won't force himself. Lu Jioli nodded and said cooperatively, yeah, too sleepy. Better go back and catch up on your sleep first. Lin Feng gave him a knowing look. One sleep until dark.
Lin Feng stretched and casually ate some leftovers.
How nice it would be if there was takeout at this time. Coming to the morgue,
Lin Feng began to invoke his soul. Unbeknownst to him, while he was sleeping, Lu Jioli had already secretly installed surveillance here.
Lu Jioli will be in front of the monitor screen, huffing and puffing. After a series of operations by Lin Feng, the dry body sat up with a bang. Looking for me, Gahaya? The dry corpse didn't wonder why it woke up. At the first sight of Lin Feng, it directly opened its mouth and asked, "How did you die?"
Lin Feng didn't bullshit and asked directly.
"What's the point of asking? Of course you were killed."
The woman's dry corpse gave Lin Feng a blank look.
Unfortunately, she didn't have any eyes at all. So Lin Feng couldn't see it. If he had seen it, he would have rewarded her with a big pussy bucket. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What kind of a superb character did this meow invite up?
What's wrong, big brother?
Not happy?
The female corpse said and also reached out to pat Lin Feng's shoulder. It was very social.
Shut up, I'm not your big brother.
Lin Feng was furious and laughed. Every year, there's something special, but this year, there's a lot of them.
What is all this? Who are you? What's your name? Who killed you?
Lin Feng directly came to a soul 3 consecutive questions.
I'm Beilongjiang, I'm Hitsuewa. Who killed me? Killed by a running buddy? Who else? What? I've been dead for so many years, and the case hasn't been solved yet?
It's not that I'm saying, your efficiency in handling cases is also too crotch. The female corpse was like turning on the clatter.
Gaga said. Lin Feng was all a bit headstrong. Extreme. He really wanted to give up this case and send this female away. It was too torturous. Who's your running buddy? Where is he from? Why did he kill you?
Lin Feng resisted the idea of killing the corpse and asked hurriedly.
Just your drop here.
The two of us worked part-time to recognize the drop.
Then it got good. He lied to me that he didn't get married in his hometown.
So he brought me here. Who knows this bastard thing lied to me.
Not only is he married, he has 2 kids.
I had a fight with him, scratched his face, and told him to get a divorce. Who knew that he would directly lay his hands on me and fuck me to death?
Hitsuehua quacked. What's his name?
Which village in Hikai County is it? Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted her and asked. Called Zhang Shanglin. Which village? I forgot. It's been too long after all. The female corpse pondered for half a day before slowly speaking. What did he look like?
Any special markings? It was impossible to find someone based on a name alone. There were too many people with the same name.
Well, not too tall, around 1 meter 6'7", quite thin and strong at that time. I don't know how it is now.
Hitsuehua said.
By the way, he also has a butterfly tattooed on his left hand where the tiger's mouth is.
That's all I know. Is there anything else? Nothing. I have to go down to play cards.
Hitsuehua was a bit impatient. Playing cards was getting excited. Who knew that he would suddenly be pulled up? Lin Feng tried to control his hands. At this time, Lu Jioli on the monitor display suddenly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him almost made him faint from fear.
The female corpse had actually sat up. It seemed like it was still communicating with Lin Feng. Nima, am I blind? Vigorously rubbing his eyes. Opening them again, the female corpse was still sitting there. Wow, Mom, I've grown. I actually saw the corpse sitting up and talking. Lu Jioli got up violently and ran furiously all the way towards the morgue. Just as he was about to run to the front door,
Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was a small camera in the corner of the morgue.
Oh no! Lin Feng's heart snapped. He was afraid that he was going to be exposed. Damn it, there wasn't a camera in this morgue before. How come there was one now? He hurriedly sent the female corpse away. Bang!
The moment the female corpse had just laid down, Lu Jioli pushed the door and broke in.
Hey! Team Lin, I've finally discovered your secret. You can actually make corpses talk. Say, are you some kind of demon turned monster?
Lu Jioli's eyes were filled with fire. Seeing Lin Feng was like seeing a woman without clothes.
Old Lu, what kind of dream did you have in the middle of the night?
What the hell's letting a female corpse get up and talk?
You're sleep demonized.
Lin Feng said with a stern face. It turned out to be the camera that this dog coin had installed.
Team Lin, you still won't admit it.
Go, I'll take you to see the surveillance replay.
Lu Jioli pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave.
Yes, Lin Feng was being pulled by Lu Jioli. In his head, he had been thinking about how to get this over with. Team Lin, I finally realized why you didn't teach me how to solve cases.
So you damn well aren't a person.
The more Lu Jioli thought about it, the more excited he became.
Little bastard, your secret is still known to me. You're not a person. How can you say this in such an unpleasant way? It doesn't matter if I'm not human, but you really aren't. Lu Jioli kept giggling. Soon, the two of them arrived at Lu Jioli's dormitory.
The display screen was clearly the image of the morgue.
The clarity was quite high.
Under Lu Jioli's manipulation, the screen came to the moment when Lin Feng had just walked into the morgue. From the invocation, the conversation to Lu Jioli breaking in.
What else is there to explain? Lu Jioli looked at Lin Feng with a villainous look. Let me take a look.
Lin Feng leaned forward and took advantage of Lu Jioli turning around and slashed him in the neck with a hand knife.
Lu Jioli directly fainted. Since you found out my secret, don't blame me for being rude.
Lin Feng first took away the surveillance's memory card. Then he cast an oblivion spell on Lu Jioli. But I don't know if it can make him forget or not.
Because the previous incident with Qin Xinyan was right here.
After doing all this, Lin Feng left.
The next day,
Lu Jioli woke up leisurely. He only felt that his head was groggy.
Lin Feng, you damn well aren't human. Surprisingly, you even knocked me out. Obviously Lin Feng's forgetting spell was a fake. Lu Jioli hadn't forgotten anything at all.
I blanch, where's my storage card?
It must have been taken away by Lin Feng.
Lu Jioli ran to find Lin Feng with gusto.
Lin Feng, you're really not human. How dare you sneak up on me?
Where's my storage card?
Hand it over to me.
As soon as he entered, Lu Jioli shouted.
Nima. The oblivion spell given by Master in his last life was a fake, right? Why doesn't it work anymore? What did you say? I can't understand. What memory card, did I take it?
In order to prevent himself from speaking out of turn, Lin Feng directly played dumb.
Fine, play it that way right.
Believe it or not, I'm going to stir up the matter of you letting the corpse talk right now.
Lu Jioli gritted his teeth and said, Go ahead, I'll see who can believe what you say.
Lin Feng said with an air of a dead pig.
Let's see if they believe you're crazy, or if they believe I'll make a corpse talk. A breath stuck in Lu Jioli's throat. This little bastard. Just bullying me for not having evidence, right? Fine, don't let me catch a hold of you. Otherwise I'll let the whole bureau know that you're not human.
Old Lu, I know you've been too tired lately.
Why don't you go home and rest for a few days? Don't just think about useless things every day.
Lin Feng said calmly.
In terms of bullshit, who could compare to him? Lin Feng, don't go too far. I'm tired my ass tired. I can keep my mouth shut, but you have to teach me? Well, Lu Jioli's eyes turned fiery once again. Yay for making corpses talk. How amazing. No wonder Lin Feng's crime-solving rate is so high. If I knew this, there would be no case in the country that I couldn't solve. What are you learning to learn? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Lin Feng was really afraid that Lu Jioli, this old imbi, had a tape recorder in his pocket.
Okay, you're tough. Let's ride a donkey and see what happens. Lu Jioli huffed and went out.
Old Lu, notify our team to gather.
There's work to be done.
Lin Feng shouted towards his back.
Lu Jioli turned around and folded back, saying angrily, I knew it.
That corpse yesterday told you who the murderer was, didn't it? Lin Feng blinked.
Didn't admit it, didn't object either. I'll go inform someone.
Lu Jioli turned around and left, really afraid that if he walked slowly, he wouldn't be able to resist strangling this bitch.
Soon, the task force was assembled.
Together with Lin Feng there were a total of 8 people.
Team leader Lin, where are we going to arrest someone now? Lu Jioli said with a squeeze. Lin Feng, catch a hare. Go to Hekai County, find me anyone named Zhang Shenglin. This matter can't leak out, don't let the suspects get the news and run away.
Lin Feng said slowly.
What? There's still a need to line up, ah? Lu Jioli was a bit depressed. Shouldn't he click to find the murderer and then have him click to confess?
Or else, Lin Feng said in a good-natured manner. Soon they arrived at the Hikai County Public Security Bureau.
Have all the household registers in your county been entered into the Household Register Information Network?
Lin Feng's few people went straight to the household registration section. All those who came for household registration after 2000 have been entered. Those before that, not yet. Li Xiaoyong, the head of the household registration section of the Hikai County Public Security Bureau, said.
Look up a man named Zhang Shenglin, probably around 45 years old.
Lin Feng said.
Okay, wait a moment.
Li Xiaoyong sat down in front of the computer and started searching. After 10 minutes or so, Li Xiaolong looked at the big head display and said, there are a total of 109 people named Zhang Shenglin in the entire county that are now entered in the database.
There are 12 who are around 45 years old. 12 people. Let's hope there's that murderer in here. Give me the addresses of these people.
Li Xiaoyong quickly wrote their home addresses on a piece of paper.
Go!
Lin Feng led the men away in a flurry of wind. He quickly found one called Zhang Shenglin.
This person was tall and didn't have any tattoos on his hands. Direct exclusion. Second exclusion. The 10th excluded.
After walking for a whole day, finding 10 people was not it.
Team Leader Lin, are there any of these people you're looking for?
These people were a little tired. After a whole day, just a little rest for a few minutes during lunch.
No.
Lin Feng shook his head and said.
There's still the last 2. If there aren't any yet, it'll be troublesome.
He soon found the remaining 2 people called Zhang Shenglin, but unfortunately their physical features didn't match the ones provided by He Tsuehua.
What should be done about this?
The Zhang Shenglin to be found wasn't even in the household register.
A county-wide search would be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Lin Feng was scratching his head a bit. The information provided by that tiger bitch was too vague. It would be good if it was more precise.
Go back, next plan, tomorrow.
Looking at the tired looks of the crowd, Lin Feng said helplessly.
This day was considered a waste of time.
At night, Lin Feng once again came to the morgue.
This time, he grew an eye. First, he looked around to see if there were any cameras or anything like that. After realizing that everything was normal, he started the invocation again.
Little old me, what are you doing again? The female corpse said with some impatience.
Next time weeding, can I say hello in advance? I'm about to touch myself.
Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If he could, he really didn't want to recruit this tiger bitch up.
Think about it and give me some more accurate information. Don't you want that man to go down and accompany you?
Lin Feng said.
Let him come down to accompany me?
But pull back. Seeing him makes me want to kill him. The female corpse's dark mouth was open and closed.
Cut the crap and think fast. Is there anything left out yet?
Lin Feng had a bit of a headache.
Special meow.
What was this called?
The female corpse fell into deep thought, as if she was seriously thinking.
After a while, Lin Feng saw that she didn't say anything, so he stretched out his finger and poked at her.
Big sister how's it going?
Oh, sorry, I was too sleepy just now, I accidentally fell asleep.
Snap. Uncle can tolerate it, and can't.
Lin Feng slapped a palm thunderbolt on the female corpse's head. It directly slapped her from the bed to the floor.
Why are you doing this? Why did you hit me? The female corpse froze and said, I'll give you another chance.
Think carefully, there are no clues missing. If you don't give me any more clues, I'll make you fall apart and you won't even be a ghost. Lin Feng's voice was cold to the core. There were also a few arcs of electricity flashing in his palms from time to time.
Don't. I want to immediately.
The female corpse crawled up from the ground.
Oh, right.
That village of theirs seems to be called Zhang Village. The whole village is basically surnamed Zhang.
The female corpse looked at the arc of electricity in Lin Feng's hand and said shakily, climb onto the bed and roll yourself.
The female corpse consumed Lin Feng's patience.
Alright I'll roll right away.
The female corpse lay on the bed and Lin Feng sent her away with a wave of his hand.
Zhang Village. Zhang Shenglin.
Lin Feng silently memorized it.
Then he went back to sleep.
The next day, Lin Feng and the others appeared in Hikai County again.
Team Lin, did you find anything new today?
Lu Jioli asked. He felt that he didn't go straight to the murderer yesterday just to confuse him. In fact, Lin Feng, the hanging hair, already knew who the murderer was. Yes, go to a village called Zhang Village.
The murderer is there.
Lin Feng said directly.
I knew it. You damn well already know who the murderer is.
Lu Jioli's conversation with Lin Feng made the other members of the team a bit frozen,
cloudy and confused. Was team leader Lin so godlike, knowing who the murderer was with ease? Soon, the crowd arrived at Zhang Village.
Excuse me, where is the Zhang Shenglin family in your village?
Lin Feng asked the old man at the entrance of the village. Zhang Shanglin? We don't seem to have this person in our village, the old man said after thinking about it. There's no such person? Lin Feng's face was a little ironic. Waiting for the night to recruit that tiger bitch over. I'll have to use purple thunder to split her apart. How come there isn't this person nah? Are you senile? The old man next to him hurriedly said. Is there this person? The old man Lin Feng had just asked said. Zhang Shanglin Shaolinzi, isn't he the oldest son of Lao Qi's family? The grandpa next to him said. You're confused, the oldest son of Lao Qi's family isn't called Zhang Shanglin. It's called Zhang Shangtai, you forgot? Under his eyes, the oldest man next to him came to a realization. Oh, right, his name is Zhang Shangtai, my name is Zhang Shanglin, it's my fault for remembering. Lin Feng looked at these two people's demeanor, there was definitely something wrong. Zhang Shanglin was definitely from their village. Alright, gents, let's go into the village and take a look then. Lin Feng led the crowd into the village. You're really confused, didn't Xiao Linzi tell us? If anyone comes looking for him, just say there's no such person. The two old men muttered behind them. When they entered the village, Lin Feng's few people asked a few more random people, but they all said that the village didn't have anyone called Zhang Shanglin. Team leader Lin, it seems like there's something fishy going on here. That kid definitely had preparations in advance. Lu Jioli said with a sullen face. Well, don't panic, big deal, let's go door to door. This village isn't that big anyway, it's only about 100 households. Lin Feng said indifferently. Good. At this time, a group of people came towards them. What are you guys doing? The person leading the group asked. We're from the Jianghe City Public Security Bureau, here to investigate a case. Is there anyone named Zhang Shanglin in your village? You are? Lu Jioli looked at the dozen or so people looking at them menacingly. His brows were furrowed. They were wearing police uniforms. I'm the village chief of this village. Where are your documents? Village Chief Zhang Maokai asked. Lu Jioli took out his documents for him to look at. There is no one named Zhang Shanglin in our village, are you guys mistaken? Zhang Maokai said slowly. Yes, it's possible that we're mistaken. Just as Lu Jioli was about to speak, Lin Feng tugged at him and said. Then we'll take our leave first. Lin Feng pulled the uncertain Lu Jioli and left the village. Team leader Lin, what is this for? At a glance, there's something wrong with the people in their village. Why don't you investigate properly? Lu Jioli asked with an eager face. This group of people were really behaving too abnormally. Just because there's something wrong with this group of people, so if we continue to investigate, we won't be able to find out anything. Now Zhang Shanglin must have gotten the news. Without any surprises, he'll definitely escape. Lin Feng said slowly. You mean we set up an ambush near the village? If someone is going to run away, we can catch him. Lu Jioli suddenly realized. Lin Feng nodded. Yes and no. If Zhang Shanglin was bold, he wouldn't necessarily run away. Shanglin, a police officer is here to see you. What exactly did you commit? Zhang Village, Zhang Shanglin's house. Zhang Maokai sat across from Zhang Shanglin and asked. It's nothing, uncle. 2 years ago I was working out of town and injured a man. Probably wanted me to pay for the damages. Zhang Shanglin said without panic. It doesn't matter if you injure a person. Just don't add to the chaos in the village. Zhang Maokai left these words and left. Zhang Songlin's face was cloudy. I didn't expect to find me again after 6 years? Could it be that the police have already found out that I did it? At that time, there were no clues left behind. No, I can't stay in the village any longer. I have to go out and hide first. Make up your mind, Zhang Shanglin told his wife and children. Said he was going to work abroad. He won't be able to come back for a short time. If anyone comes looking for him, just say there is no such person as Zhang Shanglin. He simply packed up his parcels. Waiting until after dark, Zhang Shanglin sneaked out of the village. With this group of stupid cops, they still want to arrest me? Dream on. Zhang Shanglin looked around the village entrance and didn't find anything wrong. So he walked outward in a big way. Team leader Lin, it seems like someone has come out. Not far from the village entrance, Lin Feng's few people were hiding behind a big tree. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Shanglin. His height was below 1.7 meters. It should be him. Action. With Lin Feng's order, the crowd rushed towards Zhang Shanglin. Looking at the group of people rushing towards him, Zhang Shanglin turned around and ran back. Stop! Lu Jioli bellowed. Lin Feng directly increased his horsepower and rushed to Zhang Shanglin's side. He kicked him in the ass. Zhang Shanglin, right. Lin Feng said as he pressed his head. You guys are mistaken, I'm not Zhang Shanglin. Zhang Shanglin became unusually calm at this moment. Still not admitting it, right? Wait until the bureau, then I'll refresh your memory. Take away. Zhang Shenglin was escorted into the police car. He was soon brought to the Yikai County Public Security Bureau. Interrogation room. Comrade police officers, what are you arresting me for? It's not like I've done anything wrong. Zhang Shenglin said with an aggrieved face. Didn't make any mistakes. Then what do you want to go for in the middle of the night with your luggage? Don't tell me you're going on a trip. Lu Jioli said with a sullen face. I have an old man and a young man. I have to go out to earn money. Zhang Shenglin said. Go out to earn money? Going out in the middle of the night? Lu Jioli really wanted to give him a few big mouths. You always answer me a few questions. The dry police next to Lu Jioli prepared the registration form. Name, age, ID number, say it.
My name is Zhang Shengtai, 43 years old, ID number.
By the way, my ID card is in the bag. If you don't believe me, you can take a look.
Zhang Shenglin raised his finger and pointed to the bag next to him.
Lu Jioli got up, opened his bag and took out his ID card. The name Zhang Shengtai was written on it. Team leader Lin, look. Lu Jioli handed the ID card to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng glanced at the ID card and sneered. A few years ago, the household registration management was rather chaotic, so if you spend some money and find some connections, you can change your identity information.
Zhang Chenglin just admit it, the incineration case 6 years ago was done by you. Comrade police, what incineration case? I don't know at all. You can't wrongly accuse people like this nah. Zhang Shenglin said with a panicked face.
But in his heart he was sneering. After burning that woman 6 years ago, he handled it very cleanly. A heavy rain from the heavens had also helped him a lot. And while the police were investigating and taking evidence around, he was watching from the side and didn't find anything useful at all.
The deceased is He Tsuehua, your date when you were working abroad.
The deceased came to Yikai County with you and found out that you were married and had a child. She then made trouble to get you divorced, then you killed her in a rage, and took the body to the hills behind Tang village to burn it.
Am I right?
Lin Feng said with a deadly stare at Zhang Shenglin. Zhang Shenglin's face became a little ugly. He didn't expect that this cop in front of him would know so much about the process of his murder.
Could it be that he had evidence? It was unlikely.
If there was evidence, he wouldn't be wasting his breath interrogating me here. What he said about the process of the crime should be what he reasoned out.
Can't admit it. Fellow police officer, I don't even understand what you're talking about. You say I'm a murderer, do you have proof?
Besides, I'm not the Zhang Shenglin you're looking for at all.
Zhang Shenglin refused to admit it.
Team leader, look at him not telling the truth.
What to do?
Lu Jioli looked at Lin Feng a few times. Those little eyes were as obscene as they could be.
Use the great memory recovery technique on him for a bit.
Lin Feng said indifferently. The person in front of him was already solidly a murderer.
Since he wouldn't admit it, let's help him recover his memory first.
Under the crackling, Zhang Shenglin still bit down on his words. Just won't admit that he is Zhang Shenglin. Team leader, the great memory recovery technique has also been used, and it seems to be useless.
Hurry up and use your method. Lu Jioli had an expectant look on his face.
He had long wondered.
Those prisoners before didn't work no matter how much they interrogated them.
The moment Lin Feng made a move, they were able to give an account obediently. Without using a special method that was impossible.
What method can I have?
Lin Feng threw down a sentence and turned around to go out.
The yellow talisman didn't cost anything, he drew it himself.
Lin Feng reassured himself. Carrying a cup of water, he incorporated the yellow talisman into the water and carried it into the interrogation room.
Old Lu, look at what kind of beating you've given people. Quickly give someone some water.
Lin Feng handed the cup of water to Lu Jioli.
Lu Jioli was unsure, but he still fed the water into Zhang Shenglin's mouth. Help him up.
Lin Feng had someone help Zhang Shenglin to the interrogation chair again.
What's your name? Give an honest account.
Or else we'll cast another spell on you, our great memory recovery technique. Lin Feng said coldly.
My name is Zhang Shenglin.
Zhang Shenglin said slowly.
Recanted. He recanted. Lu Jioli said with an excited face, looking at the paper cup in his hand. Nima, this is a listening drug in the water? This is not allowed. Did you do the incineration case in Tang village 6 years ago?
Lin Feng asked indifferently.
I did it.
That bitch still wanted me to marry him, how could she? I slashed at his neck with a knife in a fit of anger. I didn't mean to kill her, it was just to scare her at the time.
Know how she died. Then I dragged him to the back of Tang village as soon as I could.
Burned her with prepared diesel fuel.
Zhang Shenglin said with a pained expression. What about that woman's things? And where did you throw the murder weapon you used to kill her?
Lin Feng continued to ask.
Thrown into the moat. Zhang Shenglin answered honestly.
Take us to identify the place where you threw the murder weapon.
With that, Lin Feng's men took Zhang Shanglin and went to the moat.
At the time, because I was nervous, I probably remember throwing it around here.
Zhang Shanglin brought to a place in the moat and said,
Old Lu, you tell Hikai County to send 2 frogmen down to salvage it. Soon, the frogmen arranged by Hikai County Public Security Bureau arrived at the scene. After a day of total salvage, the murder weapon was not salvaged either.
Group leader, is not this guy deliberately fooled us? Lu Jioli asked.
He felt that Lin Feng should have a way to find the murder weapon easily.
Just like the last time he found the murder weapon under the water well.
It shouldn't have fooled us.
This is the moat is living water.
The murder weapon that was thrown in 6 years ago will definitely move its position after being washed by the water. So have the frogmen increase their search.
Keep looking in the direction of the water flow. Good. After another day of salvaging.
Finally, the murder weapon as well as the victim's documents were found at the location identified by Zhang Shanglin, 1 mile to the south. The incineration case that had been buried for 6 years was finally solved.
Director, let me tell you. This Lin Feng kid is evil. Do you know how this case was solved?
It was Lin Feng who made that dry body get up and say it himself. Zhao Lidong's office. Lu Jioli chattered on. And Zhao Lidong's eyes were looking at him like he was looking at a second idiot.
Lu Jioli, it's already the 21st century.
Why are you still godly and pretending to be a ghost called believe in science you know? You said he let the corpse up to talk. Do you have any evidence?
We as police officers, everything we say must have evidence, you know? Alas,
Lin Feng was really right.
No one believed what he said at all. That's all.
I don't care if I believe it or not, I just need to know for myself anyway.
Team leader, next, what case are we looking at?
Leaving Zhao Lidong's office, Lu Jioli came directly to Lin Feng again.
I don't want to watch it today, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Lin Feng wanted to be lazy.
Too damn tired.
Had to catch up on some sleep or else he should die suddenly.
Don't, we're having a good time, how can we just stop? Let's continue, okay? Lu Jioli really wanted to get angry with Lin Feng.
The case is being investigated slowly, why are you panicking?
That's it, I'm going back to bed.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he slapped his ass and left, returning to the one-room house that Zhao Lidong had arranged for him.
Drilled into the quilt and was about to huff and puff. But after tossing and turning, he just couldn't sleep.
I don't know how that Qin Xingyan bitch is doing.
Slightly sighing.
It's been a few days now, and not a single phone call has come.
Was it possible that he had gone too far at that time? Meanwhile, Zhangbei Province, Zhangbei City.
Qin Shangyan stayed in her room for several days already without going out.
Xiaoyan, why are you so bitter? That one called Lin Feng, we've also investigated him clearly.
Although he's a bit of a crime solver, he doesn't deserve you at all.
You and him are really not a good match.
At the entrance of Qin Xingyan's house, her mother said anxiously with tears in her eyes.
Ever since getting Qin Xingyan home,
she had never left the door of her room again.
Basically not eating 2 mouthfuls of rice every day.
The entire person was visibly quite haggard. You're the ones who let me go to 5 Rivers County to exercise.
And now you're making me come back.
What kind of society is it now that you guys still have arranged marriages?
Unless I die, I won't marry. Qin Xingyan's voice was icy cold.
She hated Guoru a few more points. All of this was caused by Guoru. A few years ago, she had gotten into the provincial public security department with her own skills. But when the list was finally announced, his name became Guoru. She stole her own job, not to mention. Now she was going to spoil her happiness. Leave her alone, how old and still so capricious. I'd like to see if she can starve herself to death or not.
Qin's father yelled from the living room. Lin Feng, haven't seen you in days, are you alright? Qin Xingyan's eyes were filled with tears.
Her own phone had been confiscated. She was a high-strung woman, but also a woman who was dedicated to her feelings.
Not to love was not to love.
Once one fell in love, they would fall deep into the mire and could not pull themselves out.
Ma da.
Lin Feng lay on the bed and recited the clear heart technique a dozen times.
There wasn't much invocation.
The heart had been irritated.
Qin Xingyan's face always appeared in his mind. Maybe this is the red dust calamity that Master said back then.
No wonder Master said that when he himself ascended in the first place.
If you don't break the red dust calamity, you can't ascend.
Lin Feng sighed slightly. Back then, he himself had asked his master what a red dust calamity was. His master said, a red dust robbery is when you meet a woman who makes you think about her night and day, and who makes your heart die in the end.
Then, it is the time to break your red dust hijack and ascend. Irritation.
Lin Feng shook off the thoughts in his head. In his last life, he had been taken to the mountains by his master to cultivate at the age of 10.
There was no chance to touch a woman at all. At most, he swiped Douyin or read novels and imagined a bit about women. After crossing over, the first woman he saw was Qin Xingyan. The inexplicable feeling in his heart really can't be described. Love at first sight? Maybe. But when the other party did not believe in himself, he felt aggrieved. Do not want to take care of her. Alas! Let's make a phone call. Thinking about it, Lin Feng still dialed Qin Xingyan's phone. Hello? On hearing that the voice coming from the phone was a man, he thumped in his heart. Could it be that she had a boyfriend? Isn't this Qin Xingyan's phone? Lin Feng's voice was a little lost. You're Lin Feng? Qin's father's voice suddenly turned cold. Who are you? Where's Xiaoyan? The other party actually knew about himself, which made Lin Feng a little confused. Xiaoyan is what you called her. I'm her father. Xiaoyan will be getting married soon. Don't call her again in the future. Qin's father directly hung up the phone after saying that. What? She's getting married? Lin Feng froze for a long time as he looked at the phone. He couldn't believe that Qin Xingyan was getting married so soon. It's just a matter of time. Lin Feng couldn't sleep anymore, so he simply got up and went to look at the case file. Hello, it's me, Qin Haitian. Director Qin, what's your business? Zhao Lidong asked hurriedly. Qin Haitian was the deputy director of the provincial department. He didn't dare to be negligent. Southwest City has been very rampant with drug dealers lately. I've heard that there's a newcomer named Lin Feng in your city bureau recently who's very good at handling cases. Also a forensic scientist. It just so happens that I'm looking for someone to infiltrate the drug dealers. It feels like he's a good fit. The transfer order will arrive tomorrow. I'll give you a heads up in advance. Qin Haitian said stoically. Leader, letting Lin Feng penetrate inside the drug cartel? Will he be in danger? With his abilities, if something happens, it's a loss for our public security system. Zhao Lidong heard about letting Lin Feng go undercover. He was anxious in his heart. It wasn't easy to have such an outstanding soldier under his hand. To let him go and do such a dangerous job. There is some danger. However, my plan is to put a long line to catch a big fish. Let him slowly penetrate the enemy's interior, then annihilate them in one fell swoop. So, relatively speaking, the danger factor isn't very high. Besides, have we sacrificed fewer comrades on the road to fighting drug dealers? Those of us who are police officers should always be prepared to donate our lives for the country and the people. Qin Haitian said slowly. Through his investigation, he felt that this young man Lin Feng was very spiritual. Letting him go undercover might have unexpected rewards. Okay leader, I know. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Lidong looked at his phone and sighed straight away. He didn't want Lin Feng to go to such a dangerous place at all. But he couldn't stop it. Old Qin, what are you doing? Are you really letting that youngster go to his death? Do you really want to force Xiaoyan to die? Qin's mother said with an anxious face. A woman's opinion. The Southwest City drug cartel is too huge. If this little guy called Lin Feng can really help solve the case, when he comes back, I can transfer him into the provincial office in name only. In this way, Xiaoyan isn't too aggrieved if she follows him in the future. Qin Haitian said slowly. Then what if he dies at the hands of a drug dealer? Qin mother was still worried. She knew her daughter's temperament well. As long as something was recognized, it would never change. If Lin Feng died in the hands of a drug dealer, letting her know that it was all caused by Qin Haitian. At that time, Qin Xingyan would definitely not be able to accept it and commit suicide. Die at the hands of a drug dealer? Unlikely. I think that little guy is very spiritual. What Qin Haitian was holding in his hand was precisely Lin Feng's information. From birth, to work. And from second-rate to master crime solver. It was very detailed. Lin Feng, who was the person in question, sat in his office and looked through the dossier. But he couldn't read a single word. The mind is all about Qin Xingyan getting married. Could it be that this woman, really which one is my destiny? Xiao still reading the case file? Gotta remember to rest more. Zhao Lidong walked in. Bureau Zhao, what's up? Lin Feng said indifferently. This guy looking for himself, nothing good every time. Ha! Zhao Lidong sat down and poured himself a glass of water. You're a celebrity now. The leader of the provincial department called. To give you a new job. Zhao Lidong hesitated for a moment and said. What celebrity? What is the provincial office looking for me for? Lin Feng was a little uneasy in his heart. There was absolutely nothing good. Nanwo City, there's a big drug cartel. The meaning from above wants you to be an undercover agent. If you don't want to go, we won't go. Even if I'm raked over the coals, I'll stop it for you. Zhao Lidong gave Lin Feng what Qin Haitian had said. You said that the leader's name is Qin Haitian? Lin Feng captured important information. This Qin Haitian should be Qin Xingyan's father. Old thing, is this trying to trap me? What? You recognize it?
Looking at Lin Feng's expression, Zhao Lidong hurriedly asked.
Don't recognize, but maybe it's time to get acquainted.
Bureau Zhao, I know about this matter, I'll handle it. Zhao Lidong exchanged a few more simple pleasantries and left. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to stay in the office either.
Returning to the dormitory. Thought for half a day. Dialed Qin Xingyan's number again. Director Qin, right. Lin Feng opened the door. Well, your kid's brain is really good. Qin Haitian piggybacked on the praise in his tone. Let me go undercover, yes. However, there has to be a condition.
Lin Feng paused.
Back at the dormitory he thought carefully. Qin Xingyan wasn't even getting married soon. Rather, she was being controlled by this old man. Moreover, in Qin Xingyan's heart, she must have been thinking about herself. Otherwise, this old thing wouldn't have gotten annoyed and thrown himself into such a dangerous place. Go ahead, what conditions?
Qin Haitian said slowly. I know that Xiaoyan is under your control.
How about I go undercover and you return Xiaoyan's freedom?
Lin Feng faced his heart squarely.
He knew that he really liked this woman. Being an undercover agent, aren't you afraid? Qin Haitian's voice wasn't as icy. People die and birds face the sky, what are you afraid of?
Lin Feng said. Things that made you afraid, this world probably didn't exist.
Want to get me killed? How easy is it to talk about? Good. As long as you can come back alive, I can transfer you to the provincial office.
At that time, I'll stop getting involved in your relationship with Xiaoyan. Qin Haitian's attitude towards Lin Feng had changed a little.
Good.
Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling.
Drug trafficking organizations were indeed rampant in this era.
But it was hard to break into the drug dealers. What he didn't know was that overnight, his information within the Public Security Bureau was all gone.
No one was found. The next day, early in the morning,
Lin Feng had just opened his eyes. His dormitory was surrounded by a group of armed men.
Lin Feng, you've been surrounded.
Hurry up and tie your hands. Lin Feng smiled. He knew it was done to cover his tracks. Without resisting, he put his hands up and slowly walked out of the gate. Lin Feng, you're suspected of buying a murder. The evidence of the crime is conclusive. We are now arresting you according to the law.
The arrest warrant was placed in front of Lin Feng. I have nothing to say. Soon, Lin Feng was escorted away.
Bureau Zhao, is there any mistake? How could Lin Feng buy a murderer and kill someone?
Who did he kill? Lu Jioli asked eagerly beside Zhou Lidong.
I don't know, this is a concordance notice that came down from the province.
The victim seems to be his college classmate.
Zhao Lidong said with an ugly face. Although it was an act, Zhao Lidong's heart was really hard.
Lin Feng, what a good kid. Your director Qin?
Lin Feng was brought before Qin Haitian.
Yes, what you said, I'll do it.
Now you're still called Lin Feng, 2 years ago due to a conflict with a classmate. Bought a murderer, fled for 2 years, practiced medicine in Wuha County.
Arrested today, remember? Qin Haitian didn't say anything else. Said Lin Feng's current identity once more. Got it.
Lin Feng nodded and said, now that you're being sent to prison, you're going to come into contact with someone called Wolf Head. He's a small leader of a drug cartel.
When we get to the prison, I'll find a chance for you to take him to escape. The rest is up to you. Remember, you can abandon the mission when your life is in danger.
If there's any situation, feel free to contact me. After explaining everything, Lin Feng was sent to the prison.
For the sake of authenticity.
Before entering the prison, Lin Feng punched himself twice in the face.
7523, go in, reform well in the future and try to get your sentence reduced, okay? 7523 was Lin Feng's number.
Lin Feng entered the prison cell. There were 7 people living inside. After seeing Lin Feng being pushed in, the 7 people immediately stopped their hands towards and walked towards Lin Feng.
Kid, what offense did you come in here for?
The person who spoke should be the boss in this prison.
None of your business?
Lin Feng had figured out along the way that if he wanted to get close to the wolf head, he had to make himself act very arrogant. He was one of those people who had courage, simple limbs and a developed mind.
Yoho, kid, you're quite a drag. Do you know what kind of place this is? Still dare to be so tuggy.
The little brother next to the strong man said and unbuttoned his shirt.
A downhill tiger was tattooed on the front of his chest. It looked like he wanted to use his tattoo to scare Lin Feng away. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously, tattooing a cat and you think you're a bully? The burly man in the lead looked at Lin Feng. This attitude was making him laugh. After that the kid was either a tiger or somewhat capable. Brother, where do you mix? The strong man did not dare to act rashly, for fear of offending someone he should not offend. Mixed hell. Li Yunfeng opened his mouth. Then he pushed away the two people in front of him and walked straight to an empty bed and spread his own spread on it. Big brother, this kid just didn't put you in his eyes. Let's screw him. The burly man with a tattoo of a downhill tiger said. The big brother in the lead nodded slowly. He was also annoyed by Lin Jing's attitude. It didn't matter where you mixed. Since you're in this acre of land, you have to listen to me. Several people immediately lunged towards Lin Feng, who had thought that Lin Feng's back was like it had eyes. He easily dodged the attacks of several people. Yo-ho, kid has some skills. The strong man in the lead couldn't help but praise. Kid, just now it was grandpas who underestimated you. Several people attacked Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng didn't even give them a chance to strike. He quickly threw a few punches to the face. Several people directly lay on the ground and wailed. Still coming? Lin Feng said coldly as he looked at the man leading the group. The man in the lead was also confused now. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to fight so well. This was no way to fight. His own people were lying on the ground and not moving. Big brother, from now on you'll be my big brother. You're in charge here. The person in the lead directly submitted to Lin Feng's fists. This was how it was in prison. Even though there were prison guards controlling it, it was still whoever had the biggest fist who had the final say. Come tell me who's the biggest in this prison. Lin Feng sat on the bed and looked at a few people and said slowly. There are two heads in this prison. One is the wolf head and the other is one-eyed. These two don't obey anyone and whenever they find an opportunity they fight. Both want to get each other killed. That is to say, you said one thing and I said another to introduce Lin Feng to the situation of the prison. Soon, Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. The whistle is blowing. Big brother, we should go and get some food. Chow Haiwan, the big brother from this previous prison said. Let's go. Lin Feng got up and walked forward. A few people behind him followed honestly. Big brother, that person is Wolf Head. Don't mess with him if you're fine. This guy is ruthless. I heard that he's quite powerful outside. And that guy over there with the eye patch is One Eye. Chow Haiwang whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng looked deeply at Wolf Head. New here? Have you honored our wolf brother yet? Lin Feng had finished his meal and had just sat down when Wolf Head's little brother came over. How to honor us? Lin Feng said indifferently. How do you honor us? Any cigarettes? The little brother raised his foot and stepped on Lin Feng's chair. Cigarettes? I don't have any. But I have something to make you horny. Do you want it? Lin Feng glanced at his foot on the stool. Be smart and hand over the good stuff. The little brother's eyes lit up. In his mind was he thinking, could this guy still be bringing in drugs? Good. Lin Feng got up and lifted his sandbag-sized fist and smashed his face with several punches one after another, making him wail in pain. Does this feeling make you horny? Lin Feng punched him again and laid him on the ground, lifting his foot and stomping on his face. I'm most annoyed by people pretending to be in front of me. What are you doing? At this time, the prison guards rushed over with their batons. Kid, let's see if I get you when I get the next chance. The little brother who was stepped on by Lin Feng said viciously. This scene was of course seen by One Eye and Wolf Head. The prison guards arrived and pulled Lin Feng away. He was sent directly to the confinement room. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Feng came out of the confinement room in high spirits. Those who didn't know thought he was enjoying himself inside. Kid, out? During free time, the kid who was beaten up by Lin Feng last time brought a few people to surround Lin Feng. Brother Big Head, last time it was my buddy who didn't know any better. I'll apologize for him. Chow Haiwang hurriedly nodded and said. What business is it of yours? Scram! Big Head snorted coldly. Last time, he was humiliated in front of so many people, and this must be recovered. Big brother, apologize quickly. See the small knives they're holding? Don't look at it as small, but it can kill you. Chow Haiaming whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Don't be afraid, just a bunch of losers. Lin Feng laughed lightly. Let's not talk about taking this thing that was similar to a toy knife. Even if he took a gun now he wouldn't be afraid. Kid, really crazy. Big Head gave a look and a few people surrounded towards Lin Feng. Bang! 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 A few muffled sounds, before the people next to them could react. The few people who had struck out at Lin Feng flew backwards. I blanch. Stunned old iron. Big Head turned around and was about to run. Still want to run? Lin Feng kicked Big Head 5 or 6 meters with a flying kick. Dagger, what do you say against him? Wolf Head crouched in the corner, watching Lin Feng. To his number one fighter, Little Knife, he asked. I'll try. Little Knife said after thinking about it. There was nothing to be seen by looking. Those guys were really too wasted. Saying that, he walked towards Lin Feng. When he was 3 or 4 meters away from Lin Feng,
he suddenly accelerated. Then he jumped up high and kicked towards Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, he didn't even look at it, he directly did a back kick, kicking the big head to the ground. Then he rode on top of him and gave him a fat beating. The wolf head immediately lit up and hurriedly walked away. This brother, please still calm down. Don't do it again. Lin Feng's hands gave him the intention to recruit him. What are you? Lin Feng snorted coldly, then he hit the knife a few more times. I'm Wolf Head, many brothers in prison give me face and call me Brother Wolf. Lin Feng scolded him and he didn't get angry. Instead, he said smilingly, but the little brothers behind him didn't have a good face, but they didn't dare to make a move either. Their most capable little knife had been fatally beaten up by someone riding on his neck, not to mention them. And then? Lin Feng said with bad eyes. At this time, One Eye also brought someone over. Wolf Head, you want to bully my brother? One Eye, when did this little brother become your brother? A vicious light flashed in Wolf Head's eyes. If Lin Feng joined One Eye's camp, then he would only be able to behave with his tail between his legs in prison in the future. Don't be afraid, brother, I'll cover you here in the future. Absolutely no one will dare to bully you in the future. One Eye walked over to Lin Feng and patted his shoulder. Get lost, what are you? Lin Feng shouted angrily. Don't say it, he was really pretending to be a little punk. One Eye, do you hear me? This little brother told you to get lost. Wolf Head gave a loud laugh. Young man, it's best not to be so fiery. You won't have any good fruit to eat in this prison if you offend both Wolf Head and me. One Eye snapped. Big brother, stop it. I know you can fight, but there are so many of them. It's hard to beat a good man, can't you keep a low profile? Chow Haiwan was really sweating for Lin Feng. Young people just did things without thinking about the consequences. What's going on? The prison guards hurriedly arrived and dispersed the crowd. Brother, I'm interested in being friends with you. I'll look for you sometime. Before leaving, Wolf Head said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, put on an indifferent look. That night, Wolf Head slipped into Lin Feng's prison cell. Brother, we're not exactly friends. Wolf Head took a box of cigarettes and placed it on Lin Feng's bed. Sorry, I don't smoke. Lin Feng returned the cigarettes. Wolf Head gave a dry laugh and smoked it himself. Brother, you're a good fighter, are you interested in joining me here? Follow me, I guarantee you'll eat and drink in this prison. Wolf Head waved his big hand, and the little brother behind him placed the small cardboard box in his hand in front of Lin Feng. There were a lot of snacks and canned meat inside. Rely on your brothers at home, rely on your friends when you go out. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Brother, even if you can fight, you're still just one person, you can't make it. Follow me, not only here, when we have a chance to escape, I can bring you to make a fortune. No need to rush to answer, I'll wait for your news. After Wolf had finished speaking, he asked his little brother to put the snack box on the ground and left. Big brother, you agree? What a great opportunity. Chow Haiwang and a few others hurriedly sat next to Lin Feng and said, they had long wanted to join, but they hadn't had this opportunity. You guys want me to join? Lin Feng raised his eyelids and asked. Aha! A few people nodded frantically. In that case, I'll reluctantly follow him first. However, the few of you must listen to me and be my little brothers. Lin Feng said reluctantly. Don't worry, we'll definitely follow you, big brother. A few people heard Lin Feng promise and were instantly happy. What they had committed wasn't a big case, they would be able to get out in another year or two. By then, if they followed Wolf Head, they would be able to eat and drink outside. The next morning, free time. Lin Feng took Chow Haiwan's 7 people to find Wolf Head. I'll follow you, but I won't call you big brother. Also, these 7 brothers behind me must follow along. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Wolf Head nodded after hearing this, he knew that Lin Feng couldn't possibly bow to him so quickly. When the days grew longer later, he would truly understand his abilities. He would then follow him to his death. No problem. It's not even a problem. Wolf Head said with a smile, then stretched out his right hand. Welcome, brother. Lin Feng also reached out and shook Wolf Head's hand. Brother, what offense did you come in for? Wolf Head asked. He wouldn't trust Lin Feng completely. After all, the things he did outside were on the tip of a knife. Buying murders. Lin Feng said indifferently. You still need to buy murder for this reach? Wolf Head was a bit disbelieving. I was afraid of getting caught, but I didn't think that the murderer I found was so stupid that he ended up giving me up. Speaking of this, Lin Feng's expression was furious. Wolf Head nodded. For the time being, he believed Lin Feng's story. Follow me in the future, I'll make sure you're well fed. But I'll say this ugly thing up front, if I find out in the future that you're not following me sincerely, then don't blame me for not being polite. Wolf Head said, revealing a fierce look. As long as I am allowed to make money, I will naturally follow you. But if you're really capable, why were you still caught here?
Lin Feng's expression was a bit disdainful.
It seemed to be telling Wolfhead that what he said didn't make Lin Feng believe him either.
Haha, kid. You'll slowly find out in the future. Wolfhead let out a laugh and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Wolfhead became even more arrogant in the prison after Lin Feng joined.
Nothing was wrong and he went to find trouble with One Eye. After a few big battles, One Eye's forces were completely broken up.
Brother Feng, it's been really hard on you these past few days. At night, Wolfhead treated Lin Feng in his cell,
taking out the suppressed box that he had treasured for a long time.
It was a few bottles of wine.
I usually don't even bother to drink it, but I'm happy today, so let's drink up all this wine.
Wolfhead poured some into each person's rice bowl.
After some cheerful drinking, he drank all of his house wine.
But the criminals couldn't get enough.
Sticking out their tongues, they licked the roots of the wine in their rice pots.
Brother Wolf, is there any way out?
Lin Feng asked as he watched that the opportunity was almost over.
Wolfhead looked up at Lin Feng twice and said with a smile, "What, you want to go out after just a few days here?"
Lin Feng smiled back and said, "Of course, this hellhole, who wants to stay?" Wolfhead brought Lin Feng outside the cell and whispered to him, "Don't worry, I've been thinking of ways to get out lately.
When there's a chance, I'll definitely take you out."
Lin Feng nodded his head as a response to the Wolfhead.
Then he went back to his cell. Inform Chicken Little that the next step in the plan can be taken.
Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Lin Feng delivered the message. "Tonight, at 3 in the morning, the defense will slacken, and the key is on me. At that time, you lie about having a stomach ache, fuck me unconscious, and take the key away. Remember, you can only leave with Wolfhead alone." During the meal, news came from the prison guards that Qin Haitian had prearranged.
Lin Feng laughed. It wasn't until it was almost 3 in the morning that Lin Feng's face suddenly turned white.
Covering his stomach, he tossed and turned on the bed, letting out a gurgling scream.
"What's wrong with you, big brother?"
The other 7 people in the cell were awakened by Lin Feng's passing screams.
My stomach hurts. Quickly call the prison guards over and send me to the infirmary."
In order to be able to act a bit more realistically, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to twist hard at the root of his thigh.
All right, big brother, hold on."
With that, a few people slapped the cell heavily and shouted for the prison guards. Soon Qin Haitian's eyes came over.
"What are you guys doing in the middle of the night? Want to revolt?"
The prison guard scolded in a deep voice. "Police, we have someone here with a stomach that needs to go to the infirmary."
Chow Haiwang said hurriedly. "The stomach ache is faked, right?"
The prison guard said in disbelief.
"It's true, take a look."
Several of Chow Haiwang's men flashed open a crack, allowing the prison guard to look in.
"All of you lean back."
After Chow Haiwang's men shrunk to the corner, the prison guard opened the cell.
"How are you doing? Can you still get out of bed and walk?"
The prison guard came to Lin Feng's side and asked,
"Can I trouble you to hold me?" As Lin Feng spoke, a pained look appeared on his face.
The prison guard secretly said, "I didn't expect this kid to act quite like this."
"Okay."
The prison guard helped Lin Feng up. Then in his warning eyes, he walked out of the cell. "Turn right after you go out, walk up 4 or 5 meters, then turn left and there's a path. Walk to the head on the path, then turn left again, walk up another 10 meters or so, then turn right again. The protective net in that place after you walk to the head, there's a spot that's almost broken, you guys can get out after you open it from there." The prison guard said in Lin Feng's ear after handing him the key.
"Okay, I know, it's really hard for you."
Lin Feng took the key and was about to leave.
"Wait a moment."
The prison guard shouted hurriedly.
"What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "You knocked me out, otherwise there'll be a break."
Lin Feng nodded and without saying anything, he slashed at the prison guard's neck with one hand. He fell to the ground on the spot.
Soon after, Lin Feng took the key and found Wolfhead. "Brother, what's the matter at this late hour?" Wolfhead asked. Lin Feng didn't say anything, instead he directly opened the cell with the key.
"Hurry up, I just knocked out a prison guard and got the key. I know which place to go out, come with me."
Because there was a special arrangement before, Wolfhead was alone in a cell.
Without saying a word, Wolfhead got up and followed Lin Feng outside. Soon the two came to the place where the protective netting was weak. Lin Feng made a few tugs back and forth. With a click, the edge of the protective net cracked open.
"Hurry!"
Lin Feng took the lead and drilled out.
Wolfhead followed closely behind, running and running.
The two of them didn't know how long they had run before they reached a road.
I can't run anymore," Wolfhead panted and said. "If we don't run now, the police will come after us in a while. Run!"
Lin Feng pulled Wolfhead up and ran a few more steps.
But he didn't run for long before Wolf Head arched his back and panted heavily. "Don't mind me, you run first. I brought you out, how can I leave you here?" Lin Feng carried the wolf head on his shoulders. Then he ran with great strides. Half an hour later, Wolf Head let Lin Feng put him down. "There's a car over there, let's drive." Lin Feng followed Wolf Head to the car. Straight away he opened the door in no more than 2 clicks, then after a few more clicks of pounding, the car fired up smoothly. After running furiously all the way, Wolf Head and Lin Feng left the city where they were imprisoned. Back to the city of Nanwo. "Brothers, this is my territory now." Returning to his base, Wolf Head finally relaxed. "Classy," Lin Feng said slowly as he surveyed the house. "Come on, congratulate us for coming back from the dead." Wolf Head poured Lin Feng a glass of wine. The two of them drank it in one go. "How did you think of escaping from there?" Wolf Head asked as he leaned on the sofa. He had been in the prison for so long and hadn't found the place with the weakest defense. Lin Feng, he had only been here for how long and he found it? And how did he get the key from the prison guard? All the way to escape, Wolf Head didn't bother to ask. "I went out to fool around when I was flying, and then I noticed that the edge of that protective netting had deteriorated a bit. Today I pretended to have a stomachache and got the guard to help me to the infirmary. Halfway there I knocked him out and the key was recovered from him. Then I went to find you, and we came out together," Lin Feng said unhurriedly. "I don't think it's that simple, is it?" Wolf Head took a hard drag on his cigarette. He always felt that running out of prison was just too smooth. Something wasn't quite real. There must be a problem somewhere. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Too simple? Is it because we ran out too smoothly?" Wolf Head didn't say anything. Lin Feng then smiled lightly and said, "I see. You're doubting me. In that case, green mountains don't change, water flows forever, we'll meet again," Lin Feng said and turned around to leave. Wolf Head just quietly watched his back. He wanted to see if Lin Feng really wanted to leave. Soon, Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked out. The head didn't even look back. "Lin Feng, I didn't say I don't trust you." Seeing that Lin Feng was really going to leave, Wolf Head immediately ran to the door and shouted. Lin Feng waved his hand. Instead of answering his words, he disappeared into the night. "This guy." Wolf Head shook his head. Returning to his room, he picked up his cell phone and made a call. Soon several cars drove over. "Brother Wolf, I missed you so much." A woman with a wild body and hot dress came forward and directly hugged Wolf Head. "Go back first, I need to take a good shower." "Rat, go get rid of that car," Wolf Head said to a young man. "Tell him to eliminate the car that was stolen halfway back. Otherwise, there was a high chance that it would be traced back to him." "Brother Wolf, are you suffocating inside?" In the back seat of the car, the woman leaned against Wolf's head, her small hands a little dishonest. "No, it's too dirty, I have to take a shower first." Wolf Head immediately stopped the woman's next move. "Okay." The woman lifted her head up. Soon Wolf Head returned to his house. The house that Lin Feng had taken him to before was for just in case, so it was hardly ever visited. And Lin Feng was now floating above the Wolf Head's house. He had followed it all the way. "Nuts, now I don't even have a place to sleep." He even has his arm around a woman. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to slap the Wolf Head to death. Right now there wasn't even a penny in his body. What he was wearing was still a prison uniform. When the day dawned, he would definitely become a wave in this city. The key thing was that he couldn't touch the phone right now. There was no way to contact Qin Haitian. Meow meow. Is this to starve laborers to death? Lin Feng left over Wolf Head's house. He turned around on the street without any purpose, thinking about how to have another chance encounter with Wolf Head next. Suddenly, a strong man appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. He was still about the same height, fat and thin as him. "Brother, it's fate to come and meet each other in 1,000 miles. Without saying a word, Lin Feng walked towards the drunkard. Then with a bang, he knocked the drunkard out, stripped off his clothes and changed into them, and fished out a few dozen dollars from his pocket. "Bro, thanks a lot, I'll pay you back when I have the chance later." Saying this, Lin Feng looked at the tens of dollars in his hand. "Now at least I won't be starved to death." Taking the money, Lin Feng looked for an internet cafe nearby. Internet cafes nowadays, there was no need for you to have to take an ID card. Let the internet manager open a seat against the corner. Lin Feng moved the sofa next to him, just enough for him to lie down. He slowly fell asleep right here. "Did you have someone arrest Lin Feng?" Early in the morning, Qin Qingyan tearfully rushed into Qin Haitian's room and shouted, "Girl, you are getting more and more ignorant. What kind of person yells at their own father like that?" Mother Qin looked at Qin Qingyan with a reproachful face. "Qin Haitian, speak. Did you send someone to arrest Lin Feng?" and gave him a trumped-up charge. Qin Xingyan clenched her fists. The way she looked at Qin Haitian was not like looking at her father. It was more like looking at an enemy. Qin Xingyan, calm down some. I've been in the public security system for so many years, have I ever wronged a single person? Qin Haitian said in a deep voice. While angry, there was some sour jealousy in his heart. His own little cotton-padded jacket, his elbow had finally turned outward. Then tell me, Lin Feng, how did he buy a murderer? Qin Xingyan asked with tears in her eyes. Ever since she got the phone, she had been calling Lin Feng's phone over and over again. But it was always off. Finally, she called Zhouyan. But she was told that Lin Feng had been transferred to the city council. But in calling the phone to the city bureau, the news she heard was like a bolt from the blue. Lin Feng had been arrested, involved in a murder case. The first thing that came to her mind was that her own father had deliberately framed Lin Feng. Buying a murderer has been convicted, Qin Haitian said indifferently. Looking at Qin Xingyan's aggrieved appearance, he couldn't wait to go and find Lin Feng and beat the shit out of him. What kind of mesmerizing soup had he given his own daughter, making her like this? Where is Lin Feng? I want to see him, Qin Xingyan asked after him. You won't be able to see him. If you still want to see him, go work hard. When there's a chance later, I'll let you meet him. Qin Haitian had just finished speaking when his phone rang. Lin Feng was the only one who knew the number of this phone. You guys go out first, I have something to do. Mother Qin pulled Qin Xingyan out. Even if Qin Xingyan was having a hard time in his heart, he knew that he couldn't be disturbed when his father had a job. Old man, you're damn near screwing me over. I ran out with the wolf head, but then parted ways. Now I have no body and no place to live. You tell me what to do. Lin Feng shouted in exasperation from a public phone booth. Where is your person? Qin Haitian asked in a deep voice. In Nanwo City. Lin Feng then told how he had separated from Wolf Head. The Maplewood Bar is Wolf Head's property. How you do the rest is up to you. Qin Haitian didn't send Lin Feng any supplies. If he couldn't even deal with this unexpected situation, then there would be no need for him to continue being an undercover agent. Old man, you're ruthless. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone with a snap. Then he casually found a breakfast place to fill his stomach and returned to the internet cafe. A day's worth of gaming had put Lin Feng over the top. At night, Lin Feng appeared in front of the Maplewood Bar. Without saying a word, he punched the security guard at the door. There's someone outside looking for trouble, come here. The security guard endured the pain and shouted over the intercom. Soon, a group of people rushed out from the bar. Lin Feng looked at the leader and asked indifferently, Are you the owner of this bar? Kid, where do you hang out? How dare you look for trouble here? Want to die? The man in the lead droned in a deep voice. I'm asking if you're the boss. Lin Feng asked again. Fuck him. With a command from the man in charge, many minions launched an attack towards Lin Feng. Bunch of trash. Lin Feng's expression was arrogant. Get him killed for me. The brawl at the entrance drew the attention of many people. Some of them also called the police. Soon, Lin Feng fucked over all 30 people in front of him. Are you the boss here? Lin Feng crouched down and asked the man who had just taken the lead. Kid, how dare you look for trouble in Brother Wolf's place? I'm afraid you won't see the sun tomorrow. The man said viciously. Brother Wolf's chassis? Just as Lin Feng's words fell, Wolf had walked out from the bar with a few people. Brother Lin Feng? Wolf had shouted in confusion. I didn't realize this would be your turf, sorry to bother you. Lin Feng said, turned around and was about to leave. The few people behind Wolf had immediately blocked in front of Lin Feng. Brother, what are you doing? Wolf had asked, pointing at the people lying on the ground and wailing. Brother Wolf, I'm not like you, rich and powerful. I have to eat. I fucked them over just to get their boss to come out. Tell their boss that I can watch over the venue and keep people from looking for trouble. Didn't realize it was your yard. Forgive me, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward and pushed away the person blocking him. Brother Lin Feng, calm down. It's my fault for this. Come, let's go inside and talk over a drink. Wolf had immediately moved forward and pulled Lin Feng's arm. You're too big for this temple, I don't deserve it. Lin Feng shook Wolf Head's hand away. Don't, brother, it's really my fault. Can't you give brother a chance to admit his mistake? Wolfie backhanded and grabbed Lin Feng's arm again. Lin Feng twisted his head and quietly looked at Wolf Head for a few seconds. Just this once. If you don't trust me again in the future, then we'll break it off. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Alright, no problem. Wolf Head nodded and said. Lin Feng then followed Wolf Head into the bar. What's this kid's origin? Why does Wolf Brother think so highly of him? Behind them, a group of juniors asked in disbelief. Who knows, it's probably because Brother Wolf looks at his hands. I didn't expect this kid to be so ruthless. One person knocked over dozens of us. Several people whispered in the back. Brother, you've suffered this night. Wolfhead poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lin Feng. Wolfhead had long since seen that the clothes Lin Feng was wearing were ill-fitting. It was obviously robbed. You tell me. Numbnuts, it's a good thing I met the douchebag and robbed his clothes, along with a few $dozen. Otherwise, I damn well had to be taken back by the police. Lin Feng complained mournfully. There was anger in his words. Sorry, it's brother's fault. Wolfhead waved towards his woman. The woman twisted her water snake waist and walked over. Brother Wolf, this little brother is? The woman asked as she stood beside Wolfhead. This is my little brother. Tomorrow you go get him some clothes that fit. Wolfhead said as he took out a pile of money for the woman. Then he took out another pile and gave it to Lin Feng. Brother, take this money and spend it first, I'll give it to you in a few days. Lin Feng took it. The anger in his eyes was slightly less. Go, I'll take you to dinner. After arranging this, Wolfhead greeted a few more people and arrived at a restaurant. This is Rat. Wolfhead introduced the few people around him to Lin Feng. This is Ah Feng, met with me in prison, very capable of fighting. Oh. A few people nodded with Lin Feng to be considered acquainted. Soon, a few people were eating and drinking. Wolfhead, you really give me chills. Yesterday, I was that close to getting you killed. Lin Feng pretended to be drunk and said. When Wolfhead heard this, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. The few people next to him looked at Lin Feng with unkind eyes. You said, what did I risk bringing you out for? You didn't trust me and made me sleep on the street. I'm a fucking ingrate. Lin Feng spat out a bellyful of grievances. Wolfhead's eyes became eased. The more Lin Feng said this, the less suspicious he was of Lin Feng. If it was really an undercover agent, then the fucking acting was too much. I'm sorry, brother. Like me, one has to be careful and careful and careful. Wolfhead said as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Although his suspicion of Lin Feng had decreased quite a bit now, but there was still. When he had the chance, he still had to send someone to check up on Lin Feng. Rat, let Feng stay at your place for the time being. After drinking and eating, Wolfhead said to Rat. No problem. Rat nodded in agreement. In the next few days, Wolfhead took Lin Feng to familiarize himself with his industry and chassis. He also incidentally had people go to Wuhua County to check out Lin Feng's background. What they found out was the same as what Lin Feng had said. Wolfhead was also a lot more at ease with him. Feng, tomorrow you and Rat go to Panlan County to deliver some goods. It's only half a day's round trip. At the Maple Forest Bar, Wolfhead said to Lin Feng after drinking a glass of wine. Deliver what goods? Lin Feng asked. He hadn't come into contact with the drugs that Wolfhead had gotten at all in the past few days. It was obvious that he was still on the defensive. Ha! Wolfhead laughed. Of course it's something that makes us earn big money. Lin Feng looked at Wolfhead suspiciously, wanting to hear his next words. It's drugs. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly became tense. He said with some fear, this is too dangerous, can I not participate? Wolfhead took in his expression, scared? Kid, you've bought and killed people, you're still scared shitless about this. Even if you get caught, it's just a death sentence. The expression of fear on Lin Feng's face intensified. Brother Wolf, why don't you change someone else? Lin Feng said bitterly. No, you have to go. Wolfhead's words then hardened. Fine. Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Early the next morning, Lin Feng drove a van with Rat to Punlan County. Rat, won't anything happen to us? In the van, Lin Feng asked, still a little scared. What could happen? I can run to this road with my eyes closed. Rat snorted. You kid is so capable of fighting, just this bit of shit scared you? Lin Feng snapped and laughed. I'm not scared. I'm no longer able to fight, but I'm also afraid of guns, aren't I? Rat let out a laugh and said, put your heart in your stomach. It's fine. Panlan County was more than 50 kilometers away from Nanwo City. It was also just over an hour. Rat, Brother Wolf, he still knows how to make drugs? Lin Feng asked casually, idly bored. Rat twisted his head and looked at Lin Feng. Don't ask what you shouldn't. When it's time for you to know, Brother Wolf will naturally tell you. Hearing this, Lin Feng shut his mouth. Just as the two of them were about to reach Punlan County, their car was suddenly stopped by the police. What are you pulling in your car? The police asked. Pulling some fruits. Rat had a smile on his face as he pulled out one and handed it over. The cop didn't take it, but told Rat to pull over. Open the back door, let's check. Lin Feng was already sweating from nervousness. Rat, however, acted like nothing was wrong. Rat went down from the driver's seat and opened the back door. The back bucket of the car was filled with boxes of fruits. After roughly checking them, he let them go. See how scared you are, they're not cops. It's the road crew. Rat said with a smile. Of course I knew it was the road government's people, that scares me too. Lin Feng rubbed the sweat from his hands. It's fine, a few more trips and you won't be afraid. Lin Feng nodded silently. Soon the two of them arrived at the Punlon County Fruit and Vegetable Market. Trading here? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. There are so many people here, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Rat sniffed and laughed. This is where our wolf brother is brilliant. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Rat parked his car in front of a wholesale fruit store. Delivery! Rat shouted. Soon, a few large and thick men walked out from the fruit store. Brother Hao, long time no see. The men said with a smile on their faces. Aha! Unload the goods. Rat pointed to the back. A lot of fruits were unloaded from the van. 0211, 200 grams. After unloading them all, Rat said faintly. These assholes were still playing dumb? Lin Feng still didn't know which box they had put the drugs in. Was 0211 the variety or was it the box they put the drugs in? This is the payment for the goods. The man carried out a fruit crate from the store. Rat opened it and glanced at it, nodding. The wind's been tight lately, so keep your eyes peeled. Before leaving, Rat whispered. Understood. The burly man also nodded in response. Soon, Lin Feng and Rat set off on their way back. 0211, what does it mean? On the road, Lin Feng asked suspiciously. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally know. Rat laughed. Obviously, they weren't completely at ease with Lin Feng yet. Unless Lin Feng did something that made them change their minds. Forget it if you don't say anything, I'm still too lazy to know. This kind of thing, I don't even want to get involved. Lin Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Rat laughed and didn't say anything. Soon, the two of them returned to Wolf Head. How does it feel? Wolf Head asked to Lin Feng. It doesn't feel much, you guys hide everything from me anyway. It's better not to involve me in this kind of thing in the future. Lin Feng pretended to be dissatisfied. There are some things that it's not the right time to let you know. Don't worry, when it's time to let you know, I'll tell you. Come on, don't be angry. It's been a hard journey. I prepared a gift for you. Wolf Head pulled Lin Feng to sit on the sofa, then clapped his hands. Soon, several women in revealing clothes and heavy makeup walked in. Feng, is there anyone you fancy? Wolf Head asked smilingly. Lin Feng knew that this was Wolf Head's test for him. So he stood up and walked to a few women, looking up and down. I haven't touched a woman for a long time though, but I can't look at these rouges. Lin Feng returned to his seat, picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Yo, it seems like Feng's vision is quite high. A glint flashed in Wolf Head's eyes. Go, bring over those women who just came today. Wolf Head shouted. Soon, a few more women were brought in. Looking at their appearance, they had just come in. Some of them still had some bruises on their bodies. How about it? Are there any that take a fancy? These can all still be fledglings. Wolf Head asked again. Lin Feng knew he had to pick one this time. He looked over a few people. Just her. Lin Feng pointed at a woman on his left. It should be a girl to be precise. It looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. You, come here. Wolf Head said as he pointed at the woman Lin Feng was looking at. Go on, don't eat the wine without honoring it. Wolf Head's woman, Axia, said viciously. She had plenty of ways to deal with these fledglings. The woman was dragged by Axia to Lin Feng's side. Come, sit down. Lin Feng reached out and dragged the woman onto his lap. The Wolf Head smiled and nodded. I'll go first. After a few drinks, Lin Feng said with some urgency. Well, there's a room ready for you upstairs. Wolf Head said. Thanks brother Wolf. Lin Feng pulled the woman and left. Axia brought Lin Feng to the room Wolf Head had prepared for him. Don't waste time, take it off yourself. Lin Feng pushed the woman onto the bed with one hand. Big brother. I'm just here to find a job. I'm not selling my body. The woman said with a crying voice in shock. Oh, it's not up to you when you enter here. Get lost and take a shower. If you don't listen, you won't be able to leave this door tonight. Lin Feng reached out and slapped the woman hard on her body. Under his lustful authority, the woman went into the shower room. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng properly checked the room over. Naya, 2 cameras, 3 bugs. Meow, why don't you just let me give you guys a live show directly? Lin Feng cursed in his heart. It would be fine if there were just bugs. Surprisingly, there were cameras. This dog thing is using some big disease right. Is it really going to sacrifice my body? The brain was racing. If he directly turned off the camera and everything, then he would definitely be suspected. Moreover, he didn't know if this woman was the wolf head deliberately filming to test him. What to do? Should he really give up his first time?
Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. If someone else came to be an undercover agent, he might have to give himself away.
But he couldn't. He was Master Dao. Could he be embarrassed by this little thing?
Lin Feng walked to the dead corner of the surveillance.
He drew a lost heart talisman in the void.
At that moment, the woman came out of the shower wrapped in a towel.
Lin Feng waved his hand and the talisman disappeared into the woman's body. He walked to the position where the surveillance could see it again. Waving his hand towards the woman, she slowly walked over trembling.
Lin Feng went up and directly hugged her. Just as Lin Feng was about to lay his mouth on her, the woman suddenly laughed maniacally.
"Sorry," Lin Feng said in his heart. Snap. "Woman, what kind of madness are you pretending to be?"
Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped the woman hard on the face. But the woman still kept giggling. The wolf head sitting in front of the surveillance screen suddenly frowned.
In a deep voice, he said, "What's going on with this woman?"
"I don't know, it was just gotten in today,"
Axia said doubtfully. "Could it be that she has some kind of disease?"
Lin Feng came out of the room. Angrily, he walked to the room where Wolf Head was.
"What kind of woman did you find me this? It's a big disease, isn't it?"
Lin Feng said angrily.
"What's wrong with that woman?" Wolf Head asked knowingly. "Go and see for yourself, it's like a psycho."
Lin Feng poured a glass of wine and drank it down.
Wolf Head symbolically went to Lin Feng's room and wandered around. "Don't be mad, she's probably sick with something. I'll call you 2 more.
Lin Feng sneered. "Don't, I'm afraid that if I come a few more times, I won't be able to lift my head up in fear."
Seeing this, Wolf Head couldn't say anything.
He accompanied Lin Feng and drank mulled wine.
"Come with me tomorrow to run some errands." After finishing a glass of wine, Wolf Head suddenly said, "What is it?"
Lin Feng asked indifferently.
"You'll know by then." After saying that, Wolf Head stood up and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Rest early."
Wolf Head left. Lin Feng was still there slowly drinking his wine. In the past few days, Lin Feng hadn't come into contact with the big heads of the drug cartel at all.
How should he penetrate them himself? If he couldn't, pour a truth charm on Wolf Head?
No, that way, when the effect of the drug passes, he will be useless.
Let's take one step at a time.
The next day, the Wolf Head took a dozen people and called Lin Feng and left Nanwo City.
Nanwo City was in the southernmost part of Jiangbei province.
It was also the southernmost part of the Great Summer Country. It bordered the old ugly country. It was a paradise for criminals.
"Brother Wolf, what are we going to do?"
Lin Feng vaguely felt something bad.
"Looking at the formation, one should go to a dry fight."
"During the time I was in prison, there were always clowns coming out to jump. Of course we have to go and clean them up.
Otherwise, they will forget who I am."
Wolf Head's voice was filled with chills. Soon, they arrived at the place bordering the old ugly country. It was a tropical rainforest.
"Listen to my command in a moment." Wolf Head gave Lin Feng a gun. "I don't know how to use a gun,"
Lin Feng said with some anxiety.
It's fine to hold it for self-protection."
Soon, the dozen or so people were lurking in the shadows. Not long after, 2 parties rushed over. One party was the people from the drug cartel, while the other party was another group of people who were dumping drugs in Nanwo City.
"Brother Ashan, long time no see." "Ah, Kuan."
The 2 sides shook hands with each other's human bosses.
"I'll give you guys a little less for the goods this time."
Wolf Head is out, and there's some more to share with her.
Ashan handed a suitcase to Akuan. "Brother Ashan, this cargo is too little. So what if Wolf Head comes back?"
"I've already taken down several of his venues during his absence.
Now I'm not afraid of him at all," Cohen said disdainfully.
In the past, he had always been pressed by Wolf Head. Then Wolf Head went to prison and he got a chance to breathe. You can't say that, after all, Brother Wolf and us have been partners for many years.
Ashan laughed. "Alright, when I finish him off, all your goods will be given to me," Cohen said coldly.
He wanted the drugs of the entire Nanwo City in his hands.
"I don't care about your business. Just don't affect the sale of the goods. After all, we're only in it for the money," Ashan said with a smile. "Whoever of them lived or died, what did it have to do with them? Let's go."
Ashan turned around and got into his car.
"When Cohen and the others enter the encirclement, open fire,"
Wolf Head said in a low voice. Soon, Cohen got into his car and drove towards where Wolf Head was ambushed.
"Fuck me."
With a command,
a fierce gun battle unfolded. Cohen's side didn't react for a moment and was directly taken out by several people.
When he reacted, he hurriedly got down from the car and quickly hid behind a tree.
Brother Koen, it's Wolfhead and the others. Koen's junior brother said angrily. The first wave of shooting had cost them 3 of their brothers. Wolfhead? How did he know we were here? Shit, it was that bastard Ashan who betrayed us. Koen reacted. Otherwise, how would Wolfhead know his whereabouts? Koen, get your ass out here and die. Wolfhead shouted from behind the big tree. Wolfhead, don't go overboard. Everyone is just trying to make a living. I don't want this drug, I'll give it all to you. How about you let me go? Koen shouted. Let you go? How about just finishing you off? Wolfhead waved his hand. The crowd slowly stalked towards Koen. Koen, we're surrounded, find a chance for you to run first, we'll break the back. Koen's little brother said eagerly. Early on, they should have brought more people over. Go together. Koen lying on the ground said in a cold voice. Koen, get in the car, we'll suppress the fire, you run. Koen no longer hesitated. He knew that if he hesitated for a while longer, none of them would be able to run. Brothers, I will give you revenge. Koen's little brother popped up and started to involve on Wolfhead's side. Koen took the opportunity to jump on the car. Brother Wolf, that dog Koen is going to run. Rat shouted. Hit me. Wolfhead gave the order, and the 2 sides of the crowd engaged in another fierce shooting. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Lin Feng hit at the end. Sneaking out. Going after Koen. Wolfhead, you son of a bitch. And Ashan, how dare you shade labor. Wait for me to recruit and kill you all. Koen sped along, not daring to tap the brakes at all. At this time, suddenly a big tree blocked in front of Koen. Squeak. Koen hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Grabbing the pistol from the passenger side, he got out of the car. Who is it? Get the hell out of here. Koen shouted. Lin Feng walked out from behind a large tree. Koen right? Brother Wolf asked me to take you back. Lin Feng said indifferently. Without saying a word, Koen raised his pistol and fired at Lin Feng. Luckily Lin Feng reacted quickly and quickly hid behind a big tree. Taking this opportunity, Koen ran towards the depths of the rainforest. Lin Feng followed behind without slowing down. Only when Koen's bullets were all fired did Lin Feng speed up and rush to his side. Kid, how much did Wolfhead give you? Just let me go, I'll give it to you 10 times, no, I'll give it 20 times. Koen said in a panic. Am I the kind of person who sees money? Lin Feng slowly walked in front of Koen. Seek death. Koen pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng punched Koen's hand. It directly sent the dagger flying. Then another hand slash knocked him out. Brother Wolf, that kid Feng has disappeared. Wolfhead's side had already ended the fight. Gone? Wolfhead looked around. Did he take advantage of the chaos and run away? Or did he go to the police? Retreat first. Just as Wolfhead and the others were about to leave, Lin Feng rushed over in his car. The brothers are selling their lives here, what did you do? Then angrily walked over to Lin Feng and reached out to grab his collar. Get lost. Lin Feng nonchalantly punched Abin back several steps. You seek death. Abin took out his gun and aimed it at Lin Feng. They're all family brothers, don't be impulsive. At this time Wolfhead stood out. Feng, tell the guys what you went for. Lin Feng opened the trunk and dragged Koen out, then pushed him on the ground. Haven't sent you anything since I came out. He'll take it as my gift. Lin Feng said indifferently. Good brother. Wolfhead laughed. Then, why don't you apologize to Brother Feng? Abin put down his pistol, his face was full of shame. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. Koen, you're quite capable. All wanting to ride on my neck and shit? Wolfhead removed the smelly sock from Koen's mouth and picked his chin with his gun and said, Brother Wolf, I was confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. With all his strength, Koen got up from the ground and knelt in front of Wolfhead. A moment of confusion? Since you're all confused, what's the use of keeping you? Wolfhead stood up and handed the pistol to Lin Feng. Feng, you're the one who captured the people, so I'll leave it to you to solve it. Lin Feng's expression was calm. In his heart, he cursed. Dogs, still wanting to use this opportunity to test himself. He slowly took the gun and said with a scared face, Brother Wolf, I haven't killed anyone with my own hands, I'm a bit scared. Wolfhead let out a light laugh. Look at your bear-like face. In our line of work, how can I do it if I don't know how to kill? Let's take today as practicing your guts for you. Brother Wolf, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Koen kowtowed vigorously. Feng, still don't do it? Wolfhead urged again. It wasn't illegal for an undercover agent to kill someone, right? Lin Feng asked in his mind. He raised his gun and aimed at Koen, closing his eyes. Bang! Ah Koan screamed in terror.
Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and realized that Ah Koan was lying on the ground shivering.
Look at your wimpy face, you missed, Wolf Head said with a sigh.
Lin Feng had to close his eyes and fire another shot.
I blanch, big brother, can you damn well shoot accurately? It's scaring me to death. Ah Koan shouted with a crying voice. Both bullets grazed his body. It was too damn scary.
It might as well be solved with one shot.
Sorry.
Lin Feng gave a dry laugh.
Bang! Then directly blew Koan's head off without warning. Vomit!
Lin Feng hurriedly dry-heaved. The crowd laughed when they saw him like this. At this time, a few cars drove over.
Brother Wolf, long time no see. It was Ah Shan who had turned back again. Ah Shan, how's Mo's health these days?
Wolf Head shook hands with Ah Shan and asked.
Brother Mo's health is quite good. Brother Wolf, here are your goods. Ah Shan beckoned and a junior brought out a large suitcase from the car. 10 kilograms. Ah Shan said indifferently. Rat came over with a large suitcase from the car. 4 million. Brother Ah Shan, take a look. Rat opened the suitcase. Ah Shan just swept a glance. Brother Wolf, I'm relieved. Come, let me introduce you to a new brother.
He, Ah Feng, is very capable of fighting.
He's the one who caught Ah Koan just now. Wolf Head told Lin Feng to come over and said to Shan.
Ah Shan looked at Lin Feng and nodded faintly.
Call Brother Shan. Wolf Head said to Lin Feng. Brother Ah Shan.
Lin Feng shouted faintly. He should be the small leader of the drug cartel.
Retreat, we can't stay in this place for long. Before he left, Lin Feng even scratched on Ah Koan. Dog. Looking at Lin Feng like this, Wolf Head laughed. Hate him that much?
Lin Feng laughed sarcastically. Soon, the crowd safely returned to Maplewood Bar.
The biggest credit today goes to Feng.
If it wasn't for him, he would have let that bastard Ah Koan escape.
Wolf Head said happily as he raised his glass. Ah Feng, here's a toast to you.
Lin Feng raised his cup in a gesture.
The crowd drank until 3 or 4 in the morning. Ah Feng, from now on you'll live here.
Wolf Head brought Lin Feng to a small villa. The decoration was luxurious.
Brother Wolf, this isn't appropriate, is it? Lin Feng squinted and said. There's nothing inappropriate. As long as you follow me well in the future. Make tons of money, sleep with any chick. It was obvious that Wolf Head was very happy today. Ah Koan, as his nemesis for many years, finally died. How could he not be happy? Okay. I'm following you just to make money.
Lin Feng said indifferently. A few simple pleasantries were exchanged.
Wolf Head left with the woman.
Lin Feng, on the other hand, checked the entire house. There were a few bugs, but no cameras. His bedroom, clean and dry, nothing. It was obvious that Wolf Head's opponent had dropped a lot of his guard. Lin Feng picked out the shredded meat from his fingernail caps.
This was from Ah Koan's body. He was going to pull up Ah Koan's aura to find out what was going on.
Now his aura had recovered quite a bit. It was possible to invoke the spirit up with just a trace of crushed meat. As the spell was recited,
Ah Koan's spirit appeared in the room. Kid, it's you? After seeing Lin Feng, Ah Koan directly lunged towards him. Snap!
Lin Feng raised his hand and huffed a big mouth on Ah Koan's face, looking at him with the eyes of a douchebag.
You're not even afraid of me? I'm a ghost.
Ah Koan once again lunged towards Lin Feng with his teeth and claws open.
This bastard obviously didn't have enough brains. How did he become a big brother?
Looking at the lunging Ah Koan, Lin Feng invoked his palm thunder and slapped Ah Koan again and huffed him over.
The intense pain made Ah Koan not dare to move anymore. Who the hell are you? Ah Koan asked with a horrified face. Don't you care who I am? I have some questions for you.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
Do you think I'll talk? Ah Koan sneered.
He was a ghost himself, he was still scared.
Not saying? I like it when you have a personality like this.
Lin Feng directly invoked purple thunder this time.
It directly struck Ah Koan. After a miserable scream, Ah Koan's soul became somewhat illusory. If you don't listen, I'll make you not even a ghost.
Lin Feng drank coldly.
Don't, big brother.
You're awesome, I'm convinced. If you have any questions, just ask.
Ah Koan finally recognized the reality. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Who is Ah Shan? Who are the people behind him? Where are their bases? Lin Feng asked. Ah Shan is a junior under Mo, specializing in drug dealing. I'm not really sure where their base is. They're hiding very deeply. However, I know that it should be within the Southwest city limits. They didn't go to Old Ugly Country. Ah Koan brainstormed everything he knew. How big is Wolf Head his power? How many people are under him? How many other forces are there in Nanwo City?
Lin Feng asked after him. Wolf Head's power isn't big, but he has a hand in getting out drugs.
That's why Mo likes working with him.
Trees attract wind. There are already several forces that have their eyes on Wolf Head. There are more than a dozen forces of all sizes in Nanwo City.
The biggest is Master 13 and the others. Ah Koan said slowly. Since Wolf Head's forces aren't big, why is he still safe and sound?
Lin Feng was puzzled. Like in Hong Kong movies, small forces that didn't listen would have been broken up long ago.
I'm not too sure about this, but I feel like there's Big Brother above Wolf Head. It should be the Double Dragon Society.
The Double Dragon Society is the only power that can fight against the 13th Master.
Wolf Head should be working for them. Ah Koan said after thinking about it.
He also had the 13th Master's people behind him. However, he himself was already dead.
It would be of no use then. I see. Lin Feng nodded and sent Koan away. How was this supposed to deliver a message to Qin Haitian? The top floor of the Lai Bai mansion. Wolf Head was sitting on a sofa. Opposite him sat a man in a suit.
From the surface alone, he belonged to the type of successful man.
He was Su Zhilong, the helmsman of the Double Dragon Society.
The Double Dragon Society was created by him.
Wolf Head, that kid called Feng, have you understood him clearly?
Su Zhilong exhaled a cigarette and said slowly.
Brother Long, I'm still sending people to check.
But today he caught Ah Koan.
It shouldn't look like an undercover agent.
Wolf Head said slowly. Su Zhilong took out a material and threw it in front of Wolf Head. This is that kid's material, take a good look at it. Wolf Head looked at the material in his hand with a serious face. Inside, it was clearly written that Lin Feng had worked as a forensic pathologist at the Wuha County Police Station. Later, he worked at the Zhenghe City Public Security Bureau, and then was arrested. Even his relationship with Qin Xinyan was investigated clearly. Brother Long, that kid Feng has told me all these things. He studied forensic medicine before. Then he bought a murder to kill his classmate.
Then he lurked in Wuha County as a forensic doctor.
Wolf Head put the material down and said slowly.
Well, it can't be taken lightly. I feel like it's a bit of a coincidence that he appeared by your side.
Su Zhilong said slowly.
I know Brother Long. Wolf Head nodded and said. Also, don't forget that you're just a tool I secretly use to make money. Always put yourself in the right position at all times.
Otherwise there will be a large number of people to replace you. Su Zhilong waved his hand as he finished speaking. Wolf Head got up and said, Don't worry, Brother Long, I will never have second thoughts about you.
Son of a bitch, how dare you knock me?
When there comes a day, labor will eventually take your place.
Back in the car, Wolf Head said angrily. He had already earned a lot of money for Su Zhilong over the years, but in his eyes, he was just a dog.
Brother Wolf, calm down. That old bastard Su Zhilong has grown old.
When the time is right, we'll do him. Rat said while driving. Wolf Head sighed and said, It's not that easy. There are still several people below him eyeing his position.
There's almost no chance of us getting to the top. There were still 7 or 8 other halls under Su Zhilong.
Those hall masters were all staring at Su Zhilong's position. Brother Wolf, Koan is dead, shouldn't we grab his territory? Rat asked.
Well, tomorrow night, we'll end all his turf.
Have that kid Feng bring a team. Wolf Head said after some thought.
If he wanted to get to the top himself, he had to be strong enough.
Let's go see what Ah Feng is doing. Wolf Head said after some thought.
Lin Feng's previous identity made him feel a little uneasy in his heart.
It always felt like there was something wrong with him, but he couldn't discover it.
Meanwhile, Lin Feng was talking to Qin Haitian,
telling him about today's events. Collect the evidence of their crimes. When the time is right, let's wipe them out. You pay attention to safety.
Qin Haitian said in a somewhat heavy tone after listening to Lin Feng's report. Unexpectedly, the situation here was more complicated than he had imagined.
How's Shayan doing lately?
Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, she's my daughter, I'll definitely take care of her. Lin Feng then hung up the phone. Because a little kid had come over to tell him that the Wolf Head had come over. For the sake of safety, Lin Feng had recruited a little ghost to watch over his house. It greatly increased his safety.
Feng, what are you doing? Not sleeping so late. Wolf Head looked at Lin Feng with his clothes intact and asked suspiciously.
Long night, no desire to sleep.
So eager to find a chick to keep me company.
Lin Feng said slowly. That's not easy, there are plenty of bar chicks.
I'll have your sister-in-law send you 2 right now, how about it?
Wolf Head said with a smile.
Don't, I'm not blessed.
I was so scared last time that I was almost impotent. Lin Feng hastily refused. Tomorrow you take a team of people and follow Rat to sweep a few of Ah Koan's venues. Wolf Head said slowly.
Good.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
By the way, I'm afraid you'll be lonely. I've asked your sister-in-law to arrange a woman. I'll send it to you in a moment. Don't refuse. Oh, Before leaving, Wolfhead suddenly said, "Got it." Lin Feng simply replied back. He knew that this was the eyesight that Wolfhead had arranged around him. Humph. Not long after Wolfhead left, Bin sent a woman. When she came up, she winked at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng ignored him. "Brother Wolf, you told to look at me. Just look at me properly. Don't be a fucking slutty bitch here." Lin Feng picked her up and threw her directly next to him to open the guest room. The woman, on the other hand, told Wolfhead what Lin Feng had said as it was. "I know." Wolfhead knew that he couldn't hide his intentions from Lin Feng, so he didn't say anything else. He just instructed the woman to follow Lin Feng before and after. The next day, Rat brought Lin Feng out. Lin Feng finally had access to the others under Wolfhead. Rat brought him to a KTV that wasn't too big or small. "This is Brother Feng, you guys will follow him from now on," Rat said to the 100 or so people. This place was nothing more than a point for them. "Brother Feng!" The crowd shouted in unison. Although there were people inside who were not convinced. Lin Feng nodded to the crowd. "In the future, you guys are with me. I'll definitely make sure you're well fed. Everyone, rest more if you're fine, there's an event tonight." Rat nodded to Lin Feng. Then he left. "Brother Feng, look at how skinny you are, I wonder how strong you are." After Rat left, a muscular man walked out from the crowd. He was the one in charge of this KTV before. Originally, he thought that he would be able to get to the top after working hard for some time. Who knew that a Chengbian would be killed halfway through the process? "You want to try?" Lin Feng said with a raised eyebrow. He knew that he couldn't convince this group of people without showing a couple of hands. Of course. The muscular man squeezed his fingers and said, "Are there any more who aren't convinced? Come together if you have." Lin Feng shouted towards the crowd. Swish! 100 or so people took a step forward in unison. Nima! I have to say, this group of people were really united. "Brother Feng, since you said so, then let's go together with these 100 or so brothers. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Lin Feng smiled lightly. "More than 100 people fighting me by myself? That's fine, but there has to be a bet." "Wager? What kind of bet do you want?" The muscular man Zhou Yutian asked with narrowed eyes. "You guys say," Lin Feng said while moving his wrists and ankles. "If you can beat us, we'll willingly recognize you as our big brother in the future." Zhou Yutian said in a deep voice. "I don't need you guys to be willing because I'm your big brother myself," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Then what do you say?" Zhou Yutian didn't believe that Lin Feng could beat 100 or 10 of them by himself at all. "I know there are drug addicts amongst you people. If you lose, don't dabble in those things for me." Lin Feng's words made the 100 or so people puzzled. Didn't understand what he meant. Fine. Zhou Yutian agreed for the crowd. It was obvious that he still had prestige in these people's hearts. "Come on." Lin Feng waved towards the crowd, facing these 100 or so people. It was like Tyson facing kindergartners. As the words fell, the crowd lunged towards Lin Feng. Bang! Ow! Ada! Ow! Bang bang bang! Ow ow ow! In less than 10 minutes, over 100 people were all knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. One after another, howls came out of their mouths. "Served?" Lin Feng sat on the sofa, looking down at the crowd lying on the ground. "Brother Feng, I'm convinced. We're convinced." The looks in the eyes of the crowd went from pain to horror to excitement. With such a bullish big brother, sooner or later they would have their day in the sun. "Since you're convinced, just follow against the wall and sing me a conquest," Lin Feng said indifferently. Soon, the crowd sang their conquests against the wall. This brat! Lin Feng's every move was under Wolfhead's surveillance. "Drug addicts, stand out for me." Lin Feng swept around the faces of the crowd. Soon, a dozen people stood out. "Brother Feng." The dozen people shouted at the same time. "Quit the drugs." Lin Feng's voice was cold. "Brother Feng, it's not a problem for us to take drugs," a man with a somewhat thin figure said. At a glance, he was the type of person who had been using drugs for a long time. "Not in the way? We live a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife. Almost every day, we have to face beatings and killings. Drug use is easily hallucinogenic. Do you guys want to take a knife to your brothers? Moreover, once you guys get caught, without the support of drugs, it's easy to confess us out," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. His words also caused Wolfhead, who was sitting next to the monitor, to nod silently. "What's your name?" Lin Feng looked at Zhou Yutian and asked. "Brother Feng, my name is Zhou Yutian, you can just call me Xiao Tian." Zhou Yutian lost his previous arrogance and said in a low voice. "You send someone to lock them up. Whenever they quit the drugs, then release them," Lin Feng said. "Okay, Brother Feng." Zhou Yutian picked 5 or 6 people out of those who didn't use drugs. "Brother Feng, where do we keep them?" Zhou Yutian asked after thinking about it. Locked up in the top floor box. The top floor is no longer open to the outside until they get clean.
Lin Feng thought about it and said,
Brother Feng, don't lock us up, okay? We really can't quit.
The dozen or so people had pained looks on their faces. Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and quickly rushed towards the person who spoke.
Bang!
A kick sent him flying, and it was obvious that his chest was somewhat sunken. Several ribs were broken.
If you don't want to get clean, then go report to the King of Hell.
Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crowd.
Xiao Tian, lock them up.
Send that guy to the hospital. Soon, the hall on the first floor of the KTV turned quiet. No one had expected that this seemingly quiet brother Feng would be so ruthless. Tell the brothers to prepare their guys and go sweep the floor tonight. Lin Feng called Zhou Yutian to his office and said,
Okay, Brother Feng. Zhou Yutian nodded in agreement. Brother Wolf, I feel like this kid Feng isn't simple. You have to be wary of him. Wolfhead's concubine, Xia, said. It's fine, he can't jump out of the palm of my hand yet.
Wolfhead said as he shook the wine glass in his hand. You can't just have force in society, you also have to be ruthless. Just now if it was him, the person who spoke has already gone to see the King of Hell.
Time quickly came to night.
Lin Feng with more than 100 people broke into a casino. As soon as they went in, they were just beating the crap out of each other. It quickly broke up the opposite side's formation.
Cohen is dead, this game is now our brother Feng's. Zhou Yutian carried out the person in charge of the casino.
Brother Feng, be merciful.
I'm willing to follow you.
The person in charge said hurriedly. In the future, this is Brother Wolf's venue, not mine. Lin Feng said indifferently.
He didn't want to make Wolfhead suspicious.
Bring their people back to see Brother Wolf in a while and listen to what Brother Wolf has to say. After saying that, Lin Feng went out and left in a car.
Brother Wolf, the field has been cleared. What are you going to do with those people?
Lin Feng came to the bar where Wolfhead was and asked.
Just watch yourself. You can just run those fields. Wolfhead said without thinking.
In his heart, Lin Feng was already his right-hand man at this point. It was also his strong base card to bring down Su Zhilong.
Okay.
Lin Feng agreed decisively.
It would be fine if these people were directly integrated. He wasn't genuinely being any kind of big brother anyway. The next period of time.
Lin Feng had been spending his days drinking, looking for all sorts of opportunities. He couldn't find a way to break into the drug cartel.
Brother Wolf, when are we going to trade next time? The goods in my yard are almost out.
Lin Feng asked as he drank a glass of wine.
Well, I'll get in touch. When the time comes, you'll come with me. Wolfhead said after some thought.
He had seen Lin Feng's performance in these days. There was already complete trust in him.
Good. Sure enough, on the next day, Wolfhead called him along to get the goods. The location was still in the rainforest.
But the location was far apart.
Soon, Shan's convoy arrived.
Brother Wolf, it looks like you've gotten quite hot recently.
Surprisingly, I want such a large amount this time. Shan said with a smile. Cohen is dead, and his field is naturally mine. So I need a lot of goods. Wolfhead said smilingly.
During this period of time, he had made a lot of money.
Well, 100 kilograms. Check it out.
Shan had someone take out a few large boxes from the trunk.
Good.
Lin Feng watched from the side.
100 kilograms, enough to be shot hundreds of times.
Brother Wolf, Brother Long dragged Brother Mo to let me give you a message.
Just as Wolfhead and the others were about to leave, Shan suddenly said, Ha! Sweat hairs rose behind Wolfhead's back. Bang!
Shan raised his hand and fired a shot towards Wolfhead. At the critical moment, Lin Feng pulled Wolfhead over with one hand.